Chaotic demon god. Bearing the inheritance of the demon god, Chen is reborn in the Phoenix continent, where he reigns invincible. What unknown secrets await him to unveil in this realm? Chapter 1. The Natural Phenomenon. In the sacred empire of the Phoenix continent, within the city of Qingshi, the sky is presently shrouded in dense, dark clouds, and the air is oppressively heavy. Inside a grand and luxurious residence, anguished moans echo from a brilliantly adorned boudoir. Outside the boudoir, a large crowd has gathered, led by an elderly man in his 60s and a middle-aged man in his 30s, both clad in silk robes with white and gold trimmings, exuding an air of authority. However, their faces are etched with anxiety as the middle-aged man paces restlessly before the door. The elderly man, though somewhat composed, exhibits a hint of irritation as he observes the middle-aged man's incessant pacing. Achio, cease your wandering. Your movements are agitating my heart. Yes, father, the middle-aged man responds, reluctantly halting his restless strides, his gaze repeatedly darting towards the boudoir, revealing his unwavering concern. The clouds above grow ever darker, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere and heightening the unease among the gathered crowd, sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. After waiting for over an hour, a colossal thunderbolt streaks across the sky, and an exceedingly slender bolt of lightning slips into the boudoir unnoticed. At that moment, a resounding cry of a newborn fills the air, followed by an exuberant voice from within the boudoir. Young master. Young master. The lady has given birth, it's a boy. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face lights up with excitement and joy. He swiftly enters, rushing to the bedside of the beautiful young woman, who, though strikingly lovely, is drenched in sweat and pale from exhaustion. He grasped her hand tightly, concern etched on his features. Shuair, how are you? The young woman, lying on the bed, meets his gaze with a weary smile. I am well. Quickly, look at our child. Good, good. I'm relieved to hear you are well. Shuair. The middle-aged man beams with delight, then turns his attention to the midwife holding the infant, only to find the baby has ceased crying, gazing up at him with bright, twinkling eyes. His heart swells with joy as he takes the child into his arms, his happiness deepening with every glance. Meanwhile, the crowd outside, led by the elderly man, enters the boudoir, their faces alight with smiles as they offer their congratulations to the young woman. The elderly man eagerly snatches the infant from the middle-aged man's arms, his face aglow with pride. Father, please let the child see Shu. The middle-aged man, realizing the child has yet to be shown to the mother, urges the elderly man. Reluctantly, the elderly man hands the infant to the young woman, who gazes at her child with tender affection, her heart brimming with joy. Patriarch! Patriarch! Look! Just then, an elderly servant rushes in, his voice filled with excitement. What is all this commotion? The elderly man responds, irritation flashing in his eyes. Patriarch, look outside. The servant, sensing the patriarch's displeasure, quickly points towards the window. The gathered crowd turns to see that the ominous clouds have vanished, replaced by a resplendent rainbow arching across the sky. This is the pride of the Yi family. The members of the Yi clan exclaim with fervor. The elderly man, equally exhilarated, proclaims from this day forth, the position of patriarch shall be passed to my son, Yi Qiu. As for my grandson, he is a prodigy, the future pillar of the Yi family, and shall be named Yi Chen. When Yi Chen was born, the heavens displayed an extraordinary phenomenon, leading many to believe he was extraordinary, a prodigy of the Yi family, and rumors of his greatness spread throughout Qingshi. Other families in the city trembled at the thought of Yi Chen, perceiving him as a formidable future adversary. However, contrary to expectations, Yi Chen, after his birth, spent most of his days in slumber, and during the few waking hours, he appeared dazed and uncommunicative. Even when he did speak, his words came out haltingly, lacking clarity. As a result, rumors surfaced that Yi Chen was a simpleton, and the narrative of him being a prodigy quickly dissipated. This led to a palpable sorrow for Yi Chen's father, Yi Qiu, his mother, Lin Shi, and his grandfather, Yi Qingfeng, who wore expressions of worry day in and day out. Yi Qingfeng, having only one son, Yi Qiu, had entrusted the position of patriarch to him, But given Yi Chen's condition, it was evident that the lineage would not pass to him, but rather to Yi Qiu's cousins from the collateral branches of the family. Though they were all relatives, the distinction in closeness was palpable. Yi Qiu and Lin Shui'er had once harbored great hopes for their son, but witnessing his foolish demeanor brought them immense sorrow. Ultimately, this sorrow transformed into determination, and 4 years later, the couple joyfully welcomed another child. A year after, Yi Chen's brother, Yi Chika, was born, and the family placed all their hopes upon him. As for the simpleton eldest son, Yi Chen, apart from his parents, he had been forgotten by the rest of the Yi family. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In the courtyard of the Yi family mansion, a boy of approximately 1 meter 56 stands there, lost in thought, his gaze fixed on a rockery within the courtyard. This young boy is Yi Chen, and at this moment, fragments of his past replay in his mind, acquiring the black demon pearl, mastering its initial use, then being pursued by enemies until struck by lightning, leading to his demise, yet miraculously he had survived. Observing his 10-year-old frame, Yi Chen lets out a profound sigh, his heart awash with complexity. Over the past decade, he had largely been in a state of slumber, not by his own choice, but to assimilate the memories of his previous life. His infantile mind struggled to bear the weight of such vast recollections, necessitating prolonged periods of sleep for acceptance. After arriving in this unfamiliar world, he had ceased to speak. Although he fully embraced the memories of his past life a month ago, his taciturn nature had already taken root. During this past month, he diligently sought to comprehend and learn about the knowledge of this continent, spending countless hours in the family library, becoming acquainted with the news of a world entirely different from Earth. The continent is known as the Phoenix Continent, named after its former ruler, the Phoenix Emperor. Yi Chen learns from ancient texts that the Phoenix Continent was once home to barbarian tribes, demon clans, and numerous other races, with humanity being the most despised, weak, and oppressed. However, the Phoenix Emperor emerged, leading humanity in cultivation, fostering numerous powerful beings who drove the barbarian tribes to the far north, the demon clans to the extreme west, and the myriad races to the extreme south, claiming the prosperous central expanse of the Phoenix Continent. Regrettably, tens of thousands of years ago, in pursuit of greater power, the Phoenix Emperor departed from the Phoenix Continent, leading to the disintegration of the Phoenix Empire and its descent into civil war. After enduring the strife, the empire eventually fragmented into 3 major empires: the Phoenix Empire, the Sacred Empire, and the Dark Empire. The Phoenix Empire consists of the original royal family members of the Phoenix Emperor, while the Sacred and Dark Empires are comprised of the 2 former guardian clans of the Phoenix Empire. Thus, for millennia, relationships among the 3 empires have been fraught with tension, with conflict ready to erupt at any spark, particularly between the Sacred and Dark Empires, where animosities run deep. Within the empires, cities abound, categorized into towns and main cities. The main cities are further ranked from 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier to super cities. There are only 9 super cities across the entire Phoenix Continent. The Yi family's residence in Qingshi City is merely a 3rd-tier city, of which there are thousands within the empire. The Yi family is one of the 3 prominent families in Qingshi City. Young master, it's time for dinner. A young maid of about 15 or 16 years approaches, her expression tinged with disdain. Understood, Yi Chen nods, unfazed by the maid's attitude. Ever since the rumors circulated that Yi Chen was a simpleton, the servants of the Yi family have treated him with contempt, especially in the absence of direct family members. However, during the time he spent assimilating the memories of his past life, he had developed a sense of detachment from how others regarded him. Now that he has acclimated to this world, he finds it all too familiar. Although the maid displays disdain towards him, she only dares to do so in front of this simpleton young master. After all, he is still the eldest son of the family, his status far surpassing that of a mere servant. If any of the simpleton young master's family were to discover the servant's audacity in disrespecting him, the consequences would be dire. Especially since Yi Chen's younger brother, Yi Chika, has already been heralded as the greatest talent of the Yi family in 200 years, showcasing astonishing abilities at a young age, destined for training at the nearest first-tier city, Shueshan City, within the Snow Mountain Academy. With Yi Chika to shield him, no one in the Yi family would dare to challenge Yi Chen. Chapter 2. Testing talent. Upon entering the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng, the venerable patriarch, along with the family head Yi Qiu, Yi Chen's mother Lin Shuer, and his younger brother Yi Qiko were already seated at the dining table. As Yi Chen made his entrance, both Yi Qifeng and Yi Qiu maintained their stern expressions. Lin Shuer gazed at Yi Chen with a countenance full of maternal affection, while Yi Qiko wore a proud and indulgent demeanor. Having been the most gifted member of the family since childhood, showered with adoration. Naturally, Yi Chen harbored a profound fondness for Yi Qiko as well. Having lived 2 lives, he had fully embraced this world and accepted his family. However, in this realm, strength reigned supreme. Despite being the young master of the Yi family, he was perceived as a complete fool, with no one in the household enlightening him about the matters of cultivation. After the evening meal, Yi Qifeng and Yi Qiu exchanged glances at the silent Yi Chen and sighed. Yi Qiu spoke. "Honor, you are aware that in the Phoenix continent, one can assess their cultivation talent upon reaching the age of 4 and commence their training. The period between 4 and 10 years is the prime time for nurturing one's foundation and roots. Although you have now turned 10, having surpassed the optimal window for cultivation, your grandfather and I still wish to ascertain your innate talent for cultivation." Yi Qiu continued. "Both your grandfather and I are formidable warriors of the green class, recognized as powerful figures in Qingstone City. However, we cannot safeguard you for a lifetime." Acknowledging this, Yi Chen calmly turned and departed. His family watched his retreating figure, letting out a deep sigh once more. Yet, none noticed that Yi Chen's right hand was clenched into a tight fist. At last, could he engage in the cultivation of this world? Having come to this realm, he had been scorned since childhood as a fool. Even the servants of the Yi family looked down upon him secretly, making it imaginable the weight of the pressure Yi Chen bore. Upon accepting this world, he sought methods of cultivation from the family's preserved texts, but found no fruitful results. Eventually, he learned that the cultivation techniques were tied to the very foundation of the family, far beyond the scope of ordinary literature. Only the elders of the clan could impart such knowledge directly. Before turning 10, Yi Chen had hardly exchanged words with Yi Qingfeng or Yi Qiu. Hence, he had never solicited the techniques from them. Now that Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu took the initiative to mention it, his heart swelled with excitement. Nevertheless, he had missed the prime period for cultivation, and he was uncertain how it would fare now. The following morning, Yi Qifeng and Yi Qiu arrived at Yi Chen's chamber. Since Yi Chen had already reached the age of 10, his bone structure had solidified. Even with exceptional talent, achieving significant progress would be challenging. Thus, they decided to test his aptitude discreetly within the confines of his room. This way, if Yi Chen lacked talent, it would not be revealed to outsiders, given that he was already deemed a fool. Today, we present to you the water-detecting crystal that has been passed down through generations in the Yi family. It is said that even those with divine-level talents can unveil its secrets. Your brother, Chika, possesses the blue martial prowess, destined to become a formidable warrior. It is noteworthy that our esteemed ancestor of the Yi family was merely a green martial general. The hierarchy of martial prowess is as follows: red warriors, orange knights, yellow masters, green grandmasters, blue commanders, purple kings, silver emperors, and golden sovereigns. However, since the departure of the Phoenix Great Emperor, no martial kings or emperors have emerged. Yi Chen gazed at the crystal orb in Yi Qiu's hands and inquired, "Grandfather, father, how does one utilize this?" Yi Qiu replied, "Place your hand upon it. Close your eyes, concentrate, and clear your mind of distractions." Heeding this advice, Yi Chen placed his hand on the icy crystal. At that moment, he felt a surge of small currents coursing chaotically within him. Suddenly, an irresistible pull emerged in his mind, drawing these erratic currents together as if they had found their mother, coalescing in Yi Chen's consciousness. A wave of comfort washed over him, tingling and electrifying. Were it not for Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng's presence, he might have succumbed to a groan, yet he restrained himself and closed his eyes. After 5 minutes, Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng observed that the crystal remained unresponsive, and a flicker of disappointment crossed their hearts. Based on past experiences, they would have expected to witness a manifestation of talent by now. The crystal's lack of reaction suggested that Yi Chen might lack even the most fundamental cultivation talent, perhaps leaving them to nurture his commercial abilities in the future. Chapter 3. Proposing to the fool in a moment of sheer delight. Yi Chen suddenly realized that the surge of energy had dissipated, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment as he opened his eyes. Simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar force emanating from his mind, flowing into the crystal orb, which promptly reverted to its original form. Observing Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng, both wore expressions akin to having seen a ghost. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yi Chen's mind, prompting him to inquire, "Father, grandfather, what has transpired?" Startled by Yi Chen's words, Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. This is the talent of a golden martial saint. This is the talent of a gold-level martial emperor. They marveled, unable to fathom that, in their lifetime, the Yi family had truly birthed a prodigious genius. As their exhilaration began to wane, Yi Qiu turned to Yi Qingfeng and urged, "Father, this matter must remain confidential. Indeed. It must be kept secret, absolutely secret. Truly, heaven has favored our Yi family." Yi Qingfeng exclaimed, still brimming with enthusiasm. "Even if Tiano has surpassed the optimal training phase, his talent is unparalleled. Perhaps within our lifetime, we shall witness the emergence of a golden martial emperor." "Indeed," Yi Qiu echoed, equally moved. Thereafter, both gazed at Yi Chen with expressions of adoration, as if they wished to devour him whole. Yi Chen could only manage an awkward smile, now comprehending that the color displayed by the crystal orb signified one's talent, with gold representing the pinnacle of martial emperor strength. "Tianer, this matter shall remain known only to the three of us. You must not disclose it to anyone, not even to your mother." Although Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng grew increasingly fond of Yi Chen, they still solemnly cautioned him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Addressing his father and grandfather, he understood that the Phoenix continent had not seen a golden martial saint for tens of thousands of years, and no talent of such caliber had ever emerged. Should malevolent individuals become aware of his gifts, it was likely that no one would allow him the opportunity to cultivate. Upon discovering Yi Chen's extraordinary talent, Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng were evidently thrilled, immediately engaging in discussions within Yi Chen's chamber regarding the cultivation techniques suited for him. Given that the strongest ancestor of the Yi family was merely a green martial general, it became exceedingly vital to seek out a premier technique for Yi Chen, even if he could only reach the pinnacle of a green martial general through the family's traditional methods. Naturally, Yi Chen's innate constitution had been momentarily cast aside in their minds. After witnessing his potential, both had resolved to spare no effort, even willing to expend the family's entire resources to alter Yi Chen's constitution. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the Yi estate. "He Hongwei seeks an audience." Both Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng exchanged puzzled glances, questioning his purpose. "Let us go and see," they decided. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yi family residence, Yi Chen noticed a rugged, bald middle-aged man accompanied by a finely crafted jade-carved girl of about 8 or 9 years old, who sported twin ponytails. "He Hongwei, what brings you here?" Yi Qingfeng inquired coldly. He Hongwei was the head of the most powerful family among the 3 prominent clans and also the lord of Qingshi City. Despite his rough exterior, he was astute and shrewd, and one should not be deceived by appearances. "We can only ally with the formidable Li family to counter the He family. However, due to the emergence of a prodigy from our clan, Qi Ku, this balance has been disrupted. The He family aims to unify Qingshi City before Qi Ku can fully mature, thereby securing all the resources of the city for themselves. It would be no trouble for the He family to cultivate several strong individuals with talents akin to Qi Ku's," Yi Qiu remarked to Yi Chen, aware that with Yi Chen's potential, he was unequivocally destined to become the next head of the Yi family. He had already resolved to inform Yi Chen about the affairs of Qingshi City. "Ha! He Hongwei laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Uncle Qingfeng, my dear brother Yi Qiu, I indeed bring good news." "Oh, what good news? Let us discuss it in the living room." Once settled in the living room, He Hongwei wasted no time and, turning to the young lady beside him, said, "I have come primarily regarding my daughter, He Jiechi. Lacking any cultivation talent, much like your Yi Chen, I propose an engagement, allowing our 2 young ones to meet." "Uncle Qingfeng, brother Yi Qiu, what are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu frowned. Had He Hongwei made this proposal yesterday, they would have wholeheartedly supported it. Indeed, they would have raised both hands and feet in agreement, since it would buy them time until Yi Qi matured, at which point the He family would willingly submit to the Yi family. Unfortunately, today, no, just moments ago, they had discovered Yi Chen's unparalleled talent, marking him as the future sovereign of the Yi family. In contrast, He Jiechi was merely a daughter of the He family without cultivation abilities. How could such a person be deemed worthy of Yi Chen? Moreover, knowing He Hongwei's ulterior motives, Their reluctance towards this union only intensified. Is there any difficulty? Observing the troubled expressions of Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu, He Hongwei quickly grasped their dissent, simmering with anger within. I have personally come to your door. Does the Yi family dare to outright reject me for the sake of a fool like Yi Chen? Offending me. This is indeed the case. Yi Qiu remarked. The entire Qishur city knows my son Yi Qiu is a fool. We cannot delay your daughter Jiaqi. It matters not. Our Jiaqi will not mind, He Hongwei replied. The Yi family and the Li family have always been allied, and the He family has never had the opportunity to absorb the two families. He Hongwei sought to embed his daughter, who cannot cultivate, within the Yi family. Although Yi Chun is deemed a fool, he is, after all, the legitimate heir of the Yi family. Moreover, the notion of Yi Chun being a fool remains a mere rumor. The truth of it is uncertain. However, it is undeniable that a remarkable phenomenon accompanied Yi Chen's birth. Given that the conversation had reached this point, particularly since He Hongwei is the mayor of Qishur City, Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu could not refuse him outright. Yi Chen may achieve greatness in the future, yet the current Yi family cannot afford to offend the He family, especially as they hasten to consolidate their power over the two prominent families. Very well, shall we allow the two children to converse first? If they find common ground, we can proceed with this arrangement? Good, good, good. From now on, we shall be in-laws. He Hongwei rejoiced inwardly, finally managing to secure a foothold within the Yi family's lineage, paving the way for the unification of Qingshur City to be within his grasp. After unification, there may be a surge in development over the years, and it is conceivable that the third-tier main city of Qingshur City could ascend to a second-tier status, while the He family will relentlessly strive towards becoming a first-rate clan. Chapter 4. Purchasing medicinal pills in the tranquil back mountains of the Yi family by the crystalline lake. The sun cast a slightly blinding glare. A 10-year-old boy and a girl of about 8 or 9 sat upon a rockery. I have always known about you, the girl. He Jiechi, with her hair tied in twin ponytails, remarked with an expression of indifference as she gazed at Yi Chun. Before the age of 10, you could scarcely articulate your words. Recently, you seem to have returned to normalcy, yet your physique and innate potential have become fully established. Even with practice, your achievements remain negligible. Unless the Yi family procures a washing marrow pill for you, to completely cleanse your marrow and reshape your foundations, it appears your fate is sealed. However, I find it hard to believe that your family would invest in such a pill for you. Yi Chen acknowledged the truth in He Jiechi's words. Nevertheless, upon realizing his innate potential, it is likely that the Yi family might indeed consider acquiring a washing marrow pill for him. This pill is a rare and precious treasure throughout the entire Phoenix continent, valued at tens of thousands of gold coins. For a family like the Yi, situated in a third-tier main city, obtaining such a pill would entail a considerable sacrifice, risking the very foundation of the family and potentially exposing them to the threat of annihilation by adversaries. Am I mistaken? He Jiechi observed Yi Chen's seemingly unconcerned demeanor and felt a flicker of anger stir within her. Although she possessed no talent for cultivation, her pride was unyielding. She harbored a secret, known only to herself, that even her parents were oblivious to. She was certain that she would one day soar to great heights and achieve remarkable success, though that time was not yet at hand. You speak truthfully, Yi Chen remarked. In truth, I harbor strong objections to the notion of arranged marriages orchestrated by our families. Why not simply inform our families of our refusal regarding this matter? There's no need for that, He Jiechi replied. Since we both inherently reject this union, we could easily agree to exist merely as nominal spouses. Yi Chen shrugged, recognizing yet another individual of lofty ambition. Thus, the marriage between the esteemed young master of the Yi family and the young lady of the He family was formalized. The Yi family audaciously demanded a street of businesses from the Yi family as a bride price, which the Yi family had no grounds to decline. Furthermore, considering Yi Chen's future need for a secure environment in which to grow, tying the knot with the He family seemed a double-edged sword. Once the engagement was settled, Yi Qiu escorted his sons, Yi Chika and Yi Chong, to the Snow Mountain Academy in Snow Mountain City. Thanks to his remarkable talent, Yi Chika was accepted as a disciple by a prominent figure at the academy, thereby providing the Yi family with a measure of support and momentarily stalling the He family's unified advances. Nevertheless, the He family's overt demand for a bride price instilled a sense of unease in both Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng, prompting them to seek out a cleansing elixir for Yi Chen, undeterred by the potential drain on the family's resources. Given the gravity of the situation, Despite their esteemed positions as the old and new patriarchs, the multitude of Yi family descendants and elders necessitated a thorough discussion of such a significant matter. Thus, a meeting of the Yi family's elder council was convened. In total, 5 elders, including Yi Qingfeng, gathered for the assembly. What? You propose to sell off all our assets in exchange for a cleansing elixir? Have both of you lost your senses? The eldest elder, Yi Qinghong, glared at Yi Qingfeng, his own brother, unable to contain his indignation upon hearing such a proposal. The value of the cleansing elixir amounts to hundreds of thousands of gold coins, while the annual income of the Yi family scarcely reaches tens of thousands. After accounting for the resources allocated for the cultivation of family members, they managed to save only a few thousand gold coins each year. This sum, equivalent to a century's worth of income for the Yi family, is indeed a significant burden, especially with the Yi family looming as a potential threat. Furthermore, Yi Qinghong harbors his own ulterior motives, making it even less likely for him to agree. I have already conferred with the clan leader regarding this matter. It is imperative that we proceed, Yi Qingfeng asserted unequivocally, fully aware that several elders would undoubtedly oppose the decision. However, the issue concerning Yi Chen's talent is of utmost importance and must remain undisclosed. Thus, he could only express his determination with a firm stance. Absolutely not. This is entirely unacceptable. Yi Qinghong vehemently objected, knowing that the cleansing elixir was intended for his unpromising grandson, Yi Chen. If the funds were utilized to procure resources for his own grandson, Yi Qifeng, it could potentially cultivate a formidable talent. Although Yi Qifeng's aptitude does not match the azure martial king talent of Yi Qika, he possesses a green martial general talent, which might well lead him to become a powerful warrior in the future. Consequently, he could not support the investment in Yi Chen, whose potential remained uncertain. Yi Qingfeng then countered, while I may not excel, my son Yi Qiu is also a green 9-star Grand Martial Master, a peak force within the entire Qingstone city. Especially considering he has just turned 30. Surely, he is destined to become a green martial general. Coupled with my status as a green 9-star Grand Martial Master, I believe it is unnecessary to justify the purchase of a cleansing elixir using the family's resources. Yi Qinghong was at a loss for words upon hearing this. He was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu. The intimidation factor of 2 green 9-star grand martial artists within the 3rd-tier main city of Qishir City was akin to the nuclear arsenal of a modern nation, albeit only within the confines of a 3rd-tier city. However, Yi Qifeng was correct. The crux of the matter lay with Yi Qiu. At merely in his 30s, he had already achieved the status of a green 9-star grand martial artist. It was inconceivable that he would not surpass the blue martial general rank. A martial general of formidable prowess within Qingshi City undoubtedly held the same weight as a nuclear weapon, unlike the green 9-star grand martial artists, whose might merely equated to that. In the end, Yi Qinghong opted for silence, and the other 3 elders, witnessing his reticence, ceased their discourse as well. The 4 elders, led by Yi Qinghong, could only lament internally that in these times, having a fortunate lineage was paramount. Chapter 5. Commencing training. The Baibaohang is the largest commercial entity on the Phoenix continent, unrivaled by any other. It has established branches across the 3 great empires, with a presence in every main city. Its immense power and enigmatic nature deter even the mightiest of empires from provoking it. There are whispers that the Baibaohang is an institution left behind by the Phoenix Emperor to monitor the continent. Yet, the Baibaohang is solely a business entity. As long as one possesses wealth and can meet the price, they can procure whatever they desire. Soon, the news spread throughout Qingshi City that the Yi family had expended 500,000 gold coins to purchase a marrow cleansing elixir for the foolish Yi Chen, even going so far as to sell several lucrative shops to finance this acquisition. How could this be possible? Upon hearing the news concerning the Yi family, He Jiechi's countenance darkened significantly. Although merely 9 years of age, her upbringing in the He family had endowed her with the mental acuity of a youth of 15 or 16. She had previously scorned Yi Chen, asserting that the Yi family would never procure a cleansing elixir for him. Yet, merely half a month had passed, and now they had indeed acquired such an elixir for Yi Chen. Was this not a resounding slap in her own face? Recalling Yi Chen's seemingly disdainful expression that day, she suspected he had been aware all along that the Yi family would make such a concession on his behalf. While she had foolishly pretended to be aloof in his presence, her face turned as dark as coal, and jealousy towards Yi Chen began to fester within her heart. Sometimes, harboring animosity towards someone can be that simple. Yi Chen remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of her ire, despite being her nominal fiancé. What was the Yi family up to? Even the cunning elders of the He and Li families were perplexed by the Yi family's decision to procure such a precious elixir for Yi Chen's cultivation. However, once news emerged that Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng were both formidable green 9-star martial artists, the public began to comprehend the situation. Although Yi Qingfeng was a green 9-star martial artist, his age was advanced. Conversely, Yi Qiu, at merely over 30, had the potential to ascend to the rank of a blue martial general, making him an invaluable asset in Qingshu City. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Qiu to exercise certain privileges for the sake of his son, Yi Chen, holding the verdant cleansing elixir in his grasp. Its rich herbal fragrance wafting through the air, Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion. He understood the significant cost incurred by his family in acquiring this medicinal treasure. Complying with Yi Qiu's wishes, Yi Chen consumed the cleansing elixir. Subsequently, he felt as if he were being scorched by fire. His entire body enveloped in an indescribable softness and pain, while dark impurities continually expelled from within him. After a night of this ordeal, Yi Chen felt rejuvenated, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. At the break of dawn the following day, Yi Chen, adhering to Yi Qiu's instructions, proceeded to the family's scripture repository. Unlike the family library, the repository contained an extensive collection of various cultivation techniques amassed by the family's formidable practitioners. The direct descendants of the Yi family naturally possessed unique cultivation methods, while other techniques were reserved as rewards for those who allied with the Yi family. The techniques were categorized according to their cultivation levels, distinguished by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, silver, and gold. Naturally, practitioners of the same realm who cultivated higher-level techniques would possess greater strength. Similarly, the cultivation levels were classified as red martial artists, orange warriors, yellow masters, green grandmasters, blue generals, indigo commanders, violet kings, silver emperors, and gold sovereigns. Each cultivation level was further divided into 9 tiers, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. The scripture repository spanned approximately 30 square meters. At its center stood a small cabinet adorned with a dozen or so cultivation manuals. Yi Qiu walked directly to an inconspicuous corner and retrieved a tome titled Mystic Ice Formula, the finest cultivation technique currently available to the Yi family, and the most suitable for its descendants. Heavenly Child, our Yi family arrived in Qingstone City centuries ago, establishing our presence in this realm. It is said that we once hailed from a grand family of the Arctic tundra, but alas, we fell into decline and were forced to seek refuge inland. Our family's technique, the Mystic Ice Formula, now exists only in a fragmented form. However, should the opportunity arise, it will suffice for us to cultivate to the level of Blue Commander. Indeed, these words were uttered by Yi Qiu to console Yi Chen. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that, over the span of several centuries, the Yi family had only produced the mightiest of warriors as mere azure martial generals. What then of the ascension to the realm of blue martial commanders? You had never mentioned this before. Yi Qiu explained. This is due to the elemental forces of the universe, which encompass attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Our Yi family predominantly embodies a variant ice system within the water element. Thus, during our cultivation, we absorb the essence of ice elemental energy. Originally, our family resided in the frigid expanses of the Arctic, allowing for remarkably efficient cultivation. Why is this so? Yi Qiu elucidated. To reach the icy plains, one must journey northward, traversing the entirety of the Phoenix Empire. It is crucial to note that both the Sacred Empire and the Dark Empire emerged from the Phoenix Empire, whose denizens harbor intense animosity towards the citizens of both empires. Disputes often escalate into violence, and the indifference of the Phoenix Empire's elite only exacerbates the audacity of its natives to bully us. Chapter 6. Provocation. Yi Chen, truly deserving of his innate talent as a golden martial emperor, metamorphosed from a child devoid of any cultivation skills into a peak red 9-star martial artist within merely 2 years. Most notably, he is on the verge of ascending to the status of an orange martial warrior. Throughout these 2 years, Yi Chen has led a reclusive life, dedicating himself entirely to his training. His formidable talent has been skillfully concealed under the auspices of Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng, such that even his mother, Lin Shuer, remains unaware that Yi Chen has become a red 9-star martial artist. In order to facilitate the emergence of Yi Chen, even after consuming the cleansing marrow pill. He feigned a lack of talent in cultivation. Yi Qiu entrusted the family's largest tavern to Yi Chen for management at an early age. While Yi Chen practiced within the tavern, unbeknownst to outsiders who merely assumed he was working there, the three prominent families of Qingstone City each engaged in their respective trades. The He family, as the rulers of Qingstone City, dominated the commerce of weapons and monster crystals, while the Yi family controlled taverns and inns, and the Li family managed the dealings of textiles and small vendors. Upon reaching the front courtyard, the household servants treated Yi Chen with utmost respect, for he was the cherished eldest son of the clan leader. Yi Chen, halt. Just as Yi Chen was about to step outside, a surly youth of around 16 or 17 glared at him, flanked by 3 or 4 sycophantic companions. What brings you here, Yi Qi Feng? Yi Chen inquired, recognizing the young man as Yi Qi Feng, the grandson of the esteemed elder Yi Qinghong. Although his talent did not surpass that of his younger brother Yi Qi Ku, he was still among the elite within the Yi family. Having begun his cultivation at the tender age of 4 and practicing for over a decade, achieving the status of an orange warrior. Humph. The family wasted a cleansing marrow pill on you, a good-for-nothing. Yi Qi Feng retorted coldly. 2 years have passed, and today I shall witness whether you, this waste, are truly worth the sacrifice of that cleansing marrow pill. Yi Qi Feng relished the praise from the youths behind him, casting a triumphant glance at Yi Chen as he proclaimed, Yi Chen, I shan't bully you. I am aware that you have consumed the cleansing marrow pill and can now cultivate. I will allow you to use only one hand. Upon hearing this, several sycophants erupted in cheers. Excellent. Excellent. Brother Feng is mighty. The formidable Yi Qifeng commanded respect, yet the passers-by cast him scornful glances. In the Phoenix continent, there exists a disdain for the weak, but an even greater contempt for those who bully others through their influence. Currently, lacking the strength to confront Yi Qifeng, they deemed it wiser to bide their time, waiting for an opportune moment to deliver a resounding slap to him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's companions, Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng, wore expressions of discontent. They were taken aback by the audacity of this younger generation within their clan. Their astonishment grew upon learning that Yi Qifeng had taken a martial general as his mentor. Although Yi Kik had also aligned himself with a significant figure at the Snow Mountain Academy, the true power of that individual remained a mystery to them. A martial general, however, was akin to a nuclear weapon in Qingshu City. Naturally, matters among the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. Despite their irritation, Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng refrained from confronting Yi Qifeng openly, choosing instead to harbor their thoughts, anticipating the moment when Yi Chen would soar to greatness. They noted the current trend among the youth was too indulgent, prompting them to prepare for rigorous training of the younger members of the Yi family. This decision ultimately led them to abandon their observations of Yi Chen, which might have allowed them to notice his peculiarities in the future. Fueled by the events surrounding Yi Qifeng, Yi Chen accumulated a reservoir of anger, resolving that night to strive for the Orange Warrior realm. Determined to teach Yi Qifeng a lesson he would not soon forget. Chapter 7. The Chaotic Magic Pearl. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and began to circulate the Xianbingju. The icy elemental force from the heavens and earth continuously flowed into his body. Soon, the elemental energy within him reached a pinnacle, and with a surge of power, Yi Chen made a breakthrough. However, just as the entirety of his energy transformed into an orange hue, a formidable suction arose from the depths of his mind. Undeterred, Yi Chen remained within his room, dedicating himself to his cultivation. Yet, each time he approached the moment of becoming an orange warrior, the energy within him inexplicably vanished. Even the most resolute and tenacious individuals would find themselves exasperated by such repeated setbacks. Nevertheless, recalling the expectations of Yi Qiu and Yi Qifeng, Yi Chen pressed on with his training. He believed that in merely 3 months, he could once again ascend to the rank of a red 9-star warrior. After successfully reaching this level, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief, for should he fail again, he would have to consult his father. Unfortunately, his father and grandfather were preoccupied with training the younger generation, oblivious to his struggles. Otherwise, they would surely assist him in uncovering the underlying issue. As Yi Chen endeavored once more to break through to the Orange Warrior level, that powerful suction re-emerged. Curse be it. Years of practice had granted Yi Chen a mastery over his elemental energy, allowing him to exert control over it. Thus, when the intense suction manifested, he desperately clung to the hard-earned orange energy he had cultivated. It seemed that for his entire life, he would remain in the humble confines of Qingshi City, deprived of the opportunity to witness the dazzling wonders of the Phoenix continent. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to leave the room, his mind suddenly erupted with a tremendous force akin to the birth of the universe, where planets and galaxies emerged from chaos, and vivid scenes began to unfold within his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he felt as though something had been added to his mind. His thoughts became remarkably clearer, allowing him to faintly perceive the insects crawling outside and the birds soaring through the sky. Could this be the legendary moment of enlightenment? Yi Chen pondered. Indeed, my master. You are correct. You have attained enlightenment. However, it is thanks to my assistance. As Yi Chen contemplated, a voice, fragile and childlike, broke the silence. Ah, who are you? Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise, quickly regaining his composure. My master, I am the spirit of the Chaos Magic Pearl, the childlike voice continued. You may remember it as the Black Magic Pearl, but my true name is the Chaos Magic Pearl. Ah, I see. So, the abnormalities I've experienced over the past few years were due to you? No wonder I hadn't heard any news about the Black Magic Pearl since I arrived. It's been residing within my mind all along, Yi Chen replied. Yes, my master. For these past few years, the Chaos Magic Pearl has been actively absorbing the elemental energy within your body, recovering 1/1,000,000th of its strength. And I have regained a portion of my consciousness. From this point onward, I will be able to absorb the elemental energy of the universe to restore my own power. Although the rate at which I can absorb it is linked to your strength. The stronger you are, my master, the faster I can absorb it. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration and retorted, Do you have any idea how close I was to collapsing because of your absorption of my elemental energy? I apologize, my master, but this Chaos Magic Pearl autonomously absorbs energy, and I am powerless to intervene. However, this does present some advantages, at the very least. Your mastery over the elemental force has reached an unrestrained level. You are indeed correct. I now wield control over the elemental energy with effortless precision. By the way, how did you manage to penetrate my mind? Could you manifest yourself so that I may behold you? When you were struck by lightning and I had nowhere else to go, I entered your consciousness. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled the image of both himself and his foe being struck by lightning. Could it have been the mischief of the Chaos Magic Pearl? The spirit of the artifact seemed oblivious to Yi Chen's reaction and continued, I can indeed manifest. With that, the Chaos Magic Pearl coalesced in Yi Chen's palm, its inky blackness casting a shadow over the room. As Yi Chen gazed at the obsidian orb, he inquired, What purpose do you serve? My master, the spirit replied, though my consciousness has only been restored to a minuscule fraction. I was birthed in the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe. My previous master was the chaos demon god, who could annihilate the very continent upon which you currently reside with but a mere finger. One can only imagine the magnitude of my significance. Even to such a formidable entity, Yi Chen had little comprehension of the devastation a single finger could wreak upon the Phoenix continent. Yet it was clear that the power was immense. However, given that the Chaos Magic Pearl had relegated him to the status of a mere red 9-star warrior for so many years, it ought to bestow some benefits upon him. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to its nominal master. Due to you, my strength has stagnated in recent years. Do you possess any methods to restore my power? Even if full restoration is unattainable, I wish for a swift enhancement of my capabilities. There is no issue. Speak quickly. Yi Chen's eyes glimmered with an intense green light. Chapter 8. The Devouring Sky Technique. I possess a cultivation technique from a previous master who ascended to the pinnacle of power, becoming a legendary demon god through this exceptional method. It can be said that this technique embodies 50% of the former master's legacy. What technique is it? Yi Chen inquired hastily. The Devouring Sky Technique, the spirit of the artifact replied. This is an extraordinary method that aids in cultivation and can be employed in battle. It does not conflict with the technique you are currently practicing. It can absorb the essence of the heavens and earth like a tempest, allowing you to operate your Mystic Ice technique with remarkable efficiency, significantly accelerating your cultivation speed. To illustrate, once you master the Devouring Sky Technique, you could reach the level of a red 9-star warrior in just 1 hour. When perfected, this technique can devour the heavens and earth, wielding immense power. Even the top-tier experts of the Phoenix continent would be vanquished in its wake. That's splendid. Why do you not hasten to impart the technique to me? Yi Chen's spirit soared at the thought. If what the spirit claimed held true, the hardships endured over the years would be justified. However, upon witnessing the fervor in Yi Chen's eyes, the spirit poured a bucket of cold water over his enthusiasm, stating, Alas, Master, your current strength is far too feeble. Even with my guidance, you would be unable to utilize it. Why? Chen gradually regained his composure. Such an exquisite cultivation technique could not possibly come without conditions. The heaven-devouring art has the capacity to absorb an immense amount of elemental force in an instant, yet your feeble physique is utterly incapable of withstanding it. Should you insist on practicing it, the likely outcome would be a catastrophic explosion. The spirit of the artifact patiently elucidated. So when shall I be able to cultivate? Chen inquired. Based on my preliminary understanding of the Phoenix continent, you must at least reach the rank of Purple Martial King. Once you attain that level, with my assistance, you will be able to practice it. Considering your constitution, I estimate it will take approximately 20 years. Noticing the discontent on Chen's face, the Chaos Magic Pearl reassured him. However, Master, attaining the rank of Purple Martial King in 20 years would make you a super genius on the Phoenix continent. You should focus on your cultivation. Isn't that just a long-winded way of saying nothing? Chen retorted, his irritation palpable. 20 years of waiting, even with the treasure in hand, felt akin to winning 5 million only to be told that the reward could not be redeemed for 2 decades. Ultimately, Chen, undeterred, asked, is there truly no method to enhance my strength in the near future? The artifact spirit murmured in response, that poses quite a challenge. The previous master was born a Purple Martial King here, allowing him to directly cultivate the heaven-devouring art. Your situation is unprecedented for me, leaving me helpless. I refuse to accept that. Chen scoffed. If you cannot devise a viable solution, you shall compensate me for all these lost years. I will fashion a slingshot and launch your pearl. Moreover, did you not mention that the swallowing sky technique is merely a 50% inheritance of the demon god? What of the remaining 50%? Do you intend to treat my esteemed Chaos Demon Pearl as a mere marble? It is astonishing that such a thought could even cross your mind. The spirit of the artifact inwardly chastised its unscrupulous master. Yet it was genuinely apprehensive about being used as a plaything. Thus, it replied, the remaining 50% of the inheritance resides within my very essence. The Chaos Demon Pearl itself. Once I restore my power. Even if you were to treat me as a marble, I could obliterate the Phoenix continent in an instant. Enough of the bravado. Are you not currently devoid of your powers, still clinging to mine? Speak of tangible benefits instead. I am not boasting. The Chaos Demon Pearl muttered in dissatisfaction, but ultimately spoke earnestly. As I awaken within your mind, you have glimpsed fragments of the primordial universe, resulting in a tremendous surge in your mental capacity. With that, the artifact spirit presented Chen with a copy of the tenfold heaven mental meditation method. Upon reaching the 10th level of mental cultivation, one can transform their mental energy into divine soul power. The spirit concluded, Master. The 9th level of mental cultivation corresponds to the Golden Martial Emperor rank of the Phoenix continent. Should you achieve the 10th level, you will command unparalleled authority across the entire continent. With that last bit of flattery, the spirit wished for its master to swiftly ascend to become the mightiest being in the Phoenix continent, so it too could accompany him in his cultivation. After the flattery, the spirit maneuvered the Chaos Demon Pearl back into Chen's consciousness. Ignoring the spirit, Chen first concentrated his mind, following the tenfold heaven mental meditation method. Slowly coalescing his energy into a spherical form, and diligently continued his cultivation. Due to Chen's inherently formidable mental prowess, coupled with the augmentation of his spirit during the primordial chaos, he effortlessly navigated the complexities of the tenfold celestial meditation technique, achieving the 2nd level of mental power within a single night. According to the artifact spirit, the 2nd level of mental power is tantamount to that of an Orange Star warrior on the Phoenix continent, provided one possesses the ability to wield such mental force. Consequently, Chen secluded himself within his abode, dedicating his days to practicing the Xianbing technique to absorb ice elemental energy, and his nights to refining his mental strength through the tenfold celestial meditation. He even spent several months without stepping outside. As 3 years elapsed, Chen reached the age of 18. His prowess had escalated to that of a 9-star orange warrior, with his mental power having attained the pinnacle of the 3rd level, equivalent to a 9-star yellow martial artist. Undoubtedly, had he not devoted a significant portion of his time to honing his mental strength, he would likely have ascended to the ranks of a yellow martial artist. Chen had come to deeply appreciate the value of time. However, such relentless cultivation bore limited benefits, prompting him to venture out in search of a worthy opponent to test his skills, particularly in mental fortitude. Despite the artifact spirit's assertion that the peak of the third-level mental power correlates with a 9-star yellow warrior, Chen remained skeptical and understood that only through first-hand experience could he ascertain the truth. In the Yi family, the most suitable adversary to challenge was none other than Yi Qifeng. Over the years, Yi Qifeng had trained under the esteemed General Lan Feng and had reportedly advanced to a 3-star yellow martial artist, progressing from a 7-star orange warrior in merely 6 years, showcasing remarkable talent and garnering high praise as a potential successor to the head of the Yi family. The primary reason is that Yi Qifeng, upon returning from his training with the martial General Lan Feng, seeks out Chen to create trouble. In Chapter 9, One Strike to Defeat the Enemy, Yi Qifeng has never deemed Chen, the so-called young master of the Yi family, worthy of his regard. To him, Chen is merely a tiny ant that he could easily crush with a single hand. At this very moment, Yi Qifeng is leading a group of young heirs from the Yi family at the Yi Family Tavern in Qingshi City, particularly pursuing a young lady who is none other than the fiancée of Chen. Over the course of 8 years, He Jiaqing has blossomed into a stunning young woman, radiant and poised. As she is unable to cultivate, the He family's weapon shop has been entrusted to her management. However, the He family could never have anticipated that she possesses an extraordinary talent for business. In just a few years, she has efficiently organized the weapon shop, multiplying the He family's economic standing several times over and establishing herself as the foremost young entrepreneur in Qingshi City, surpassing the comprehensive strength of both the Yi and Li families by several streets. Of course, behind this success lies the influential support of He Hongwei. Without his approval, how could these young elites dare to pursue He Jiaqing so openly? Given her remarkable aptitude for commerce, He Hongwei has begun to regret marrying his daughter off to Yi Chen, the foolish young master of the Yi family. However, to openly call off the engagement would place the He family in a precarious position, so He Hongwei has orchestrated these events behind the scenes. If his daughter were to fall in love freely with someone else and the engagement be annulled, as a father, he would have to yield to her wishes. Unfortunately, the outcome has not been favorable, as the so-called elite within Qingshi City holds no appeal for He Jiaqing. Sister Jieqi, what do you think of this demon crystal? This is one I obtained from slaying a level 2 flame demon wolf in the Qingstone jungle, Yi Qifeng boasted, holding up a fiery red demon crystal that gleamed like a gem. The level 2 flame demon wolf is comparable to an orange-clad warrior among humans. And with Yi Qifeng's current prowess, he could easily handle even the most formidable of these creatures. He Jiaqi felt an overwhelming disdain within. Yi Qifeng was so arrogant. What was the big deal about killing a mere level 2 flame demon wolf? I could have done that 2 years ago. Yet, on the surface, He Jiaqi accepted the demon crystal with a polite thank you. After all, one should seize the opportunity when it arises. A level 2 demon crystal is worth several dozen gold coins. She intended to accumulate these for her future apprenticeship. He Jiaqi was aware that in the distant Dark Empire, there was someone she needed to find. These crystals would serve as her travel expenses. She had saved quite a bit and had gained enough strength to fend for herself. It was time to embark on her journey. Seeing He Jiaqi accept his gift, Yi Qifeng's eyes glimmered with a suggestive light, mistakenly interpreting her acceptance as interest. He reached out with a lewd intent, eager to grasp her delicate hand. He Jiaqi felt even more contemptuous and subtly evaded his touch. Yi Qifeng missed his chance and refrained from attempting again, aware that his subordinates were watching. He could not afford to display such foolishness. Yet, a hint of irritation lingered in his heart. How could she act so coy? She had accepted his level 2 demon crystal, but refused his touch. Young master, you have arrived? At the moment when Yi Qifeng was feeling disgruntled, he heard the obsequious voice of a servant from inside the tavern. Which young master is it? Just as this thought crossed Yi Qifeng's mind, he turned his head and beheld a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 1.70 meters in height, with sharp brows and starry eyes. Nodding in acknowledgement to the servant. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qifeng noticed a hint of familiarity in the young man's demeanor. Who else could it be but the worthless Yi Chen? He Jiaqi's eyes also lit up upon seeing Yi Chen. After all, a handsome man captures attention wherever he goes. However, she soon recalled his status. Although their encounters were infrequent, she was somewhat acquainted with her nominal fiancé. Yet, remembering Yi Chen's late start in cultivation and his mediocre talent, her interest waned. It was truly a pity about the washing marrow pill that the Yi family had once bestowed. Had she managed its several 100,000 gold coins, it might have multiplied into millions by now. Oh, isn't this the useless Yi Chen from our family? Why aren't you hiding at home like a turtle? Have you finally mustered the courage to come out? Yi Qifeng, already in a foul mood, redirected his frustration towards Yi Chen upon seeing him. Regardless of what Yi Chen might say, he felt compelled to unleash his anger, thus blocking Yi Chen's path. Fool! He Jiechi could hardly believe her eyes. The usually inconspicuous Yi Chen had the audacity to insult Yi Qifeng. Did he not fear retribution? Or perhaps he was aware of the impending beating, prompting him to confront Yi Qifeng directly? To her astonishment, the man she had long despised, Yi Chen, displayed a side of himself that was undeniably impressive. However, with such limited abilities, it seemed he would soon pay a heavy price for his audacity. Unbeknownst to Yi Qifeng, he was unaware of He Jiaqin's extensive thoughts, as he could hardly believe that Yi Chen had the audacity to insult him so brazenly. He turned to his subordinates and inquired, "Did you hear what he just said?" He seems to have called you an idiot." One of his followers stammered in disbelief. "Did he truly call me an idiot?" Yi Qifeng confirmed, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen. "Have you grown exceedingly bold? Are your ears deaf? I just called you an idiot, and you dare to consult others?" After delivering his insult, Yi Chen had already concentrated his mental energy, prepared to counterattack the moment Yi Qifeng made his move. Although he lacked the skill to wield spiritual power, the strength of his mental energy could easily overwhelm Yi Qifeng with sheer force. As Yi Qifeng prepared to strike, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Yi Chen, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his head, which in turn slowed his punch. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen delivered a swift kick to Yi Qifeng's thigh, causing him to buckle and kneel before Yi Chen. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that Yi Qifeng, the most promising heir to the Yi family, would falter so completely before someone they deemed a waste. Chapter 10. The True Genius. At this moment, He Jiaqi felt an overwhelming force of a spiritual energy far more potent than her own. Just then, Yi Qifeng was brought to his knees by a kick from Yi Chen. Could it be that Yi Chen, like herself, possessed exceptional spiritual power, making him particularly suited for the cultivation of spiritual techniques? However, a fleeting glance at the dissipating orange light on the back of Yi Chen's right hand led her to dismiss this notion. Yi Chen was an orange 9-star warrior. How could he possibly cultivate spiritual power? Even if he could, it was unlikely that he could excel in both disciplines simultaneously. It seemed that a hidden master was covertly aiding Yi Chen, revealing that even within the humble Yi family, there was someone knowledgeable in the practice of spiritual cultivation. Yet, that individual appeared to have merely scratched the surface of using spiritual power, likely achieving it by mere chance. Should they learn to apply it more adeptly? It might have gone unnoticed by her. Nevertheless, He Jiaqi now realized that Yi Chen of the Yi family was neither a fool nor a waste. He was, in fact, a genius. Having reached the level of an orange 9-star warrior in just 8 years of cultivation, his talent might be linked to the use of cleansing pills. Yet he undeniably qualified as a true prodigy. If her father were to learn of Yi Chen's current status, coupled with the fact that Yi Chen was now 18 and of age, he would likely insist on an immediate marriage between them, thus securing a place within the Yi family. Seizing the opportunity while others were still reeling from the events, He Jiaqi quietly departed from the Yi family's tavern. She needed to prepare for her exit from Qinshi City. If she lingered any longer, her father might very well demand her immediate union with Yi Chen. As for her engagement with Yi Chen, it can only be postponed indefinitely. How long it can be delayed remains uncertain. Previously, she had looked down upon Yi Chen. Thus, she must diligently cultivate her abilities to significantly outpace him in strength. Only in this way can her proud heart remain unscathed, preserving her dignity and allowing her to hold her head high before Yi Chen. Now, she must thoroughly digest all that she witnessed today. Of course, these thoughts belong solely to He Jiaqi, while Yi Chen, in his 20s, would never stoop to engage in a petty quarrel with a mere child of 8 or 9. Thus, He Jiaqi's sentiments are entirely one-sided. As soon as He Jiaqi left, the sycophants of Yi Qifeng in the tavern finally reacted, hastily flattering Yi Chen. "Oh, great young master, your prowess is unmatched. Yi Qifeng is nothing but a waste, a fool who dares to provoke you. He is simply inviting his own humiliation." With a slight alleviation of his headache, Yi Qifeng heard the words of his own lackeys and spat out a mouthful of black blood before fainting. Even as he lost consciousness, he thought about these opportunistic sycophants, hoping they wouldn't find an opportunity to embarrass him further. Yi Chen had recently kicked Yi Qifeng to the ground, gaining tremendous notoriety in Qingstone City. The once foolish young master had transformed into a genius. However, considering that Yi Chen had consumed a washing marrow pill, a potion worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, it seemed quite reasonable to the prominent families of Cheekstone City. If one were to consume such a pill and still remain inept, it would indeed be a hopeless case. Upon receiving the news, He Hongwei, the head of the He family, fell into deep contemplation. During the time of their engagement, Yi Chun was merely an insignificant young master, and He Jiaqing was also a lowly daughter of the He family. The impact of He Jiaqing marrying into the Yi family was minimal. However, the situation has drastically changed. Yi Chun has risen to prominence, his status within the Yi family soaring to great heights. After marrying into the Yi family, He Jiaqing, with her keen business acumen, could undoubtedly navigate the intricacies of the Yi household. Consequently, the Yi family could conquer the Yi family without lifting a finger and subsequently overpower the Li family, transforming the entire Qingshi city into the He family's private garden, ultimately allowing the He family to venture beyond the confines of Qingshi city. While the He family is focused on its expansion, the Yi family is in disarray. In a small town like Qingshi city, no family would typically squander resources on purchasing a washing marrow pill for a single descendant, and thus, the effects of such a pill were largely unknown. Yet, Yu Chen, the only youth in Qingshi city to have consumed the washing marrow pill, defeated a prodigious yellow 3-star martial artist who had been training for over a decade. And he did so with a single strike. This exemplifies the efficacy of the washing marrow pill. Perhaps it not only alters one's constitution, but also enhances innate talent. Yi Chen has become akin to a laboratory mouse, encircled by the elders of the Yi family. Yi Qinghong's gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with various grievances. For Yi Chen had bested Yi Qifeng, his own grandson. Were it not for Yi Qiu and Yi Qingfeng's presence, he might have been unable to restrain himself from taking action. Simultaneously, a pang of bitterness coursed through his heart. Yi Chen, this so-called genius, was entirely the result of an extravagant expenditure of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Had those funds been allocated to his own grandson, Yi Qifeng, this insignificant Yi Chen would have been swiftly vanquished by a mere slap from Qifeng. Qifeng and Yi Qiu, you two have deceived us profoundly. The grand elder, Yu Qihong, turned his gaze away from Yi Chen and remarked, such potent capabilities of the cleansing marrow pill, and you dare not disclose it? With Yi Chen's current prowess, he truly stands as the foremost genius of the Yi family. Aha! Yi Qifeng stroked his beard and replied, what can we do? This is our inaugural attempt at procuring the cleansing marrow pill for a disciple, and we are still uncertain of its effects. Thus, we cannot boast about it. Yu Qihong snorted disdainfully and fell silent, still seething with anger over the fact that it was his grandson who had been bested. The second elder of the Yi family then interjected, Brother Qingfeng, in light of this, let us observe Yi Chen's talent. We must ascertain whether the cleansing marrow pill indeed enhances one's innate abilities. Yi Qifeng hesitated slightly. Yi Chen's talent was exceptionally formidable, having previously attained the status of a golden martial emperor. Should this be publicized, it could spell trouble rather than fortune for him. Noticing Yi Qingfeng's indecision, Yi Qihong seized the opportunity, exclaiming, what is the matter? Are we afraid to learn about the talent of a mere junior in our clan? After all, he is one of our descendants. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu cast a fierce glare at Yi Chen. Didn't I tell you to maintain a low profile? How did you end up in a confrontation with Yu Qifeng? Now, everyone is eager to witness your talent. Let us see how you handle this. In truth, this spectacle was unnecessary. Yi Qiu and I can elucidate matters to everyone. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Qingfeng finally spoke. Father? Yi Qiu inquired, puzzled. Yi Qingfeng motioned for Yi Qiu to remain silent and continued. The reason why Yi Qiu and I initially sought to procure the cleansing elixir for Yi Chen was that we had secretly tested his innate talent. Thus, we were convinced of his worthiness for such a purchase. What talent? Elder Yi Qinghong asked. The blue martial commander talent, akin to that of Chica. Yi Qifeng could not directly mention the golden martial emperor talent, as such information could pose a grave danger to Yi Chen if it became public. He added, a future martial commander of considerable strength is indeed worthy of our family's investment in a cleansing elixir. And what of now? Have you tested his talent? Does the cleansing elixir truly enhance one's abilities? The elders inquired in unison. Yi Qifeng, upon hearing this, responded with gravity, I can disclose this to you. But you must vow that today's revelations remain strictly confidential. Otherwise, our Yi family may face a catastrophic demise. We swear. Several elders of the Yi family, noting Yi Qingfeng's serious demeanor and earnest expression, even Elder Yi Qihong shared the same sentiment, were resolute. Their motivation stemmed from a profound commitment to the family, a testament to the virtues of familial education, which prioritizes the family's well-being above all. Indeed, Yu Chen's innate talent has been elevated. He now possesses the purple Martial King talent. Yi Qingfeng declared. What? The Martial King talent? So formidable? The elders were astonished, yet skepticism lingered, as Yi Chen had already demonstrated his prowess by defeating Yi Qifeng, a 3-star yellow martial master, within the span of 8 years of training. This achievement was particularly notable given that Yi Qifeng was an apprentice to a martial general. Just as a few individuals were about to continue their conversation, a formidable pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Qingstone city. This overwhelming force instilled a sense of dread among the inhabitants of Qingstone, while the sky above turned a deep shade of purple, intermittently resonating with thunderous roars and ethereal melodies. The members of the Yi family wore grave expressions as they swiftly exited the conference room, only to witness 2 figures suspended in midair against the violet backdrop. The immense pressure emanated from these 2 silhouettes. It was truly unimaginable that 2 purple martial kings would engage in combat above Qingstone City. After a few hours, one figure departed with evident reluctance, while the other, radiant like a celestial being, descended gracefully into the He family's South Lordly estate. The entire Qingstone city erupted in excitement. Yi Qiu, Yi Qingfeng, and the others, having abandoned Yi Chen, re-entered the family conference room. The arrival of a martial king at the He family was an event of monumental significance. It was akin to a prince of ancient times gracing an ordinary clan with his presence. Regardless of circumstances, such an ordinary family would undergo transformative changes, such as the might of a martial king. I wonder if I too shall one day cultivate to such heights. Yi Chen felt deeply inspired by the overwhelming presence of the 2 formidable warriors, reinforcing his determination to pursue cultivation. Haha, master, merely a martial king. Your future is just beginning, and a martial king is merely the first step. The Chaos Demon Pearl, sensing Yi Chen's thoughts, flattered him. One can only hope. Yi Chen is currently merely an orange 9-star warrior, with his spiritual force only reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd heaven, making the realm of a martial king seem exceedingly distant. The Chaos Magic Pearl previously mentioned that to cultivate to the martial king realm, it would take no less than 20 years. However, this particular martial king is quite unique. She is a practitioner of spiritual force. Yi Chen inquired. Then why does she seek the He family? The Chaos Magic Pearl replied, that little girl from the He family, your fiancé, Yi, possesses an innate and formidable spiritual force. Without any guidance, she can now rival a yellow martial artist, wielding her abilities with a finesse that far surpasses your own crude application of brute strength. Chapter 11. Breach of Contract, Compensation within the He family. A young woman clad in white, her face veiled, with captivating eyes, sat elegantly in the highest seat. Beside her was a delicate girl of 16 or 17, none other than He Jiaqi. He Jiaqi's father, He Hongwei, remarked, Jiaqi, I shall take my leave now. The young woman's voice was melodious and sweet, had he not been informed of her identity. He Hongwei would never have imagined that the woman before him was a martial emperor. Equally unfathomable to him was the fact that his daughter, who had been unable to cultivate since childhood, was taken as a disciple by the renowned Dark Empire's martial king, the celestial harp sorceress. Especially considering that 2 martial kings had battled fiercely over his daughter. It is essential to understand that martial kings hold a status akin to that of princes within the 3 great empires. Their standing is universally recognized, much like that of a noble. Setting all these thoughts aside, He Hongwei wore a charming smile and said, Since you wish to depart, esteemed elder, I shall not hinder you. I only hope you will take good care of our Jiaqi. That is only fitting. Jiaqi is also my disciple. The celestial harp sorceress nodded, intending to lead He Jiaqi away. Wait a moment, master, He Jiaqi interjected. 8 years ago, my father arranged a marriage for me. Since I am leaving, I wish to annul this engagement. He Hongwei's expression shifted, but ultimately, he remained silent. Yi Chen truly does not deserve someone like Jiaqi, he mused. Like a crow beside a phoenix. It is indeed time to resolve this matter. I blame myself. Had He Jiaqi revealed her talents sooner, I would not have had to propose. Oh, is there such a matter? The celestial harp sorceress's demeanor changed upon hearing this. He Hongwei, noticing her expression, spoke in a flustered manner. It is all my fault for being reckless back then. At that time, my daughter exhibited no signs of cultivation talent, and I betrothed her to a fool from the Yi family of Qingshi City, who is incapable of cultivation. Oh, the celestial harp sorceress nodded. Since it pertains to your Yi family of Qingshi City, it indeed does not suit our Jiaqi. Allow me to personally intervene. Is it truly necessary for you to go in person? A simple word from you would suffice for the Yi family to willingly annul the engagement. Silence. I shall go personally. The celestial harp sorceress, being a woman of power, pursued her desires freely. If she declared her intention to go, she would indeed do so. If she chose to annul the engagement, it would be accomplished without burdening others. He Hongwei, witnessing her fury, grew increasingly anxious. The celestial harp sorceress was indeed the formidable queen of the Dark Empire, capricious in her emotions. Let us depart. The celestial harp witch, disinterested in contesting with He Hongwei, elegantly flicked her sleeve and set out with He Jiaqin. He Hongwei had no choice but to follow. As it was daytime, the celestial harp witch led He Jiaqin towards the Yi family, with He Hongwei trailing closely behind, lacking any form of concealment. The entire Qingshi city was abuzz with speculation. Why would a formidable purple martial king place such significance on the young lady of the He family? Was it possible that she was the true prodigy of Qingshi city? However, the citizens dared not pursue them, for inciting the wrath of a martial king could very well jeopardize their lives, especially upon witnessing He Hongwei's timid demeanor. It was evident that the martial king's temperament was rather formidable. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family, although they had yet to emerge, were already apprised of the situation. Present were Yi Chun, the current head of the family, along with his father Yi Qiu, his grandfather Yi Qingfeng, and the remaining 5 elders, led by Yi Qinghong. Aware of the powerful presence of the martial king, the 7 could only stand respectfully at the door, awaiting her arrival. Upon observing their respectful demeanor, the initially imposing aura of the celestial harp, which softened. Call Yi Chen to meet me, she commanded. Yes, replied Yi Qiu with deference. The members of the Yi family, upon seeing He Jiaqin and He Hongwei, quickly understood the purpose of the celestial harp witch's visit. They had long deliberated this matter. Recognizing that the He family had caught the attention of a martial king, they felt ill-equipped to be associated with the He family and had even discussed the possibility of voluntarily compensating to dissolve the engagement. However, they had not taken any action before the celestial harp witch arrived at their doorstep. Soon, Yi Chen emerged. You are Yi Chen? Inquired the celestial harp witch. Indeed. I am, Yi Chen affirmed with a nod. Your intentions are now quite evident to me. The celestial harp witch stated directly that Jiaqi is now my disciple, and her future is boundless. In comparison to her, you are akin to a mere stone on the ground juxtaposed against the brilliant moon in the sky. Do you comprehend my meaning? I understand your implication. You wish to annul the marriage. I have never held any interest in this engagement if it must be destroyed. Then let it be. Yi Chen replied with an expression devoid of emotion. Excellent. You are quite perceptive. The celestial harp witch remarked. Since you are so astute, I will not take advantage of you. Should you desire anything, feel free to express it. Although Yi Chen had lived 2 lives, the celestial harp witch's intention to disrupt the engagement with the He family was entirely within his imagination. He could foresee the Yi family being ridiculed in Qingstone City, utterly humiliated, and he would be the architect of their misfortune. His heart seethed with anger, yet he recognized that fury served no purpose. True power was the crux of the matter. Upon hearing the compensation proposed by the celestial harp witch, Yi Chen's demeanor shifted slightly. May I have a private conversation with you? Certainly. The celestial harp witch nodded, acquiescing to Yi Chen's request. Master, this individual holds you in such contempt, publicly humiliating you. You ought to retaliate, to strike her down. Why do you wish to converse with her privately? The chaos magic pearl within Yi Chen's mind was in a state of upheaval. Having followed the demon god since its inception, it had never endured such indignation. What are you shouting about? Do you think I am not enraged? However, what do we possess to contend with her? Moreover, this place is filled with my kin. Must I provoke the martial king into annihilating my entire family? There are times when one must endure. Yi Chen rolled his eyes, disregarding the chaos magic pearl, pondering the true capabilities of this sycophant. After distancing themselves from the crowd, the Tianqin sorceress addressed Yi Chen. Now that we're alone, what is your request? I require a method for mental energy attacks, Yi Chen replied, his gaze fixed on her. Oh, the Tianqin sorceress said, her surprise evident as she regarded Yi Chen with newfound seriousness. This was the first time she had truly looked at him. What do you need this for? That is not for you to know, Yi Chen retorted. Huh, you are the first orange warrior to speak to me in such a manner. Quite impressive, she chuckled, then fell into contemplation. Let me think. Oh, I've got it. The Tianqin sorceress clapped her thigh, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Yi Chen. In that instant, Yi Chen felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were to be treated as a mere laboratory subject. Senior, Your intense scrutiny is rather unnerving, he remarked. Ah ha ha ha. The Tianqin sorceress laughed, her voice clear and bright, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. It dawned on Yi Chen that she was indeed a young maiden. Likely not much older, yet already a powerful purple martial king. Meanwhile, the Chaos Magic Pearl interjected, Master, I assessed her age, she is merely 23. Based on my calculations, you won't reach the martial king realm until you are 40. The gap in your talents seems quite significant, making it rather challenging for you to surpass her under normal circumstances. Get lost, Yi Chen retorted vehemently. Previously, the Chaos Magic Pearl had been extolling praises. Yet now it turns to assail Yi Chen. Were it not for the presence of the Chaos Magic Pearl within his mind, he would have relished the opportunity to extinguish it. Sensing Yi Chen's fury, the Chaos Magic Pearl fell silent, feeling a sense of injustice. It pondered, under normal circumstances. Surpassing her would indeed be challenging, but Master, do you not have me? And the Devouring Sky technique? Surpassing her would be a mere trifle. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, the thoughts of the Chaos Magic Pearl were far from his awareness. At that moment, the Celestial Harp Sorceress continued, I can bestow upon you a method of mental assault. But you must vow never to disclose it to another soul. Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself, Yi Chen affirmed. After he took the oath, the Celestial Harp Sorceress nodded and remarked, this technique is extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, it is beyond measure, for anyone who has encountered this method has met their demise. So powerful? Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, it is as potent as I say. The Celestial Harp Sorceress then imparted the mental assault technique to Yi Chen. Upon reviewing it, his expression turned peculiar. No wonder the Celestial Harp Sorceress had exhibited such a demeanor, claiming that those who had practiced this technique had perished. He could not help but think, goodness, should anyone discover that I am training in this method, I would feel compelled to eliminate them. The Chaos Magic Pearl, upon witnessing this technique, became gleeful, sensing that despite its strength, the Celestial Harp Sorceress seemed to be playing a trick on Yi Chen. After attending to these matters, the Celestial Harp Sorceress departed from Qingstone City, accompanied by He Jiechi. Meanwhile, Yi Chen found himself encircled by 7 senior members of the Yi family, inquiring, what benefits did the Martial King bestow upon you? I have sworn an oath that this shall never be disclosed, Yi Chen declared. Moreover, even if I had not sworn, I would still dare not reveal it. It is a relic left by a formidable purple Martial King. Who knows what hidden traps may lie within? Yi Qiu, you have already ascended to the rank of a blue martial general. The expressions of the 5 elder members of the Yi family darkened, recognizing the undeniable display of martial might. Indeed, Yi Qiu responded earnestly, I have been diligently cultivating in recent years. The elders of the Yi family found themselves at a loss for words. Having a commendable father certainly holds its advantages. At that very moment, a contingent of knights clad in gleaming white armor and mounted upon majestic steeds entered Qingstone City. Each bore a small emblem of a snow-capped mountain upon their chest, representing the Snow Mountain Knights from the nearest primary city, Snow Mountain City. Upon their arrival in Qingstone City, the Snow Mountain Knights made their way directly to the He family residence. It was not long before He Hongwei emerged alongside a middle-aged knight, both appearing to engage in amiable conversation. Following them was a youthful lad, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chen. The trio swiftly arrived at the Yi residence, where the butler promptly informed Yi Qiu and the others of He Hongwei's presence, indicating that only Yi Qiu was to extend a welcome. Lord He, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Yi family? Yi Qiu inquired as he stepped forward, only to be met with the middle-aged knight and the young boy. A flicker of hesitation and delight crossed his face as he exclaimed, Chica? He Hongwei introduced. This is Chen Yiping, the vice commander of the Snow Mountain Knights and a formidable martial sovereign. Yi Qiu was taken aback, bowing respectfully. What an honor to have your esteemed presence, Senior Chen. May I ask the reason for your visit? Nothing of great consequence, Chen Yiping replied. He Hongwei elucidated that Elder Chen initially intended to meet the Celestial Harp Sorceress. However, upon learning that he had taken my daughter, he promptly arrived. Oh, let us not linger outside. Please come in. Although Yi Qiu harbored suspicions regarding the nature of this visit, he extended an invitation into the Yi family estate. As his youngest son, Yi Chika, was also present. Once everyone had entered the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng and 5 elders approached. Recognizing that Chen Yiping was indeed a formidable Blue Star martial commander. I have heard your family has someone named Yi Chen. Summon him, Chen Yiping commanded, taking his seat at the head of the table. This was his first utterance, having previously engaged in amiable conversation with He Hongwei, largely due to the latter's daughter having allied herself with the powerful martial king, the celestial harp sorceress. The Yi family, in his eyes, was beneath his consideration. Young Chen is currently in training. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Elder Chen? Yi Qiu responded. Chen Yiping emitted a cold snort. A chilling aura enveloping the Yi family hall as the presence of a Blue Star martial commander weighed heavily upon them. Is it necessary for me to disclose my intentions to you? Bring young Chen forth. Even aware of Chen Yiping's ominous intent, they had no choice but to summon Yi Chen. A martial commander could easily obliterate the Yi family with a mere gesture. Soon, Yi Chen was brought before them. Are you Yi Chen? Chen Yiping inquired. Indeed, I am, Yi Chen replied calmly. Quite impressive. No wonder you dared to negotiate with the celestial harp sorceress, a martial king. Chen Yiping acknowledged with a nod. I have heard that the celestial harp sorceress has bestowed certain advantages upon you. It is time to relinquish them. Yi Chika furrowed his brows as he listened, remarking, This must belong to my brother, right? Why should you concern yourself with my affairs? Chen Yiping shot a glare at Yi Chika, who felt an icy chill descend upon him, rendering him speechless as he could only hope for the best while glancing at Yi Chen. The esteemed Tianqin sorceress had made it clear before her departure that I am not permitted to disclose anything to anyone, Yi Chen stated. If Deputy Commander Chen truly requires the information, I can share it with you, but I will also relay the news elsewhere. As for whether the Tianqin sorceress will seek you out for a conversation, that remains beyond my knowledge. Are you threatening me? Chen Yiping's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, pondering the veracity of Yi Chen's words. As a mere Blue Star Martial commander, he felt himself as fragile as a twig in the face of a Purple Star Martial king. If the Tianqin sorceress indeed intended to confront him, his demise would be inevitable. I harbor no intentions of threatening you, Yi Chen replied. It is merely that I and the esteemed Tianqin sorceress have secured a cultivation method, with a vow to keep it confidential. Good lad, I hope you speak the truth. Should I discover that you have deceived me, I swear, even with Yi Chika and our Snow Mountain Knights, I shall not permit your Yi family to find peace. Chen Yiping declared before storming off. Commander Chen, wait for me. He Hongwei cast a derisive glance at the Yi family before following suit. Chapter 13, The Beast Sound Technique. Departing alone yet, Yi Chika remained behind, remorsefully lamenting, I am sorry, grandfather, father, brother, it is my inadequacy. If I held a higher position within the Snow Mountain Knights, perhaps this would not have occurred. No, it is my brother who is lacking. Yi Chen took a deep breath, yearning for strength. If he possessed the power akin to that of the celestial harp sorceress, would Chen Yiping still dare to plunder the Yi family amidst their misfortunes? However, the head of the Yi family was no virtuous individual. It was he who had informed Chen Yiping, the deputy commander. Enough of that, Yi Chika interjected. Originally, this matter was something that Xiao Chun had promised to the celestial harp sorceress. Let us discuss Chika instead. He has been cultivating in Snow Mountain City for 8 years now. I wonder under whom he is taken as his master and what his current strength may be. Chika has indeed made remarkable progress. He has already attained the rank of a Green Martial Master. At merely 13 years of age, this signifies boundless potential for his future. It suggests that he may not only reach the rank of Blue Martial Commander, but perhaps even aspire to the lofty heights of Purple Martial King. With a prodigy like Yi Chika, the entire Yi family radiated joy, momentarily forgetting the troubles with Chen Yiping. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was examining a mental attack technique imparted to him by the celestial harp sorceress before her departure. The technique, intriguingly named the Beast Sound Formula, allowed one to emulate the sound waves of mythical beasts for mental assault. Should one master it to its pinnacle, they could even replicate the sounds of dragons and phoenixes, akin to the sonic mental attacks of these legendary creatures. As for why such a powerful technique remained obscure, it was because, during the initial stages of training, one had to first learn to mimic the sounds of cats, dogs, chickens, and snakes. The chaotic magic pearl, initially reluctant, was suddenly elated by Yi Chen's flattery and proclaimed, Indeed, my master speaks the truth. I am capable of anything. However, the Beast Sound secret technique is an exceptional offensive method that emphasizes swift progression. As long as the master diligently practices step by step, its power will undoubtedly become immense. Bah, after all this time, you still want me to mimic the sounds of cats, dogs, chickens, and snakes? If my family hears me practicing at home, I would be utterly humiliated. Yi Chen retorted in exasperation. Previously, he had been called a fool because he was preoccupied with absorbing memories and ignored others. Now, becoming a fool again after consuming a fortune in cleansing pills would only invite ridicule from his grandfather and father. Well, I cannot assist you at this moment. Master, please proceed with the training in the usual order. The Chaos Magic Pearl chuckled slyly. I will inform you once I devise a solution. Moreover, Master, you can venture out to practice. Do you truly intend to remain within the family for 20 years just to attain the Purple Martial King realm? You could seek opportunities outside. Perhaps you might even advance to the Purple Martial King realm sooner. All right, you make some valid points. Upon hearing the words of the Chaos Magic Pearl and recalling the casual insults from the Celestial Harp Sorceress and Chen Yiping, Yi Chen resolved to leave Qingshi City. At least the Celestial Harp Sorceress had offered him the Beast Sound secret technique as compensation, while Chen Yiping merely sought to plunder resources. This experience had exposed Yi Chen to the harsh principle of survival of the fittest on the Phoenix continent. If he remained stagnant, he would likely end up as nothing more than a mere morsel. He could not believe that Chen Yiping would let the matter rest. For Chen Yiping was a formidable blue martial general, capable of crushing their entire Yi family. If they were to sever ties with him, the Yi family would undoubtedly suffer. However, Yi Chen remarked about the Chaos Demon Pearl, questioning whether it seemed as though he was merely making excuses for his own inadequacy. How could that be? Master, please do not jest. I will amend it, and I shall certainly ensure your satisfaction. After saying this, the Chaos Demon Pearl fell silent, unresponsive to Yi Chen's calls. Although Yi Chen was not currently practicing the Beast Sound technique, he meticulously examined each word and phrase, striving to comprehend it fully so that when the time came to practice, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. In the deep of night, Yi Chika entered Yi Chen's room. Brother, I apologize for today's events. Yi Chika, having noticed Yi Chen's absence from the banquet, assumed that the day's occurrences had disheartened him. It's quite all right, Yi Chen reassured him. Indeed, he had faced some discouragement. Yet it served to motivate him towards rigorous training and self-improvement. Despite Yi Chen's words, Yi Chika insisted, rest assured, brother, I will strive diligently to cultivate my skills, aiming to reach the realm of a blue martial general or even a purple martial king. At that time, I shall protect you, father, mother, grandpa, and the rest of our family from any threats or harm. Yi Chen noticed the unwavering determination in Yi Chika's eyes and smiled. Chika, it is wonderful that you harbor such thoughts. It allows me to leave with peace of mind. Brother? What do you mean? Yi Chika exclaimed in surprise. The family relies on you for protection. I must venture out to train and seek my own opportunities. Yi Chen's gaze gradually firmed, as he believed that with Yi Chika's extraordinary talent and the presence of a formidable blue martial general as his mentor in Snow Mountain City, he could undoubtedly safeguard the Yi family. This realization allowed him to devote himself to his own pursuits without reservation. However, just as Yi Chika intended to voice his thoughts, Yi Chen raised his hand to silence him, stating, Today, I will confide this matter to you, Chika. I trust you will keep this secret and do your utmost to protect our family. As for me, I shall leave the family discreetly, and you can inform grandfather, father, and mother afterward. Understanding the resolve reflected in Yi Chen's eyes, Yi Chika refrained from further protest. Despite being merely 13, he was already mature by the standards of the Phoenix continent, where individuals often wed at the ages of 15 or 16, rendering 13 equivalent to 23 or 24 on Earth. After resolving to depart, Yi Chen contemplated his next steps. The family's Xianbing formula only possessed the first half, limiting cultivation to the blue martial general level. To advance further, he would need to locate the second half of the Xianbing formula, which resided in the Arctic ice field. Moreover, the ancestral land of their clan was also situated there. Thus, Yi Chen was resolute in his decision to journey to the Arctic ice field. It is important to note that the Arctic ice field is not the northernmost point of the Phoenix continent. That distinction belongs to the extreme north, the territory of the barbarian tribes who were expelled from the Phoenix Empire by the Phoenix Emperor. The Arctic ice field lies between the Phoenix Empire and the extreme north, serving as a buffer territory. While the three great empires are considered first-tier powers, this buffer zone is classified as second-tier or even lower. Previously, my father mentioned that to reach the Arctic ice fields, one must traverse the Phoenix Empire. However, the inhabitants of the Phoenix Empire harbor a profound animosity towards the denizens of both the Sacred Empire and the Dark Empire. Should one enter the Phoenix Empire and be discovered, an attack would be inevitable. Consequently, Yi Chen resolved against traversing the Phoenix Empire. Upon acquiring a map of the three great empires, he devised a plan to circumvent the boundaries of the Phoenix Empire by moving westward, and then heading north. To the west of the Phoenix Empire lies a vast desert, where the demon race has been driven to the extreme western reaches by the Phoenix Emperor. This desert serves as a buffer zone, with its natural terrain in the various western nations, along with the roving desert bandits, providing effective protection. Chen decided to enter the Arctic ice fields through this desert. Naturally, he also resolved to practice the beast sound technique. It was unbearable to possess such a formidable mental attack method without honing it. However, practicing at home would render him a target for ridicule. After a day of making necessary preparations, Chen departed from Qingstone City. As he aimed to train in the beast sound technique, he journeyed alone via a secluded path, ultimately blending into a primitive forest located in the northern vicinity of Qingstone City. The forest was filled with towering trees, each over 10 men high. Once one ventured inside, it would be easy to lose sight of others. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Chen's departure from Qingstone City, Yichika promptly sought out Yichio and Yi Qingfeng. Father, grandfather, and brother have all left on their own? What? Exclaimed Yichio and Yi Qingfeng in astonishment. How did you know? My brother mentioned it to me the day before yesterday, stating his intention to leave Qingstone City in search of his own opportunities. Yichika remarked that he wished for you to remain oblivious, thus he departed clandestinely. I have only just received the news, and now I fear that my brother has already ventured far. Sai, let him go. Chen truly ought to forge his own path, and I firmly believe he will be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Yichio first sighed deeply, then spoke with resolute conviction. Indeed, Chen will undoubtedly be anything but ordinary. Yi Qingfeng shared this sentiment. He could never forget the celestial phenomenon that occurred 18 years ago. Lin Shuier, Chen's mother, felt an immense sorrow upon learning of Chen's departure, yet it had become an undeniable reality, leaving her with little recourse for expression. Meanwhile, the entirety of Qingshi City mocked Chen upon discovering his exit. They derided him for having secured the affection of a fiancée of remarkable stature, only for her master, a formidable purple martial king, to personally annul the engagement. Although he was offered some compensation, it merely served to heighten the ridicule directed at him from within Qingshi City. Coupled with Chen's voluntary departure, it seemed he had been dealt a crushing blow, inciting even more scorn from the city's youth. Yet, these matters were but a prelude, for at the very moment Chen stepped beyond the gates of Qingshi City, a shadow trailed closely behind him, its visage betraying a menacing intent as it pursued Chen into the nearest primordial forest. Chapter 14. The Unexpected Intruder. Master, someone is following you. The Chaos Demon Pearl had warned Chen as soon as he exited the city. I have sensed it too. I dispatched a Grand Martial Master to confront them. Did they truly believe I am merely an orange 9-star warrior? After practicing the art of spiritual meditation, Chen experienced a remarkable enhancement in his mental prowess, significantly amplifying his sensitivity to the surroundings. By the way, my friend, have you finally decided to make an appearance? I called for you for 2 days, yet you remained elusive. How is the beast sound technique progressing? Naturally, it has been perfected. Otherwise, I would not dare to speak. The Chaos Magic Pearl, realizing it might have misspoken, deftly shifted the topic, stating that the beast sound technique had indeed improved, becoming even more formidable after my modifications. Heh, when the time comes, Master, you will undoubtedly exude an air of majesty. No need to mimic the sounds of cats, dogs, chickens, or snakes anymore. Chen inquired. Of course not. After my revisions, its power has not only escalated but also lost its previous ridiculousness. This is the true essence of a powerful beast sound technique. The Chaos Magic Pearl transmitted the entirety of the revised technique into Chen's mind. Chen gradually absorbed the modified beast sound technique. Previously, the technique required a gradual progression from lowly creatures such as cats and dogs to ferocious beasts and mythical creatures, culminating in the legendary sounds of dragons and phoenixes. However, following the modifications by the Chaos Magic Pearl, the training now bypassed the initial stages, commencing directly with the roars of beasts. Yet, it required the mastery of 100 beasts, and upon successful completion, the final stage would involve the cultivation of the dragon and phoenix chants, marking the true culmination of the beast sound technique. Chen felt a surge of excitement as he embarked on the fundamental training, roaring with fervor, though he did not mimic the sounds of lesser creatures. In the primal depths of the forest, his solitary roars startled those who followed him, leaving them in bewilderment. Could it be that Chen is not a fool after all? The individual trailing closely behind Chen did not make an immediate move. Thus, as the pursuer remained passive, Yi Chen too refrained from taking any initiative, instead immersing himself in the cultivation of his beast sound technique. Currently, he was practicing the most fundamental roar of the wild beasts, the lion-tiger roar, which was indeed one of the most formidable sounds in the early stages of beast sounds. After all, both wild beasts and demon beasts encompassed species akin to lions and tigers. Yi Chen's comprehension of the beast sound technique had deepened. He had started his training with the calls of cats, dogs, chickens, and snakes, as these were the most basic forms that could gradually evolve into the most powerful divine beasts. The cat ultimately transformed into a lion or tiger-like divine beast. The dog evolved into canines such as the nine-headed dog. The chicken eventually morphed into the phoenix's cry, while the snake's evolution culminated in the roar of a dragon. However, since he had modified the technique, the outcome remained unchanged, and he continued to cultivate the beast sound technique as revised by the Chaos Magic Pearl, which was inherently much stronger than before, magnitudes more powerful. Yi Chen soon mastered the fundamentals and was eager to find someone to test his skills against. Yet, the person behind him still did not make a move. Yi Chen remained patient, continuing his silent practice. Finally, after 3 days, the follower obstructed Yi Chen's path. The previous hesitance to act stemmed from the fear of being discovered by the people of Qingshi City. Now, having distanced themselves from that place, even if someone were to witness the encounter, they would be unrecognizable to each other, alleviating any concerns of being found out. Have you finally decided to make your move? Yi Chen inquired, noticing the approach of the individual. So, you were aware all along. The newcomer expressed surprise, then shook his head. But what does that change? It does not alter your fate. Are you from the Snow Mountain Knights? Did Chen Yiping send you? Yi Chen continued to scrutinize the figure before him. Since you have deduced my intentions, you are undoubtedly aware of the purpose of my visit. Surrender the celestial harp sorceress, and I shall spare you the torment, allowing you to depart this world with relative ease. Should you refuse to comply, however, do not blame me for subjecting you to a prolonged suffering. The figure before him wore a malevolent grin. It was predetermined that Yi Chen's fate would be death. After all, with Yichika's position in the Snow Mountain Knights, he would be incapable of contending with Chen Yiping, let alone facing me, especially considering that Yichika, at merely 13 years of age, had already attained the rank of a green one-star martial master, while I am but a green one-star martial master myself. Even if you were to receive the benefits of the celestial harp sorceress, you would find them of little use. Indeed, the technique bestowed upon Yi Chen was a method of mental energy attack, while the predominant practice among the inhabitants of the Phoenix continent revolves around elemental energy, rendering the cultivation of mental energy a rarity, thus making Yi Chen's assertion entirely plausible. Arrogant. I may wield it unlawfully, but do you truly believe that you, a pitiful fool, could master it? Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Now a yellow one-star martial master himself, he welcomed the prospect of engaging Chen Yang in battle, relishing the opportunity to hone his skills. With that thought, he activated his family's Mystic Eyes technique, unleashing the full might of his yellow one-star martial master prowess. As the icy elemental energy coalesced upon his fists, resembling a pair of azure gauntlets. To be candid, aside from previously employing his mental energy to intimidate Yi Qifeng, he had yet to engage in combat with anyone else. The blue fist collided with Chen Yang's, and upon impact, both parties staggered back 3 or 4 steps, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the final moments, Chen Yang had elevated his strength slightly. Otherwise, he would have likely been forced back further. Nonetheless, this encounter could be deemed a stalemate. Initially taken aback, Chen Yang soon scoffed. I never expected you, young man, to have reached the rank of yellow one-star martial master. I underestimated you. It seems the several 100,000 gold coins spent by your Yi family on that cleansing elixir were indeed worthwhile. However, if this is the extent of your power, then you are doomed. Do I seem to be engaging in excessive talk? Yi Chen retorted. Seeking death, Chen Yang unleashed his full strength, the prowess of a green one-star great martial master erupting with a ferocity that was several times stronger than before. He also finally summoned his elemental energy, revealing it to be fire-based, the most explosive form of energy among the 5 elements. With a surge of fiery devastation, he charged towards Yi Chen. It was said that the royal family of the Phoenix Empire exclusively wielded fire-based elemental energy. Master, go all out. Utilize your mental energy against him. I fear you won't withstand even a single attack without it, the Chaos Demon Pearl exclaimed as Chen Yang's assault approached. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, Yi Chen retorted with a roll of his eyes. I'm merely concerned for you. Worried that you might meet your demise before truly achieving greatness, the Chaos Demon Pearl replied, feeling aggrieved. Yi Chen was left speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, noticing Yi Chen lost in thought, grew even angrier. You dare to be distracted while battling me? Prepare to die. Upon your demise, I shall seek the benefits of the celestial harp sorceress from your remains. The fury coursing through Chen Yang seems to amplify the potency of his fire elemental energy, causing the air around him to shimmer with an ephemeral heat. Beast sound technique. Lion-tiger roar. Undeterred by Chen Yang's formidable onslaught, Yi Chen unleashed a series of resounding roars, each wave of sonic energy cascading forth towards Chen Yang. Just as Chen Yang prepared to strike at Yi Chen, the lion-tiger roar reverberated against his ears with a deafening resonance, causing his mind to fracture under the pressure. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to the shock, perishing in an unexpected blow. The fire elemental energy that surged from his fist dissipated, fading before Yi Chen by half a meter. Had Yi Chen acted just half a second earlier, the outcome might have been uncertain, for he too could not withstand the might of a grandmaster like Chen Yang. Goodness, am I truly this powerful? Yi Chen's fourth-level meditation mental force, akin to Chen Yang's, both residing at the green grandmaster tier. Yet he had just felled Chen Yang with a single roar. Even he found it hard to believe. Could this be considered an instant kill against an equal? Indeed, it certainly is. Primarily, the master has cultivated the tenfold mental meditation technique, a method that can directly elevate one to the pinnacle of cultivation in the Phoenix continent. It is noteworthy that the 7th level can rival the strength of a purple martial king. This demonstrates the might of the technique. While innate talent is undoubtedly significant, the method of cultivation holds equal importance. Without a commendable technique, even those with talent cannot ascend in their practice. Much like the current ice crystal technique of the master, which comprises only the upper half, without the lower half, the master could only attain the rank of martial commander. After the Chaos Magic Pearl spoke, it continued. Returning to the main topic, the beast sound technique, which I have meticulously modified for you, master. Had it been the original beast sound technique, you would now be learning the sounds of cats, dogs, chickens, and snakes. In that case, even if you attempted to unleash the beast sound technique, it would only serve to amuse Chen Yang. Even with a mental prowess that could easily overpower Chen Yang, the effects would not be as remarkable. However, the current circumstances are different. With the formidable meditation method and powerful offensive techniques, coupled with your already superior mental strength compared to elemental force, it is entirely reasonable to annihilate opponents of equal rank. After all, even my former master, the demon god, was vanquished by a soul cultivator in the past. You do possess a certain degree of validity in your assertions. Yi Chen gained a clearer understanding of his abilities and the cultivation techniques at his disposal. His motivation to master the tenfold mental meditation method and the beast sound technique was further invigorated. Of course, he could not neglect the ice crystal technique. Reaching the rank of purple martial king would allow him to cultivate the devouring sky technique, a method practiced even by the demon god. Although he had never encountered the demon god and could not fathom the depths of their strength, he understood that diligent practice was paramount. However, just as Yi Chen was engaged in discourse with the Chaos Magic Pearl, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he hesitated to retreat, the falling figure had already landed atop him. Damn it! Yi Chen barely had time to utter this exclamation before being rendered unconscious by this unexpected assailant. Chapter 15. The Fallen Sorceress. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed when Yi Chen was roused from his stupor by the cacophony emanating from the chaotic demon pearl. Master, you have finally awakened. The chaotic demon pearl exhaled in relief. What just happened? Yi Chen awoke in a state of confusion, but soon recollected that he had been struck unconscious by a person. As he regained his senses, he felt the presence of someone nestled in his embrace. Accompanied by a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils, was it the scent of a woman? Curiosity piqued. He glanced down at the figure in his arms, a young girl who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age. She possessed a perfectly sculpted oval face, with elegantly arched eyebrows and tightly shut eyelids, her lashes trembling gently. Below her petite nose lay a small mouth, its thin lips marred by dried blood at the corners. And her pallid complexion suggested she had sustained grave injuries. Yi Chen found her visage oddly familiar, yet he could not place her identity. How long has it been? Yi Chen inquired. Demon Pearl, perhaps it is time I bestow upon you a name. Since you are so dark, let us call you Little Black. Little Black? The chaotic demon Pearl protested vehemently. Master, no, no, no. This is unacceptable. Ignoring the Pearl's futile objections, Chen pressed on. Little Black, please tell me how much time has passed. This girl is evidently gravely wounded, and should her formidable foe return, we shall be doomed. Upon hearing Chen's words, the Chaos Demon Pearl seemed to acquiesce, stating, Master, it has merely been 2 minutes. You were simply dazed by the impact when she suddenly fell. That is a relief. Let us hurry, Chen replied, rising with the girl in his arms. She clung to him like a koala, her body soft and pliable, making her embrace exceedingly comfortable. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, Chen mused, suppressing his thoughts. After clearing the traces around him, he departed with the girl, the Chaos Demon Pearl assisting in concealing his aura. Half an hour later, an elderly man clad in a golden robe, looking exceedingly feeble, arrived at Chen's previous location. Bloodstains marred his chest as he muttered, You wicked celestial harp sorceress, though you are injured more severely than I managed to recover for half an hour while you vanished without a trace. How audacious of you, a purple martial king from the Dark Empire, to come to our holy empire to abduct someone and expect to leave unscathed. Such delusions. You shall remain in the holy empire forever. Yet, he resolved to regain his strength first, for with his current power, he could not ascertain her whereabouts. Lost in his thoughts, the golden-robed elder settled down, undisturbed, as he quickly restored his full strength. Subsequently, he meticulously searched the surroundings for clues. However, after several hours, he found not a single lead, nor any trace of her presence. In a fit of rage, the golden-robed elder destroyed the towering trees around him, reducing them to mere splinters. After the towering giant trees were shattered, he finally turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of Chen Yang, who had perished several hours earlier. Given the earlier state of the celestial harp sorceress, it was implausible that she could so flawlessly conceal her aura. Chen Yang had succumbed to a death brought about by the annihilation of his spiritual essence. Could it be that there were accomplices of the celestial harp sorceress present? If they were formidable purple martial kings, there would be no need for fear, and they could easily ambush me. This suggested that the adversary might indeed be a purple martial king. Yet, if they were not, how could they mask their presence so adeptly, leaving me utterly unable to discern anything? The elderly man in golden robes wore a grim countenance, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. Ultimately, he waved his hand, taking Chen Yang's corpse away. He needed to investigate who this deceased individual was and why he had appeared here, before deciding whether to continue pursuing the celestial harp sorceress. At the very least, he was wary of the individual who had rescued her, for their ability to conceal their aura instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Before long, the golden-robed elder uncovered Chen Yang's identity and traced it back to Chen Yiping. Eventually, he arrived at Chen, but upon discovering that Chen had only begun his cultivation after consuming a cleansing elixir 8 years prior, he dismissed him. After all, Chen's capabilities were far too feeble. The notion that he could erase his aura and traces before him, and then abduct the celestial harp sorceress, was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Fortunately for the Yi family, the golden-robed elder excluded Chen from his considerations, sparing them from impending doom. Otherwise, the Yi family might have faced annihilation at his hand. However, due to the elder's investigation, the incident of Chen Yiping sending Chen Yang to hunt down Chen became widely known. Yi Qingfeng, Yi Qiu, and Yi Qi could hardly contain the immense fury boiling within them, a fire that urged them to strive diligently in their cultivation. If their strength were capable of effortlessly vanquishing Chen Yiping, would he still possess the audacity to pursue Chen? As for Chen Yiping, he was utterly infuriated. Never anticipating that the seemingly foolproof Chen Yang he dispatched would meet his demise, what a pitiful waste. Moreover, he had now completely offended the Yi family. Although he harbored no fear of them, Yi Chika's talent was indeed formidable. At merely 13 years of age, he had already attained the rank of a green great martial master. If granted time, it was likely that Yi Chika would not spare him. In another realm, Yi Chen tread cautiously through the dense forest, cradling the girl in his arms. With the aid of the Chaos Demon Pearl, his presence was thoroughly concealed. Presently, Yi Chen remained unaware of the girl's true identity. Had he known that she was the celestial harp demoness from a few days prior, he would have been struck by a whirlwind of emotions. At that time, the celestial harp demoness had been veiled, and as she cultivated her mental prowess, Yi Chen did not recognize her without the veil, though she felt vaguely familiar. Little Black, do you think anyone is still pursuing us? Yi Chen pondered, for the first time marveling at the vastness of the primordial forest. Even after hours of running with the celestial harp demoness in his arms, towering ancient trees continued to fill his view. Along the way, he began to encounter demonic beasts. If not for his fourth-tier mental strength, he likely would not have ventured so deeply into the primordial wilderness. Of course, within the three great empires, there were no particularly powerful demonic beasts, as the demon race had long been driven to the far western lands by the Phoenix Great Emperor. The beasts surviving within the three empires were merely descendants of that demon race. Certainly, there are those endowed with exceptional talent and formidable strength, yet they are but a rare few. Within the dense woods near a third-tier city like Chingstone City, such individuals are undoubtedly absent. It has long been the case that no one pursues us anymore. The tone of the chaos demon Pearl was laden with resentment, lamenting its status as a once powerful weapon in the hands of the demon god, now reduced to being addressed as Little Black. If only you had mentioned that sooner. Yi Chen, disregarding the chaos demon Pearl's grievances, exhaled deeply and gently laid the heavenly zither sorceress upon the ground, subsequently seating himself to rest. It was at this moment that he realized his lower abdomen had been stained crimson with blood, as a wound on the heavenly zither sorceress's abdomen was actively bleeding. Previously, Yi Chen had held her directly in his arms and had been oblivious to this detail. It was only now, while resting, that he became aware of it. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, "I shall see this through as a good person and staunchly tend to your wound." With that, Yi Chen cautiously extended his trembling hand towards the wounded abdomen of the heavenly zither sorceress. This marked the first occasion in his 2 lifetimes that he had engaged in such intimate contact with a member of the opposite sex, stirring within him a mix of nervousness, excitement, and an unfamiliar sensation. Chapter 16. The Eastern Family, however, just as Yi Chen's hand made contact with the heavenly zither sorceress, her previously tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, emitting a chilling glare that sent shivers coursing through Yi Chen's body. "So it is you, you lecherous scoundrel. You dare to take advantage of me?" In her state of unconsciousness, the liar sorceress was inexplicably awakened, as if the heavens themselves had willed it. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately beheld Yi Chen's hand reaching toward her abdomen. Recognizing him, a surge of anger coursed through her, prompting her to strike him. However, the intensity of her injuries rendered her powerless, and given that the liar sorceress primarily cultivated her mental prowess, her physical strength was considerably diminished. Yi Chen effortlessly seized her, and with her mental energy severely depleted, she posed no threat to him. Yi Chen, sensing a hint of familiarity in her voice, inquired with curiosity, "Do you know me?" "And I assure you, I am not a lecher. The situation is not as you perceive." He proceeded to elucidate the circumstances and informed her that he needed to tend to the wounds on her abdomen. It was then that the liar sorceress realized her veil had fallen away at some point, leaving her visage completely exposed to Yi Chen's gaze. Her expression became somewhat complex. Lost in thought, and due to her severe injuries, her voice had taken on a hoarse quality. "I cannot believe it is you who saved me. Alas, now that I am awake, allow me to manage this myself. Is that acceptable?" Yi Chen, skeptical, replied, "You appear to possess no strength whatsoever. Although it is customary for men and women to maintain distance, circumstances dictate otherwise. You must still have adversaries pursuing you, correct? If we delay any further, it could prove perilous." "Very well, I place my trust in you," she conceded. After uttering her words, the liar sorceress closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and her eyelashes trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Observing her bashful demeanor, Yi Chen felt an intensified and unfamiliar sensation stirring within him. However, he shook his head to steady his emotions, tearing open the garment covering the abdomen of the celestial harp sorceress. He then used the fresh water he carried to cleanse her wounds. As the bloodstains were washed away, the smooth, fair expanse of her abdomen was completely laid bare before Yi Chen's eyes. Even with a wound present, her elegance remained undeniable. "What are you staring at?" The celestial harp sorceress, who had kept her eyes closed, opened them upon sensing Yi Chen's pause, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Yi Chen quickly apologized as he finished tending to her injuries. The celestial harp sorceress shook her head with a wry smile, pondering her own actions. What was she doing? The possibility between them was utterly non-existent. "Well, let us consider this a one-time occurrence. You may turn around now," she instructed. Yi Chen had been listening to her soft murmurs from behind, a surge of intense emotion welling up within him, yet he managed to restrain himself. Upon hearing her words, he turned and could not help but exclaim, "You are truly beautiful." Is that so? The celestial harp sorceress initially brightened at the compliment, but her expression quickly turned serious. I appreciate your act of saving my life, but the possibility between us is non-existent. Is it truly impossible? How can you be so sure? Once again, he faced the notion of impossibility, first with the celestial harp sorceress, then with Chen yipping. It seemed that they all looked down upon him. Now, even the nameless girl he had just rescued regarded him with disdain, which struck a blow to Yi Chen's pride. I may be of similar age to you, yet I am already a blue 9-star martial champion. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, the Tianshu demoness felt a pang of reluctance to reveal the truth of her status as a purple martial king, opting instead to diminish her own standing. Yet, even if she proclaimed herself a blue 9-star martial commander, Yi Chen felt a blow to his spirits, for reaching blue 9-star signified the pinnacle of martial commanders, with the next progression leading to the realm of purple martial kings. Nevertheless, Yi Chen could only encourage himself with the notion of his late-blooming cultivation. Do not be disheartened. Master, the Chaos Demon Pearl interjected. I have faith in you. Once you attain the realm of purple martial king, I assure you, there shall be no one on the Phoenix Great Land who can match your speed of cultivation. Thank you, Little Black. I shall strive earnestly. Yi Chen's gaze regained its determination. I refuse to be called Little Black. The Chaos Demon Pearl protested. Yi Chen paid no heed to the protest and resolutely addressed the Tianshu demoness. At present, I may not match your prowess, but I firmly believe that with my innate talent, I shall surpass you in the future. Dare you make a wager with me? A wager on what? The Tianshu demoness, upon perceiving the steadfastness in Yi Chen's eyes, felt an unusual sentiment blooming within her, becoming increasingly vibrant. When the day arrives that I surpass your strength, you shall become my girlfriend, Yi Chen declared, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Haha, very well. The Tianshu demoness was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, agreeing. I accept your challenge. I shall await the day your strength surpasses mine, and when that day comes, I shall be your girlfriend. With this wager established, their interactions grew even more harmonious. By the way, it seems you know me? Yi Chen inquired of the Tianshu demoness. One day, as fate would have it, I happened to pass through the city of Bluestone and chanced upon you, for you are quite renowned in that realm. The celestial harp sorceress, you say? Indeed. The thought of my reputation in the city of Bluestone suggests that anyone who passes by must surely recognize me, particularly a formidable blue 9-star martial general like the celestial harp sorceress. Such prowess allows one to command the city as they please, and it is entirely plausible that you would be acquainted with me. However, since you know me, you must also be aware of my name. Yet I remain in the dark regarding yours. My name, of course, cannot be divulged, she replied. Once the name of the celestial harp sorceress is revealed to Yi Chen, he would effortlessly deduce her true identity, for her name is Dongfang Tianqin. How stingy. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and inquired, by the way, how is your strength recovering? In a few days, I should be fully restored. Why would he target you? Asked Yi Chen. Perhaps it is due to envy of my beauty, the celestial harp sorceress responded. Enough of this conversation, let us be on our way. Yi Chen, naturally skeptical, chose not to press further since she remained silent. 2 days later, the celestial harp sorceress had completely regained her strength. I must express my gratitude for your rescue, she said. However, there is something I deceived you about. I am affiliated with the Dark Empire, which is why I was pursued by the martial kings of the Holy Empire. The 3 great empires harbor mutual animosity, particularly the Holy Empire and the Dark Empire, as they are both splinter factions of the Phoenix Empire. In the days of the Phoenix Emperor, in an effort to balance the powers among his subordinates, he established 2 formidable protective families, each harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the other. However, upon the emperor's departure, no one remained to quell the rivalry between these 2 clans, which ultimately led to the disintegration of the Phoenix Empire into the Sacred Empire and the Dark Empire. The enmity between the 2 families persisted, gradually evolving into a profound hatred between the 2 empires. Initially, there was but one Phoenix Empire, yet these 2 protective families fractured to form 2 distinct empires, inciting the ire of the Phoenix imperial family towards both the Sacred and Dark Empires. Thus, the origins of the animosity among the 3 empires were forged. While individuals from one empire might not be outright slain in another, their passage would certainly not be devoid of peril. You hail from the Dark Empire. Yi Chen, having gleaned knowledge of the animosity among the three empires solely from historical texts, could not truly empathize with their conflicts. Nonetheless, rescuing the celestial harp sorceress granted him a visceral glimpse into the brutality that existed between the two empires, where a powerful figure from the purple martial king faction wielded their strength against the blue martial commander, a classic case of might overpowering the weak. Indeed, the celestial harp sorceress remarked, setting aside your innate talent, the mere fact that you are from the sacred empire presents considerable obstacles between us. Huh? Do you intend to retract your words? Chen laughed heartily. I, Dongfang Tian. The celestial harp sorceress began, only to halt abruptly, declaring, in any case, I shall not regret this decision. As long as you surpass me in strength, I shall be your girlfriend. Even if the two empires or the entirety of the Phoenix continent oppose us, nothing shall deter our union. Well, you have cleaned yourself up. So wait patiently for me in the Dongfang family. Though the celestial harp witch's words were left unfinished, Chen understood that she belonged to the Dongfang family of the Dark Empire. The Dongfang family, the current royal lineage of the Dark Empire, is rumored to possess formidable powers akin to that of a silver martial sovereign. Engaging in conflict with such a family ignited a spirited ambition within him. He envisioned a day when he would reign supreme over the world. In this fleeting moment of dominance, the aura of a king enveloped Chen, capturing the attention of the celestial harp witch. Yet, upon recalling his remark about cleaning himself, she spat in disdain and summoned a large blue hand of spiritual energy to tap him on the forehead, interrupting his reverie. Defeat me first, and then we shall see. With that, the celestial harp witch disregarded Chen and ascended into the sky, heading towards the direction of the Dark Empire. She can fly? Chen's mind slowly grasped the situation. A purple martial sovereign? At merely 18 or 19 years of age, I had long suspected her strength. The chaos magic pearl chimed in, Master, do not be disheartened. With diligent training, you shall inevitably surpass her, for you possess me. And your future is brimming with infinite possibilities. Chen, however, paid no heed to the pearl's self-praise, lamenting, what have I done? Why did I abandon such a powerful ally? With her by my side, I could have dominated the Phoenix continent. All martial sovereigns would have been mine. Ha ha ha. Just as the celestial harp which had taken flight, she nearly plummeted from the sky, swaying and stumbling for quite some time before finally stabilizing herself in midair. Chapter 17. Encounter with the Sand Bandits. As the celestial harp which departed, Chen, though reluctant, found himself in relatively good spirits, for he could now consider himself to possess a half-girlfriend. The reason Chen had not previously contemplated the identity of the celestial harp which was that she had left alongside He Jiaqing and had departed from Qishir City 2 days prior. Moreover, as a formidable warrior of the purple rank, her speed was beyond his imagination, leading Chen to overlook the connection between Dongfang Tianqin and the celestial harp witch. Humming a cheerful tune, Chen meandered leisurely through the primeval forest. After a considerable duration, he finally emerged from the dense thicket. The towering trees and lush foliage of the forest had rendered sunlight a rare commodity, and upon exiting, Chen experienced a profound sense of rediscovery of daylight. 3 days later, Chen arrived at a remote town located at the westernmost edge of the Holy Empire, a settlement similar to Qingshi City, both classified as Grade 3 cities. The environment of the desert, previously mentioned, was characterized by the nations of the western regions, rife with sand bandits and natural sandstorms, effectively isolating the three great empires from the monstrous entities of the far west. The desert extended northward, leading into the Arctic tundra, and beyond that lay the extreme north, the stronghold of the barbarian tribes. In the border town, there existed a treasure pavilion, the very establishment that had once sold the Yi family the marrow-cleansing elixir. This establishment wielded influence across the three great empires and maintained its own merchant caravans, engaging in trade throughout the various empires. Likewise, the treasure pavilion also conducted exchanges with the small nations of the western regions and the Arctic tundra. Now, Chen, possessing the prowess of a yellow one-star martial artist, has temporarily joined the ranks of the Baibao merchant caravan as a protector. The caravan's ultimate destination is the grand capital of a nation known as Yudo, situated among the various states of the western regions. Yudo is deemed a great nation due to the formidable presence of a purple martial king, whose might reverberates across the four corners of the western regions. A day later, Chen embarked on the journey with the Baibao caravan. Young Master Chen, you are dressed so lightly. It won't serve you well in the desert, cautioned Li San, the jovial and warm-hearted driver. Though merely a carter within the caravan, he boasted the strength of an orange four-star warrior, a testament to the caravan's remarkable foundation. Chen seated himself beside Li San, tasked with safeguarding the precious cargo. Third brother, why is that? Chen inquired, puzzled. Who can say? Perhaps it is the will of the divine, Li San replied. I merely thought to remind you. Young Master Chen, since this is your first venture outside, despite your youth and status as a yellow one-star martial artist, your experience pales in comparison to mine. Haha. Indeed. Third brother, having accompanied the caravan between the Holy Empire and the nations of the western regions, have you ever encountered a sandstorm? I have read that they are quite formidable. Chen expressed his curiosity. Certainly, I have faced such storms, Li San said, a glimmer of fear crossing his eyes at the mention of sandstorms. Once, we truly encountered one in the desert. The scene was beyond imagination. Wild winds and swirling sands assaulted us, sweeping away people, horses, and cargo alike. Had it not been for the timely intervention of over a dozen Azure generals, who swiftly connected the remaining carts together, the entire caravan might have been utterly annihilated. Nevertheless, our 200-strong caravan still suffered the loss of more than 100 individuals, whose fates are likely grim. As Li San concluded his lament, he sighed deeply, for among the vanished were his dear friends and family. Chen, uncertain of how to offer solace, fell into silence. Meanwhile, the chaotic magic pearl scoffed within Chen's mind, dismissing the sandstorm as trivial. Had they been transported to the ninth heaven to encounter the primordial gale, they would surely be petrified with terror. What is the primordial gale in the ninth heaven? Chen inquired, perplexed. It is the mightiest wind in all the realms above. Should a wind elemental practitioner acquire even a fragment of its essence, they could undoubtedly engage in battles beyond their level. As for its power, a mere wisp of the primordial gale could annihilate a purple martial king. The chaotic magic pearl proclaimed. Goodness, how formidable. Is there any chance for someone like me, who has not cultivated wind elemental power, to wield it? There is indeed a chance, the chaotic magic pearl replied. As long as you reach the level of a purple martial king and master the devouring technique, nothing in this world will escape your grasp. Wow, is that true? Little Black, I adore you. After hearing this, Chen wasted no time and devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. After 2 days of travel, the caravan finally entered the desert. The journey through the desert proved monotonous and tedious. Before entering, they could enjoy glimpses of the simple landscapes around them. But now, all that lay before them was an expanse of yellow sand, punctuated only by the occasional appearance of cacti and similar flora. Indeed, one may occasionally encounter a few demonic beasts within the vast expanse of the desert. However, the strength of these creatures is generally feeble, and even if one were to cross paths with them, they would swiftly be vanquished by the merchant convoy. The nights in the desert are adorned with the brilliance of stars and the moon, yet they are equally piercingly cold. Were it not for Li San providing Chen with several garments, the latter, despite his status as a yellow star martial artist, would likely struggle against the frigid night air. Haha, brother Chen, I did not deceive you, did I? Li San chuckled the following morning. Indeed. I am grateful for your clothing, brother San. Yet I wonder if we might encounter a sandstorm? Chen mused. Generally, that is unlikely, Li San replied. Although we have been traversing the desert for several days, we remain on the periphery. It is only in the heart of the desert that sandstorms frequent the area. And there, scarcely anyone resides. The last time we encountered one, we were simply unfortunate, mind you. I have been in this merchant caravan for over 20 years and have only faced such a predicament once. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. After expressing his sentiments, Li San lost interest in further conversation. However, at that moment, a swirling cloud of dust arose in the distance, enveloping the horizon, prompting the convoy to halt immediately. The guards rushed forth, positioning themselves to protect the strongest members of the caravan. What is that? Could it be a sandstorm? Chen inquired, apprehensive. Surely our luck cannot be this ill-fated? Fear not. It is not a sandstorm, Li San reassured him. It is a band of sand bandits. They deliberately create such a commotion to intimidate us, attempting to assert dominance and demand tribute. However, there is no need for concern. Our Baibao Trading Company has yet to encounter anyone daring enough to rob us in this region of the Western Territories. As he spoke, Chen beheld several hundred sand bandits riding on camels, brandishing curved sabers as they galloped towards him. These camels, classified as first-tier magical beasts, possessed a swiftness far superior to that of horses, serving as a common means of transportation across the arid desert. Leading the band of marauders was a figure wielding a golden broadsword, who pointed menacingly at the Baibao merchant caravan, declaring, "Surrender all your valuables. You may leave." Unfazed, the caravan's captain, Old Zhao, stepped forward and implored, "This is my Baibao caravan. I hope you might show us some courtesy." Chapter 18. Eradication of the Sand Bandits in the Realm of the Three Great Empires. A martial general of azure rank, possessing a modicum of prowess, could command 1,000 soldiers, while a martial commander of blue rank could rise to the position of marshal, overseeing 10,000 troops. As for someone like Chen, a vice commander of the Snow Mountain Corps with martial prowess, he led elite troops, distinct from standard military forces. However, in the western regions, such a martial commander, should he choose to align himself with the nations there, would undoubtedly wield significant power within the military. Even should he join Baibao, he would likely receive a commendable position, with benefits and security far surpassing those of a sand bandit. Yet, the notion that such a formidable individual would willingly descend to the role of a mere bandit, particularly as the leader of a small contingent, was utterly astonishing to Old Zhao. Nevertheless, this fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed by the immediate threat posed by the bandit leader. A shield of earthy hue materialized before him, successfully deflecting the leader's indiscriminate strike. "Since you are a martial commander, you are likely not an unknown figure," Zhao mused to himself. "In our esteemed boxing, harmony breeds prosperity. We are willing to offer 100,000 gold coins, hoping that this esteemed brother will allow us safe passage." "Who the hell are you calling brother? 100,000 gold coins is hardly enough to fill the gaps in my teeth." The bandit leader scoffed disdainfully, adding, "Besides, you are boxing, wealthy, and extravagant. And you dare to present me with a mere 100,000 gold coins? Ha ha ha, that truly makes me laugh uproariously." Meanwhile, Zhao Lao's expression darkened further. He harbored an ominous premonition that this was likely a premeditated assault specifically targeting boxing. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lao discreetly signaled to his 6 azure-armored martial guards beside him. The 6 guards nodded in understanding, immediately assuming a vigilant stance, observing Zhao Lao and the guards' movements. The bandit leader remarked, "It seems you are not so compliant after all. Brothers, let us take action. Let us see what valuable treasures boxing possesses. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill." Hundreds of bandits brandishing curved blades charged towards the merchant convoy. The bandit leader engaged in combat with Zhao Lao and several azure-armored guards. For he was a formidable blue-tier martial commander, and only Zhao Lao and the azure guards could withstand his might. The remaining hundreds of bandits surged towards the convoy, clashing with the guards. At this moment, Li San turned directly to Yi Chun and said, "Brother Yi, it seems our luck has truly run out. The number of bandits now far exceeds ours. Our only chance for survival lies in fighting our way out." After uttering these words, Li San charged forward, engaging fiercely with the ordinary bandits, as Yi Chun experienced the chaotic scene of a battle involving hundreds for the first time. He gazed upon the fierce confrontation between the guards and the sand bandits. The sight of severed limbs and the brutality of the clash was something he struggled to acclimate to. Although he had previously defeated Chen Yang, that encounter had not been so sanguinary. His victory over Chen Yang had not been intentional. It was merely a consequence of his inability to control his strength, which resulted in an instantaneous kill. In the next moment, Yi Chun unleashed the full extent of his prowess as a Yellow Star martial artist. The icy elemental force coalesced around his fists, allowing him to vanquish the sand bandit who had attempted to ambush him. The bandit collapsing to the ground with a look of resentment. Yi Chun then seized the curved blade that the fallen bandit had dropped and engaged in combat with the remaining adversaries. Simultaneously, he continuously employed his quadruple mental energy to contend with the sand bandits, dispatching every foe he encountered with a mere glare and a swift strike. While the sand bandit leader was a formidable Blue Star martial general, the majority of the ordinary bandits were significantly weaker, generally below the rank of Green Star martial artists. Observing Yi Chun's ferocity, the guards around him became invigorated, fighting with newfound zeal and beginning to retaliate against the numerous sand bandits. Ultimately, however, the decisive factor in determining victory rested with the sand bandit leader and the guards of the Bao Hang caravan, including Zhao Lao. The sand bandit leader, a Blue Star martial general, had yet to exert his full strength, simultaneously suppressing Zhao Lao and the various martial guards while surveying the unfolding battle between the bandits and guards. Initially, The bandits had relied on their numerical advantage to overwhelm the caravan's guards. Yet, Yi Chen's ferocious strikes, each one claiming a foe, shifted the momentum, leading the caravan's guards to gain confidence and begin their counteroffensive. All these developments were keenly observed by the Sand Bandit leader. "You foolish boy, you've chosen your demise." Although the yellow one-star martial artist appeared peculiar, the leader of the Sand Bandits remained indifferent, for he was a formidable blue martial commander with a fiery golden blade. The leader unleashed the full might of a martial commander, infusing the golden saber with immense fire elemental energy, rendering it tenfold more powerful than during his previous skirmish against Zhao and the others. In a single strike, 3 martial guards were caught off guard, struck by the fiery golden blade, and subsequently reduced to mere ashes by the leader's martial commander-level fire elemental force. With 3 martial guards eliminated, the leader surged past the battlefield between him and Zhao, charging towards Yi Chen, declaring, "Boy, prepare to meet your end." Zhao and the others finally grasped the full extent of the leader's power and dared not permit him to slay Yi Chen, should Yi Chen perish. They might very well face total annihilation. "Trash, you shall perish as well." The leader dismissed Zhao and the others' assaults with disdain, wielding his golden blade with all his might as he aimed it at Yi Chen, fully confident in his ability to eliminate him while effortlessly fending off their attacks. For Yi Chen, this was the first time he faced the onslaught of a martial commander, and he felt as though he were ensnared by an overwhelming aura of death. Utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the golden blade descended, terror gripped his heart. Was this the consequence of being 2 or 3 ranks lower? Before a martial commander, he found himself devoid of any means of resistance. Confronted with such helplessness, Yi Chen relinquished his will to fight. "Is this how I meet my end?" Visions of familiar faces flashed through his mind. His father, mother, grandfather, Chica, and lastly, the celestial harp sorceress. "No, I cannot die. I have family. I have her. I must not succumb." Yi Chen's thoughts turned to them, and an overwhelming desire for survival surged within him. Beast sound technique, roar. Just as the golden blade was about to cleave Yi Chen in 2, a fierce wave of sound energy erupted from his mouth, infused with an unwavering will to survive, tenfold stronger than when he had faced Chen Yang. The leader of the Sand Bandits, confronted by Yi Chen's beast sound technique, experienced a momentary hesitation, his previously unstoppable momentum faltering, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes, his movements stalling momentarily. In encounters between masters, such a fleeting second can prove crucial. Zhao Lao and the 3 remaining martial generals by his side seized this opportunity without hesitation, their weapons converging upon the leader of the Sand Bandits. Upon regaining his senses, the bandit leader felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, his consciousness gradually fading. "If it weren't for you, little beast, I would not meet my end. You shall perish alongside me." With this thought, the bandit leader swung his golden blade downwards. However, by this time, his once targeted aura had dissipated. With the loss of that aura, Yi Chen mustered the strength to move, lifting the curved blade of the bandit he held in hand to defend himself. With a resounding clang, Yi Chen's legs were driven deep into the sand. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, yet he managed to block the dying strike of the bandit leader. After all, the bandit leader was already at the brink of death, his energy spent, and his final attack was fueled only by sheer will and inertia, proving no more formidable than Yi Chen himself. Thus, he successfully defended against it, albeit with a minor injury. "Little brother, are you all right?" Old Zhao was not well acquainted with Yi Chen. He had merely recruited him casually in the past, and had since forgotten his name. Little did he know that Yi Chen would prove to be of great significance at this moment. "I'm fine. I shall assist the others first," Yi Chen stated. "Very well. You 3 attend to him. The rest of you, follow me." Old Zhao instructed the remaining 3 warriors to look after Yi Chen. Concerned that the adversary might act desperately and launch a full-scale attack on Yi Chen in vengeance for their fallen leader. "Old Zhao, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. It is undoubtedly a deliberate assault against our Baibao Hang. We must avenge our deceased brothers," the remaining 3 warriors asserted with determination. "Rest assured, this issue shall not be overlooked. We must ensure that proper compensation is provided for the casualties," Old Zhao replied before turning his gaze to Yi Chen. "Young brother, what is your name? We owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation." "My name is Yi Chen," he replied. "I must also express my gratitude to the esteemed seniors. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have fallen to the leader of the sand bandits. Haha, regardless. You have indeed rendered us invaluable assistance, old Zhao remarked, greatly pleased by Yi Chen's modest demeanor. His attitude toward Yi Chen softened further, and he concluded with a hearty laugh. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to rest. Once we have recuperated, we shall hasten our journey. Some hours later, the caravan resumed its journey. Chapter 19. Arrival at Utopia. Yi Chen, you are truly remarkable, Li San, the coachman, exclaimed. He had proven himself adept at survival, having witnessed many perish while he remained unharmed. He recognized that Yi Chen was the principal hero of this ordeal, and as he spent time with Yi Chen, his gaze towards him transformed. Previously, he believed that Yi Chen, being so young yet already a one-star martial artist, must be a prodigy from a minor clan. Despite his formidable abilities, his youth and lack of experience led him to think that Yi Chen would ultimately fall short. However, after witnessing the battle against the sand bandits, his perception of Yi Chen shifted dramatically. Third brother, it's not as you say. The leader of the sand bandits could have easily eliminated me. My escape was merely a stroke of luck, Yi Chen asserted, waving his hand dismissively. Young Yi Chen, do not be so modest. I witnessed your collaboration with Zhao Lao and the others. It was your efforts that brought down the bandit leader. Without you, Zhao Lao and the rest would not have prevailed, Li San remarked, genuinely impressed. I can only claim to have played a minor role, Yi Chen replied humbly. Young brother Yi, your humility is commendable. Were it not for you, we would all have perished, Li San insisted. After the merchant caravan set out, Zhao Lao approached Yi Chen directly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he interjected, Zhao Lao. Li San, upon seeing Zhao Lao, respectfully stood up and stepped aside. Indeed, Zhao Lao responded casually to Li San. Young brother Yi, please accompany me. I have something to discuss with you. What is it, Zhao Lao? Yi Chen inquired as he followed Zhao Lao to the heart of the caravan, where Zhao Lao's carriage was located. The interior was adorned with the soft furs of magical beasts, providing a remarkably comfortable seating arrangement. Yi Chen marveled at the luxuriousness of it all. Zhao Lao, reflecting on their conversation, posed a question. I wonder if young brother Yi has ever practiced alchemy or forging. No, I have not, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Do you have any interest in these fields? Zhao Lao asked. Our Baibao Hang can arrange for someone to teach you alchemy and forging. Certainly, there are conditions. All that is required is for brother Yi Chen to agree to join our Baibao guild. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head at Elder Zhao, who expressed his apologies, stating, At present, I have no intention in that regard. Moreover, my desire is to enhance my strength. I have no interest in alchemy or artifact crafting. Elder Zhao nodded, lamenting, that is truly unfortunate. However, do not be hasty in your refusal, brother Yi Chen. We have a few days before we reach Utopia, so take the time to contemplate it thoroughly. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhao, Yi Chen replied. After Elder Zhao departed, the Chaos Magic Pearl scoffed. Wasting an abundance of time is only for those lacking in talent. Yet, Master, you possess extraordinary gifts. Practicing both spiritual and elemental energy simultaneously, though the pace may be slow, will ultimately yield a power far exceeding that of singular cultivation. Furthermore, with the Devouring Sky technique, once you reach the Martial King realm, the passage of time will become inconsequential for you. Enough with the flattery, Yi Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. What exactly were Elder Zhao's comments about alchemy and artifact crafting? 8 years ago, did you not consume a washing marrow pill? That was the work of an alchemist. The Chaos Magic Pearl explained. Typically, alchemists and artifact crafters are practitioners of both spiritual and elemental energies. However, most of their elemental power is forcibly enhanced through medicinal pills, resulting in generally weaker capabilities. The same applies to their spiritual energies. As they focus on alchemy and crafting, they neglect the study of spiritual attack techniques. Thus, even if their spiritual power is formidable, their combat prowess tends to be lacking. However, this is of little consequence, for typically, alchemists and blacksmiths are surrounded by numerous formidable guardians to ensure their protection. While their combat abilities may be lacking, their mastery of mental control is exceedingly meticulous. As both alchemy and forging demand absolute precision. Once the master has cultivated the Devouring Heavens technique, ample time will be at his disposal to learn, which will greatly enhance his command of mental prowess. Yet, among alchemists and blacksmiths, there exist some powerful individuals who, having reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, find themselves constrained by their innate talents, and thus turn to the study of alchemy and forging. If time permits, it would be worthwhile to explore this field. as the current study of alchemy and forging significantly enhances his mental control, which is of paramount importance. Following the recent ambush by desert bandits, Chen's mental power has ascended to the mid-level of the 4th tier, akin to that of a 4-star to 5-star grand martial artist. He has begun to sense an overwhelming surge in his mental energy, indicative of rapid growth. Now that he understands how to harness this power, Chen is filled with resolve. After a stable 10 days, the caravan finally arrived in the capital of the Yudo Kingdom, Ulan City, during which they encountered no further attacks from bandits. Ulan City is steeped in exotic charm. If the prevailing ethos of the 3 great empires is conservative, then this place is decidedly liberal. Women here are often clad in sheer fabrics that accentuate their slender waists and are adorned with bust wraps. Their alluring gazes, akin to flowing water, fixate upon the martial artists who traverse the city. The guards of the caravan were unfazed by the scene, with some of them even departing from the caravan to engage in jovial conversations with the women of Ulan City, while others embraced openly. Chen declined, saying, "In that case, I shall not press you further. However, the doors of Bai Bao Hang will always be open to you. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Although Zhao Lao felt a pang of disappointment at being rejected by Chen, he found solace in the prospect of fostering a good relationship with him. With that thought, Zhao Lao retrieved a verdant pill from his bosom and presented it, saying, "This is a breakthrough pill suitable for a grand martial master. When you reach the level of a 9-star martial master, you may consume it, and it should facilitate your advancement to grand martial master. Regarding mental fortitude, I have no profound suggestions, but I do possess a foundational guide on alchemy and artifact forging, which I shall gift to you, Chen. By studying it, you will significantly enhance your mastery over your mental capabilities. Additionally, here are some gold coins, a reward from this escort mission. And here is a token from Bai Bao Hang. With it, you will enjoy a 10% discount at any Bai Bao Hang location. I may not possess great prowess, but I can bestow this token upon you. Should you have any matters in Ulan City, feel free to bring this token to seek me out at Bai Bao Hang. Thank you, Zhao Lao." Chen expressed his sincere gratitude as he accepted the token. He then inquired, "By the way, Zhao Lao, I am currently seeking a caravan to enter the Arctic ice field. Would you be able to recommend one?" "You wish to venture to the Arctic ice field?" Zhao Lao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Indeed, I have noticed that you cultivate ice-type elemental energy. A journey to the Arctic ice field would be most fitting. Thus, you shall wait in Ulan City for a few days, and I will reach out to you. At that time, simply follow along." Chapter 20. The invitation of the martial king. After settling in Ulan City, Chen patiently awaited news from Elder Zhao. Meanwhile, he could commence his exploration of the foundational principles of alchemy and artifact crafting. After all, the Chaos Magic Pearl had previously indicated that mastering these arts would enhance one's mental acuity. Furthermore, it might prove advantageous in the future, making it prudent for him to delve into these studies. Alchemy and artifact crafting, akin to martial prowess, are categorized into 9 distinct levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold. However, after perusing the introductory materials, Chen found his initial enthusiasm waning. The reason being, to engage in alchemy or artifact crafting, one must also master the manipulation of flames. Little Black, mastering alchemy and artifact crafting necessitates flame control. How does one achieve that? Chen inquired. It is simply a matter of controlling the flames. Without directing the fire to melt and fuse the materials, how could one possibly engage in alchemy or crafting? Replied the Chaos Magic Pearl matter-of-factly. "Oh, so other elemental warriors can also manipulate flames?" Chen mused, recalling that he wielded ice elemental energy, and the Chaos Magic Pearl had encouraged his cultivation. In that case, it seemed plausible. Indeed, all can learn to control flames, the Chaos Magic Pearl affirmed, though it is undoubtedly most convenient for those who cultivate fire elemental energy. Others can manage it, but it will never be as effortless. Why didn't you mention this before? Chen retorted with an eye roll. First, learning this is beneficial for the master's mental control. Secondly, after reaching the martial king level, the master must cultivate the devouring heavens technique, which is immensely powerful, allowing the master to effortlessly command all elemental forces and even alter their own elemental attributes. That is why I refrained from mentioning it, the chaotic demon Pearl lamented. "Well, perhaps I have misunderstood you," Chen replied. "But what should I do now that I lack flames?" Elemental alchemists and blacksmiths of the fire attribute inherently possess fire elemental energy. enabling them to generate and absorb flames independently. In contrast, those of other elemental affinities lack this ability and must rely on controlling earth fire. There are 72 types of earth fire. However, the most potent can only refine blue-level elixirs, equivalent to the martial commander rank. To concoct higher-grade elixirs, one requires a superior flame known as heavenly fire, of which there are 36 varieties. Even the weakest heavenly fire can refine purple-level elixirs, corresponding to the martial king rank. Practitioners of other elemental affinities typically reach a plateau at blue 9 stars, as subduing heavenly fire is 100-fold more challenging than for fire elemental alchemists and blacksmiths. For those like the master, wielding ice or water elemental forces, the difficulty increases 1,000-fold due to opposing attributes. Of course, I refer to others. Master, you possess the devouring heavens technique, which enables you to absorb the world. Thus, the mere heavenly fire is trivial for you. Do not flatter me. I am currently at the mid-level of the 4th stage of mental force, and my elemental energy is merely at the yellow 2-star martial master rank. It is still far too early for me to cultivate the devouring heavens technique, and I cannot fathom how many years it will take to reach the level you speak of. Master, there is no need to rush. In my perspective, the cultivation of martial artists is merely the beginning for the martial king. After conversing with the Chaos Demon Orb, Chen gained a profound understanding of both alchemists and blacksmiths. During the past 2 or 3 days of his training, instead of receiving news from Elder Zhao, he unexpectedly welcomed an unexpected visitor. At that moment, a proudly arrogant general from the Yuchuo kingdom stood before Chen. Typically, in the empire, one must be at least a blue-ranked martial general to attain the rank of general. However, in a small western nation like Yuchuo, even a green-ranked grand martial artist could suffice. Are you Chen? The Yuchuo general inquired, his gaze lifted to the heavens, nostrils flared towards Chen. I am Chen, but may I ask who you are? Chen replied curtly, as anyone would feel irritable when faced with such disdain. I am General Wuming of the Yuchuo kingdom, Wuming declared. You, young man, have struck a stroke of luck. Our esteemed Prince Katter wishes to meet you. Chen recognized the name Katter, the only martial king within the Yuchuo kingdom, whose status was akin to that of the king himself. Should Katter desire the throne, the king would likely be compelled to abdicate. This was a position secured through strength. Chen found it perplexing that someone of such stature would wish to meet him. Young man, I am addressing you. What are you pondering? Wu Ming snapped, noticing Chen's distraction. Oh, I am merely curious as to why Prince Katter seeks my presence. Chen responded with intrigue. What reason the prince has to call for you? I cannot fathom, Wu Ming replied impatiently. However, since he wishes to see you, it must be fortuitous. You have indeed stumbled upon good fortune. The prince has taken a liking to you. Come, follow me. Upon concluding his words, Wu Ming disregarded Chen and departed. Although Chen was reluctant to follow, he considered the implications of offending Katter, a formidable purple martial king. The prospect of Katter's subordinates eliminating him to curry favor with their master was daunting. Thus, he resolved to ascertain Katter's intentions. Accompanying Wu Ming, they arrived at a palatial residence within Ulan City, whose opulence mirrored that of the royal palace. It was none other than the palace of martial King Katter. Wu Ming escorted Chen through the corridors of Katter's palace with ease, where the guards and maidens exhibited profound respect, refraining from inquiring about his presence. It became evident why Wu Ming had appeared so arrogant upon their first encounter. His esteemed status in this domain was considerable. The nature of Wu Ming's relationship with Katter remained a mystery. Your Highness, I have brought Chen, Wu Ming announced upon their audience with Katter, transforming into a model of deference. Katter was a middle-aged man, appearing in his 40s, whose demeanor was unremarkable. However, his slanted eyes conveyed an unsettling aura. Wu Ming, you may leave, Katter instructed. Understood, Your Highness. Wu Ming replied respectfully before departing. Katter then turned his gaze toward Chen. You are Chen? Yes, it is I, Chen responded, maintaining an attitude of neither subservience nor arrogance, for he had encountered 2 purple martial kings before. I have heard you are a practitioner of mental energy cultivation, Katter remarked. What do you think? Would you be interested in remaining in Ulan City as an advisor in my palace? In due course, you may choose from various techniques and elixirs. What would my duties entail as an advisor? Chen inquired. Chen did not immediately decline. Instead, he inquired. You are still young and possess ample time to pursue alchemy and weapon crafting. Katter, with a hint of profundity in his tone, responded. I wonder if I possess the authority to refuse. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen comprehended that Kader, the martial king, desired to retain him for the purpose of cultivating him into an alchemist or a weaponsmith. Yi Chen felt a sense of frustration. He had not anticipated that revealing his mental prowess would lead to such complications, especially considering he was neither an alchemist nor a weaponsmith. Numerous factions had already extended olive branches, seeking his allegiance. What? Do you truly believe you have the power to refuse? Kader's slanted eyes fixed upon Yi Chen, and an unsettling chill emanated from his gaze. Yi Chen felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, his skin tingling with unease. This was the oppressive aura of a martial king. A single glance rendered him akin to a fragile sailboat amidst a tempest, utterly defenseless. Yi Chen's heart sank further. Kader's intimidation was palpable, and he feared that should he decline, Kader might resort to violence in an instant. Little Black, what should we do now? Do not fear, master. Simply decline. I currently possess the strength to deliver a blow equivalent to a 2-star martial king, sufficient to severely injure him. At that point, all you need to do is flee, the Chaos Demon Pearl reassured him. I have not idly absorbed your spiritual energy for all these years. By the heavens, you are so powerful, and you never mentioned it before. You can see that internally. After I unleashed that strike, I returned to slumber, requiring double the time to recuperate. Prior to this, I had absorbed 8 years of elemental energy to achieve the martial king strike, and next time it shall demand 16 years. Hence, I certainly want to divulge this to you, master. Humph, yet now you are willing to speak. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Of course, with the master deceased, I have no advantage to gain, so I must indeed share. The Chaos Magic Pearl remarked. Humph, when the time comes, you shall witness the outcome for yourself. But for now, we cannot act. We are within the palace of Kader, and should we strike, even if we severely injure Kader, our escape would be impossible. Rest assured, master, I shall seize the opportune moment. Your concern should be how to survive and depart from this place. The Chaos Magic Pearl asserted. What? Haven't you finished contemplating yet? Just as Yi Chen was engaged in a mental exchange with the Chaos Magic Pearl, Kader's ominous voice resonated once more. My apologies, Lord Kader, but I have my own ambitions. I intend to journey to the Arctic tundra and shall not linger in Ulan City. Although enveloped in an icy aura, Yi Chen spoke resolutely, emboldened by the presence of the Chaos Magic Pearl. Kader, taken aback, had not anticipated such a decisive refusal from Yi Chen. They exchanged glances, with Yi Chen exhaling a heavy breath, maintaining his composure. Simultaneously, he observed Kader's expression darkening further. Yi Chen had already surmised that Kader was poised to strike. While contemplating how to escape after the Chaos Magic Pearl inflicted severe injury upon Kader, Kadal was certainly enraged. He could not fathom that Yi Chen would dare to refuse him, let alone meet his gaze. It was worth noting that Yi Chen was merely an insignificant ant, one that Kadal could easily crush beneath his heel. How audacious for an ant to challenge an elephant. Was this not a death wish? Just as Kadal was about to unleash his fury, Wuming entered the room. Upon seeing Wuming, Kadal's expression shifted to one of calm, as if he had not just been seething with anger. My lord, Wuming whispered into Kadal's ear, old Zhao from Bai Baohang has arrived, accompanied by a blue 9-star martial commander. It seems they have come for this young man. Step outside and handle them, Kadal instructed. Understood, my lord, Wuming replied, casting a final glance at Yi Chen, who had somehow attracted the attention of Bai Baohang's representatives for assistance. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying me? Kadal said coolly. I apologize, Kadal, but I must journey to the Arctic tundra, Yi Chen replied, bowing respectfully. Very well indeed. Kadal suddenly burst into laughter. Yet his triangular eyes remained fixed on Yi Chen, the malice within them unmistakable. Yi Chen realized that he had irrevocably offended Kadal. He would likely have to brace himself for the repercussions. My lord Kadal, I wonder what your absence has signified for this old man? Old Zhao exclaimed jovially as he burst into Kadal's grand hall. Yi Chen noted that old Zhao's strength had ascended from a green 9-star martial general to a blue 1-star martial commander, albeit his aura appeared somewhat unstable, suggesting he had attained this rank through external means. Following behind the venerable Zhao, there was a stern-looking man in his 30s, exuding the formidable prowess of a blue 9-star martial general, a testament to the strength of the Bai Bao Guild's most formidable protector in the Kingdom of Yudo. It is not that the Bai Bao Guild lacks purple martial kings. Rather, they deem such a modest locale as Yudo unworthy of deploying their more powerful guardians. Meanwhile, Wu Ming wore an expression of helplessness. Zhao's abrupt intrusion was something he, a mere green martial master, could not thwart. Chapter 21. Taking matters into one's own hands, it turned out to be the esteemed Zhao of the Baibao Guild. I truly have matters to attend to. It was not my intention to avoid you, Zhao. Cato rose with a smile to greet him. Although Zhao's strength may be lacking, he has always been the administrator of both the Baibao Guild of the Holy Empire and that of the Kingdom of Yudo. Thus Cato felt compelled to show Zhao some respect. Ah, so there is indeed a matter at hand. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Although Zhao expressed regret, his demeanor betrayed no trace of genuine contrition. Cato fell silent, and Zhao continued, Your Highness, I wonder if my young friend Chen has inadvertently offended you, prompting your personal summons? Should there be any transgression, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure that Chen offers his apologies. However, I also hope that your Highness will not be harsh on a mere child. No, not at all. Young friend Chen has not offended me, Cato replied. I merely find him commendable and wish to inquire about the state of Ulan City. That old fox, Chen thought to himself. At least Cato possesses the audacity to speak fabrications with his eyes wide open. Young friend Chen, what is your impression of Ulan City? Old Zhao, following Cater's words, inquired about Chen. Ulan City is splendid indeed. Chen thought to himself. It's just that certain individuals leave much to be desired. Oh, that's wonderful. Since Ulan City is commendable, and my young brother Chen has not offended the prince, I shall take him with me, old Zhao said with a beaming smile. Well, I have no further matters here. Take him away, Cater remarked, his expression impassive. Young brother Chen, let us depart. Old Zhao warmly took Chen by the arm and led him out of Cater's royal palace. After they exited, Wumong addressed Cater, Your Highness, are you truly going to allow them to leave so easily? Especially that Chen, considering his blatant disrespect towards you, it seems unnecessary to permit his departure. After all, he is merely a potential alchemist and artifact craftsman. Cater shot Wumong a glare. When have I ever required your counsel in my affairs? It's the foolishness of the young. Wumong, startled, instinctively recoiled. You audacious lad, do you dare to refuse me? Do you truly believe you can walk away from the kingdom of Yudo unscathed? Since Bai Baohang stands behind you, very well. I shall take matters into my own hands and see if they can save you, Cater murmured to himself. Upon hearing Cater's words, Wumong felt that Cater's personal involvement seemed somewhat excessive, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, yet he dared not voice any objections. Instead, he could only pity Chen, lamenting his misfortune in provoking the prince, certain that doom awaited him. Meanwhile, old Zhao escorted Chen to Bai Baohang in Ulan City. Old Zhao, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Had it not been for your assistance, I fear I would have been unable to escape the clutches of the Cater Palace. Although he possesses the formidable Chaos Orb as a trump card, he is loath to expend its power unless absolutely necessary. Especially in the event of a confrontation with Cater, he might find himself unable to flee Ulan City altogether. Do not mention it, Zhao said, waving his hand dismissively. Cater bears enmity towards us as well. I would never allow you to fall into his grasp. Do you recall the incident a few days ago when we were ambushed by desert bandits? We have investigated halfway, and it seems the mastermind behind those bandits may very well be Cater, the martial king. I have reported this, and we shall see how the higher authorities respond. However, given that Cater is a formidable martial king and we lack concrete evidence, it is likely that they will not take it seriously. Ultimately, we must maintain a facade of peace with Cater. Chen suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder there was a blue martial commander among the ordinary bandits. It was indeed Cater's doing. However, young brother Chen, you have now irrevocably offended Cater, the martial king. I suggest you hasten your departure from Ulan City, Zhao advised. I am deeply grateful to you, Elder Zhao, Chen replied. We have shared life and death together. There is no need for such formality. Yet, do take great care. Although I am supporting you, this world is governed by strength. Cater is a martial king, and should he choose to act without regard for his reputation, I fear no one could stand in his way. After all, Cater seems indifferent to matters of face. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated the bandits to plunder our merchant guild. Zhao cautioned. I understand. Upon hearing the words of Elder Zhao, Chen recalled the gaze of Cato directed towards him, and he speculated that Cato might indeed take matters into his own hands. Little did he realize that his conjecture was correct. Nevertheless, he accompanied Elder Zhao to the Baibao Hall, where he could find absolute safety, for Cato would not dare to brazenly abduct anyone from such a reputable establishment. After resting for a day at Baibao Hall, Chen disguised himself and set off with a newly formed caravan. This caravan, affiliated with Baibao Hall, engaged in trade solely within the Arctic plains and the western regions. Before departing from Ulan City, Elder Zhao cautioned Yu Chen, stating that he would not publicly announce Yu Chen's departure with today's caravan. Yet he would ensure that Cadel was informed of his exit. Elder Zhao advised Yu Chen to seize an opportunity to discreetly leave the caravan, thereby denying Cadel any chance to pursue him. With Elder Zhao's warning in mind, and the looming threat of Cadel, a formidable adversary, Yu Chen parted ways with the caravan after an hour of travel. Prior to his departure, Elder Zhao had bestowed upon Yu Chen a map detailing the route from the western regions to the Arctic ice fields. Thus, Yu Chen's solitary departure from the caravan was executed without a hitch. However, Yu Chen was unaware that from the very moment he exited the city, Cadel had already trailed him. After all, Yu Chen was the first individual to reject Cadel, placing him at the top of Cadel's assassination list. To ensure absolute certainty in his pursuit, Cadel followed Yu Chen closely, despite Yu Chen's disguise. The limited number of individuals within the caravan made it easy for the powerful martial king, Cadel, to discern which one was Yu Chen. Just as Yu Chen had distanced himself from the caravan, Cadel swiftly caught up to him. "You, bold one, are the first to openly offend me. Do you believe you can escape my grasp? Do you think you can evade your fate?" "Ha." Cadel stood directly before Yu Chen, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. He relished the sight of his prey's despair and fear before demise. If escape is impossible, then so be it. Yu Chen sighed, surprised that Cadel had pursued him. Externally calm, he pondered to the Chaos Demon Pearl, "Little Black, do you have confidence?" "Rest assured, Master, the assurance is ample," replied the Chaos Demon Pearl. "Since he has come of his own volition, he is courting death. Had he remained within his palace, I would have considered retreat after severely wounding him. Now that he has sought me out, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him after delivering a crushing blow." "Aren't you afraid?" Cadel inquired, taken aback by Yu Chen's demeanor. "Is fear of any use?" "I must confront you regardless," Yu Chen replied. "Moreover, a martial king such as yourself personally coming to deal with me is a source of pride." "I must admit, your courage is commendable," Cadel responded. "Indeed. It is quite an honor for you to be targeted by a martial king. You are destined to meet your end. Many are unworthy of my direct intervention." "Ha! A martial king like you, bullying a mere martial master like myself, wielding your power over the weak, and yet you do so with such audacity?" Yu Chen chuckled. "Knowing I am a martial king, you still dare to offend me? If you have the audacity to challenge me, what does it matter if I take action myself? My warrior's heart tells me that there are only dead foes, and nothing about the strong preying on the weak," Cadel declared. Good. An enemy is only truly defeated when they lie lifeless, and there is no room for the weak to bully the strong. Today, Yu Chen has once again learned that Kader's words ring true. If one is an adversary, regardless of their strength, they must be eliminated. Shall one wait for the enemy to grow stronger and seek revenge? Kader's words pierce the heart, revealing the cruelty of the Phoenix continent. Now, do you have any last words? In light of your commendable courage, I may allow your final message to reach your family, Kader declared. Why waste time with such trivialities? If you intend to strike, do so without delay. Speaking of final words, it seems you are the one who will be delivering them, Yu Chen retorted. Are you courting death? Kader, oblivious to Yu Chen's expression of despair, was taken aback by Yu Chen's audacity to proclaim his own final words. Indeed, I am courting death. Come and strike me. Yu Chen provoked Kader, knowing well he lacked the strength to contend with a martial king. It was merely a moment of indulgent bravado. With a roar, Kader, a martial king, was merely indulging Yu Chen in their conversation, but now, his patience was spent. The might of a martial king surged forth, his full power unleashed. Boy, today I will exert my utmost to obliterate you, and consider it a favor. Prepare to meet your end. Kader's expression twisted with malice, his slanted eyes narrowing like those of a venomous serpent. As he wielded fire-based elemental energy, flames enveloped him, surging forth like a fiery serpent aimed directly at Yu Chen. Chapter 22. Underestimating Kader, Yu Chen found himself ensnared by Kader's formidable aura, rendering him utterly immobile. It is worth noting that the last time he encountered the bandit leader, the Blue Martial Commander, he was equally immobilized. Now, faced with Kader, a purple martial king, the disparity was even more pronounced. The chasm between a martial king and a martial commander is vast. A stark division in power that left Yu Chen devoid of any means of resistance, a fact that felt entirely justified. In the depths of his heart, Yu Chen's longing for strength intensified. Ever since the celestial harp sorceress had called off their engagement, he had been relegated to a position of passivity. The root of all his tribulations lay in his lack of power. Observing Yi Chen's complete lack of reaction or resistance, Katter began to question whether he had overestimated the situation. After all, Yi Chen was merely a yellow 2-star martial master. As for Katter, he was a formidable purple martial king. The gap between a martial master and a martial king spanned 4 significant tiers. What could Yi Chen possibly possess that would enable him to bridge such a vast divide? Despite Yi Chen's previous displays of arrogance, he clearly lacked the strength to contend with Katter. It seemed likely that Yi Chen was merely attempting to provoke him with words, perhaps hoping to escape the torment by inciting Katter to eliminate him swiftly. Since you desire for me to vanquish you, I shall not grant you that satisfaction, Katter thought, and thus he hesitated momentarily. The full force of his impending attack, initially at 100%, diminished to merely 10%. Instead of targeting Yi Chen's head, he redirected his strike toward Yi Chen's arm. First, I shall severely wound you, and then I will capture you, allowing for a slow torment. It was at this very moment that the Chaos Demon Pearl, having awaited its opportunity for so long, recognized that Katter had finally relaxed his guard. Now was the moment for it to strike. The chaotic Demon Pearl materialized before Yi Chen, its inky black surface resembling a marble, hurtling toward Katel. By the time Katel noticed, it was too late to evade. In an instant, the chaotic Demon Pearl had reached his chest. What a crafty little brat, Katel thought. Retreating with all his might, sensing the power emanating from the pearl was on par with his own, he understood that should the pearl strike him, it would spell his doom. Either grievous injury or death awaited. However, the chaotic Demon Pearl, having awaited this moment, would not allow Katel to escape so easily. Furthermore, imbued with a will of its own, the pearl pursued Katel relentlessly, intent on delivering a fatal blow. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, Katel's expression hardened with resolve. Accepting the inevitability of severe injury, he recognized that he had no choice but to resort to his hidden card. Damn it, you forced my hand, he exclaimed. 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame. Suddenly, a flicker of flame no larger than a strand of hair ignited between Katel's hands, radiating an intense heat that seemed to set the very air around it ablaze. Yi Chen felt the temperature rise sharply, an overwhelming heat coursing through him. Meanwhile, the chaotic Demon Pearl hovered in the air, transfixed by the minuscule flame. Simultaneously, a message was conveyed to Yi Chen, stating, Master, trouble approaches. This is the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame, ranked 3rd among the 36 heavenly fires. Although it is but a wisp, it possesses sufficient power to annihilate a formidable purple martial king. It appears we may have underestimated Katter. My current offensive capability cannot breach the onslaught of the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame. What shall we do now? Master, exercise caution. Even the slightest contact guarantees demise. The chaotic Demon Pearl suggested, let us first seek reconciliation. Should he refuse, I shall await another opportunity. After all, despite its diminutive form, the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame is beyond the means of any purple martial king to refine. Indeed, Yi Chen observed beads of perspiration forming on Katter's forehead. Controlling the 3rd-ranked 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame was evidently taxing him beyond his limits. No wonder he struggled to wield such a force. Katter, taken aback by Yi Chen's extensive knowledge, recalled the astonishing strike that had left him in awe, deeming it only natural. Katter, Martial King. I see that managing this wisp of the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame is quite laborious for you. Shall we consider a truce? Yi Chen proposed. Moreover, there has never been significant enmity between us. You speak the truth. There is indeed little animosity between us, Katter replied, his eyes narrowing into slits as he cast a fleeting, sharp glance at the chaotic Demon Pearl. Yi Chen perceived the fleeting glimmer of malice in Katel's gaze, realizing that Katel harbored ill intentions. He discerned that Katel was aware of his possession of the Chaos Demon Pearl, just as he understood Katel's command over the 9 Phoenix Celestial Flame. It was evident that one of them must perish. Thus, Yi Chen addressed the Chaos Demon Pearl, Little Black, it is imperative that we eliminate him. Understood, Master. The Chaos Demon Pearl, attuned to Katel's demeanor, comprehended that the conflict between them had escalated beyond reconciliation. Both wielded treasures beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. And should such knowledge spread, it would inevitably summon frenzied assailants. Shall we retreat? Yi Chen proposed, noting that Katel's attention was entirely fixated on the Chaos Demon Pearl, allowing him to maneuver. Indeed, Katel acquiesced to Yi Chen's suggestion. Both parties remained vigilant, gradually stepping back. However, Cadel did not retreat in a straight line, but rather in a circular manner. "Master, he is likely planning to strike at you," warned the Chaos Demon Pearl. As their positions formed a triangle, with the Chaos Demon Pearl positioned between them. "Fear not, we would not let him escape regardless. And since you are aware of his intentions, would he dare to attack me?" Chen replied with a smile. "Rest assured, Master. He may still be oblivious to my ability to act autonomously," the Chaos Demon Pearl assured him. Reasoning that Cadel likely perceived the challenge of controlling both it and the Nine Phoenix Celestial Flame as equally arduous, hence his circumspect retreat. Your analysis is astute. I share the same sentiment." As Chen engaged in conversation with the Chaos Magic Pearl, Cadel was relentlessly searching for an opportunity. He noticed that Chen seemed to be lost in thought, unaware that the moment had come, and he charged once more towards Chen. However, this time Cadel had set his sights on the Chaos Magic Pearl, still wielding the Nine Phoenix Heavenly Flame. Although challenging to control, its formidable power could surely spell doom for Chen upon contact. If Chen were to perish, the Chaos Magic Pearl would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. "Little Black, it's up to you now." In the face of Cadel's onslaught, Chen could only rely on the Chaos Magic Pearl. "Fear not, Master." Yet this time, the Chaos Magic Pearl remained inactive. Cadel had already closed the distance to Chen, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You think you can challenge me, boy? Do you truly believe I would spare you? Now that you are aware of the Nine Phoenix Heavenly Flame, you should comprehend your fate. Prepare to meet your demise. Once you are gone, your treasures will become mine." At that critical moment, the Chaos Magic Pearl sprang into action. Erupting with tenfold speed, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, hurtling towards Cadel. "You deceitful wretch." Cadel found himself at a crossroads. He could either eliminate Chen directly and confront the Chaos Magic Pearl, likely facing a fate similar to Chen's, or contend with the Chaos Magic Pearl first. If he could withstand this strike, Chen would be at his mercy. Ultimately, Cadel opted for the latter choice, deciding to confront the Chaos Magic Pearl first. Cadel directed a flicker of the Nine Phoenix Heavenly Flame towards the Chaos Magic Pearl. As they clashed, it was as though a war without gunpowder erupted, each force gradually eroding the other. Simultaneously, the surface of the Chaotic Demon Pearl exhibited an abnormal black hue, reminiscent of something ablaze. Chen and Cadel fixated intently on the Nine Phoenix Celestial Flame and the Chaotic Demon Pearl. Although the Nine Phoenix Celestial Flame ranked third among the 36 heavenly fires, it was merely a flame of the Phoenix continent. In contrast, the Chaotic Demon Pearl was a being of chaos, even in its diminished state. It was not something the Nine Phoenix Celestial Flame could withstand. Ultimately, the Chaotic Demon Pearl breached the defenses of the Nine Phoenix Celestial Flame and charged toward Cadel. Cadel's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to control the Nine Phoenix Celestial Flame. It was already a considerable effort, and now, faced with the assault of the Chaotic Demon Pearl, evasion was beyond him. The Martial King-level fire essence swirled frantically before him. With Chen nearby, he felt as though he were being seared alive. A resounding crash echoed as Cadel was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, Cadel sprang up like a startled rabbit and fled in haste. Simultaneously, the Chaotic Demon Pearl surged into Chen's consciousness, urging him to pursue Cadel. "He has been gravely injured by me and now likely possesses only the strength of a martial artist. He has just unleashed a powerful move, enhancing his speed tenfold. He probably has only martialist level power now. If you find him, Master, you will surely be able to eliminate him. Also, remember the Swallowing Heaven technique. You must not cultivate it until you reach the Martial King level. Alas, Master, I can no longer assist you. Originally, I found it impossible to transcend the Nine Phoenix Sky Flame, yet I forcefully enhanced my offensive power. This time, I may truly remain in a state of slumber for over a decade, unless my master can procure the rare celestial treasures that can restore substantial amounts of primordial energy." As the voice dwindled, the resonances of the Chaos Demon Pearl faded away. However, Chen was acutely aware that the Chaos Demon Pearl resided within his mind. "Rest assured, Xiaohei, I shall certainly eliminate Kater. Furthermore, I will seek out the celestial treasures you mentioned," Chen asserted with unwavering determination. After uttering these words, he set off in pursuit of Kater. Although Kater had vanished in an instant, he had left behind ample traces. All Chen needed to do was follow the trail. Chapter 23. All is lost. Kater never imagined that one day he would find himself in such a predicament, being hunted by a yellow martial artist. Were someone to proclaim in the Phoenix Great Land that a purple martial king was being pursued by a yellow martial artist, Catter would undoubtedly deem that person insane, perhaps even resorting to violence out of indignation for the perceived disrespect towards the purple martial king. Yet now, this surreal scenario unfolded before him. He, a purple martial king, was indeed being chased by a yellow martial artist. Gazing back at Chen, who relentlessly pursued him, Catter felt a surge of regret. Why had he only thought to flee? He ought to have vanquished Chen first before taking flight. He cursed himself for being so intimidated by that black pearl. Otherwise, how could he have allowed Chen to chase him? Now, his strength was diminished to the brink of extinction. The once feeble Chen, whom he could have easily crushed with a mere finger, now posed a genuine threat to his life. As Catter observed Chen approaching him with increasing proximity, he humbly addressed him from a distance. "Young brother Chen, let us converse amicably. Resorting to violence is rather unseemly." Chen retorted with a chuckle, "Oh, dear Lord Catter, surely you jest. You cannot be so naive as to believe that I would relent." At this moment, with a little more exertion, Chen could easily catch up to Catter. Surrender was simply out of the question. "Young man, I am a dignified purple martial king, and it is already quite magnanimous of me to converse with you in such a manner. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness," Catter exclaimed in fury, though he continued his escape without pause. "Indeed, a purple martial king being pursued by a mere yellow martial master does indeed flatter me," Chen mocked, maintaining his relentless pace, confident that he would overtake Catter within a minute or two. "Since you are aware of my status as a purple martial king, how dare you press me so? Are you truly unafraid for your life? Do you think I am powerless against you?" Catter's anger simmered as he absorbed Chen's taunts. Should Chen provoke him further, Catter contemplated a final confrontation that would culminate in mutual destruction. Although fear lingered within him, the certainty of death emboldened him against cowardice. If you possess any means of escape, why do you not use them? Chen had already resolved to eliminate Catter, aware that Catter coveted the Chaos Demon Pearl. Chen recognized the peril of allowing Catter to escape. If you were to let him go now, regaining his full strength would render Chen defenseless in their next encounter. "You have forced my hand. In this seemingly boundless desert, Catter found no refuge and ultimately came to a halt. Chen remarked, "I am aware that you possess the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame. If I were to disclose this information, well, I trust you can fathom the consequences. You too possess a treasure of the purple martial king tier. We could easily come to an agreement, ensuring that neither of us speaks of this." Catter replied, "I believe we are both intelligent individuals. Indeed, we are both astute. Neither of us would divulge this information." Chen nodded in agreement, but added, "However, I do not wish to be persistently pursued by a purple martial king. You must understand that I am merely a yellow martial master at present. If I have an adversary of your caliber lurking in the shadows, it would be akin to having a thorn in my throat. Now that I have the chance to eliminate you, I shall undoubtedly seize the opportunity. How the mighty have fallen, reduced to being bullied by lesser foes. Who would have imagined that I, a dignified purple martial king, would be cornered to this extent by a mere martial master?" Catter exclaimed, his anger palpable as he reiterated, "How absurd! How utterly absurd! Who prompted you to cast your gaze upon me?" Chen countered, "Indeed, who led me to take notice of you?" Catter echoed Chen's sentiment. Yet who could have anticipated that such a humble yellow martial master would possess a treasure capable of severely wounding a purple martial king? At this juncture, any possibility for reconciliation has vanished. "One of us must perish," Chen declared resolutely. Very well, very well. Your martial spirit is formidable. If you manage to survive, I have faith that you will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in your generation." Catter, witnessing Chen's resolute demeanor, felt a deep admiration within. He recognized a kindred spirit in him. A martial king personally intervening against a martial master relies solely on one's own will. Yet, Catter declared, "I shall not permit you to survive. If we are to perish, let us perish together. Do you truly believe that with your current martial prowess, you possess any capability to retaliate against me?" Despite his words, Chen remained exceedingly cautious. "I lack the power to counter you, but it possesses that capability," Catter proclaimed. 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame, arise. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Ha ha. With Catter's maniacal laughter, the minuscule 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame re-emerged from his hands. However, this time, Catter could not contain it. His hands were gradually consumed by the flame, his body igniting as well. At this moment, Katter was truly only at the level of a martial master and could no longer control the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame. The flame radiated intense heat, scorching Yi Chen. Previously, when the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame battled the Chaos Demon Pearl, the latter provided protection, preventing the flame from emanating extreme temperatures. But now, without that safeguard, the searing heat threatened to incinerate Yi Chen. He conjured a thin veil of ice elemental energy to shield himself, yet its effectiveness was minimal. You are truly a madman. During this tumultuous time, Yi Chen found himself retreating incessantly. Now you wish to withdraw? Do you think you can escape? The power of the purple martial king struggled to control even a wisp of the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, let alone you, a mere yellow martial master. Die? Cadel sneered, his lips curling into a malevolent grin as he locked onto Yi Chen. The wisp of Nine Phoenix heavenly flame drifted towards Yi Chen under his command, while Cadel's body was consumed entirely by the fiery inferno. The intense heat emanating from the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame was so unbearable that, despite his ice elemental energy shielding him, Yi Chen felt as if he were being roasted alive, the scent of barbecued meat wafting through the air. His body had been marked by Cadel in his final moments, and the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame surged directly towards him. Yi Chen attempted to retreat, but it felt as though his body were being melted by the flame, rendering him immobile. Damn it, am I really going to die here today? Yi Chen couldn't help but curse. The celestial fire, which even the formidable purple martial king could not tame, left him wondering how he could possibly contend with it. His mind raced as he pondered how to escape this dire situation. After much deliberation, he found no path to survival. At that moment, the Chaos Demon Pearl emerged of its own accord, and in the face of the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, Yi Chen sensed its hostility towards the fire. Instinctively, the Chaos Demon Pearl surged forth to shield Yi Chen from the flame. The once scorching heat began to dissipate, bringing Yi Chen a fleeting sense of relief. However, he remained furrowed in thought, previously under the control of Xiao He and having accumulated a significant amount of energy. The Chaos Demon Pearl had been able to withstand the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame. Now, however, it likely lacked the energy required to confront the flame once more. How would he manage to deal with the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame now? Yet, Yi Chen was evidently overthinking. Although the Chaos Magic Pearl lacked its spirit, the diminutive black entity, it retained its inherent consciousness. This pearl was born at the dawn of chaos, forged from an exceptionally resilient material. Even in the absence of elemental power, the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame could not singe the Chaos Magic Pearl in the slightest. Furthermore, with the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame operating without a guiding hand, it gradually found itself in a stalemate with the Chaos Magic Pearl. Time passed. Though it was uncertain how long, the sun had set, and darkness enveloped the desert. Yi Chen sat cross-legged upon the sands, impervious to the chill. He quietly observed the ongoing impasse between the Chaos Magic Pearl and the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, perplexed by the intentions of the former. Had the diminutive black entity been present, he could have inquired, but now, the Chaos Magic Pearl acted primarily on instinct, eluding his understanding. Without the black entity, Yi Chen's control over the Chaos Magic Pearl was nearly non-existent. With its elemental power depleted, it was incapable of combat. Thus, he turned his attention to the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, seeking a means to enhance his strength. However, his current abilities were far too feeble to exert any control over the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame. The pressing concern remained to elevate his prowess. In Chapter 24, whether to slay or to spare, after the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame reduced Katter to ashes, a purple golden ring lay on the ground. Yi Chen approached and picked it up, surmising that it must be Katter's spatial storage ring. Possessing such a ring was a mark of status in the third-tier city of Qishir, belonging to Yi Chen's family. No one possessed a storage ring. Only the most formidable warriors among the blue martial generals were entitled to wear a spatial storage ring. However, Katter's spatial ring was surprisingly of a rich golden hue. The last time he had observed the ring of the celestial demon harpist, it appeared rather ordinary. Yet, upon glancing at Katter's, one could sense it was anything but mundane. Considering that Katter was the possessor of the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, Yi Chen found this entirely reasonable. He felt a surge of anticipation. Surely Katter's spatial ring must harbor a plethora of treasures. After a brief attempt, Yi Chen discovered he could not unlock Katter's spatial ring and reluctantly conceded defeat. This was his first encounter with a spatial ring, and he was at a loss as to how to open it. It seemed he would need to seek guidance in the future about operating such artifacts. Subsequently, Yi Chen donned Katter's spatial ring and departed from that place. Having long since exhausted the water he had brought, Chen, though armed with a map, had only a rudimentary understanding of the desert gleaned from books and the tales of the coachman Li San. When the map proved futile, he found himself at a loss. Furthermore, he had no means to locate a water source, and thirst began to take its toll. If this continued, he feared he might truly perish from dehydration in the vast desert. Just as Yi Chen's brow furrowed in concern, two monstrous camels ambled into view from the distance. Upon their backs, he discerned two figures. A wave of relief washed over him. He had finally spotted fellow humans. Had he not encountered anyone soon, he could envision a grim fate. Years later, little Black awakening to find himself a mere skeleton, a victim of thirst. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. The two silhouettes atop the camel evidently noticed Yi Chen, yet they seemingly chose to disregard his presence, heading off in another direction. Yi Chen, determined not to let them slip away, swiftly pursued them. "Dear friends, might you slow your pace?" he called out from afar. Upon hearing Yi Chen's earnest pursuit, the two figures came to a halt. They appeared quite robust, with fierce gazes, each bearing a steel blade at their waist, exuding an aura of intimidation. The camels they rode were laden with provisions of water and food. "May I inquire what prompts you to obstruct our path, young brother?" one of the men questioned. "Esteemed friends, I find myself lost in this desert, devoid of water and sustenance. It is a stroke of fortune to encounter you. I seek to ascertain my current location. Might you also possess any water or food?" Yi Chen replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Ah, indeed, we do," one of them responded. After exchanging glances, they offered Yi Chen a bag of water. One of the burly men cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chen's right hand, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "Second brother, what are you doing?" questioned the other, tugging at his companion's arm, perplexed. The man referred to as the second brother replied, "Third brother, we have encountered many lost souls like this young man in the desert. If we can extend a hand, we should." He added, "After all, we are all warriors, and our journey is fraught with challenges." Turning to Yi Chen, he continued, "Brother, I can see you are weary from your travels. You are welcome to accompany us. Our base is a small oasis, abundant in water and food. When you are ready to set forth again, you will not need to worry about sustenance." Yi Chen pondered for a moment, feeling an inherent unease, yet recognizing the validity of the second brother's words. Deprived of water and food, coupled with his disorientation, he realized that he might indeed be unable to escape the desert. Finally, he conceded, "Very well, I extend my gratitude to both of you. I shall intrude upon your hospitality for a while. My young companion must be weary as well. You may ride my camel." The robust man, referred to as the second brother, then offered the camel to Yi Chen. "Thank you," Yi Chen expressed, albeit his heart grew increasingly wary. This man's warmth seemed overly effusive, hinting at possible ulterior motives. As they traversed the path, Yi Chen learned the names of his newfound companions. The second brother was Wang Sheng, and the other, Wang Kai, was the third brother. They had an elder sibling, and together they occupied a modest oasis. "May I inquire which family your esteemed self hails from, young brother? What brings you to the western desert?" Wang Sheng asked, feigning casual curiosity. "I belong to a minor noble family of the Sacred Empire," Yi Chen replied. "My journey to the western desert was intended for training, but alas, I inadvertently lost my way. Indeed, the western desert is predominantly comprised of sand, making it quite commonplace to become disoriented. Young brother, it would be wise to exercise greater caution in the future. One must not be so careless as to repeat this experience," Wang Xing advised. "Thank you for your counsel, Brother Wang," Yi Chen acknowledged with a nod. Throughout the journey, despite his vigilance, Yi Chen encountered no anomalies. After 2 hours, they arrived at the oasis that Wang Xing and Wang Kai had mentioned. This oasis spans several kilometers, and were it not for the trees obscuring the view, one could easily see its boundaries. However, this small oasis was absent from the map that Zhao Lao had provided to Yi Chen, leaving him unaware of its precise location. Thus, Yi Chen could only inquire, "I wonder if Brother Wang possesses a map of this area that I might peruse?" By cross-referencing this map with the one in his possession, Yi Chen could ascertain his current location. "Certainly," Wang Sheng replied, "our locale is rather remote, and it is quite normal for you not to find it on your own map." As he spoke, Wang Sheng handed Yi Chen a map. After examining it and comparing it with the one he held, Yi Chen finally identified his position. Upon realizing where he was, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. For his unintended detour had brought him closer to the Arctic tundra. He believed that if he headed north, he could reach the Arctic within a week at most. "Thank you, Brother Wang. This map is invaluable to me. Might I keep it?" Chen asked. Since you desire it, take it, my young brother. We have plenty of maps, Wang Xing replied. Then I am truly grateful, brother Wang. This incident diminished Chen's wariness towards them. Although the continent of Feng Wang was a realm of the survival of the fittest, there were always kind-hearted souls like the coachman Li San. Third brother. I often remind you to be vigilant. Just look at you, such a plump lamb, and you failed to notice. Wang Xing chuckled. Did you not see that lad's finger? He wore a purple gold ring. I suspect it is a high-grade spatial storage ring. What? A purple gold high-grade spatial storage ring? Wang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. I was not oblivious. I merely thought it was an ordinary ornament. After all, it is not uncommon for a wealthy young master like him to wear a ring or necklace, is it? Moreover, although he appears rather dim-witted, he remains wary of us. So how could he possibly reveal such a treasure? Furthermore, since you suspect it to be a spatial ring, why have you not taken action? I assure you, it is undoubtedly a spatial ring. Wang Sheng's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic gleam. Did I not once, by sheer chance, encounter King Catter? I recall that he also possessed a similar ring. What? King Catter possesses such a ring as well? At such a tender age. To own a spatial ring signifies an extraordinary background. If we provoke him, we may very well place ourselves in peril, Wang Kai remarked, overwhelmed by waves of astonishment. Indeed. This is precisely why I have refrained from acting. I am also eager to ascertain which family he hails from, Wang Sheng replied. Moreover, we remain unaware of his strength and hidden cards, which is why I have held back. Shall we then wait for our elder brother? We might consult him for his opinion. After all, that young man is already here. Escaping is no longer an option, Wang Kai suggested. Yes, I concur. Let us inquire with our elder brother. The decision to eliminate or spare him shall rest upon his judgment. Wang Xing nodded in agreement. I shall summon him at once. Wang Kai declared before departing towards the sole source of water in this small oasis. Chapter 25. The haunting ice chill. The water source here is a well with a diameter spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. The water within is crystal clear, emanating a touch of icy chill. At the mouth of the well, a figure is seated in a meditative posture. His features bear a striking resemblance to Wang Sheng and Wang Kai. He is their elder brother, Wang Li. Upon hearing a commotion, Wang Li opens his eyes and spots Wang Kai. Ah, the third brother, you have arrived. Where is the second brother? Why hasn't he come to assist me? Elder brother, we have encountered a situation, Wang Kai replies, recounting the encounter with Chen and Wang Xing's analysis in detail. After listening, Wang Li ponders. Are you certain this lad is lost? No one besides us is aware of his whereabouts. We are certain, Wang Kai asserts. On our journey, my second brother and I have been investigating his identity and the reason for his presence in the western regions. There should be no issues. Very well. Since no one is aware, let us proceed. Wang Li declares, slapping his thigh with determination. I refuse to believe that even if this lad has someone backing him, they can trace it back to us. Since you say so, elder brother, let us act. Wang Kai responds. Wang Li continues, however, we must not involve ourselves directly. Let that lad handle the formidable creatures within. It will serve as a test of his capabilities. Of course, if he is defeated by those creatures, we shall bear no blame. Even if he possesses a powerful background, his demise at their hands is of no concern to us. How did you sleep last night? Young brother Chen? This is my elder brother, Wang Li. Yesterday, we refrained from disturbing you, fearing it might disrupt your rest, Wang Xing explained. I slept quite well. Thank you for your concern, second brother Wang Xing. Chen had just arrived in an unfamiliar place. How could he possibly rest completely? Although his wariness towards the Wang brothers had diminished somewhat due to the matter concerning the map, he still harbored a sense of caution. After all, if there were no ulterior motives, the Wang brothers would not have chosen to keep him here. Wang Xing was aware of Chen's lingering suspicion and spoke candidly. Young brother Chen, to be honest, the reason we have retained your presence is that we require your assistance with certain matters. May I inquire what assistance you need, second brother Wang Xing? However, given my limited abilities, I fear I may not be of much help, Chen replied. What type of elemental power do you cultivate, young brother Chen? Typically, those who venture into the desert are practitioners of water and fire elemental powers, Wang Xing inquired. I cultivate a variant of ice elemental power within the water category. Chen responded. However, I do not understand. Water elemental power should face considerable suppression in the desert. Why would anyone choose to train here? Haha. Upon hearing that you practice variant ice elemental power, I thought you would already know, Wang Sheng chuckled. The desert is predominantly filled with fire and earth elemental powers. which severely suppress water elemental powers. Training in such a repressive environment leads to a remarkably significant enhancement of one's strength. I see, Chen acknowledged. Chen nodded. In truth, after arriving in the desert, his strength as a yellow 2-star martial artist could only manifest as that of an orange warrior. However, since he had focused his cultivation on mental fortitude, his mastery of elemental energy had lagged behind, and he had chosen to overlook it. In this light, practicing the profound ice technique in the desert should serve as an excellent trial for him. Shen continued. I truly did not expect that young brother Chen cultivates ice-type elemental energy. It seems heaven has sent you to assist us. What does brother Shen mean by this? Chen inquired, chuckling. Our small oasis may appear modest, yet it harbors a treasure of ice. The three brothers, all practitioners of fire-type elemental energy, found themselves unable to retrieve the treasure, as each attempt resulted in immense pressure upon them. What kind of treasure is it? Chen asked. The three brothers exchanged glances, feigning difficulty. We can share this with you, young brother Chen, but you must swear not to disclose it. They continued. Of course, should you assist us in obtaining this treasure, you may request anything your heart desires, and we will gladly oblige. That may not be necessary. Chen replied. Brother Shen has already aided me greatly by providing the map and water. If there is a way in which I can assist you, I shall do so wholeheartedly. Thank you, young brother Chen, Shen said. I wonder if you are familiar with the concepts of earthly fire and heavenly fire? He added, I believe that any family scion with a modicum of knowledge would be aware of these. Yes, I am aware, Chen responded. Chen nodded. Still holding a trace of the 9 phoenix heavenly flame in his hand, a fire ranked third among the celestial flames, potent enough to extinguish a purple martial king with just a fragment. This clarifies matters. That ice artifact can be likened to the earthly fire among flames, known as the nether ice saber. It is said to have mutated during the communion of water elemental force with the netherworld. Were it not for the immense value of the nether ice saber to us three brothers, we might have considered gifting it to young brother Chen. Alas, should young brother Chen assist us in acquiring the ice saber, we would have to offer something else in return. No matter. Since I am deemed suitable, I shall take on the task. Although Chen verbally acquiesced to Shen's request, his heart was filled with doubt. After all, he had not previously revealed his mastery over ice elemental force, which implied that even if he did not cultivate ice elemental force, the three brothers of the Wang family would still insist he retrieve the nether ice saber. This alone was sufficient to raise Chen's suspicions. We thank you, young brother Chen. The three brothers of the Wang family feigned gratitude. They then escorted Chen to the well. Shen pretended to remind him. The nether ice saber is located within this well. However, young brother Chen, you should understand that this item carries inherent dangers, as it is equivalent to earthly fire. Rest assured, second brother Shen, I am fully aware, Chen responded, indicating his understanding. That's good. We three brothers shall refrain from further words and extend our gratitude to young brother Chen. Of course, if we are unable to retrieve it, it matters not. We shall simply consider it fate that we are not meant to possess it. In that case, should young brother Chen wish to depart from here, you are free to do so, Shen stated. Chen inquired whether Shen's second brother had precise coordinates for the nether ice calamity, as it would facilitate his search. This matter is somewhat difficult to articulate, Shen replied, feeling a bit troubled. However, once you descend, you will undoubtedly encounter the nether ice calamity. If you do not, you may simply return. Very well, Chen nodded, casting a glance at the crystal-clear well, pondering how one might discern the nether ice calamity from such depths. Yet, given Shen's assurance, there must be a rationale behind it. He enveloped himself in a protective layer of ice elemental energy and leaped into the well. Upon witnessing Chen's plunge, the Wang brothers finally erupted in laughter, surprised that Chen had fallen for their ruse. This fellow, though cautious, has still been deceived, Wang Kai remarked. Indeed, yet it remains uncertain whether he will survive below. Even if he perishes down there, exhausting that formidable creature, the three of us, though currently restrained, could certainly eliminate it once we enter. In that case, the nether ice calamity and the spatial storage ring would all belong to us. Brother, you speak wisely. Let us hope this lad proves resourceful and does not fall victim to that monstrous being. Chapter 26. Unveiling the conspiracy. As Chen plunged into the well, he felt the icy water enveloping him with a chilling bite. Yet, he noticed that the speed of his ice elemental energy circulation had increased slightly. He understood that this was likely due to the environmental conditions within the well. A fervent desire ignited within him. If only he could continue his cultivation in such a place. Regrettably, I am assisting the 3 brothers of the Wang family, and moreover, I must venture to the Arctic ice fields, where the environment is likely more conducive to my cultivation of ice elemental energy. Chen descended towards the bottom of the well. From the surface, it appeared crystal clear, yet upon diving, he discovered its depths extended at least several dozen meters. It is well known that even a river merely 2 or 3 meters deep can be fatal. Thus the prospect of such a great depth was indeed alarming. Although Chen did not immediately encounter the nether ice calamity, his mastery of ice elemental energy enabled him to distinctly sense its distribution within the water, with one particular area drawing his attention, presumably the dwelling of the nether ice calamity. As he swam forward, Chen observed several small, colorless, and translucent fish, approximately the size of a middle finger, darting about in the water. Upon noticing Chen's descent, these little fish fled in a frenzy, seemingly aware of the presence of humans. Paying them no mind, Chen continued his journey. Were the chaotic magic pearl still awakened, it would undoubtedly compel Chen to capture these transparent fish. Surely, any fish capable of surviving in an environment that fosters the nether ice calamity could not be mere ordinary fish. Alas, Chen remained unaware of this. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally reached the bottom of the well. Below lay a different scene, a subterranean river, with the location of the nether ice calamity nestled within a natural cave. Upon surfacing, Chen was captivated by the splendor of the cavern. It was a crystal cave of pure white ice, as though he had entered a realm of crystalline purity, evoking a sense of sanctity that made him hesitant to tread upon its surface. As he marveled at the beauty surrounding him, he also discovered the chilling presence of the ethereal ice frost. This phenomenon, roughly the size of a fist, resembled a sphere of ice quietly resting upon a platform. From a distance, Chen could already sense the intense cold emanating from the ethereal ice frost. Having spotted it, he stepped ashore and approached the icy entity, feeling the waves of cold wash over him. In his heart, Chen reflected on his fortune in coming here. Had the 3 brothers of the Wang family, practitioners of fire-based elemental energy, approached, they would likely have found the ethereal ice frost formidable. The relentless cold would be unbearable for them, particularly those attuned to fire elements, who would suffer even greater intensity from the chilling waves. Although Chen, who cultivated ice elemental energy, felt some discomfort from the cold, he also noticed an increase in his training speed. He understood the reason behind this phenomenon. It was akin to how a fire elemental practitioner might harness the powers of earth or heavenly fire. If the fire exceeded their capacity to endure, their energy would be incinerated. Conversely, if they could withstand it, they could master the flames and bolster their strength. In a similar vein, Chen sought to master the ethereal ice frost, which required him to endure the refining chill it exuded. If he could withstand it, he would be able to assimilate the ethereal ice frost. However, his purpose for this visit was merely to retrieve the ethereal ice frost, not to conquer it. Thus he need not complicate matters. All he needed to do was endure the cold it naturally produced and envelop the ethereal ice frost in his ice elemental energy to carry it away. Furthermore, the Wang brothers expressed that if he truly could not retrieve it, then it was unnecessary to persist. Thus, Chen felt little psychological pressure. As he approached the yumming ice shale, he experienced discomfort. However, the ice elemental force within him was swiftly circulating. In just a few minutes, Chen astonishingly broke through to the rank of a yellow 4-star martial master. Some may deem a year of cultivation to be insufficient compared to 5 years prior. Yet upon reflection, if Chen were to cultivate here for 4 or 5 years, it would equate to over 20 years of training outside. Based on the Chaos Demon Pearl's estimation of Chen's innate talent, 20 years would suffice for him to ascend to the rank of a purple martial king. When the time came for Chen to emerge, would he not sweep across the world? Regrettably, without the subsequent techniques of the Xianbing art, it was impossible for him to reach the rank of purple martial king unless he were to adopt a different cultivation method. But here, there was evidently no technique to support his training. As Chen gradually approached the yumming ice shale, he remained unaware of a pure white creature, resembling a lizard, lurking not far from him. This creature bore a single horn atop its head, swayed its tail, and its black eyes fixated intently on Chen. As Chen drew nearer to the yumming ice shale, the horned lizard-like beast finally sprang into action, lunging towards him. Upon launching its attack, the horned lizard revealed its true size. When it stood on its limbs, It measured approximately 1 meter in height and 3 meters in length, appearing quite cumbersome. Yet, in reality, its agility was remarkable, especially on the smooth ice surface, which enhanced its speed significantly. As for Chen, his attention was initially focused on the ethereal ice malevolence, unaware that there were beasts lying in ambush nearby. The three brothers of the Wang family had failed to inform him of the lurking dangers. In a fleeting moment of bewilderment, the horned lizard beast surged forward, closing the distance between itself and Chen. With its formidable forelimbs, the beast struck ferociously towards him. It was only when the attack was nearly upon him that he regained his senses. Even in his moment of folly, he comprehended that he had been deceived by the Wang brothers. Their silence about the lurking beasts, coupled with their insistence on retrieving the ice malevolence, suggested that they intended for him to serve as a mere pawn, while they sought to reap the benefits from the shadows. In an instant, Chen's mind unraveled the intricacies of the Wang brothers' scheme. With this newfound clarity, he resolved not to confront the horned lizard beast. However, the creature remained oblivious to his intentions and did not relent in its assault, while Chen could hardly resign himself to a passive demise. As the beast's powerful forelimb was poised to descend upon his head, Chen finally acted. Beast sound technique. Roar. His technique, unwavering until now, unexpectedly transcended, entering the second tier of the standard version bestowed upon him by the celestial harp sorceress. Originally, the beast sound technique, modified by the little black creature, required the mastery of 100 beast roars, and only upon completion could it be deemed perfected. With a resounding roar akin to that of a dragon, he unleashed a mental shockwave, striking the horned lizard beast with unparalleled force. Under the assault of Chen, the once formidable and swift strike of the unicorn lizard beast began to falter. Chen deftly evaded this attack, simultaneously employing the profound ice technique, his fists imbued with icy elemental force, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head. However, his fists met an impenetrable barrier, akin to striking a hardened steel plate, producing only a dull thud, without further effect. A wave of astonishment washed over Chen as he thought, "What on earth is this? I cannot inflict even the slightest injury upon the unicorn lizard beast." Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the beast's surface was cloaked in a dense layer of fine white crystalline skin, its patterns intricate and tightly woven, exuding an aura of formidable defense. He found himself utterly incapable of breaching its defenses, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Chapter 27. Ice Dragon Roar. 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 Just as Chen was engulfed in doubt, the unicorn lizard beast let out a formidable roar, reminiscent of Chen's previous cries. It bore no intent of mental assault, merely serving as a form of communication, yet it resonated with an unusual power. This power sparked a realization within Chen. Beast roar, beast roar. If one does not heed their roars, how can one cultivate the beast sound technique? Though he could not comprehend the peculiar force emanating from the beast's howl, he recognized that his mastery of the beast sound technique had undergone a qualitative transformation. Despite his mental prowess remaining unchanged, his strength had noticeably escalated. Nevertheless, Chen had no time to ponder the intricacies of the beast sound technique or the dragon's roar. He still faced the looming threat of the unicorn lizard beast. Certainly, he soon comprehended why the horned lizard demonic beast had not harmed him. It sought to communicate. A sense of exasperation washed over him. For although his roar had been learned through the beast sound technique, resembling the language of beasts, it did not imply that Chen could understand their tongue. Now, faced with the beast's desire to converse, he found himself at a loss for words. As Chen pondered his next course of action, three imposing figures emerged. Indeed, they were the Wang family brothers. Having waited above for 5 minutes, they felt the time was ripe to descend. Upon seeing the Wang brothers, the horned lizard demonic beast's eyes ignited with a furious crimson, its expression morphing into one of profound rage, even releasing white vapor from its nostrils, as if the brothers had committed some grave offense. Initially, they had presumed the young man to be of noble lineage. However, to their astonishment, he was merely a worthless yellow martial artist. Heaven forbid, had his years of cultivation yielded such pitiful results? The eldest brother, Wang Li, revealed a sinister demeanor, showing no regard for decorum upon learning of Chen's ineptitude. Meanwhile, the second brother, Wang Sheng, taunted, "Eldest brother, third brother, your assessment is somewhat misguided. He does possess a modicum of skill, for he has yet to fall to the ice serpent." Indeed, well said, second brother, Wang Li retorted with a dismissive wave. "It appears we must join forces, the three of us. Now, not only had the Wang brothers ensnared him, but their attitude was also appallingly contemptuous. Yi Chun felt a surge of genuine anger. He reflected upon his own conduct and found no grievance against them. Why had they conspired to bring him down? And now, they dared to wear such disdainful expressions? Ha ha, it is merely due to the spatial storage ring in your possession. Are you not aware that fortune should remain discreet? At this juncture, the three brothers would no longer conceal anything. Are you certain this is indeed a spatial storage ring? What if it is merely an ordinary ornament of mine? Yi Chun raised the purple-gold spatial storage ring in his hand. He had not anticipated that the three brothers' nefarious intentions were derived from Kater's spatial storage ring. Had he known, he would have kept it close to his heart. Young man, I once witnessed a ring identical to this one, Wang Xing declared. Therefore, I can assert with absolute certainty that it is a spatial storage ring. If you possess any sense, you will willingly surrender it, and we may spare your life. However, if you refuse, do not blame us three brothers for our lethal actions. Whether I surrender it or not, the outcome is my demise. Why, then, should I relinquish it to you? Yu Chen retorted. Haha. I knew you would not comply so easily. We shall extend our apologies to you, dear brother Yu Chen, Wang Xing said with feigned sincerity. Upon witnessing Wang Sheng's insincere demeanor, Yi Chen chose silence. Roar. At that moment, the ice serpent could no longer restrain itself and expelled a puff of white mist towards the Wang brothers. This wretched beast strikes without provocation. Second brother, deal with that pesky fly. Third brother, join me in subduing this creature. Upon seeing the ice serpent's aggressive move, Wang Li immediately assigned their opponents. Simultaneously, his fiery elemental power surged forth, revealing the might of a green 3-star martial general. However, due to the constraints imposed by the ice crystal cave and the nether ice poison, Wang Li could currently only exhibit the strength of a green 2-star martial general. Wang Kai, the third son of the Wang family, simultaneously launched an attack against the ice serpent, possessing the strength of a blue 1-star martial general. However, he could only unleash the prowess of a green 9-star grand martial artist at present. The ice serpent, at the initial stage of level 5, was comparable to a blue 1-star martial general. Although the combined strength of the three Wang brothers appeared superior to that of the ice serpent, the latter benefited from its environment and was further fortified by its formidable skin, akin to ice crystal armor, rendering the brothers unable to subdue it. Over the years, the persistent failures of the trio had incited the ice serpent's fury. Upon encountering them, it would react with great anger, thus taking the initiative to attack at the slightest provocation. As for Wang Xing, the second brother, he was the most astute among the trio but also the weakest, being a green 9-star grand martial artist. Yet here, he could only exert the strength of a green 8-star grand martial artist. After years of conflict with the ice serpent, both sides were exceedingly familiar with one another. Once Wang Li and Wang Kai ensnared the ice serpent, Wang Sheng faced Yi Chen directly. Now that you are aware, you shall comply and meet your demise. Yet, with your yellow martial artist strength, you are truly unworthy of my effort, Wang Sheng declared. You may as well take your own life. Considering the spatial storage ring, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial. Second brother, cease your prattle. Eliminate him swiftly. We have a formidable adversary to contend with. Upon hearing Wang Xing's words, Yi Chen remained silent, but Wang Li was already irked. Elder brother, why the haste? Wang Sheng chuckled. A mere fly like this can be dealt with effortlessly. It won't consume but a few seconds. Then make haste, for heaven's sake. Wang Li retorted angrily at Wang Sheng. Only through our united strength can we suppress this vile creature. We cannot afford to waste any more time. This time, we must ensure its demise. Let us not invite any unforeseen complications. Very well, leader, I understand. Wang Sheng, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Yi Chen and lamented. Alas, young brother Yi Chen, I had initially hoped to allow you to linger a bit longer, but alas, your time has come, your demise is inevitable. You are quite verbose. The one destined to perish today is you. Yi Chen, who had initially intended for Wang Sheng to underestimate him so that he could employ the beast sound technique to defeat him, found his plan thwarted as Wang Sheng continued to prattle without taking action. Moreover, due to Yi Chen's heightened comprehension of the beast sound technique, he recognized the identity of the one-horned lizard beast and finally discerned the source of the imposing aura. It was none other than a trace of the dragon's might emanating from the flood dragon. Deep within, Yi Chen had long been eager to test the enhanced power of his beast sound technique, and thus he could no longer contain himself. He initiated the attack, proclaiming, Beast sound technique. Flood Dragon S roar. 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 Arrogant. How dare you strike first? Wang Sheng was taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity to preempt him. Just as he was about to dismiss Yi Chen's actions as sheer arrogance, a roar imbued with a hint of dragon's might erupted from Yi Chen's lips, accompanied by a powerful mental assault. Upon hearing Yi Chen's roar, Wang Sheng was beset by a vision of an ice dragon surging forth in his mind, which then began to roar wildly. Under the ferocious roar of the ice dragon, Wang Sheng trembled uncontrollably, and in the next heartbeat, the ice dragon, with its furious roar, sank its teeth into Wang Sheng's head. Yet, this transpired solely within the confines of Wang Sheng's mind. In reality, his eyes dimmed, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he was utterly devoid of life, having been fatally struck down by Yi Chen's overwhelming roar. After Yi Chen vanquished Wang Sheng, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. The ferocious roar had exhausted his mental energy, for the beast sound technique he employed was imbued with a trace of dragon might, resulting in significant depletion. Despite this considerable drain, Yi Chen's spirits remained high. Firstly, he gained a clearer understanding of the formidable power of the beast sound technique. Currently, his mental prowess was at the mid-level of the 4th tier, roughly equivalent to a green 4 to 5-star rating. In contrast, Wang Sheng, though suppressed by his surroundings, was undoubtedly a formidable green 8-star grand martial artist, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched. Moreover, there was a crucial realization. Yi Chen now possessed a direction for his continued cultivation of the beast sound technique. By gradually familiarizing himself with and mastering this dragon might, he might very well achieve great proficiency in the technique and unleash a dragon's roar. The potential strength of such an ability was beyond his imagination. Second brother? Second brother? Why haven't you dealt with this insignificant pest yet? Why are you still standing there in a daze? Wang Li exclaimed anxiously. Although Wang Sheng had been struck down, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, he remained motionless, as if frozen in shock. Wang Li, preoccupied with entangling the ice serpent, had no time to assess Wang Sheng's condition. Second brother? Speak up. Why are you standing there like a statue? Wang Kai, noticing Wang Sheng's lack of response, grew increasingly uneasy and inquired. As Wang Li was the primary force engaging the ice serpent, Wang Kai had the opportunity to glance at Wang Sheng, only to find his eyes dull, blood flowing from his orifices, devoid of vitality. Realization dawned upon him. Wang Sheng might be dead. Fury surged within him, yet a flicker of hope remained, wishing that Wang Sheng had merely sustained injuries. What have you done to my second brother, you brat? What has become of him now? Chapter 28. The Fire Goddess Cannonball. Haha, what have I done to your second brother? Whatever you intend to do to me, I have done to him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen laughed heartily, though his laughter bore an air of exhaustion, reflecting his immense depletion of energy. A scoundrel? You killed my second brother? Brother. He has slain our second brother. Wang Kai roared in fury. At that moment, Wang Li also caught wind of their conversation and turned to gaze at Wang Sheng. Discovering that Wang Sheng indeed appeared gravely unfortunate, inciting a surge of murderous intent toward Yi Chen within him. Yet, it is essential to remember that Wang Li and Wang Kai were embroiled in a fierce battle with the ice serpent. In their moment of anger, the two inadvertently provided the ice serpent with an opportunity. Its robust forelimbs struck towards Wang Li and Wang Kai from either side. Wang Li, possessing formidable strength, barely managed to fend off the ice serpent's assault, yet Wang Kai was not so fortunate, as he was slammed against his chest. A sound akin to cracking bones resonated through the air as Wang Kai was sent hurtling backward, spewing forth a stream of blood during his flight. This vile creature, witnessing Wang Kai's injury, ignited Wang Li's fury further. Third brother, can you still stand? Elder brother, I am fine, I shall not perish. Wang Kai gradually regained his composure, yet his breath was exceedingly weak, clearly indicating severe injury. Third brother, eliminate that wretched beast and avenge our second brother. By the way, utilize that item. This little fiend has some unknown means of killing our second brother, so be cautious. Once we dispatch that wretched creature, we shall depart. I will hold off the ice serpent, Wang Li declared. Understood, elder brother. Leave this wretched creature to me. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai disregarded his injuries and fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Chen, resembling a frenzied beast. It's in your hands now. Wang Li unleashed a forbidden technique, channeling a surge of fiery, elemental energy that was tenfold more potent than before. His strength restored to that of a green 3-star martial general. He swiftly subdued the ice serpent. Meanwhile, Wang Kai produced a black, egg-like object from his hand and hurled it towards Yi Chen with a menacing grin. "You little beast. Accompany my second brother to the grave. Originally intended for that vile creature, it was now repurposed for you. This little wretch, Fire God Bomb." As the Fire God Bomb hurtled towards him, Yi Chen sprang into action like a coiled spring. Given that this explosive was meant for the ice serpent, its power was undoubtedly formidable, and he had no intention of testing its might. Though currently weakened, it must be remembered that he was still a yellow 4-star martial artist. With a deft leap, Yi Chen evaded the impending blast of the Fire God Bomb. With a resounding boom, the bomb struck the icy ground, unleashing a violent explosion that sent dense waves of fiery elemental force rippling outward. While Yi Chen narrowly escaped the full brunt of the explosion, he was still caught in the turbulent aftermath, which propelled him backward with immense force. By a stroke of fate, Yi Chen landed precisely where the nether ice evil resided, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around it. To his astonishment, the nether ice evil seemed to find its vessel, merging seamlessly into his chest. After the explosion of the Fire God Cannonball, not only was Yi Chen sent flying, but the immense force of the blast also shattered the ice crystals within the cavern into countless fragments. Above, ice crystals continued to fall, as if the entire icy grotto were on the verge of collapse. "Hurry, this beast has gone mad," Wang Li exclaimed as he retrieved Wang Sheng's lifeless body and, alongside Wang Kai, made their escape from the icy cavern. The ice serpent, witnessing their flight, roared furiously and pursued them relentlessly. As Wang Li and Wang Kai submerged into the water, they soon realized the ice serpent had caught up with them. "Damn it, we fight," Wang Li thought, knowing that the ice serpent's combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Gritting his teeth, he produced a Fire God Cannonball from his pocket, then retrieved another from Wang Sheng's body. The two cannonballs were hurled towards the ice serpent. Upon impact, the cannonballs detonated in the water, unleashing a tremendous surge of fiery energy that propelled Wang Li and Wang Kai upward. The ice serpent, too, was tossed about violently by the colossal waves. Its once lustrous scales now charred and blackened, rendering it a pitiful sight. Simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the already precarious icy grotto finally succumbed to collapse. After all, the ice serpent had been in close proximity to the cavern, and the two cannonballs meant to strike it had inadvertently wrought havoc upon the grotto itself. Enraged by the collapse of its lair and disregarding its injuries, the ice serpent surged forward. Though its size was formidable, it moved with remarkable speed and agility through the water. As Wang Li and Wang Kai steadied themselves, they noticed the ice serpent pursuing them once more. "This wretched beast was truly courting death. It dares to follow us. Let us hasten our departure. Once we are outside, it shall pose no threat," Wang Li exclaimed. "Understood, big brother." Although the ice serpent moved with remarkable speed through the water, the impact of the Fire God Cannon had given Wang Li and Wang Kai a head start, allowing them to emerge before the serpent. Enraged, the ice serpent surged forth from the depths. Upon surfacing, the two brothers engaged in combat with the serpent once again. However, in the external realm, the Wang brothers could unleash their full potential. Meanwhile, as the battle progressed, the ice serpent's strength waned significantly. Despite its formidable scales shielding it from the brothers' assaults, it found itself at a disadvantage, forced to endure the onslaught. Wang Kai remarked, "Big brother, with our second brother gone and the Fire God cannons depleted, we may not be able to contend with this ice serpent, nor obtain the nether frost. What shall we do now?" Sighing deeply, Wang Li replied, "Who could argue otherwise? Initially, we were filled with confidence, especially with the 3 Fire God cannons at our disposal. Even if we could not slay the ice serpent, their simultaneous detonation would have surely inflicted severe damage. After all, a single Fire God cannon is akin to the full force of a green 3-star General S strike. Yet, we never anticipated the unexpected arrival of Yi Chen." Wang Kai nodded. "Indeed, had we foreseen this, we should have united our strength to eliminate him upon his arrival. However, it is too late for such reflections. As long as Yi Chen lives, I shall remain here, awaiting his emergence. When he appears, I shall end him." Chapter 29. Refining the ice desolation. As Yi Chen was compelled to charge towards the nether ice desolation, an unsettling premonition gripped his heart. He endeavored to exert control over his body and evade the icy menace, yet the force propelling him was overwhelming, rendering his body wholly unresponsive to his will. Consequently, he found himself hurtling directly into the embrace of the nether ice desolation, which had poised itself at his chest. In an instant, The frigid essence seamlessly permeated his being. A profound chill surged from his chest, and Yi Chun felt as though his heart had abruptly ceased to beat, simultaneously. The remainder of his body succumbed to the icy grasp. Layers of crystalline ice swiftly formed upon the surface of his body, enveloping him much like the ice crystals within the previous cavern. Before long, he was encased in a prison of ice. Though his body was immobilized, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. This was the advantage of his extensive training in spiritual power. His mental fortitude was vastly superior. Furthermore, while the nether ice desolation was formidable, it had yet to reach the level of freezing Yi Chen's awareness. After all, the manifestation of the nether ice desolation in this location primarily benefited the three brothers of the Wang family and the Ice Serpent, all of whom were at the basic Cyan Martial General level, and thus the corresponding level of the nether ice desolation was not exceedingly high. In contrast, Yi Chen's spiritual power had already attained the mid to late stage of the fourth tier, placing him in the latter half of the green stage. Coupled with his tenfold spiritual meditation method, once practiced by a formidable being capable of vanquishing demon gods, he wielded an unparalleled mental prowess, rendering him significantly more potent than other practitioners of similar levels. Thus, the current manifestation of the nether ice desolation could not ensnare his consciousness. However, Yi Chun was acutely aware that such a state could not persist indefinitely, despite the formidable strength of his spiritual essence and the presence of his consciousness. His physical form had become entirely uncontrollable. If his body remained in a state of frozen lethargy, his consciousness would inevitably succumb to the grip of death. Although there existed a theoretical possibility of revival akin to that of a creature entombed in ice for millennia, who might, after a jolt of electricity, awaken once more, Yi Chun was not one to resign himself to fate. Drawing upon his spiritual strength, he exerted his will to practice the Xianbing Ju, meticulously refining the chilling energy of the nether ice into his being, layer by layer. Though he had lost dominion over his body and was uncertain if the Xianbing Ju was indeed functioning, he persisted in his efforts. While an ordinary individual might rest after a day's toil, a practitioner could go several days without repose. Since being encased in ice, Yi Chun had not taken a moment's respite. Gradually, fatigue began to seep into his consciousness, rendering it hazy and indistinct. Yet, he maintained this semi-conscious state, which served both as a form of rest and a semblance of awareness. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps mere weeks or even months slipped by. At last, a flicker of sensation returned to his body as he felt the rhythmic thumping of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. This primal beat roused the foggy remnants of his consciousness, igniting a spark of exhilaration within him, and he fully awakened. With unwavering determination, he activated the Xianbing Ju, and gradually, his body began to revive, first his heart, followed by his other vital organs. As each part of his being regained its vitality, his refining pace accelerated. Hours passed, and finally, he regained complete control over his entire form. Once he had gained control over his entire being, Yi Chen's first course of action was to examine the nether ice chill. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the chill had completely integrated into his heart. The nether ice chill pulsed in synchrony with the rhythm of his heartbeat, and with each beat, a fierce surge of icy energy coursed through his veins. Yi Chen attempted to throw a punch, only to realize that the icy power accompanied his movement. Yet, he was soon doused with the cold reality of his predicament. He found himself trapped within an ice crystal cavern, surrounded entirely by shards of ice. It was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate, as no falling ice crystals had buried him, but they had effectively sealed him within. Yi Chen recalled that the distance from his current position to the exit was at least 20 meters. Gazing at the densely packed ice blocks, he had no choice but to transport them piece by piece. This task was significantly easier than dealing with the ice serpent. When he encountered particularly large ice blocks, he found them immovable, compelling him to shatter them first using his profound ice technique before attempting to move them. Yi Chen also recognized his limitations. His profound ice technique, while formidable, lacked the requisite offensive power, indicating a need to cultivate more aggressive techniques. Yet, he felt overwhelmed by the demands on his time, as he needed to master the tenfold mental meditation, beast sound technique, and refine his profound ice technique, all of which were exceptionally powerful methods. Additionally, he sought to delve into the realms of alchemy and artifact forging. It became clear to Yi Chen that time was slipping away. Nevertheless, he resolved to set these concerns aside for the moment. His priority was to escape first. As for time, he reassured himself, He was still young and had ample time ahead. Gurgle, gurgle. As Yi Chen moved approximately 10 meters, his stomach began to rumble. Previously, he had been frozen, and his bodily functions had essentially ceased, resulting in no energy consumption. However, upon awakening, he had engaged in cultivation and the arduous task of transporting ice crystals, leading to considerable physical exhaustion and a burgeoning hunger. Yet, surveying the surrounding expanse of ice crystals, he found no sustenance to consume, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere. It was said that upon reaching the realm of the purple martial king, one could practice fasting and no longer require food. Yet, at present, Yi Chen remained an ordinary mortal. The further he transported the ice crystals, the more pronounced his hunger became, akin to a famished individual compelled to labor incessantly, intensifying that gnawing sensation. A thought crossed Yi Chen's mind. Would he truly perish from hunger here? He had survived encounters with the formidable Katter martial king, evaded the clutches of Wang Sheng, escaped the fiery onslaught of the fire goddess cannon, and eluded the grasp of the ghostly ice fiend. Was he destined to starve in this desolate place? The notion struck him as a profound misfortune. Moreover, he was still a virgin, having never even held a woman's delicate hand, and he had a martial king-level girlfriend from the Dongfang clan. Ah, a girlfriend of such stature. How impressive it would be to boast of it, how splendid, how ostentatious. How could he allow himself to succumb to hunger in this forsaken location? With this determination, Yi Chen took a deep breath, summoned his strength, and fervently continued to transport the ice crystals. Finally, after 2 arduous hours, he completed the task and arrived at the entrance of the original ice crystal cave. With a sigh of relief, Yi Chen collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. He was so famished that he lacked the energy to move even a single finger. As Yi Chen settled down, an enormous white creature emerged from the water's surface. It was the ice serpent. At that moment, the ice serpent gazed at Yi Chen, its eyes radiating kindness. Previously, it had regarded Yi Chen as a kindred spirit capable of communicating in a certain tongue. Moreover, since Yi Chen had vanquished Wang Sheng, the ice serpent held him in considerable esteem, despite the fact that Yi Chen seemed to have inadvertently lost its treasure. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the ice serpent, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming hunger. He estimated that he could muster only half of his full strength, or perhaps even less, if he were to engage in battle with the ice serpent. He feared it would end similarly as before, with the creature easily swatting him aside. However, upon noticing the warmth of the ice serpent's gaze, he realized that it would not attack him. Gurgle, gurgle, Yi Chen's stomach audibly protested. He offered an awkward smile to the ice serpent and gestured toward his belly. The ice serpent seemed to comprehend his plight and dove into the water. After a brief interval, Yi Chen observed the small, finger-sized white fish he had seen earlier being deposited onto the shore by the ice serpent. Starving, he eagerly seized the fish and devoured them ravenously. Initially unaware of their flavor, he soon discovered that the fish were exquisitely delicious, melting in his mouth with a refreshing chill, providing immense satisfaction. The only drawback was their diminutive size. Each fish was only as thick as a finger, leaving Yi Chen with a sense of emptiness, as if he had consumed nothing at all. Nevertheless, the sheer quantity allowed him to feel somewhat satiated after finishing all the fish. "Thank you," he murmured gratefully. Yi Chen had just expressed his gratitude towards the ice serpent, but in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically as a surge of immense and pure ice elemental energy suddenly erupted from his abdomen. The small fish he had just seen had vanished. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of fervor ignited within Yi Chen. He pondered whether consuming it would significantly enhance his strength. The ice serpent seemed to comprehend Yi Chen's thoughts and shook its head, indicating that it was no longer available. Disheartened, Yi Chen quickly dismissed the feeling, for he understood that such small fish were rare treasures, and besides, his strength had already increased by 2 stars. What more could he possibly desire? Roaring, the ice serpent called out to Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen waved his hand at the creature and, in a tone of practicality, admitted, "I am uncertain whether you can comprehend my words. In truth, I find your speech quite incomprehensible." The ice serpent, of course, did not grasp Yi Chen's words, but it could interpret his gestures and intentions. Much like when Yi Chen had felt hunger earlier, the creature had understood that as well. It possessed a degree of intelligence and the capacity for thought, albeit not fully developed. In the far western lands, where the beasts resided, 5th-level beast generals were capable of articulating human language, with intellect comparable to that of ordinary humans. After all, among humans, The Azure martial generals were formidable leaders commanding tens of thousands, and similarly, the fifth-level beast generals commanded numerous beasts. Without a modicum of intelligence, how could they possibly succeed? However, the ice Jiao is rather unique. It has always dwelled at the bottom of this water, seldom coming into contact with humans or other beings. The only individuals it has encountered are the three brothers of the Wang family and Chen. The Wang brothers are adversaries, making communication impossible, which has resulted in the ice Jiao possessing intellect akin to that of a child. Furthermore, no one has taught it the languages of humans or other creatures. It can only articulate in the innate language of the Jiao dragon. Although communication is limited, the ice Jiao can convey its intentions through gestures, much like how Chen expressed his hunger earlier. The ice Jiao raised its forelimbs, glanced upward, and simultaneously made a striking motion with both limbs. Are you suggesting that I join you in vanquishing our foes, Wang Li and Wang Kai? Chen began to mimic the figures of the two, simultaneously executing a killing gesture. The ice Jiao nodded affirmatively, indicating that this was indeed the plan. Very well, let us embark on this mission. Having recently fallen victim to the schemes of Wang Li and Wang Kai, Chen was determined to seek vengeance, particularly now that his strength had significantly increased, providing the perfect opportunity for retribution. With this in mind, Chen plunged into the water, swimming upward, closely followed by the ice Jiao. Concerned that Wang Li and Wang Kai might have set traps at the mouth of the well, Chen grew cautious as he neared the surface. He concentrated his mental energy to perceive any disturbances outside. However, the surroundings were eerily quiet, and his mental acuity detected no anomalies. After a brief moment, Chen emerged from the water, his head and eyes breaking the surface. He scanned the environment to ensure everything was in order before fully surfacing. Just as Chen ascended, the ice Jiao also surfaced beside him. The ice serpent seemed to understand the principle of not startling the snake by striking the grass. Despite its considerable size, its movements were remarkably nimble, making no sound. Having spent a night in this vicinity, Chen was familiar with the residences of Wang Li and Wang Kai, and he stealthily approached with the ice serpent. Upon arriving at their abode, Chen noticed a figure emerging from the entrance. It was none other than Wang Kai, the third son of the Wang family. When Wang Kai first laid eyes on Chen and the ice serpent, his mind seemed to falter, caught in a moment of bewilderment. Seizing this opportunity, Chen acted swiftly. With the Wang brothers isolated, such a prime chance was not to be squandered. He unleashed the profound ice technique, channeling the formidable strength of a green 6-star grand martial artist. The ice serpent, displaying remarkable intelligence, launched its attack on Wang Kai simultaneously. Only when Wang Kai witnessed the assault from both Chen and the serpent did he finally react, scrambling to defend himself. However, it was too late. In an instant, he found himself subdued, forced into a defensive stance. Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. His initial intention was to eliminate Wang Kai instantly before confronting Wang Li. Instead, he had merely subdued Wang Kai without delivering a fatal blow. The commotion had now attracted attention, and it was likely that Wang Li would soon emerge to assist his brother. Chen concealed his beast sound technique, preparing it for Wang Li, as the latter was a formidable green 3-star martial general, far surpassing him in strength. Without some hidden advantage, Chen feared he would not stand a chance against Wang Li. Yet, after a brief span of time, Wang Kai was already injured, and Wang Li had yet to appear. In that moment, Chen realized Wang Li was likely not present. Certainly, after such an extended period, it is remarkable that a single individual and a dragon have only managed to injure Wang Kai. This does not imply that Chen and the ice dragon are lacking in strength. Rather, it is due to Wang Kai's unwavering defense that they are unable to find an opportunity, leaving them to inflict only minor wounds. However, if this continues, Wang Kai's fate will ultimately be death. Where is your elder brother? Upon realizing that Wang Li is not present, Chen experiences an ominous premonition, as if something significant is about to unfold. Humph, is this when you choose to inquire? It is already too late. Wang Kai scoffed coldly, fiercely declaring that he had not anticipated that he and his brother would not descend to seek vengeance upon them. Yet they dared to confront him, truly courting death. Of course, while Wang Kai appears exceedingly fierce on the surface, he is, in truth, a coward at heart, silently lamenting why it is precisely when his brother has gone to the treasure pavilion to sell information that Chen and the ice dragon have chosen to ascend. It feels as if heaven itself has conspired against him. After half a year had passed, The two could no longer afford to wait. Ultimately, after some discussion, Wang Li proceeded to the treasure pavilion to sell information. Yet, unexpectedly, it is at this moment that the duo has chosen to confront them. As time drags on, Chen grows increasingly restless. Since you do not speak up, do not blame me. Beast sound technique, dragon roar. Infused with a hint of draconic majesty, the dragon roar strikes once more. As Chen completes his roar, the ice dragon beside him also unleashes its own, imbued with the unique authority of the dragon clan. Although this is their first joint battle, their roars resonate with remarkable harmony. In their coordinated efforts, the sound wave of their spiritual assault penetrates Wang Kai's mind. Due to the previous incident involving the mysterious demise of second brother Mo Miao, Wang Kai and Wang Li have grown suspicious of Chen's mental attacks, prompting Wang Kai to take precautions this time. However, this time, Chen has teamed up with the Ice Serpent, and their combined power has surged to unfathomable heights. Wang Kai's defenses crumbled like mere paper, and in an instant, his mind was breached, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Despite this, Wang Kai did not perish immediately. Instead, he sneered at Chen with a malevolent grin. Very well, though you have slain me. You shall also accompany me in death. Just wait. My elder brother has already sold the news of the presence of the Nether Ice Calamity and an Ice Serpent to the Treasure Pavilion. Soon, they will dispatch a large force to this location. Moreover, you have dared to refine the Nether Ice Calamity, a substance that has long been coveted by the Treasure Pavilion. Even if you manage to flee now, you will still be hunted down by them. And with the Ice Serpent here, if nurtured properly, it might even ascend to become an Ice Dragon. Such treasures will surely not escape the grasp of the Treasure Pavilion. Your fate will inevitably mirror mine. Ha ha ha. Wang Kai succumbed to laughter as he breathed his last. Having battled Chen for so long, he had long sensed the chilling power emanating from him. Coupled with the memory of Chen being forced to approach the Nether Ice Calamity, and considering that it had been half a year since Chen's emergence, during which he had evidently grown significantly stronger, even Wang Kai could deduce that Chen had likely already refined the Nether Ice Calamity. Furthermore, with the presence of the Ice Serpent, the notion that Chen could evade the pursuit of the Treasure Pavilion was utterly implausible. Before his demise, Wang Kai contemplated the notion that Chen would accompany him in death, and that the Ice Serpent would ultimately become a mere pet to humanity. With a sense of contentment, he passed away. Chapter 31. Escape. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Chen fully grasped the gravity of his predicament. It was rumored that the Nether Ice Frost could bridge the gap to the Netherworld, although he was unaware of the Nether's location or how to connect to it. The mere existence of such rumors, coupled with Wang Kai's implications, suggested that the Baibao Guild had a pressing need for the Nether Ice Frost. This indicated a significant likelihood that the Nether Ice Frost could indeed establish a connection to the Netherworld. Chen did not hold the illusion that his modest connections with Old Zhao would suffice to dissuade the Baibao Guild from pursuing the Nether Ice Frost. If the situation escalated to a perilous climax, others might surrender treasures such as the Nether Ice Frost in the name of survival. However, for Chen, that was simply not an option, as the Nether Ice Frost had fused with his heart. Extracting it would be tantamount to his own demise. Ice Serpent, I believe it is time for us to depart from this place. It has become exceedingly perilous here, and remaining could result in capture, Chen expressed, gesturing with urgency to convey his meaning. The Ice Serpent understood, yet its eyes reflected a profound reluctance to abandon the only home it had ever known. Nevertheless, it recognized the potential danger of remaining in a place where malevolent individuals, akin to the Wang brothers, could ensnare it. Ultimately, it resolved to leave. The Ice Serpent then roared at Chen, pointing to itself and then to Chen, mimicking the gesture of departing together. Chen inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" The Ice Serpent nodded affirmatively. Chen sighed helplessly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Although I yearn to take you away with me, I cannot even ensure my own safety. If you, a behemoth, accompany me, we would be courting death." After Chen's explanation, Bing Jiao understood that following him could lead to encounters with more malevolent individuals. Chen recognized Bing Jiao's wisdom and retrieved the map that the Wang brothers had once given him. He spent several minutes instructing Bing Jiao on how to read the map, ultimately saying, "Simply follow this direction and head west. That is where your home lies, the place you are meant to go." Yet, a wave of apprehension washed over Chen. His journey to the Arctic tundra was likely under the surveillance of the Baibao Guild. He pondered whether the guild would indeed seek him out in the Arctic. Despite his inner turmoil, Chen found himself with no other option, for the latter part of the Shinbing Sutra resided in the Arctic. To cultivate, he must venture there. And even if he wished to leave, he first needed to locate the remaining portion of the Shinbing Sutra. 3 days after Chen's departure, Wang Li, the eldest of the Wang family, arrived at this remote oasis accompanied by a formidable member of the Baibao Guild. From a distance, Wang Li spotted his younger brother Wang Kai standing at the entrance. Initially, he assumed Wang Kai was there to greet them, but as he approached, he realized that Wang Kai had long since perished. Who did this? Who was responsible? Wang Li roared in fury, his heart heavy with grief for his 2 deceased brothers. Enough of the shouting. Take me to see Yuming Bingshan Bingjiao. The elder from the Baibao Guild, visibly displeased, gazed at Wang Li. Yes, esteemed sir. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wang Li, though filled with resentment, dared not defy the elder's wishes. For this venerable figure was a formidable purple martial king of the Baibao Association. His prolonged delay on the road stemmed from the absence of a purple martial king in the desert region. A circumstance of such gravity that the Baibao Association had placed Wang Li under house arrest and summoned a purple martial king directly from one of the 3 great empires to address the matter, thus resulting in significant time lost. As the elder surveyed the now desolate surroundings, his expression darkened, and he struck Wang Li with a resounding slap. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving the Baibao Association? Wang Li was sent sprawling, his teeth scattered upon the ground, yet he hastily knelt and prostrated himself, trembling and pleading, I understand. Therefore, I would never dare to deceive you, nor the Baibao Association. The elder, in his heart, suspected that Wang Li's words bore truth. After one person and a serpent had dispatched Wang Kai, they had fled. Whom do you believe has taken the Nether Ice Calamity? The elder inquired of Wang Li. Hearing the question, doubt flickered in Wang Li's mind. Could it be that the Nether Ice Calamity held more value than the Ice Serpent? Like Wang Kai, he had witnessed Chen pounce upon the Nether Ice Calamity, and now that Chen had survived. Did it not imply that the Nether Ice Calamity had been refined by him? However, recalling the elder's previous disdainful demeanor and his murderous intent toward him, Wang Li promptly asserted, I believe it is most likely with the Ice Serpent. That lad possesses merely the strength of a yellow 4-star martial master and cannot possibly refine the Nether Ice Calamity. The elder nodded. Yet he did not dismiss the possibility of that young man having taken it away, for the boy was indeed a green-level mental power cultivator. What? So it was truly the case. He and Wang Kai had long suspected that Wang Sheng had been annihilated by Chen's mental prowess, and now it was confirmed. Upon witnessing Wang Kai's tragic demise, Wang Li understood that it was once again Chen, the scoundrel Chen. I am resolute in my vendetta against you. I shall not rest until I see you dead. Very well, you shall wait for me at the treasure pavilion. I am now off to capture the Ice Serpent. The elder proclaimed. Once I have secured the Ice Serpent, do not hesitate to voice your desires. Yes, my lord. Wang Li respectfully bid farewell to the elder. Yet he was certain he would not go to the treasure pavilion. Once the elder captures the Ice Serpent, he would realize that the Nether Ice Fiend was not within its grasp. By then, the elder might come to understand that he had deceived him. Although Wang Li could feign ignorance regarding Chen's acquisition of the Nether Ice Fiend, he had witnessed the elder's volatile temperament. A sudden fit of rage might lead to his own demise without a chance for explanation. Furthermore, now that he was aware the Nether Ice Fiend resided with Chen, he would undoubtedly pursue him, not only to avenge his 2 brothers, but also to procure the Nether Ice Fiend, achieving a dual victory. As for the Nether Ice Fiend, whether he studied it himself or sold it, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Since the 3 brothers had previously learned of Chen's intention to venture to the Arctic ice field, Wang Li resolved to seek his fortune there. Meanwhile, the Ice Serpent, due to its immense size and weight, had left traces of its passage. The elder followed the trail of the Ice Serpent. However, due to the wind and sand, the trail had long since vanished. Yet, the elder discerned that the Ice Serpent's path was a straight line heading west, leading him to conclude that it was bound for the farthest western realm. Thus, he pursued it in a direct line. At last, as he approached the brink of this distant land, the elder beheld the silhouette of the Ice Serpent. His heart soared with joy. If he could obtain the ethereal Ice Frost, perhaps this Ice Serpent would bestow upon him its favor. Should he possess such a formidable beast, his prestige would undoubtedly soar. Even if it did not grant him such a gift, he was certain that rewards of some kind would be forthcoming. Seeing that escape was futile, the Ice Serpent gritted its teeth and expanded its form threefold, transforming into a colossal entity measuring 10 meters in length. Simultaneously, It unleashed a massive ice sphere from its maw, hurling it towards the dark hand. A mere parlor trick. The elder observed the ice serpent's assault with disdain, unperturbed, and continued his advance. Soon, the ice sphere collided with the dark hand, producing no sound as the enormous orb was swiftly dissolved. As the visage of a human spoke, torrents of yellow sand gushed forth from its mouth, engulfing the elder's dark hand entirely. The Silver Demon Emperor? The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to pursue the ice serpent and turned to flee, astonished that capturing an ice serpent could summon such a formidable demon sovereign. Did he believe he could escape my sight? With the pronouncement of the human visage, another deluge of yellow sand surged forth, cascading like a desert waterfall, submerging the elder without affording him a moment to struggle, and he vanished into the swirling sands. Subsequently, a young figure clad in yellow emerged from the void, gazing intently at the ice serpent. As the ice serpent beheld the yellow figure, a profound sense of crisis welled up within it, prompting a series of low growls. The youthful silhouette, however, paid no heed to the serpent's warnings. Instead, it gazed upon the creature with an expression laden with complexity, murmuring to itself, "Is this the will of fate?" Chapter 32. In pursuit of information in the vast expanse of the desert, a tawny scorpion, roughly the size of two individuals, sped across the sands. Perched upon the back of the scorpion was a figure, shrouded in a bundle, with a violet gold spatial ring adorning its finger. It was none other than Chen. After departing from the small oasis, Chen had journeyed relentlessly northward. This region, being somewhat remote, had not yielded many encounters with others. However, he had faced an assault from a beast, specifically the tawny sand scorpion beneath him. This scorpion possessed the strength of a mid-level 4th-tier beast, yet it was no match for Chen. After a thorough chastisement, the creature had willingly succumbed to becoming Chen's mode of transport. Remarkably, with the scorpion's assistance, Chen's travel speed had increased by 3 to 4 times compared to his previous arduous treks through the desert, where he often emerged covered in dust and in a state of disarray. The presence of the scorpion effectively shielded him from the biting sands. Furthermore, in its company, other beastly adversaries would typically retreat at the sight of them. As for the more formidable beasts, the scorpion itself dared not provoke them. Thus, with an unobstructed passage, Chen arrived at the edge of the desert after 4 days. Upon reaching this boundary, he dismounted from the scorpion's back, patting its head and saying, "All right, you may leave now." Upon hearing Chen's words, the sand scorpion felt as if it had been granted a reprieve, burrowing into the desert and vanishing from sight. Chen, on the other hand, reflected on the swiftness afforded by the sand scorpion. Had he been traveling on foot, it would have taken him at least several days, during which he would likely face assaults from monstrous beasts. He was now at the fringes of the desert, where faint silhouettes of figures could be discerned. Chen carefully tucked the golden space ring into his bosom, aware of the dangers of leaving it exposed, having previously encountered the treachery that accompanies greed. He wished to avoid drawing any undue attention to himself. Possessing the map of this region, Chen made his way directly to a small town situated between the Arctic tundra and the desert. The intended destination of the merchant convoy originally arranged by Old Zhao, Ice Sand City. The locale of Ice Sand City was primarily adjacent to the Arctic tundra, with a climate that turned exceedingly frigid. Unlike the desert, which was scorching by day and cold by night, here the chill pervaded even in daylight. Further north lay a landscape blanketed in ice and snow. Nevertheless, Chen chose to establish himself in Ice Sand City for the time being. Although he harbored concerns about the potential exposure of his nether ice saber, he recognized that the most reliable source for gathering information remained the treasure pavilion. With this thought, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion in Ice Sand City. "Dear guest, how may we assist you?" greeted a beautiful young attendant as Chen entered, her demeanor respectful and welcoming. "I wish to inquire about certain information, if I may," Chen replied. "Of course. Our treasure pavilion boasts the most comprehensive collection of information on the Phoenix continent. Please, follow me." The young woman led Chen into a private room dedicated to consulting information about the continent. "Please wait here. Someone will be with you shortly," she instructed. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After merely 2 minutes, a middle-aged man entered the room. "Good day, sir. I am the intelligence supervisor of the Baibao Hang in Ice Sand City. Please feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. I would like to inquire which faction in the Arctic ice field offers the complete Xianbing formula." "Mastering the Xianbing formula is of utmost importance," Chen stated, clearly focused on this query. "Oh, that is quite simple," the middle-aged man replied dismissively. The complete Xianbing formula can be learned at the Ming Shui Palace. Understood. Yi Chen nodded. He was aware that Ming Shui Palace was one of the 3 major factions in the Arctic ice field, knowledge he had gleaned from various texts. Do you have any further questions? The middle-aged man asked, expecting Yi Chen to be a significant client. However, he seemed somewhat impatient when only a straightforward question was posed. Yi Chen indeed had another question regarding how to activate a spatial storage ring, yet the man's demeanor made him hesitate. He understood the principle of discretion regarding wealth. The man's unsatisfactory attitude suggested that he might not be trustworthy. If he were to discover Yi Chen's possession of a spatial storage ring, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Even though the man was an employee of Bai Baohang, Yi Chen was unwilling to take that risk. Ultimately, Yi Chen shook his head and replied, "No, that will be all." "Oh, that will be 50 gold coins. You may settle that with the attendant outside," the middle-aged man said, flicking his sleeve as he departed. Upon hearing the sum of 50 gold coins, Yi Chen realized that his inquiry might have been rather foolish. In his eyes, 50 gold coins truly held little significance. After all, his family had once procured for him cleansing elixirs worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, thus illuminating the true value of 50 coins. Naturally, 50 gold coins could sustain an ordinary family for 5 years. To the aristocracy, 50 gold coins were akin to a mere 50 units of currency. Yet to the common folk, they equated to a staggering 50,000. Possessing the ethereal ice of the underworld, Yi Chen refrained from presenting old Zhao's token and directly handed over the gold coins to the maiden who guided him. The young woman's expression reflected a sense of exasperation. Upon observing Yi Chen's attire, she had presumed him to be a capable scion of a prominent family. Yet she was taken aback by his inquiries regarding the most rudimentary matters, not to mention her disturbance of the supervisor. Seemingly aware of the young woman's predicament, Yi Chen generously offered her an additional 10 gold coins upon settling the transaction. After all, she appeared to be an ordinary person, lacking in cultivation, and 10 gold coins would suffice to cover her family's living expenses for a year. After departing, Yi Chen fell into contemplation. Upon visiting the treasure pavilion, he recalled that many of his inquiries were, in truth, forbidden. Any attempt to ask would raise suspicions. However, now that he was aware that the latter part of the profound ice technique resided within the Palace of Dark Waters, he could proceed to study there. Certainly, there is no urgency in visiting the Hall of Dark Waters, for he remains oblivious to whether it even accepts disciples. Yi Chen settled into a quaint tavern, occupying a corner table, sipping on a modest drink while eavesdropping on the boasts and banter of lesser warriors. As recorded in texts, to glean information, one could either visit the treasure house or a tavern, the former often shrouded in caution, while the latter offered a less constrained environment. "Hey, have you heard? The martial king of the Yudo kingdom, Cadel, has vanished. Some suspect he has been eliminated," remarked a shifty-looking warrior, whose sharp features betrayed a keen intellect, as he whispered conspiratorially to his companions. However, he was swiftly met with skepticism. "Please, Thin Monkey, spare us your nonsense. While I might entertain the notion that Cadel could be delayed for some reason, the idea that he has been taken down, ask anyone here if they believe that. Indeed, while we might concede that Cadel had urgent matters to attend to, the suggestion of his demise is utterly implausible," came the chorus of dissent. A purple-clad martial king was a pinnacle of strength beyond the imagination of these lesser warriors. Could such a formidable being truly be slain? They remained unconvinced. All right. Truth be told, I too find it hard to believe that the martial king has perished," Thin Monkey conceded, his intent merely to draw attention. As for Cadel's supposed death, he harbored no genuine belief in it. Cheers, let us drink. With the revelation that even Thin Monkey doubted his own claim, the gathering of warriors resumed their revelry. Yet, Yi Chen had taken note of this Thin Monkey, resolving to inquire further for any useful information in due course. The slender monkey, evidently well-informed, continued, "By the way, I have some news here. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? I assure you, this is no exaggeration. It is a genuine matter. Can you really have something true? Speak up and let us listen." His friends immediately displayed their curiosity. "Haha, this is something only I could know. Otherwise, in such a remote place as ours, acquiring such news would be exceedingly challenging," the slender monkey proclaimed with pride. "Come on, slender monkey, do tell. If it's exciting. This round of drinks is on me." "Haha, sounds good." Upon hearing this, the slender monkey became exhilarated and promptly said, "Currently, the Holy Empire and the Dark Empire are engaged in battle. It is said that the Holy Empire attacked a princess of the Dark Empire. inciting the wrath of its ruler. Wow, this news is indeed thrilling. What has transpired since then? To what extent have the two empires progressed in their conflict? The crowd was instantly captivated. They remain at a stalemate, replied the slender monkey. After all, the three empires have coexisted peacefully for many years, and their national strengths are quite comparable. Even if genuine anger has been provoked this time, resolving it will not be straightforward. Indeed, you make a valid point. The others nodded in agreement. However, I have another piece of news, one even more significant, and I believe you will find it even more intriguing. The slender monkey chuckled. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Upon hearing about the princess, the group could no longer contain their excitement, urging him to continue. And Chen also pricked up his ears. Wasn't the princess of the Dark Empire the maiden he had rescued? Although he was yet unaware of her name. He knew that her surname was Oriental and that she was a princess of the Oriental family of the Dark Empire, as she was his future girlfriend. He certainly couldn't afford to miss any news about her. Chapter 33, Journey to Yulan City. Ahem. The gaunt man coughed a couple of times. Soon, his friend chimed in. The next round is on me. Only then did the gaunt man beam with joy before continuing. The third prince of the Phoenix Empire, Huangfu Xiaofeng, has spoken. He says that as long as the princess of the Dark Empire marries him, he will lead the Phoenix Empire's army to assist the Dark Empire in annihilating the Sacred Empire. By the way, the third prince Huangfu Xiaofeng is in control of most of the Phoenix Empire's army and is said to be one of the strongest contenders for the next ruler of the Phoenix Empire. Damn, this guy is too shameless, making demands at this time. Isn't he taking advantage of the situation? Before anyone else could speak, Chen erupted in fury. Damn it. Daring to snatch the woman I've already claimed? Isn't he courting death? Everyone immediately turned to look at Chen, and they found his reaction somewhat peculiar. The man was after the princess of the Dark Empire. Why was he getting so worked up? However, seeing Chen dressed like a young master from a prominent family, none of them said much, merely speculating that Chen was a man who admired the Dark Empire princess's beauty. The gaunt man also cast an extra glance at Chen before continuing. What this brother says is also true. Huangfu Xiaofeng is indeed taking advantage of the situation. But these are all matters for the upper echelons of the three great empires and have nothing to do with us insignificant figures. Chen felt somewhat abrupt and offered his apologies, saying, I apologize, everyone. Please continue, my brother. However, in his heart, he had taken note of Huangfu Xiaofeng, the third prince of the Phoenix Empire. What was so remarkable about him? Chen was the heir of the demon god, a being capable of annihilating the entire Phoenix continent with merely a finger from the chaotic demon pearl. In terms of status, he eclipsed Huangfu Xiaofeng by countless streets. How dare he vie for women with him? He resolved to teach him a lesson. As Chen contemplated, the lean monkey continued. Everyone knows that Huangfu Xiaofeng took advantage of a perilous situation, so the princess naturally refused him. First of all, although Huangfu Xiaofeng is the third prince of the Phoenix Empire and a powerful purple martial king, he is already in his 30s. In contrast, the princess is merely in her teens and is also said to be a purple martial king. The disparity in their talents is immense. They are simply incompatible. Moreover, the Dark Empire is not foolish. If they were to eliminate the Sacred Empire with the aid of the Phoenix Empire, the Dark Empire would be the next to suffer. Thus, they did not consent to this scheme. Of course, they also refrained from launching further attacks on the Sacred Empire, wary of being taken advantage of by the Phoenix Empire. Consequently, both parties have reached a stalemate at the border of their nations. After this discussion, the group engaged in various trivial matters that Chen was unfamiliar with, yet he listened with great interest. Ultimately, having settled the entire tab at the tavern, he departed alongside the lean monkey. My lord, is there something you wish to inquire about? The lean monkey understood that he and Chen belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet Chen sought him out, undoubtedly to gather some information. Chen nodded and said, You've discerned correctly. I am not from here. I wish to seek apprenticeship at the Mingshui Palace to hone my skills. Are there any particular considerations I should be aware of? Ah, fortunate for you, young sir, replied the slender monkey. The Mingshui Palace is currently in the process of recruiting disciples. And what are the requisites for joining? Inquired Chen. Those under the age of 18 with a clear lineage who are green greater martial masters, or those under 23 who are blue martial generals, may join the Ming Shui Palace directly, the slender monkey explained. Chen felt somewhat disheartened. He was precisely 18.5 years old. Having been away for some time, he was acutely aware that 6 months had passed since he refined the Nether Ice Calamity. He had just turned 18 before leaving home. And now at 18 and a half, it seemed unlikely he would qualify for admission to the Ming Shui Palace. Are there any other alternatives? He asked. Indeed, the slender monkey replied. The Ming Shui Palace will also host a tournament. Green Greater Martial Masters aged between 18 and 22 are eligible to participate, as these individuals may well ascend to become Blue Martial Generals before reaching 23. Thus the palace offers them this opportunity. That is reassuring, Yi Chen sighed in relief. It appeared that the recruitment criteria of the Ming Shui Palace were not overly stringent. After all, his younger brother, Yi Chi-ku, was merely 12 yet already a green 1-star Greater Martial Master, while the palace's standard was set at 18. It seems you are quite confident, young sir. The slender monkey remarked, extending his congratulations once more. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, the slender monkey surmised that Yi Chen was likely a green Greater Martial Master. And thus he regarded Yi Chen with increasing respect, for despite his own age, he was merely an orange martial warrior. Confidence is but a modest sentiment. However, I am uncertain of the location where the Ming Shui Palace conducts its recruitment for disciples. Yi Chen inquired curiously, hey, aside from us locals and those like myself who are well informed, others truly remain oblivious. The lean monkey replied with a sense of pride. A decade ago, a mysterious woman suddenly appeared in Yulan City, proclaiming herself as Yulan and expressing her desire to become the city's ruler, along with her intention to rename the city to Yulan City. However, many factions within the city were definitely opposed to this. Yet Yulan managed to subdue them one by one, consolidating her power to an unprecedented level. It is said that the three major factions, unwilling to see Yulan City grow stronger, mobilized a large number of forces, but ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Even someone like me, with a few connections, remains in the dark about what truly transpired. Speaking of this, the lean monkey expressed a hint of regret, although the events remain a mystery. Yulan City subsequently declared itself a neutral city, choosing not to engage in any matters concerning the Arctic ice field. Thus, an emerging star city announced its neutrality. Nevertheless, this declaration is a testament to the strength of Yulan's ruler. Eventually, Yulan City became a place where the three major factions collectively recruited disciples. This not only allowed them to observe the disciples recruited by other factions, but also enabled them to keep a watchful eye on Yulan City. Naturally, this contributed to Yulan City's prosperity, as it rapidly ascended to become the largest city in the Arctic ice field within just a few years. Do you know where Yulan City is located? Yi Chen asked. Indeed, nearly everyone in the Arctic ice field is aware of its location, the lean monkey responded. However, you needn't rush, as there may be several merchant caravans heading to Yulan City soon. You could join one of them. Forget it, I prefer to travel alone. Yi Chen replied. Yi Chen shook his head and asked, do you possess a map of the Arctic tundra? If so, could you kindly provide me with a copy? The slender monkey nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, returned with a map. Yi Chen examined it closely and expressed his satisfaction, rewarding the slender monkey with an ample amount of gold coins before preparing to depart. Before he left, the slender monkey cautioned him, young master, the most perilous threat on the Arctic tundra is not the natural disasters nor the monstrous beasts, but rather humanity itself. Yi Chen chuckled, remarking, is it not the same everywhere? Sometimes, humans are even more treacherous than the beasts. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, as he exited the ice sand city, the merchant caravan entrusted to Zhao Lao 6 months prior had re-entered the city laden with goods. The caravan leader, upon spotting Yi Chen, was taken aback. He was affiliated with the Baibao Trading Company and a trusted confidant of Zhao Lao, well aware that Yi Chen was being pursued by the formidable Katter Martial King. Though Yi Chen's appearance was already alarming, the caravan leader also knew that the Katter Martial King had been missing for quite some time, and the fate that awaited him was all too evident. He could scarcely fathom the thought of a purple-clad Martial King falling. If such news were to spread, it would undoubtedly instigate monumental upheaval in the western region. However, the gravity of the information weighed heavily upon him, and he dared not conceal it. He immediately contacted Zhao Lao, who, upon receiving the news, promptly set forth to Ice Sand City. Upon arrival, Zhao Lao sighed and instructed his confidant. This matter must remain confidential. I will report to the higher-ups and await their directives. Since that lad has managed to turn the tables on the Katter Martial King, he is no longer someone we can afford to offend, especially if the higher authorities wish to subdue Yi Chen. It is imperative that today's events remain undisclosed. Otherwise, it is likely that those in power would not tolerate our existence. Old Zhao, I understand. The confidant naturally dared not utter another word. Upon learning of this matter, Old Zhao's thoughts surpassed those of his subordinate. He had previously received the Wang family's 3 brothers and had speculated that it might be Yi Chen. However, given that Yi Chen was being hunted by the Cater-Martial King, he found it hard to believe that Yi Chen was still alive. As for the Cater-Martial King's disappearance, it was not unusual for a Purple Martial King to enter seclusion for a decade, so no one paid it much heed. With Yi Chen's reappearance, he connected all the dots. In an instant, he deduced that Yi Chen had eliminated the Cater-Martial King and subsequently visited the Wang family's small oasis. However, one must not forget that another significant event had transpired. The Purple Martial King dispatched from above had been slain. Given Old Zhao's status, he could not possibly know that the one responsible for the death of the Purple Martial King was the Demon Emperor from the extreme west. In his mind, since Yi Chen had already vanquished the Cater-Martial King and was present at that location, his targets must surely be the Nether Ice Fiend and the Ice Flood Dragon. The Purple Martial King's objectives were also aligned with those of the Nether Ice Fiend and the Ice Flood Dragon, and coincidentally, he had been killed. This led him to conclude that Yi Chen was likely the one who had dispatched the Purple Martial King as well. Initially, Old Zhao intended to report this matter directly. However, reflecting on his interactions with Yi Chen, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he sighed inwardly, realizing that the only assistance he could offer this young man was to keep this information concealed. Let us conceal the truth for as long as possible. Although Yi Chen may possess the ability to vanquish the formidable Purple Martial King in the heart of Elder Zhao, the Baibao Exchange stands as the most potent force on the Phoenix continent. Even if Yi Chen were indeed a Purple Martial King, he would be utterly incapable of contending with the Baibao Exchange. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, a multitude of events had transpired while he made his way to Yulan City. Arriving there a week later, upon his arrival in Yulan City, Yi Chen was astounded. Though he had no experience of what a super metropolis entailed, he had visited the capital of the Yudo Kingdom, Yulan City, which could be considered a secondary metropolis, nearing the status of a primary one. Yet, Yulan City dwarfed Yulan City by a factor of 10, not to mention its unparalleled vibrancy. Ice element cultivators from across the continent converged here, and occasionally, a few prodigious talents would make their presence known. As Yi Chen entered the city, he felt akin to Lu Lala wandering through the Grandview Garden. Gazing left and right, filled with curiosity, he pondered how the thin monkey had declared this to be the most prosperous city of the Arctic ice field, and he mused that it might even rival the super metropolises of the 3 great empires. It is noteworthy that there are a total of 9 super metropolises within the 3 empires. If the Arctic ice field were to continue its development, or if Yulan City were to unify the entire Arctic ice field, could it potentially emerge as the 4th great empire? However, this thought fleetingly crossed Yu Chen's mind. Such matters were of no concern to him. Instead, he resolved to diligently pursue his studies of the latter half of the Xianbing art at the Mingshui Palace. After noting the location for recruiting disciples at Mingshui Palace, Yu Chen promptly made his way there. As Yu Chen entered the city of Euphoria, a young woman, as graceful as an orchid, in the heart of the city, within the Lord's manor, paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her countenance. In a breath, she was gone, reappearing directly above Yi Chen. Yet, in a curious twist, she remained unseen, imperceptible to all, including Yi Chen, who bustled about their affairs. Simultaneously, as she observed Yi Chen, he felt a sudden, disconcerting sensation of being seen through, of being laid bare. A cold sweat slicked his skin. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. No one watching him. Yi Chen forced himself to take a calming breath, dismissing the feeling as a figment of his imagination. Yet, the sensation had been too palpable to ignore. Someone had indeed been watching him. He had encountered powerful martial kings before, but none had evoked such a feeling. As for those beyond the kingly realm, he dared not even contemplate. What could he possibly possess that would warrant their attention? The chaos orb was a possibility, but it resided within his mind, and who would bother peering into his thoughts? Besides, its existence was a secret. Despite his unease, he found himself amidst a throng of onlookers. Nearby, a dueling platform hosted a fierce battle between 2 martial masters. A referee stood by, exuding an air of haughty indifference. Yi Chen joined the crowd, watching the fight with a sneer. He was confident he could dispatch them both with ease. Soon, the duel concluded, one martial master emerging victorious, a smug look on his face. The crowd, however, remained largely unmoved. However, Yi Chen overheard someone murmuring nearby, "What's so great about it? He's just leveraging his inside connections to get others to deliberately throw the match." "Hush, keep it down." Who told him to have inside connections? If If they hear you, you're courting death. Aren't you going up to compete? Yi Chen inquired, perplexed. How could there be no opportunity? Because the time has already passed, the person responded. Today is the final day for the Underworld Water Palace to recruit disciples, and that was the last competition just now. Yi Chen nearly coughed up blood. Immediately following this, Yi Chen heard the haughty judge on the stage announce, "All right, the Underworld Water Palace has completed its disciple recruitment for this year. If you still wish to join, you'll have to wait until next year." Hold on, Yi Chen interjected, realizing he couldn't afford to wait. He promptly darted out from the crowd. "I wish to join the Underworld Water Palace." "Oh," the judge regarded Yi Chen. "How old are you this year, and what is your strength?" "I am 18.5 years old, a green 6-star Grand Martial Master," Yi Chen declared. "Then I'm sorry. We only recruit Green Grand Martial Masters under the age of 18, the judge stated, adhering strictly to protocol. "Wasn't there supposed to be a martial arts competition?" Yi Chen asked. "I'm sorry, the competition has already concluded," the judge replied. "Is there really no way?" Yi Chen persisted, unwilling to give up. "My strength far surpasses that of the person just now. Allow me to compete with him." The person on the stage, who was reveling in his triumph, glared at Yi Chen upon hearing his words. "Damn it, you dare to cause trouble for me? If you weren't a green 6-star Grand Martial Master, I would definitely come down and teach you a lesson. However, the city of Yulan is in need of guards, and given its relatively modest foundation, it pales in comparison to the Little Arctic Palace and the Qianjue sect. Thank you both for your assistance. Now, may I inquire where the Qianjue sect and the Little Arctic Palace recruit their disciples?" Yi Chen resolved to explore these two factions. Having dismissed the city of Yulan from his considerations, established merely a decade ago, Yulan City would undoubtedly lack the Xianbing formula. Whereas the Little Arctic Palace and the Qianjue sect have existed alongside the Ming Shui Palace as two prominent forces, possibly possessing the Xianbing formula within their ranks. After receiving directions from the two individuals, Yi Chen set forth. Fortunately, in order to monitor one another, the recruitment locations of the three factions were not far apart. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have been delayed significantly, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Yet, Yi Chen first ventured to the Qianjue sect's location, only to find it deserted. A wave of disappointment washed over him, for in his heart, he had hoped to choose the Qianjue sect over the Little Arctic Palace. The sect's signature technique, known as 1,000 Miles of Ice Sealing, when mastered, could freeze an expanse of 1,000 miles with a mere strike, immobilizing all living beings within its grasp. This earned the Qianjue sect its name, embodying the essence of no bird flies across 1,000 mountains, no trace of a person on myriad paths. In truth, acquiring the 1,000 miles of ice sealing would suffice, even if it meant relinquishing his pursuit of the Xianbing formula. He could simply begin anew, albeit with a delay. Furthermore, once he completed the cultivation of the Xianbing formula, he would inevitably seek to master other techniques. For instance, his tenfold spiritual meditation, upon reaching its zenith, would no longer allow for further advancement. To continue his journey of cultivation, he would need to discover subsequent techniques to pursue. As the Qianjue sect fell into decline, Yi Chen found himself compelled to seek his fortune at the last bastion of the Little North Pole Palace. Should he fail there as well, his only recourse would be to join the Yulan city and patiently seek an opportunity to acquire the Xianbing Ju. Fortunately, there were still a few individuals at the Little North Pole Palace, albeit only a handful, around several dozen, which provided Yi Chen with a modicum of relief. However, upon observing the surrounding youths silently standing by without uttering a word, he too gravitated towards the sidelines. The figure tasked with recruiting disciples for the Little North Pole Palace was a robust middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s. While Yi Chen could sense a measure of strength from the judge of the Ming Shui Palace, this man emanated an aura of inscrutable depth. Reminiscent of his experiences with the Cadal Martial King, Yi Chen felt astonished. It was unexpected for the Little North Pole Palace to dispatch a formidable Purple Martial King, underscoring the significance they placed on such talents. In light of this earnestness towards disciples, Yi Chen felt optimistic. Joining their ranks would likely not result in misfortune. After waiting for an additional hour, only a few stragglers approached. When no one else arrived, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and declared, "I have no desire for superfluous words. Since you have arrived here, you must be aware that the criteria for joining the Little North Pole Palace are the most stringent and perilous among the three great factions, as we recruit only true elites. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time." Yi Chen was left speechless. Having previously focused solely on inquiring about the Ming Shui Palace, he was entirely unaware of the recruitment methods of the Little North Pole Palace. The middle-aged man's words suggested that the process was indeed formidable. He had the intention to inquire about his surroundings. Yet upon observing the resolute expressions of some and the indecisive demeanor of others, he ultimately refrained from voicing his questions. Having arrived at this juncture, he was fully prepared for what lay ahead. Even in the absence of knowledge regarding the assessment specifics, he possessed the confidence to persevere. Chapter 35. The arrival at the Little Arctic Palace splendid. Noticing that no one had chosen to withdraw, the middle-aged man finally displayed a hint of satisfaction. Your commitment to martial arts is commendable. As long as you survive and join our Little Arctic Palace, you shall be the true prodigies of the Arctic tundra. With that, he beckoned, "Follow me." The young men and women, hearing the middle-aged man's praises, instantly revealed expressions of exhilaration. Observing their reactions, the man smirked and said nothing further. He then led the group of several dozen youths out of the city of Yulon. Upon exiting Yulon, a small vessel of pure white material manifested in the middle-aged man's hands, which could be described as a boat entirely crafted from ice crystals. Subsequently, he infused his ice elemental energy into it, exclaiming, "Enlarge." The crystalline vessel began to expand until it reached an impressive height of over 10 meters, at which point it ceased to grow. For the vessel, under the middle-aged man's guidance, the group gradually ascended onto the ship. Thereafter, under his control, the icy craft soared into the sky, heading northward. Throughout the journey, the middle-aged man remained silent, yet the speed of the ice crystal vessel steadily increased. In that moment, Chen comprehended that this was likely one of the assessments. Soon, the speed of the ice crystal sailboat reached its pinnacle, and the ferocity of the wind escalated to an extreme. The powerful gusts made it difficult for Chen to maintain his balance, forcing him to squint against the blustering winds, which drowned out all other sounds. It is noteworthy that those exceptionally gifted individuals, the Green Martial Masters under 18 and the Martial Generals under 23, had already been taken away by the Mingshui Palace in the Qianju sect. The remaining participants included those who had specifically come for the Little Arctic Palace, as well as others, like Chen, who were merely testing their luck, their strengths varying widely. Even Chen struggled to maintain his footing. One can only imagine the plight of the others. Unsurprisingly, some were swept off the ice crystal sailboat by the fierce winds. The middle-aged man made no effort to rescue them, having previously stated that seeking to join the Little Arctic Palace was inherently perilous, a venture fraught with dangers that could lead to death. The fate of those who fell was all too predictable. Eventually, the middle-aged man halted the ice crystal sailboat near an iceberg. Once the wind subsided, Chen finally opened his eyes, discovering that many young individuals had also done the same. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became evident that the original number of participants had been halved. By this point, they had grasped the nature of the trial. Those who had fallen likely succumbed to the overwhelming wind, and the consequences of being cast from the ice crystal sailboat were too grim to contemplate. However, some of the fallen had friends among the group, prompting one young woman to inquire, "Esteemed senior, what will become of those who fell?" The middle-aged man scoffed, expressing his disdain with a knowing smile. "I previously mentioned that while you possess the essence of martial arts and courage, you have yet to establish a proper self-assessment. It is foolish and reckless to overestimate your abilities when they are clearly insufficient, and such a death-seeking attitude can only lead to one inevitable outcome. Of course, some may be fortunate enough to survive a fall, but that is of no concern to me, is it?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, unable to refute his claims. Indeed, they had been aware of the mortality rate prior to their arrival. Whose fault could it be if their strength was lacking? However, there was no need for undue worry, as their safety was assured. After all, even if they failed the second round of evaluations, having passed the first round still marked them as rare talents. The Northern Polar Palace would not resort to such extreme measures. The crowd, initially anxious upon hearing the middle-aged man's conditional acceptance, breathed a sigh of relief at his subsequent reassurances. The absence of danger in the following assessments was a relief. Had there been peril, they would have had no choice but to withdraw, considering the previous evaluations had already posed significant risks. Yet, despite the absence of danger, the challenges ahead would not be easily surmountable. The middle-aged man chuckled enigmatically before gradually steering the ice crystal sailboat towards the approaching iceberg, steadily increasing its speed. As the vessel was poised to collide with the iceberg, he showed no intention of halting. "Senior, are you not going to stop?" The hearts of the crowd surged into their throats once more. The middle-aged man, however, paid them no mind. choosing instead to close his eyes and feigning ignorance of the impending situation. As the crowd inquired in vain, some had already gathered their vitality at the surface of their bodies, while others prepared to leap from the vessel. If a collision were imminent, they would unhesitatingly abandon ship. At the current velocity, a crash would undoubtedly result in devastation and loss of life. Though the middle-aged man kept his eyes closed, a mocking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Chen observed the reactions of those around him. If the middle-aged man remained unfazed, why should he harbor any fear? Thus, he too closed his eyes. As the sailboat approached the iceberg, someone could no longer contain themselves and leaped overboard. However, many others chose to shut their eyes and envelop themselves in a protective aura of vitality, as they realized this must be the second assessment. After all, the middle-aged man had asserted that the second evaluation posed no danger, so they were prepared to face whatever came. The ice crystal sailboat collided with the iceberg without emitting a sound, seamlessly passing through it. All right, you may now open your eyes. Congratulations on successfully becoming disciples of our little Arctic palace. The middle-aged man finally smiled broadly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. From this moment forth, I shall be your elder uncle. My name is Zhang Yang, and you may address me as Elder Zhang. At this moment, only 13 young individuals remained on the ice crystal sailboat, 8 males and 5 females, after half of the previous group had jumped overboard. Zhang Yang continued. Our little Arctic palace is divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. Those of you who are just beginning your journey will be classified as outer disciples. As long as you diligently cultivate your skills, achieving the rank of Azure Marshal General within 3 years will grant you the status of an inner sect disciple. Should you attain the rank of Blue Marshal Commander within a decade, you will be elevated to the esteemed position of an elite disciple. Among the elite disciples, the top 10 individuals will be promoted to core disciples, enjoying all the resources the sect has to offer. Upon achieving the rank of Purple Marshal King, you will be groomed as a potential successor to lead the next generation of the Little North Polar Palace. Naturally, while the sect provides you with resources and an environment conducive to your growth, you are also required to complete corresponding tasks, the nature of which is not limited. Undertaking these tasks will yield suitable rewards. However, if you cannot meet even the most basic of conditions, then I regret to say, it would be unfortunate. Do any of you have questions? No? Thank you, Master Zhang. With that, the crowd ceased their inquiries. Very well, since there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Just as Zhang Yang was about to depart, an elderly man arrived, gracefully riding a white crane. Senior Brethren, what brings you here? Surely, the recruitment of disciples does not necessitate your personal involvement, Zhang Yang remarked, somewhat astonished, while speaking with respect. My 2 medicinal attendants have served me for 20 years and can now stand on their own, thus I am here to select 2 new attendants. Replied the elder known as Senior Brethren. Very well, I shall assist Senior Brethren in this endeavor, Zhang Yang said to Chen and the other 10 individuals. This esteemed gentleman is our Little North Polar Palace's foremost alchemist, Senior Brother Ren, and he will also serve as your Master Uncle. As long as you follow Master Uncle Ren, you will reside in the Little North Polar Palace for life, free from the burdens of tasks or assessments. Of course, there is one prerequisite. You must be cultivators of spiritual energy. Although Chen is a practitioner of mental strength, he remains reluctant to reveal his abilities after the incident involving the Catter Marshal King. Among the 13 youths present, all of whom are exceptional talents, a young man and woman finally stepped forward. Both possess dual cultivation and mental strength and elemental power, as it is relatively easier to cultivate both in the early stages, provided one has the aptitude for mental strength. The slow progress of simultaneous cultivation arises in the later stages due to time constraints. Master Ren nodded in approval as he regarded the young duo, and with a flourish of his sleeve, they ascended onto the white crane, departing under his guidance. The other youths, who lacked the ability to cultivate mental strength, could only envy the pair as they watched them leave with Master Ren. Just wait here for a while. A senior brother will come to guide you soon, Zhang Yang announced before departing on his own. After his exit, the remaining boys and girls were finally liberated to express their exuberance, chattering animatedly, their excitement palpable. Chen, however, paid them no mind and chose to observe his surroundings, particularly since they had recently traversed the ice mountain in silence. Upon his contemplation, he discovered a hidden marvel. The previous ice mountain had vanished, but a towering peak loomed several kilometers away, soaring into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. At the base and midsection of the mountain, numerous caves were visible. Nonetheless, the little Arctic palace adheres to an elite path, resulting in a limited number of disciples. Aside from the abundance of caves at the base and midsection, which are closely spaced, the higher elevations host only a scant few caves, with considerable distances between each. Chapter 36A Dispute Provoked by a Beauty. What is your name? Just as Chen was surveying his surroundings, a melodious voice akin to a nightingale echoed. A lovely and delicate young woman gazed at the extraordinary Chen with evident curiosity. She had long been aware of him, and unlike the excitement exhibited by others, he remained remarkably composed and cool. Of course, Chen's coolness was distinctly different. She could sense that it was genuine, unlike the facade many others donned merely to capture her attention. Thus, despite her usual aversion to conversing with boys, she found herself initiating a dialogue with him. Upon hearing the young woman's inquiry, the others turned their gaze towards Chen, their eyes reflecting a subtle animosity. This was primarily because the girl was the most beautiful among the group. Previously, they had all been striving to enter the little Arctic palace. And now that they had succeeded, the dynamics between the genders naturally shifted towards matters of romantic interest, particularly on the Phoenix continent. Where children commence their cultivation at the tender age of 4, they often exhibit a precocious maturity. The young men fixated their attention on the enchanting girl, but now, witnessing Chen's nonchalant demeanor drawing their goddess away, they harbored resentment towards him. Chen turned his head upon hearing her words, and as he looked at the young woman, he noted her bright, captivating eyes, crescent-shaped brows, elegantly high nose, and rosy lips. Clad in white, she stood amidst the crowd like a radiant pearl. Chen couldn't help but ponder how he had failed to notice such a stunning beauty before. However, he reminded himself that he was in a committed relationship and ought not to divert his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, the young woman, noticing Chen's prolonged gaze without a word, furrowed her brows in confusion. Upon witnessing the young girl frown, the nearby boys grew displeased. One, who fancied himself quite formidable, stepped forward and bellowed at Chen. "Hey, didn't you hear my sister Lingo speaking to you?" He believed that the result of our gazes locking should have left Chen trembling in fear, begging for mercy. Yet, Chen's earlier thoughts were merely a fleeting whim. While he could indeed intimidate that boy, he preferred to conceal his spiritual power, making it unfeasible to truly overpower him. With a huff, Chen chose to disregard the boy, along with the beautiful girl beside him. "So, you can speak after all? What a farce. Remember this. My name is Feng Chang," he declared, pointing a finger at Chen. "From now on, be cautious in the little Arctic palace. Do not let our paths cross." Unaware of the rules governing the little Arctic palace and hesitant to act recklessly, Feng Chang resorted to threats against Chen. "Remove your hand." Chen initially wished to avoid conflict, but as Feng Chang's provocations escalated, his anger surged. "Oh, you think you're impressive? What will you do if I don't?" Feng Chang retorted, still pointing at Chen, nearly jabbing his finger into Chen's forehead, saliva spraying across Chen's face. "I could leave you searching for your teeth." Unable to tolerate any further insults, Chen unleashed his iron fist upon Feng Chang, revealing his prowess as a green 6-star martial artist. Feng Chang scoffed. "Damn it. You think you're something special as a green 6-star martial artist? You're just pretending to be significant." Subsequently, Feng Chang, a formidable green 8-star martial artist, unleashed his prowess and launched a counterattack against Chen. Just as their attacks were about to collide, 2 ordinary hands intervened, simultaneously grasping both Chen and Feng Chang. As disciples of the Lesser North Polar Palace, engaging in internal strife was deemed inappropriate. With the sound echoing, the onlookers finally noticed an additional figure in the arena, an unremarkable individual with a benevolent expression who smiled at Chen and Feng Chang, exuding an aura of amiability that suggested he was a quintessential good-natured person. Feng Chang shared this sentiment, inwardly cursing. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the senior brother, he would have decisively taught that green 6-star martial artist a harsh lesson. "Consider yourself fortunate," Feng Chang grumbled. Then addressed the young woman, Linger, saying, "Linger, did you see this trash? Just a green 6-star martial artist. He is utterly unworthy of you." Linger, however, turned her head away, completely disregarding Feng Chang. He seethed inwardly, cursing Chen's ancestors for obstructing his romantic pursuits, vowing to make him pay sooner or later. In the meantime, Wang Fan, having faced disappointment from Chen and Feng Chang, felt a surge of displeasure. Observing Feng Chang's grim expression, he thought, "If it weren't for my intervention, that brat would be lying on the ground right now instead of standing here." Furthermore, there was Chen, who, despite his modest abilities, displayed a blatant disregard for his fellow disciples, particularly failing to acknowledge the authority of the senior brother. Just as Wang Fan contemplated whether to teach these two a lesson, the others, noticing his displeasure, respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, senior brother Wang Fan. We shall rely on you for guidance in the future." Wang Fan nodded in satisfaction, automatically filtering out the matter between Yi Chen and Feng Chang. Subsequently, 11 storage belts materialized in his hands, containing the essential items of the Little Arctic Palace, along with some introductory notes for newcomers and sect tokens. "You all shall take these," he declared. The crowd then noticed, to their astonishment, that Wang Fan possessed a spatial ring, an item coveted by many, attainable only by the formidable blue martial commander outside. Wang Fan, however, paid no heed to their envy and continued, "There is no need for jealousy. With diligent cultivation, you too may acquire a spatial ring." He added, "While the storage belts I am bestowing upon you may not match the quality of my spatial ring, they are indeed rare treasures. Should you choose not to join the Little Arctic Palace, obtaining such storage artifacts might take you quite a while. Now, upon receiving them, you need only to drop a drop of blood to recognize your ownership, and with a touch of mental energy, you can unlock them." "Thank you, senior brother." The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they accepted the storage belts. Upon hearing Wang Fan's words, Yi Chen's eyes brightened with realization. He had previously struggled to unlock Kater's purple gold spatial ring. Could it be due to his insufficient mental energy? Although Kater had not cultivated mental energy, being a purple-tier martial king, his mental prowess naturally elevated with his strength. Just as a cultivator's physical form strengthens, Kater's physical defenses would likely remain impenetrable to Yi Chen without the use of primal energy. The reason Yi Chen had been unable to access it might indeed stem from his lack of mental energy. Yi Chen etched this matter into his memory, intending to attempt to unlock the purple golden spatial ring of Cadle after he cultivates his spiritual power to the 5th level of the blue tier. "All right, my junior brothers, please follow me." After distributing the storage belts, Wang Fan led a group of over a dozen individuals to the foot of the towering ice mountain. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, Yi Chen was truly struck by the ice mountain's grandeur and majesty. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but standing at its base made him feel as insignificant as an ant. The magnitude of his astonishment was beyond imagination. The others shared similar sentiments. Observing their reactions, Wang Fan gazed at the ice mountain with reverence, recalling his own first encounter. "I had the same reaction as you all when I first laid eyes on it. Long ago, our small North Polar Palace was not known as such but simply as the North Polar Palace. It was once a formidable force, commanding the entire Arctic expanse. However, many years ago, a genius known as Chen emerged within the North Polar Palace, mastering one of the 3 supreme techniques, the 1,000 miles of ice, rendering him invincible across the Arctic. Even the current palace master was no match for him. Subsequently, Chen established the Chenju sect. Unexpectedly, years later, another individual succeeded in mastering one of the 3 supreme techniques, the true scripture of dark water, founding the Dark Water Palace. The present palace master is a person of exceptional talent, and under the inspiration of these two, he remarkably succeeded in mastering the 3rd technique. However, by that time, both individuals and their respective factions had already gained significant power, which left the current palace master powerless against them. In a fit of frustration, he renamed the North Polar Palace to the Small North Polar Palace, swearing that it would not reclaim its former name until it subdued the Dark Water Palace and the Chenju sect. The majestic ice mountain, which originally housed the Arctic Palace, has now been inherited by our humble Arctic Palace. Over the years, we have steadfastly upheld the original criteria for recruiting disciples. Although we follow a path of excellence, attracting disciples of exceptional talent and strength, we find ourselves overshadowed by the overwhelming numbers from the Ming Water Palace in the Qianju sect. We have long since failed to fulfill the wishes of our ancestral masters. Yet, is it truly the case that our Arctic Palace harbors no prodigious disciples capable of boundless strength? A girl of unremarkable appearance listened intently, her heart filled with longing, and inquired, when our Arctic Palace split into 3, we boasted many formidable warriors. However, ever since the Phoenix Emperor unified the Phoenix continent, all the top-tier powers were taken away, leaving the continent bereft of the birth of supreme beings. Even if there are talents, they cannot cultivate to the realm of invincibility." Wang Fan chuckled. "Of course, these matters are far removed from us now. Let us not dwell on them. Perhaps one day, when you become core disciples, you may reflect upon these issues. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Under Wang Fan's leadership, a dozen disciples found their respective caves to reside in. Before settling in, Wang Fan took the time to register their names and origins, deliberately committing to memory the names of Yi Chun and Feng Chang before he departed. Chapter 37. A visitor arrives. He first squeezed out a drop of blood and let it fall onto his storage belt, then attempted to control the belt with his mental energy, unexpectedly succeeding at once. Yi Chun felt a surge of joy in his heart. This method was indeed viable. Next time, he would eagerly await the opportunity to unlock the golden-purple spatial ring of the Kader Martial King. Upon opening the storage belt, Yi Chun discovered that the interior space was exceedingly limited, measuring less than 1 square meter. Within, he found a set of attire befitting the Little Arctic Palace. A finely crafted steel sword, 3 jade slips, a token, and several ice-type gemstones. He first retrieved the jade slip containing essential information for newcomers and began to peruse its contents. After concluding his reading, and in conjunction with the prior remarks made by his master Zhang Yang, he gained a fundamental understanding of the Little Arctic Palace. Among the items was a map of the palace, which indicated various essential locations such as the dining hall, the task building, the alchemy pavilion, and the forging hall. The token served not only as a symbol of identity, but also as a pass granting unrestricted access to the Little Arctic Palace. The surrounding ice mountain was, in fact, a formation. Only those in possession of the palace's token could navigate freely in and out. Should an outsider attempt entry, they would be met with hostility. Yi Chun inscribed his name upon the token and pricked his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it. This was the only means to activate the token, thereby rendering it uniquely his within the confines of the Little Arctic Palace. Moreover, the token would also store points, which could be redeemed for rewards within the palace. Typically, newcomers were gifted 10 points upon arrival. As for the other 2 jade slips, they contained complementary martial arts techniques bestowed by the Little Arctic Palace upon entry. Given that most individuals had already attained the rank of Green Great Martial Master, the necessity for such techniques was diminished. Should disciples wish to adopt more formidable cultivation methods later on, they could simply exchange their accumulated points. Furthermore, significant contributions to the sect would allow one to learn the palace's prestigious martial arts techniques, provided they possessed sufficient points. However, whether one can learn and whether it suits one's aptitude is ultimately dictated by one's innate talents. Possessing formidable techniques alone does not guarantee invincibility. Subsequently, Yi Chun turned his attention to 2 forms of offensive martial arts. The first was the Abyssal Lion Elephant Fist, which cultivated immense fist strength, comparable to that of a lion or an elephant. The second was the Little Arctic Sword technique, characterized by its nimbleness and intricacy, emphasizing agility and finesse in swordplay. Upon review, Yi Chun found little affinity for these methods. During his previous confrontation with the bandits, he had wielded their curved sabers and felt a certain suitability with that weapon, as it was remarkably convenient to handle. Nevertheless, regardless of the weapon type, his true preference remained with fist techniques, particularly those that delivered powerful, direct strikes. Of course, neither of these martial arts was complete. They were merely half-formed, comprising 5 tiers. And to advance further, one would need to exchange points. Yet, for Yi Chun at this stage, the 5-tier techniques were sufficient, as he lacked offensive methods. With the opportunity now available, he was determined to cultivate them. Moreover, the 5-tier Abyssal Lion Elephant Fist was adequate for reaching the Blue Martial General level. This implies that when confronting opponents of the Blue Martial General rank, the power of the 5-tier technique would still be formidable, significantly enhancing his strength. However, against the Blue Martial Commander, its effectiveness would wane. In summary, the higher the enemy's rank, the more ineffective lower-tier offensive techniques become. Moreover, the cultivation of martial arts differs from that of offensive techniques. Although the latter may lack sufficient power, they remain usable, albeit offering diminishing returns against increasingly formidable foes. However, the cultivation techniques are not as simple. For instance, Yu Chen Xianbingju has only 6 levels, sufficient for him to reach the rank of Blue Martial Commander. Yet, once he attains this rank, he finds himself unable to continue his training. To advance further, he must either switch to another technique or seek out the subsequent levels of the Xianbingju. This is precisely why Yi Chun traveled such a great distance to the Arctic ice fields. As for why he does not pursue other techniques, it is because his elemental affinity lies with ice, making this location the most conducive for his cultivation. Naturally, should Yi Chun manage to ascend to the rank of Purple Martial King, he would gain the ability to practice the Swallowing Heavens technique, a formidable method extolled by the Chaos Demon Pearl. Although the Chaos Demon Pearl had already inscribed the swallowing heavens technique within his sea of consciousness before falling into a slumber, Chen refrained from exploring it, fearing that an insatiable desire for knowledge might lead to his downfall. As for the remaining jade stones, they are referred to as yuan stones. The Lesser Arctic Palace distributes only the most rudimentary yuan stones, which contain a modest amount of elemental energy, sufficient for a yellow martial master. Nonetheless, these yuan stones carry a value of several thousand gold coins each, treasures that ordinary individuals or even low-tier cultivators may never encounter in their lifetimes. Ultimately, Chen absorbed the elemental energy contained within and transmitted it to the Chaos Demon Pearl in his mind, for as Little Black had mentioned, with enough elemental energy, it could awaken sooner. Once all matters were resolved, Chen commenced his practice of the Hellish Lion Elephant Fist. The first level posed little challenge, and he swiftly completed it. The second level introduced some difficulty, yet it was manageable. However, upon reaching the third level, the challenges multiplied, causing Chen's cultivation speed to gradually slow. Chen was acutely aware that mastering the Infernal Lion Elephant Fist to the fifth level in one go was an unattainable feat. Thus, he commenced his rigorous practice of the tenfold spiritual meditation technique, aspiring to achieve the quintessence of spiritual power at the fifth level. Only then could he attempt to unlock the spatial ring of Katter. Engrossed in his cultivation, he lost all sense of time. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed, and Chen emerged from his secluded chamber. He patted his emaciated stomach. Had it not been for his gnawing hunger, he would have undoubtedly continued his training. His Infernal Lion Elephant Fist had reached the pinnacle of the fourth level, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough to the fifth level. Concurrently, his spiritual power had ascended to the mid-peak of the fourth level, roughly equivalent to a green 6-star Grand Martial Master, just a hair's breadth away from advancing to the late fourth level. However, he was constrained by reality. He had not eaten for an entire week, and his hunger was becoming unbearable. To pursue further cultivation, he resolved to first satiate his appetite. Upon arriving at the dining hall of the Little Arctic Palace, Chen discovered only a scant few individuals present, merely 3 or 4, all of whom were newcomers like himself. After all, Green Grand Martial Masters were the weakest in the Little Arctic Palace, and Chen had managed to endure an entire week without sustenance. In contrast, Blue Martial Generals could last at least a month, while Blue Martial Commanders could endure for half a year. Thus, reaching such a level in cultivation rendered the necessity of regular meals rather inconsequential. Moreover, the Little Arctic Palace recruited disciples every 3 years, eliminating those who failed to ascend to the rank of Blue Martial General within that period. Consequently, it could be asserted that Chen and the 10 other recent arrivals were the sole Green Grand Martial Masters within the entire Little Arctic Palace, making them the most frequent patrons of the dining hall. The refectory at the Minor Arctic Palace served exceedingly palatable fare, each dish imbued with remarkably pure essence. The augmentation of one's vital force was conspicuously evident after consuming it. This led Chen to reflect upon the small fish he had previously eaten, pondering if he could amplify his vital force merely through ingestion, particularly as he had scant time for cultivation of late. However, upon settling his account, Chen realized his conjecture was overly optimistic, as the meal cost him a single merit point. Serendipitously, novices were obligated to complete a task within their initial 3 years, presenting Chen with the option to undertake a mission and subsequently devote himself to cultivation for the ensuing triennium. He surmised that even with intermittent cultivation, he could likely attain the Azure General rank within that span. As Chen deliberated, a group of figures intercepted him, identifiable as the lads he had observed during his meal. Preceding them was Feng Chang, with whom Chen had previously clashed. Chen furrowed his brow, casting a prolonged glance at the group, surprised that a simple meal could provoke Feng Chang's appearance. Particularly irksome was Feng Chang's prior accusatory gesture, which Chen had yet to address, now compounded by this renewed provocation, akin to an irksome toad on one's instep. It was self-evident that Feng Chang intended to instigate trouble, prompting Chen to retort acerbically, "A respectable canine does not obstruct passage." What was that? Feng Chang nearly choked with indignation. He had anticipated trepidation from Chen upon being confronted, yet was instead met with an immediate insult. Did Chen not recognize the formidable nature of Feng Chang's capabilities? "Are you not here to provoke me?" Chen queried. "If you intend to cause me trouble, what does it matter if I berate you? Are you going to retaliate? Do you intend to bite me? Huh? Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are a dog? Then go ahead, bite me. I shall challenge you. I demand a duel." Feng Chang, provoked by Yi Chen, had lost his sanity and was consumed by rage. "Oh, have you thoroughly acquainted yourself with the rules of the Little Arctic Palace? You dare to issue a challenge? Since you are well informed, tell me what you shall stake." Yi Chen recalled having read that internal strife was forbidden within the Little Arctic Palace, yet mutual challenges were permissible. However, when challenging another, one must present a corresponding prize, and the opponent retains the right to decline. Naturally, following the battle, regardless of the outcome, the stakes would not be returned and would belong to the challenger. Yet, this challenge bore a flaw. Aside from the possibility of death, both parties could inflict severe injuries upon one another. Typically, those who boldly present stakes for a challenge possess unwavering confidence in their abilities, and such confrontations often arise from irreconcilable conflicts, culminating in one side being gravely wounded. If such injuries are left untreated, the individual may find themselves rendered incapable in the future. Of course, the challenge party can choose to decline, especially when there exists a significant disparity in strength. Who would willingly accept? Even in cases of closely matched powers, if there is no assurance of victory, few would engage in such a thankless endeavor, unless the enmity between the parties is truly insurmountable, resulting in an inevitable clash. Even in the face of prohibitions against internal strife, the sect would ultimately permit the resolution of their conflict. "What do you desire in return? Speak freely," Feng Chang exclaimed in anger. It depends on you. Your strength surpasses mine. If you wish to challenge me, what compelling benefits can you offer that would persuade me to accept your challenge?" Yi Chen chuckled, realizing that if he did not seize this opportunity now, when would he? Should he truly find himself at a disadvantage against Feng Chang in terms of elemental force, he could always reveal a fraction of his mental prowess. After all, he was determined to teach Feng Chang a lesson. Moreover, once he had dealt with Feng Chang, the acquisition of a mid-grade ice elemental stone and 10 points would allow him to forego undertaking any missions, enabling him to purchase provisions sufficient for 2 or 3 years and retreat into his cave for cultivation. Once he achieved mastery, what would it matter if others learned of his mental training? Chapter 38. Challenge to Yi Chen. Despicable Yi Chen, you are truly infuriating. I long to smash that contemptible face of yours. Although Feng Chang had approached with the intent of offering benefits and subsequently challenging Yi Chen, upon witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, coupled with the impression that Yi Chen felt secure, his indignation reached a boiling point. His strength undoubtedly eclipsed Yi Chen's. Why then? Did Yi Chen project an air of superiority? Agreeing is wise. You will surely regret this. Feng Chang's lips curled into a sinister smile, his heart brimming with malice. Did he believe that my advantages were easily obtained? I shall ensure that you remain bedridden for the rest of your life, letting you vie for women with me? Rest assured, the one who will regret this will certainly not be me. Yi Chen laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the impending consequences. Upon witnessing Yi Chen still smiling, Feng Chang's anger intensified. "I shall demonstrate my prowess," he declared, casting off his sleeves and leading the group towards the dueling arena of the Little Arctic Palace. Behind him, several young men followed, having been captivated by Feng Chang's strength and the benefits he had promised. Otherwise, they would not have hastened to inform him of Yi Chen's presence during their meal. The dueling arena was sparsely populated, save for an elder who appeared to be in his 60s, lazily sitting in a grand chair, a pipe clutched between his lips. His expression was one of disinterest, swaying gently. Upon noticing the newcomers, his eyes brightened momentarily, suggesting a flicker of curiosity. However, as he assessed the prowess of Feng Chang and his companions, his demeanor returned to one of indifference, devoid of any enthusiasm. "Are you here for a duel?" the elder inquired. "Indeed, esteemed master, we have come for a duel." Feng Chang responded with utmost respect towards the elders of the Little Arctic Palace. "Very well, I trust you are all aware of the rules of the duel. As long as you do not kill one another, I shall remain uninvolved. Proceed with your duel." The elder waved his hand dismissively, clearly impatient. "Understood, master," Feng Chang replied, stepping back respectfully. With a disdainful glance at Yi Chen, he taunted, "If you have the courage, come up here." Thus, Feng Chang prepared to ascend the dueling platform. Wait, just as Yi Chen was about to follow suit, his fellow disciple, Linger, rushed over. Her full name was Tang Linger. "Feng Chang, do you truly believe this is appropriate?" she questioned, her expression one of discontent. "I fail to comprehend your meaning," junior sister Linger articulated. "What fault can be found in my actions?" I extended a challenge to junior brother Yi Chen, and he, in turn, acquiesced. Emitted a soft chuckle. Her gaze shifted towards Senior brother Chen, it is not incumbent upon you to engage in this duel with. Should my initial address to you be the genesis of this discord, I shall gladly take your stead in this contest. Junior sister Lingo, have you lost your senses? Do you grasp the implications of your words? Exclaimed in disbelief. The fact that would defend after a mere acquaintance bewildered him. Could it be solely due to his superior countenance? Though, in truth, he is scarcely more handsome than I. I am in full possession of my faculties. As the matter originated from my actions, I shall resolve it personally, fixed with an unwavering stare. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me as junior sister Linger henceforth. From the moment you spurned me, our association has diminished to less than that of mere acquaintances. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes upon hearing's words. Vile wench. Odious woman. Once I have crippled, I shall seize an opportunity to see you deceased. The elder, who had previously displayed impatience, now exhibited a flicker of interest, coupled with admiration for. This last may appear delicate, yet possesses an indomitable spirit. A promising prospect indeed. Upon hearing her words, turned his gaze towards. Initially, he had sought to minimize interaction with her, yet he had not anticipated such a display of selflessness, however meddlesome. Yet, Chen finally spoke, expressing gratitude towards his junior sister Linger. However, since I have accepted Feng Chang's challenge, I shall naturally accompany it to the end. Upon hearing Chen's words, Tang Lingo stomped her foot in frustration. How can you be so ungrateful? Do you not realize that Feng Chang has recently advanced to the rank of a green 9-star Grand Martial Artist? You, a mere green 6-star Grand Martial Artist. What are you trying to prove? What a pretense. It turned out that the young man who brought Tang Linger had boasted about Feng Chang's prowess, directly informing her of his strength. Previously, Tang Lingo had learned that Chen was a green 6-star Grand Martial Artist, while Feng Chang had now reached green 9-star Grand Martial Artist status. How could Chen possibly be a match for Feng Chang? Oh, and what of it? Chen retorted. He may be a green 9-star Grand Martial Artist, but I have defeated Wang Shang, who is also a green 9-star Grand Martial Artist, in the past. I have fought against Wang Kai, a blue martial general. Who am I afraid of? I have even battled against purple martial kings. Although it was actually Xiaohe who took action then, I was merely a bystander. What does that matter? He is 3 stars above you. 3 stars. Can you truly fight beyond your rank? Tang Linger exclaimed. Whether one can fight beyond their rank is not for you to decide. Chen chuckled. Ah, you infuriate me to no end. We are all geniuses. Why do you get to fight beyond your rank? Are others not allowed to do the same? Tang Lingo seethed. Ha! Chen remained unfazed, laughing lightly. Seeing that she could not reason with him, Tang Linger directly walked towards the arena. I shall accept this duel. Since Feng Chang sought trouble with brother Chen for my sake, let us engage in combat. If you were to lose, you shall never disturb me and brother Chen for the rest of your life. This declaration further incensed Feng Chang, as he had not anticipated that Tang Linger would go to such lengths for the sake of that pretty boy, Chen. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation towards Tang Linger, despite his formidable strength as a green 9-star Grand Martial Master. Her audacity to challenge him and stipulate that should he lose, he could no longer interfere with them, suggested that she possessed a certain confidence regarding their impending battle. Although Feng Chang was not intimidated by her, he was reluctant to engage in a duel lacking certainty, especially considering that Tang Linger was a woman. Winning would be satisfactory, but losing would be utterly embarrassing. Contemplating this, Feng Chang hesitated and turned to the observing elder, saying, Esteemed master, I had previously arranged a duel with brother Chen. Now that Tang Linger has suddenly intervened, it seems rather irregular. I hope you can mediate this situation. Feng Chang, you truly are shameless. Tang Linger shot a furious glare at Feng Chang as he attempted to shift the focus onto the elder, though she was uncertain of the elder's status within the Little North Pole Palace. It was evident that someone capable of overseeing the duel arena must possess significant power, most likely a purple martial king. After all, the duel arena attracted disciples from all backgrounds, including potential purple martial kings from within their sect. Therefore, the individual in charge of the arena must be extraordinarily powerful. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, this young man, Feng Chang, has a point. Since Chen has already consented to the duel between the two of them, it is only fitting that the contest proceed. Little girl, if you wish to engage in battle, you must wait until the duel between the two is concluded before challenging Feng Chang. Should Feng Chang refuse your challenge, the Little Polar Palace does not permit internal conflicts. Understood, Master Uncle. Once the elder had spoken, Tang Linger found herself devoid of options. She cast a final glance at Chen, cautioning him, "Take care of yourself." Yi Chen was tempted to retort, "We aren't that familiar, are we? Yet." Considering Tang Lingo's concern for him, he opted for silence, merely shrugging nonchalantly as he ascended the dueling platform. Tang Lingo's frustration grew. But her heart was burdened with worry, fearing Yi Chen might be overwhelmed. The elder then turned his attention to Yi Chen, particularly noting his nonchalant and unconventional demeanor, reminiscent of his own youthful spirit. Could this lad be akin to himself in his youth, a clever wolf in sheep's clothing? If he were to emerge victorious, might I take him as my disciple? It has been decades since I last accepted a student. Is it worth bending the rules for this young man? I still know little of his character. Never mind, why ponder so much? Is my pursuit not one of following my whims? I shall observe him. If he proves to be a promising talent, I might reluctantly accept him as my apprentice. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, he had caught the elder's eye. His demeanor towards Feng Chang was rooted in the confidence born from his formidable strength. I assumed you would cower behind Tang Linger, too afraid to step forward. Upon seeing Yi Chen approach the dueling platform, Feng Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Yi Chen had come forth, there was no escape for him. All right, where is it? You should have given it to me by now. Yi Chen interrupted Feng Chang, who was about to speak. Here you go. Feng Chang, indifferent to Yi Chen's demeanor since there was no escape for him, retrieved 10 intermediate ice elemental stones from his storage belt and transferred 10 points from his token to Yi Chen. After accepting the items, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Rest assured, I won't harm you this time. After all, you are my little fortune bringer. Feel free to challenge me again next time. Isn't that supposed to be my line? Yi Chen retorted. Stop trying to provoke me. It won't make me angry. Yet, Feng Chang's tone betrayed his lingering fury. Chapter 39. Under surveillance, Yi Chen concentrated his ice elemental energy between his fists, his left hand embodying a lion, while his right hand represented an elephant. With a powerful strike, his fist surged forward like a fierce lion and a mighty elephant, colliding with Feng Chang. Brute. Feng Chang scoffed upon realizing that Yi Chen was practicing the infernal lion-elephant fist with such ferocity. It was a technique only a fool would dare to master. Despite labeling Yi Chen a brute, and although he himself had learned the agile northern polar sword technique, Feng Chang still chose to confront him head-on. Why? Because Feng Chang was a green 9-star grand martial artist, towering 3 stars above Yi Chen. In his mind, even a direct confrontation would surely annihilate Yi Chen. With so many witnesses present, if he, a 3-star superior, hesitated to clash with Yi Chen, it would be more dignified to simply throw himself against a wall. Feng Chang lunged forward with his steel sword, aiming straight for Yi Chen's fist. Although the techniques of the Little Arctic swordplay emphasize cunning, the thrust remains the most fundamental maneuver of swordsmanship, an essential skill for every practitioner. Yi Chen, however, did not evade. With his right hand poised in a defensive stance, he met the oncoming steel sword head-on. Observing Yi Chen's bold approach, Feng Chang felt a surge of confidence. Thinking to himself, I possess 3 levels of superiority over you. How can you possibly contend with me? One thrust, and I shall pierce through your fist. A harsh scraping sound echoed as the steel sword struck Yi Chen's right hand. Yet rather than penetrating as Feng Chang had envisioned, it came to a halt. Feng Chang was taken aback. How could his formidable 3-star energy fail to pierce Yi Chen's fist? Just as he was engulfed in astonishment, Yi Chen seized the moment. As Feng Chang exhaled in relief, the water shield gradually transformed into an ice shield, which then shattered into fragments before Feng Chang's horrified gaze. In an instant, Yi Chen's left fist broke through Feng Chang's defenses, driving deep into his lower abdomen. Though the force had significantly diminished, Feng Chang was propelled skyward, soaring 7 to 8 meters before crashing heavily back to the ground. A resounding thud reverberated as dust billowed into the air, filling Feng Chang's mouth with grit. Huh, I told you. You are but my harbinger of fortune, Yi Chen remarked, brushing off his hands, fully aware that he had not inflicted significant harm upon Feng Chang. Cough. Cough. You deceived me. I shall make you pay for this. Feng Chang retorted as he rose, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, his anger palpable. In truth, Feng Chang's injuries were not severe. Having fallen from a height of merely 7 or 8 meters, approximately the height of 2 stories, he sustained little harm. An ordinary person might have suffered some injuries, but as a green 9-star grand martial artist, he was hardly affected. Moreover, when Yi Chen's punch struck Feng Chang, much of its force had already been mitigated by Feng Chang's water shield, rendering it less potent. How have I deceived you? I have merely relied on my strength to defeat you, Yi Chen asserted. You bastard, what was that you forced into my body? Although Feng Chang had not been significantly harmed, he was plagued by an alien ice-type elemental force freezing his internal energy, requiring him to expend a considerable portion of his strength to suppress it. Thus, he felt that Yi Chun had indeed played a trick on him. Need I clarify? It was my elemental force that penetrated your body, Yi Chun replied with a roll of his eyes. Furthermore, in the arena, each relies on their own prowess. If you cannot best me, simply concede. To hell with you. Do you think I cannot defeat you? Spare me the flattery. Feng Chang retorted, picking up his steel sword and circling Yi Chun. Yi Chun, in his foolishness, failed to press the advantage had he continued his assault. Feng Chang believed he might not have been able to withstand it. However, Yi Chun had granted him an opportunity, one Feng Chang was determined to seize. Despite the presence of Yi Chun's ice-type elemental force within him, it merely suppressed his strength by 2 stars, allowing him to still exhibit the power of a green 7-star grand martial artist. Moreover, he had now grown wiser, realizing that a direct confrontation with Yi Chun would be a futile endeavor. Thus, Feng Chang intended to employ his agility to triumph over Yi Chun. Feng Chang circled rapidly around Yi Chun, diligently searching for any weaknesses. However, how could Yi Chun possibly expose a flaw? After much deliberation, Feng Chang found no openings. Yet his stamina and energy were significantly depleted. His hesitation to attack made onlookers regard him as if he were a fool. Additionally, Feng Chang believed that he possessed the strength of a green 7-star, and with careful execution, he could surely overpower Yi Chun. Ultimately, he chose to take the initiative. The little Arctic sword technique unfurled like a flurry of snowflakes, dazzling and unpredictable, leaving spectators uncertain of where Feng Chang would strike next. In contrast, Yi Chun remained steadfast and composed amidst the chaos. Observing Yi Chun's stillness, Feng Chang perceived him as a hedgehog, difficult to approach. Yet, he managed to land a strike on Yi Chun, which was effortlessly parried. Yi Chun, unwilling to remain a passive target, initiated his own assault, but Feng Chang evaded with ease. It dawned on Yi Chun that his agility paled in comparison to Feng Chang's, indicating that the little Arctic sword technique indeed held merit. Feng Chang, sensing that Yi Chun struggled to reach him, wore a smug expression, thinking to himself that Yi Chun was indeed inferior. Despite this, he continued to attack, though many of his moves were mere feints. However, after such a prolonged engagement without landing a single hit on Yi Chun, Feng Chang felt the effects of the ice elemental energy surging within him. This was the chilling power that Yi Chun had refined from the nether ice, a force far too formidable for Feng Chang, a mere green grandmaster, to suppress. Observers noted that Feng Chang's speed seemed to diminish with each passing moment. Feng Chang, acutely aware of his diminishing state, realized that if things continued this way, his defeat was inevitable. In a moment of resolve, he thrust his sword with great ferocity towards Yi Chun's heart. Observing Feng Chang's demeanor, Yi Chun discerned that he was indeed at the end of his strength. Moreover, he suspected that this might be Feng Chang's final strike, potentially a feint. Consequently, Yi Chun did not fully fortify his defense over his heart. Instead, he reserved a portion of his power to guard against a possible assault on other vital areas, allowing him to either defend or evade effectively. You have indeed fallen for my ruse. I aimed directly for your heart. Feng Chang sneered, his expression twisted in malice, pouring all his remaining energy into this single strike. You truly cannot prevail. Yi Chun, having retained some strength, swiftly redirected all his power to safeguard his heart. As Feng Chang's blade approached, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. His previous full-force thrust had seemingly failed to injure Yi Chun. With a determined effort, Feng Chang summoned the last vestiges of his strength to elevate his attack, even as its potency waned, redirecting it toward Yi Chun's eyes. Remarkable, Yi Chun exclaimed in admiration, truly surprised by Feng Chang's ability to alter his strike on the fly. Though Feng Chang's temperament was less than amiable, his innate talent was undeniable. Nevertheless, as Feng Chang managed to lift his sword, Yi Chun too adjusted his defensive focus. While his defense weakened, so too did the force of Feng Chang's strike, perfectly counterbalancing the attack. Once Feng Chang had unleashed this final blow, he was left utterly depleted, posing no threat to Yi Chun. With a decisive kick, Yi Chun sent Feng Chang tumbling off the dueling platform. Feng Chang has become the first man to emerge unscathed from the duel platform. How infuriating! The injustice of my defeat weighs heavily upon me. After being kicked off by Yi Chun, Feng Chang struck the ground with great force, her heart brimming with indignation. Were it not for her initial carelessness that allowed Yi Chun to land a blow, and the chilling energy of his ice attribute penetrating her body. It is likely that Yi Chen would have faced defeat instead. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, Feng Chang declared, "Yi Chen, do not presume that this victory signifies the end. Your failure to inflict serious harm upon me is your gravest error. Await your reckoning. I shall not let this slide." "Huh, I shall eagerly await you, Wealthbringer," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Puffed. Unable to contain herself any longer, Feng Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a venomous glare at Yi Chen before departing. Yi Chen, too, noticed the malice in Feng Chang's gaze, and a sense of murderous intent unfurled within him. Despite her remarkable talent, her character was utterly deplorable. Allowing such an adversary to linger could only spell disaster in the future. It would be prudent to seek an opportunity to eliminate her. Upon witnessing Feng Chang's departure, her followers also began to leave, their thoughts shifting significantly. If Feng Chang could not even best Yi Chen, what merit was there in following her? Should they not consider surrendering to Yi Chen? Clearly, he was the most formidable among the newcomers. Only Tang Lingo, Yi Chen, and the elderly man remained on the scene. The elder continued to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, while Tang Linger glared at Yi Chen with evident fury. "You possess such formidable strength? Why did you not reveal it sooner, causing me to lose face before so many? Was this your intention? You sought to humiliate me, didn't you? Yi Chen, very well, I shall remember you. Let us see how this unfolds." With that, Tang Linger turned and walked away. As Yi Chen witnessed Tang Linger departing, he rubbed his nose, conveying a sense of innocence, as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of Tang Linger's unreciprocated affections. Surely, he had neither solicited her assistance nor requested her presence. Alas, it seemed he had unwittingly offended someone. With a shake of his head and a resigned sigh, Yi Chen addressed the elder, saying, "Esteemed master, the duel has concluded, and I shall take my leave." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Yi Chen turned to take a few steps away, the elder remarked, "You, young lad, are quite impressive. In just a week's time, you have nearly won the heart of a lovely maiden. You remind me of my own youthful days. That young girl, though modest in her bosom, possesses a rather ample posterior, clearly a sign of good fertility. You must seize this opportunity." With that, Yi Chen stumbled and fell to the ground, quickly regaining his footing. He turned to face the elder, only to find him gazing intently with utmost seriousness. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yi Chen managed an awkward smile, taken aback by the elder's rather lewd demeanor. Hastily, he exited the duel arena. Chapter 40. A temporary task. Once he began his cultivation, Yi Chen underwent a remarkable transformation, his thoughts drifting back to the battle with Feng Chang earlier that day. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the Nether Ice Calamity. A mere punch had allowed the power to infiltrate Feng Chang's body, compelling him to expend a portion of his energy to suppress it. Without the Nether Ice Calamity, Yi Chen's capabilities would have been on par with Feng Chang's green 9-star level. It was only through the infusion of this power that he triumphed over Feng Chang. Yet, Yi Chen remained unsatisfied. After all, his mental prowess had once decisively defeated the green 9-star Wang Sheng. If his mental strength could vanquish Wang Sheng, why should his elemental force not achieve the same? With this thought in mind, Yi Chen resumed his practice of the Abyssal Lion Elephant Fist. Having already reached the pinnacle of the 4th level, today's battle afforded him a deeper understanding of the technique, allowing him to break through to the 5th level. The 5th level of the Abyssal Lion Elephant Fist amplified its power tenfold once more. Yi Chen now believed that if he were to engage in combat with Feng Chang again, he could undoubtedly defeat him with a single punch. However, through his encounter with Feng Chang, Yi Chen recognized a flaw in himself, his agility. His movements were not as fluid as Feng Chang's. Yet, every gain comes with a sacrifice. Yi Chen possessed the formidable trump card of his mental strength. Should he encounter Feng Chang or another agile opponent in the wild, he could easily dispatch them with the beast sound technique. Thus, he resolved to set aside the refinement of his agility for the time being, intending to revisit it when the opportunity arose. As for the beast sound technique, Yi Chen had also reached an impasse. He had already mastered the roar of the flood dragon, and further advancement would likely lead to the dragon's roar, a level beyond his current capabilities. Ultimately, Yi Chen chose to begin practicing the tenfold spiritual meditation method. This time, he effortlessly advanced to the late 4th level, equivalent to a green 7-star Grandmaster. Yet, Yi Chen remained unsatisfied. With the Abyssal Lion Elephant Fist perfected and the beast sound technique at a standstill, and with no other pursuits at hand, he prepared to attempt a breakthrough to the 5th level of mental strength, hoping to unlock the purple-gold spatial ring of the Kader Martial King. However, Merely a week later, Chen was compelled to cease his cultivation due to hunger. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs before departing from his dwelling to the cafeteria within the little North Pole Palace. The cafeteria remained unchanged, with only a handful of newcomers present. And Chen fortuitously spotted Tang Lingo. Upon noticing Chen, Tang Lingo glared at him with fury, but after realizing her efforts bore no fruit, she turned and left. Chen couldn't help but glance at Tang Lingo's retreating figure, which evoked the elder's words in his mind. As he observed the sway of Tang Lingo's rounded form, a surge of youthful ardor welled up within him. After all, he was merely a lad of 18 and a half, a time when one's blood runs hot. Once a stray thought emerged, it surged forth with great intensity. Unbeknownst to Chen, he had already caught the attention of the elder who oversaw the dueling grounds. The elder could not monitor Chen constantly, nor could he intrude upon Chen's abode to see what he was up to. However, upon observing that Chen had remained in his dwelling for an entire week without any increase in his yuan power, the elder was perplexed, unable to fathom what Chen had been up to. Nevertheless, the elder was not overly concerned, as it was not uncommon for one to refrain from cultivation for a week. Perhaps Chen had been practicing the abyssal lion-elephant fist. The following month unfolded in a similar manner, with Chen relying solely on sustenance to break through to the green 7 stars, while his cultivation practice remained stagnant. This lack of progress unsettled the elder, who had intentions of taking Chen as his disciple. "You are the one I have set my sights on as my closed-door disciple. How can you show no progress after a month? Could it be that Chen has been cultivating the underworld lion-elephant fist for the past month? But is he not aware that elevating his level is of paramount importance? The prime period for a martial artist to fortify their foundation lies between the ages of 4 and 12, while the period for rapid advancement spans from 12 to 23. With such a limited window, neglecting cultivation now would spell regret later on. His current actions are entirely misdirected." However, the elder refrained from appearing to advise Chen. Despite his concern, his lofty position prevented him from directly addressing Chen. In the end, the elder racked his brains, seeking a way to guide Chen onto the righteous path. How could he induce Chen to strive for greater strength? Unbeknownst to the elder, Chen was diligently honing his mental fortitude. In fact, Chen's progress over the past month had been remarkable, having already reached the late peak of the 4th level. He was merely a step away from entering the 5th level of mental power, which was equivalent to a Cyan-ranked marshal general. Naturally, Chen's immediate goal was to redouble his efforts and shatter this bottleneck in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the elder was at a loss for a solution. Should he perhaps assign him a Cyan-level task? However, Chen's strength was somewhat lacking. What if he were to fail a Cyan-level task and perish? Alas, if he were to truly die, then that would be fate, and he would be undeserving of being his disciple. With that thought, the elder's gaze hardened. He had not expected himself, at his advanced age, to be so indecisive. "Boy, do not blame me, for it is your fate to have caught my eye." 2 days later, as Chen was striving to break through, a message suddenly emerged from his token, sent by the outer sect's senior disciple, Wang Fan. It conveyed that there was a designated task that must be completed by Chen, urging him to contact Wang Fan immediately upon reading it. What task could possibly necessitate my involvement? Was it not stated that completing a task within 3 years sufficed? Chen, filled with confusion, reached out to Wang Fan. Wang Fan appeared promptly, albeit with his own perplexity regarding the abrupt assignment of this task to Chen. However, he was quite pleased. Ever since Chen had displayed a lack of respect towards him, he had been longing for an opportunity to assert himself, and now, with the higher-ups assigning Chen a blue-tier task, he felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that misfortune awaited Chen. "Senior brother, what task has been assigned to me?" Chen inquired. "Strangely enough, it seems as though this task has been tailor-made for you," Wang Fan replied, scrutinizing the task details. Initially, he had only considered it a blue-tier task, thinking that Chen, a mere green-tier grandmaster, could not possibly accomplish it. However, after reviewing the task's contents, he realized it was essentially a gift of experience for Chen. Should Chen fail, it would be inconsequential, but if he succeeded, his strength would undoubtedly be enhanced. Could it be that someone in the higher echelons had taken notice of this newcomer? Yet, Chen had only been at the Little North Pole Palace for less than 2 months, and he had not exhibited any particularly remarkable feats, save for a solitary victory over Feng Chang. What task could this be? Chen pondered, intrigued. Was it truly custom designed for him? He rarely ventured outside. How could he have been assigned such a specific task? Could it be due to the previous duel? Yet, more than a month has passed since that confrontation. Seeking me out now seems rather tardy. As Chen pondered these thoughts, Wang Fan spoke with a hint of envy. 50 kilometers north of the little Arctic palace lies a small frozen lake, within which resides a mysterious ice spirit. Guarding this ice spirit is a formidable frozen toad of the blue demon general rank. I have been chosen as the disciple to undergo this trial. This indeed presents a beneficial opportunity for me, as the blue demon general rank frozen toad serves as an excellent target for honing my skills. Moreover, successfully refining the mysterious ice spirit would yield immense advantages. Although I am unaware of the ranking of the ice spirit, I trust that it will not be lacking in strength. Nevertheless, doubts linger in Chen's mind. While this task has only just been assigned to him, he finds it hard to believe that no disciples from the little Arctic palace have passed by that location over the years. If they had, why did they not seize the ice spirit or eliminate the blue demon general rank frozen toad? These questions weigh heavily on Chen's mind, along with the query of why this task has fallen upon him. He cannot fathom that there are no other ice element martial artists within the little Arctic palace. Finally, Chen turned to Wang Fan and inquired, "Senior brother, do you happen to know if there are any particular points I should be aware of regarding this task?" "I'm not certain," Wang Fan replied. While he held a certain status, he was merely the senior disciple of the outer sect and lacked knowledge on some matters. Naturally, even if he did possess information, he would withhold it to undermine Chen. Very well, Chen conceded, unable to obtain the desired information. Chen had no choice but to investigate personally. He did not believe that the Arctic Palace would assign him an impossible mission, thus he resolved to complete it regardless. In Chapter 41, the truth about Feng Chang's prowess could not be concealed. He had indeed reached the level of a Cyan martial general. Although his status was somewhat unstable, he was undeniably a standard Cyan martial general. "Junior brother Feng, you are impressive," Wang Fan exclaimed upon seeing Feng Chang. "In less than 2 months, you have already attained the rank of a Cyan martial general. Your talent is truly unparalleled. Once you become an inner disciple, you may even attract the attention of our esteemed uncles and elders. Senior brother, you are too kind. Even if I break through to become an inner disciple, I will still remain your junior," Feng Chang replied, newly elevated and perceiving everything favorably. His attitude towards Wang Fan was surprisingly amiable, even offering a rare compliment. Well, you certainly know how to flatter," Wang Fan thought to himself, though he could not forget the previous occasion when Feng Chang had disregarded him. He inquired, "May I ask where junior brother Feng is headed?" Where else would I go? I am, of course, seeking junior brother Chen," Feng Chang responded. Over the past month, he had transformed humiliation into strength and finally achieved a breakthrough. Now was the perfect moment to flaunt his newfound power before Chen. Regrettably, he had no subordinates at the moment. Otherwise, he would have sent them to summon Tang Linger. "Oh, you are looking for junior brother Yi? How unfortunate," Wang Fan lamented. "He just left the Arctic Palace a few moments ago. You will likely not be able to find him now." "What? He left just a few moments ago? How could it be so coincidental? Could it be that this fellow, upon learning of my promotion to the Azure Martial General, has fled?" Yet, Feng Chang remained perplexed. After all, I had only just broken through before arriving here. Could he possess the foresight to know? Not quite. Wang Fan shook his head, explaining that just moments ago, junior brother Chen had accepted a task and has now gone out to fulfill it. Accepting a task? Damn it. ISNT there a 3-year period? Is he out of his mind to take on a task now? Although he grumbled for a while, Feng Chang still inquired of Wang Fan, wondering what task Chen had taken on. Might the senior brother enlighten me? Junior brother Feng, that seems a tad out of line, doesn't it? Wang Fan waved his hand, adopting a demeanor of propriety. After all, I am the senior brother of the outer disciples. Should I openly divulge the whereabouts of an outer disciple, it may not bode well for me if the elders were to find out. Indeed, what the senior brother says bears truth. Feng Chang felt a twinge of disdain, thinking to himself, "Damn it, you speak so grandly. Yet it's clear you seek a benefit." Nevertheless, Feng Chang ultimately retrieved his storage pouch and handed it to Wang Fan. "Senior brother, do feel free to peruse. Take whatever you find satisfactory. Junior brother Feng, you are too kind, too kind." Though he said this, Wang Fan began to examine Feng Chang's storage belt. Goodness, Feng Chang truly possesses a number of fine items suited to his needs. Wang Fan did not hold back and transferred all that he fancied into his own spatial ring. Once satisfied, Wang Fan finally addressed Feng Chang, saying, "Junior brother Feng, you are quite impressive, far more adept at navigating social interactions than Chen. I have high hopes for you." Now then, senior brother, let us return to the matter at hand. With a hint of impatience, remarked, the youth of today. Why are they always in such a hurry? Observing that expression had grown increasingly grim, Wang Fan gestured towards the north, saying, in that direction, 50 miles away, lies a small icy lake, which is the destination for Master Ye's task. The reason had come up empty-handed was that Chen was presently in the cafeteria of the Little Arctic Palace. Wang Fan mistakenly believed that Chen had left directly, when in fact he had first gone to purchase food using his points. Chen was uncertain how many days he would be away. Thus he decided to expend all his points on provisions that would replenish his essence and stamina. Moreover, Chen began to comprehend why Xiao He had previously remarked that alchemists and weaponsmiths scarcely had time to cultivate. Was he not now in the same predicament as those alchemists and weaponsmiths? Just as Chen was about to depart, the head chef in the kitchen addressed him. Master Yi, I have noticed that you have scarcely engaged in cultivation for nearly 2 months, relying solely on such food to enhance your essence, which seems rather unwise. The head chef, a rotund man weighing over 400 pounds and appearing to be in his 30s, was known as Wang. Though no one was aware of his full name, everyone simply referred to him as Fat Wang. In truth, Fat Wang had been a handsome young man in his youth, but after spending decades guarding the kitchen, he had gradually transformed into his current state. Nonetheless, it was rumored that Fat Wang was merely an elite disciple at the Blue Martial Master level. Chen smiled and replied, "Thank you for your reminder, Brother Wang. I am indeed aware of this. I have been preoccupied with cultivating other skills lately, which has left me little time to enhance my essence. There is no need for such formality. You can simply call me Fat Wang," the chef responded with a nod. "As long as you are aware, that is what matters. Since you seem pressed for time, I can offer you something quite remarkable, which I assure will enhance your vitality immensely." I truly appreciate your generosity, Wang Fatty. Though I am rather curious about what this precious item may be. Indeed, calling you Wang Fatty feels quite endearing. With a bemused expression, Chen nearly choked at Wang Fatty's words, staring at him in disbelief. "You expect me, a newcomer, to exchange 1,000 points? You, ha ha." Wang Fatty squinted his eyes, seemingly flustered, and chuckled. "Just kidding. I merely noticed that you, junior brother Yi, are exceptionally handsome and dashing, clearly an extraordinary individual. Surely, a mere 800 points is but a trifling matter for you." "Do not flatter me," Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. Wang Fatty's flattery reminded him of Xiao He. Perhaps if he acquired this item, it might help Xiao He awaken swiftly. Contemplating this, Chen inquired, "Wang Fatty, aside from the points, what must I procure to exchange for this esteemed item you speak of?" I shall not make it too difficult for you. I just happen to require a demon crystal from an ice toad. As long as you can procure one for me, we shall have a deal." "What? An ice toad's demon crystal?" Chen cast a scrutinizing glance at Wang Fatty. Could it be that this rotund man was somehow involved in the tasks I must complete? However, it is said that he is merely a blue martial commander. How could he possibly command those in higher echelons to arrange tasks for him? "Oh dear, I misspoke. I must clarify," Wang Fatty hurriedly explained. "This is, after all, something worth 1,000 points. A common ice toad simply will not suffice. It must be a demon crystal from a purple demon king level ice toad to be worthy of what I have described." Chapter 42. A peaceful and painless departure that indeed corresponds to a spirit medicine of the purple martial king level. Humph. Chen snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yet he etched this matter in his mind, even if he had no use for it himself. It could serve to hasten the awakening of the chaos magic pearl and the little black creature within. However, the ice toad of the purple demon king level was beyond his current capabilities, and he could only await the enhancement of his own strength. After Chen departed, Wang Fatty suddenly remarked, "Master Uncle, I have assisted you in all I can. The rest depends solely on Yishidi's own fortune." Although no sounds had echoed from behind him, Wang Fatty was aware that the person remained present. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "I believe Yishidi is not an ordinary being. One day he shall transform into a dragon and soar through the skies. But if he encounters a situation akin to that of 30 years ago, Master Uncle." Before Wang Fatty could finish his sentence, a chilling aura enveloped the air, interrupting his words. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendered speechless. After a few moments, a voice emerged, imbued with unwavering resolve. "I have decided to take him as my closed-door disciple. I shall not permit a recurrence of the events from 30 years ago. Should such a situation arise again, should anyone dare to threaten my disciple, they must first step over my corpse." Upon further examination of the task's content, It became evident that it would only yield benefits for him, without any detriment. Was it truly just his overthinking? Regardless of his musings, Chen was determined to undertake this task. The little Arctic palace is situated at the furthest northern expanse of the Arctic ice field, exceedingly close to the pole itself. In ancient times, the predecessor of the Little Arctic Palace, known as the Arctic Palace, not only ruled over the Arctic ice field but also governed the extreme northern territories. Consequently, the current Little Arctic Palace occupies a central position between the Arctic ice field and the extreme north. The closer one approaches the extreme north, the colder the climate becomes, and the sky is adorned with heavy snowfall. As Chen tread upon the snow, it crunched beneath his feet. He could indeed traverse the snow silently. Yet he chose not to, for he found greater pleasure in walking amidst the snowdrifts. Throughout his journey, Chen encountered few souls, which was quite normal. Firstly, the Little Arctic Palace is sparsely populated. Secondly, this region lies adjacent to the extreme north, a domain inhabited by barbarian tribes, which deters humans from venturing close. For a martial artist like Chen, the 50-li distance was neither excessively long nor particularly short. After approximately 3 hours of travel, he finally arrived near the Little Ice Lake. The vicinity of the Little Ice Lake was desolate, blanketed in thick layers of snow. Chen surveyed his surroundings, which were strikingly open, allowing him to gaze far into the distance. Aside from the unseen depths of the Little Ice Lake, everything else lay fully visible. As Chen drew nearer to the Little Ice Lake, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the snow, startling him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Feng Chong. "Haha, Chen, you have finally arrived," Feng Chong exclaimed joyously. Although Chen may have been late, he had indeed made it, hadn't he? "What are you doing here? Did you wait for me amongst the snowdrifts? Are you playing in the snow?" Chen cast a disparaging glance at Feng Chong. Hadn't he just received a mission? It had barely been a few hours, and yet Feng Chong was already lurking here in advance. Who had divulged this information to him? Chen immediately thought of Wang Fan, who had the demeanor of a congenial individual. Curse it, one must not be deceived by the fade of an honest man. This elder brother, Wang Fan, was hardly virtuous. "Of course, I am here waiting for you," Feng Chang remarked with a sly grin. "As for playing in the snow, since you took your sweet time, I could only amuse myself. I am not your father, why should I wait for you?" Chen retorted, rolling his eyes once more. "Humph, you are merely adept at verbal sparring." Feng Chang, aware that he could not outmatch Chen in argument, quickly shifted to the crux of the matter. "However, I must express my gratitude. Firstly, had it not been for your leniency, I might very well still be nursing my wounds. And secondly, the humiliation you inflicted upon me spurred me to strive harder. In just over a month, I have once again ascended to the rank of a green martial general. So I do owe you my thanks." "Indeed, you speak the truth," Chen nodded. "Yet since you are thanking me, merely verbalizing it seems rather inadequate. Perhaps you could offer something of tangible benefit?" "Ha, are you truly so naive or merely pretending? You dare to ask for benefits from me now?" Feng Chong revealed a sinister grin. "I could grant you a favor, and that would be to ensure your death is peaceful and painless. You are utterly tedious, always resorting to violence." Chen sighed, rolling his eyes again. "Is it impossible for us to coexist amicably? And now you speak of harmonious coexistence? It is too late," Feng Chong boasted. "I am now a green martial general. What do you amount to, that you think you deserve to coexist with me? Do you really think that just because you've advanced to a cyan martial general, you're something special?" Chen shrugged. "Of course I am. That's certainly better than you. A mere green grandmaster. Besides, I could eliminate you with a single stroke." Feng Chong scoffed. "Oh, you consider yourself remarkable? Can't you feel that enormous creature looming behind you?" Chen replied helplessly. "What colossal creature? Don't think that by trying to trick me into looking back, you can escape." Feng Chong assumed Chen was attempting to deceive him to make a hasty retreat. He continued, "Even if I do turn around, you won't be able to flee, understand? My speed surpasses yours, and now having advanced to a cyan martial general, you truly cannot escape. See, I'm not lying. Am I? You can't even perceive such a massive creature. You, as a cyan martial general, are truly pathetic." Feng Chang fell silent. For before him loomed a giant froggy creature, its bulging eyes resembling cowbells, staring intently at him. Its lengthy tongue dangled to the ground, saliva melting the surrounding ice and snow, creating a most repulsive sight. "What on earth is that?" Feng Chang reacted swiftly, retreating 7 or 8 meters away from the ice toad. "This is the ice toad. My task here is to eliminate it," Chen remarked with a smile. "Damn it. If it's your mission, why is it staring at me?" Shouldn't you hurry up and deal with it? Feng Chang glared at Yi Chun while cautiously observing the ice toad. Perhaps it intends to devour you. Upon witnessing the saliva strewn across the ground, which could only be attributed to the ice toad, Yi Chun felt a wave of disgust. Nevertheless, he jested with Feng Chang, continuing, I am but a mere green martial master. How could I possibly contend with it? It is best left to you, my esteemed blue martial general. At least you recognize that I am a blue martial general. This time, I shall save you, and from henceforth, you will obediently serve as my subordinate, understood? Feng Chang mused, recalling his status as a blue martial general, feeling a surge of confidence. Haha, brother Feng, you are indeed formidable. However, I neglected to inform you that this beast is also a blue demon general. Chapter 43, The Death of Feng Chang. What? A blue demon general? How could someone as feeble as you be entrusted with such a task? Feng Chang's expression darkened. For it was well known that creatures of equal rank typically surpassed humans in strength, as the term demon beast itself signified their formidable physicality. Under equal levels of elemental power, the robust physiques of demon beasts naturally granted them supremacy over humans. I would rather not be in this predicament. It is a demand from above. Yi Chen retorted with a hint of schadenfreude. However, it seems that its current target is you, so perhaps you should ponder how to deal with it. Feng Chang had been preoccupied with Yi Chen's presence for long enough. It was time for him to face some trials. Certainly, if Feng Chang were to perish at the hands of the ice toad, it would be an outcome entirely beyond his concern. Seeing the gleeful smile on Yi Chen's face only fueled Feng Chang's ire. Damn it! Is it possible that I am cursed to encounter misfortune whenever I am with Yi Chen? Just as Feng Chang was engulfed in anger, the ice toad suddenly launched an assault. Its tongue shot out like a spring, extending over 10 meters, aimed directly at Feng Chang's head, moving with astonishing speed. What the hell? So fast? Feng Chang exclaimed, startled. In a rush, he wielded the little Arctic sword technique to defend himself, simultaneously attempting to sever the ice toad's tongue with his steel sword infused with water elemental power. However, the tongue was covered in barbs, akin to steel spikes, clashing against Feng Chang's sword, producing a series of grating sounds. This is not something for senior brother Feng to worry about, Yi Chen chuckled. Since I have undertaken this task, I certainly fear it not. So senior brother Feng should handle it himself. What a foolish imbecile. Are you still trying to instigate infighting at this moment? Feng Chang fumed. This is your task, and you dare to engage in conflict with me? The ice toad, however, was not inclined to grant Feng Chang any respite, as its formidable tongue shot forth once more. This beast. Feng Chang swung the little Arctic sword technique again. The clangs and crashes echoed as the steel sword collided with the ice toad's tongue, ultimately shattering into fragments. What kind of star-level demon general is this? How could it be so powerful? Holding onto the remaining hilt of his sword, Feng Chang felt a wave of despair wash over him. The spirited confidence he had upon advancing to the rank of Blue Martial General had completely dissipated. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered a curse and hastily retreated, no longer daring to engage the ice toad. Yet, despite his retreat, the ice toad's tongue seemed to stretch infinitely, extending once more as it continued to pursue Feng Chang. You are forcing my hand. As Feng Chang realized he could not evade the impending danger, anger surged within him. He swiftly retrieved 2 azure spheres from his storage belt, reminiscent of the earlier fire god projectiles, and hurled them towards the tongue of the ice toad. Boom, boom. The twin explosions resonated, sending a tempest of snow and ice swirling through the air, obscuring the vision of both Yi Chen and Feng Chang. Despite the veil of snow, they could still hear the ice toad's anguished cry. Beast, let us see if you dare to threaten me again. Feng Chang smirked with satisfaction upon hearing the creature's wail. The orbs he wielded were water bombs, his most formidable weapons, each equivalent to the full might of a third-tier martial general. On par with the fire god projectiles he had previously unleashed upon Yi Chen. In truth, Feng Chang had not possessed such formidable items before. However, following the humiliation of being defeated by Yi Chen, he had specifically requested various supplies from his family, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. His kin had only delivered these items a fortnight prior, and he had not anticipated their timely necessity. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Feng Chang's arsenal, Yi Chen contemplated that perhaps he had underestimated the resources he ought to have acquired. Yet, before Feng Chang could revel in his triumph for even a heartbeat, a furious ice toad surged towards him like a cannonball. If the speed of its tongue was astonishing, then the velocity of its massive body transformed into something akin to supersonic. In the blink of an eye, The colossal ice toad was upon Feng Chang, whose smug expression was instantly replaced by overwhelming terror. However, the ice toad's wrathful assault showed no signs of abating. Its immense form barreled into Feng Chang with the force of a rampaging bull. Feng Chang was akin to an ordinary individual struck by a massive truck, propelled backward with great force. However, after soaring several meters, the ice toad extended its long tongue, ensnaring Feng Chang and swallowing him whole. Though endowed with the formidable energy of a green 7-star martial master and the chilling power of the nether ice, I could vanquish Feng Chang, who had just entered the realm of blue martial generals. Yet, an instant kill was beyond my reach. The ice toad possessed the strength to eliminate Feng Chang effortlessly, boasting at least the might of a 4 to 6-star demon general. Therefore, to confront the ice toad, I had no choice but to employ my most potent beast sound technique. Contemplating this, I began to gather my mental energy. My mental prowess was, after all, at the 4-star martial master level. Even with the beast sound technique, it was unlikely to obliterate the ice toad in a mere instant. I could only amass strength to maximize the impact of my forthcoming strike. Meanwhile, the ice toad, having just consumed Feng Chang, did not immediately attack. Instead, it fixated its gaze upon me. Observing the ice toad's demeanor, I recognized that despite my dwindling strength, this was the opportune moment to strike. Beast sound technique. Dragon's roar. Although my attack had yet to reach its target, the sound of the dragon's roar resonated in the ears of the ice toad, instantly filling its eyes with dread. The dragon's roar, an evolution of the hissing of serpents, inherently countered toads, and being a dragon-like manifestation of serpents, it was an even greater nemesis to the toad. Thus, upon hearing the dragon's roar, the ice toad was already gripped by fear, having succumbed to trepidation before the battle commenced. Subsequently, that intense mental assault surged toward the ice toad's consciousness. The roar, imbued with draconic might, plunged the ice toad into a state of icy despair, as if it were confronted by a mightier dragon, facing the specter of death itself. Suddenly, under the threat of death, the ice toad let out a desperate croak. In response, Chen unleashed a feeble version of the beast sound technique, aiming to influence the ice toad's cries. Simultaneously, he executed the 5th level of the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist. At this moment, the formidable power of the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist began to manifest. With a resounding crash, the immense force struck the ice toad's head, creating a deafening sound of impact. The ice toad was sent tumbling to the ground by Chen's strike, rolling several times. Seizing the opportunity, Chen relentlessly continued his assault with the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist. The tremendous energy also struck the toad's abdomen. With a sickening plop, Feng Chang, who had been swallowed, was forcefully expelled, yet he was already severely digested, rendering him a pitiful sight, utterly lifeless, in the face of Chen's fierce onslaught. The ice toad, overwhelmed with agony, not only expelled Feng Chang but also regurgitated the acidic fluid from its body, causing the surrounding snow to dissolve as if it had encountered sulfuric acid, sizzling and hissing. Although it was in distress, Chen's assault managed to slightly awaken its dazed consciousness. Enduring both mental and physical anguish, the ice toad forcibly launched its tongue at Chen from close range. The speed was blindingly fast, and the proximity too close. Chen had not anticipated that the ice toad could retaliate at that moment, and he was struck by the tongue. In that instant, he understood why Feng Chang had been swallowed without resistance after being ensnared. The barbs concealed venom. Chen's mind was filled with curses. These ice toads were truly monstrous, with formidable physical strength, potent elemental power, and the ability to wield spiritual energy. Not to mention their venomous tongues. Was he the protagonist, or was it them? Had they gained some unfair advantage? Did he have to share the same fate as Feng Chang? No, the ice toad had already endured numerous assaults from him and 2 explosive water bombs from Feng Chang. It must surely be at the brink of collapse. Why should he fear it? As the ice toad prepared to swallow him whole, he hesitated no longer. He unleashed a mighty dragon roar, feeling a sharp pain in his head akin to being pierced by needles. But under the looming threat of death, he had no choice but to persevere. This time, although the power of his dragon roar was not as strong as before, the ice toad, as he anticipated, was indeed nearing its end. The force of Chen's roar disoriented the creature, causing it to momentarily lose grip with its tongue, allowing Chen to tumble to the ground. However, due to the poison having already infiltrated his system, his body remained immobile. Yet, the outcome wasn't entirely bleak. He saw that the ice toad had closed its eyes and lay motionless on the ground. Chen exhaled in relief, astonished that he had truly managed to slay the ice toad. With the creature dead, he finally had the opportunity to eliminate the toxic barbs it had inflicted upon him. He retrieved a mid-grade ice elemental stone from his storage belt, a prize obtained from Feng Chang that he had yet to utilize. At that moment, the mid-grade ice elemental stone proved invaluable. Chen absorbed its elemental power, then activated the Xianbing technique, gradually expelling the ice toad's poison from his body. Upon achieving full operation, he discovered that his elemental energy had remarkably ascended to the level of green 8 stars. However, Chen did not feel an overwhelming joy as he continued to practice the tenfold spiritual meditation technique. The excruciating pain that had plagued his head gradually subsided, and his mental strength slowly began to recover. In due course, he seamlessly transitioned into the realm of fivefold blue martial general level mental power. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen, at the moment the ice toad perished, a creature of tenfold its size suddenly erupted from the surface of a much larger lake in the far north. As Chapter 44 unfolds, titled The Ice Toad with Backing, Chen halted his cultivation upon reaching the fivefold level. Although he had vanquished the ice toad, his mission remained incomplete. He still needed to collect and refine the Xianbing ice evil. This small ice lake was dubbed so because its surface was covered by a thick layer of ice extending several meters downward. Chen broke through the icy surface and plunged into the small ice lake. Once submerged, his elemental energy surged with vitality. He sensed that the Xianbing ice evil was located at a certain depth at the lake's bottom. Soon, Chen located the Xianbing ice evil, which appeared as a pure milky white snowball, emanating an icy power even more formidable than that of the Nether Ice Evil. The Nether Ice Evil, after all, belonged to a unique category of ice evils with special properties, lacking the sheer offensive capability of the Xianbing Ice Evil, which was characterized by its immense destructive potential. Nevertheless, refining it was imperative. Although Chen was uncertain why the task required him to refine the Xianbing Ice Evil, he understood that completing the assignment was essential. As his fingers grazed the chilling essence of the Xianbing ice frost, a sudden wave of icy power ensnared Chen once more. He was once again engulfed in the torment reminiscent of his previous encounter with the infernal ice frost. However, this time, his experience afforded him some comfort. Although his body was rendered immobile, it merely restricted the movement of his limbs. Unlike the last incident, where the infernal ice frost had penetrated directly to his heart, this situation posed a considerably lesser threat. While Chen diligently attempted to refine the Xianbing ice frost, the enormous ice toad continued its frantic leaps, each bound resonating with a formidable seismic force and a thunderous roar. Those in proximity, be they humans or beasts, hastily retreated in fear. The colossal ice toad paid no heed to them. Its singular focus was to hunt down the culprit responsible for its progeny's demise, rapidly approaching the small ice lake. As Chen engaged in the refinement of the Xianbing ice frost, he, too, could feel the overwhelming seismic energy, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Yet, the nature of the Xianbing ice frost was peculiar. It could not be stored within his spatial belt, leaving Chen with no choice but to grasp it in his hand. Upon exiting the small ice lake, he retrieved the ice toad's demon crystal that he had vanquished and stowed it away in his spatial belt. However, just as Chen intended to depart, the seismic force intensified, threatening to unsteady his stance. Accompanied by a resounding rumble, a surge of dread washed over him. Was the earthquake about to occur beneath his very feet? In the next instant, a colossal figure loomed into view from several hundred kilometers away. Good heavens, what on earth is that? A gigantic frog? No, a massive ice toad. As clarity dawned upon him, Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He dared not linger a moment longer and fled with great haste, having thoroughly observed the colossal ice toad. It was evident that the creature had also spotted Chen. Where do you think you're going, you little rascal? It bellowed. You dare slay my offspring? I shall flay you alive, but death shall not be your release. Instead, I shall subject you to eternal torment. The toad's resounding voice possessed an uncanny penetrating force, causing Chen's vision to blur, and he collapsed to the ground. If even the juvenile ice toad possessed the ability to launch mental assaults, how much more potent would its sire be? Had the elder ice toad not intended to keep Chen alive, its initial roar would have surely resulted in his demise. Despite being dazed and disoriented, Chen's mind was still racing. Damn it, he thought, the little Arctic palace is setting me up. This ice toad clearly has an immensely powerful backer. This greater ice toad is far more formidable than any martial king I've encountered. To send me here to complete this mission is nothing short of sending me to my death. My life is forfeit. Ice-Toad Demon King, you have trespassed. This is Little Arctic Palace territory. Just as the great Ice Toad was less than 10 miles from Yi Chun, a figure materialized, blocking its path. Although Yi Chun could hear the voice, he couldn't make out the figure, but the voice sounded familiar, and he felt a sense of relief. The Little Arctic Palace hasn't abandoned me after all. So, it's you, old codger. Upon seeing the figure, the Ice-Toad Demon King, the wary, remained exceedingly enraged. This little mongrel murdered my son. Today, I will have his life, even if you stand in my way. The figure, of course, was none other than the old man who had taken an interest in Yi Chun at the dueling arena. You allowed your son to venture into Little Arctic Palace territory, and we said nothing. However, he vanquished your son while merely a verdant grandmaster, a fair contest where your offspring's skills proved inferior, leaving no cause for blame on our part. Furthermore, we are within the confines of the Minor Arctic Palace, whose sanctity remains inviolable. Do not attempt to use the Minor Arctic Palace to intimidate me, for I hold no fear of your institution, the Ice-Toad Demon King declared. Even if my son's skills were lacking, it was not for this insignificant whelp to end his life. Today, he shall pay the price for my son's demise. Haha, it seems a confrontation is inevitable then? The elder chuckled. Humph, my sole objective is to eliminate him. Can you impede me? The Ice-Toad Demon King scoffed before emitting a series of croaking sounds. I anticipated such a tactic. Did you think I would be unprepared? As the Ice-Toad Demon King sought to crush Yi Chun, the elder, naturally opposed, brandished a rattle, shaking it vigorously. The sounds of boing boing bang bang echoed incessantly, thwarting the Ice-Toad Demon King's assault. Despicable. You were prepared for this. It seems you have long harbored intentions against my son. The Ice-Toad Demon King raged. When you positioned your son within the territory of our Minor Arctic Palace to seize the profound ice glacial fiend, you should have foreseen this day. The Minor Arctic Palace has never cowered before anyone. Arg, you infuriate me. Do you dare offend me so brazenly? Unafraid that my master will come and obliterate your Minor Arctic Palace? Indeed, I should extend my gratitude, the elder remarked with rare seriousness. Were it not for your actions, I would not have achieved my breakthrough. So, emboldened by your newfound strength, you deliberately slew my son. Very well indeed. The Ice-Toad Demon King declared. Bailey Bei Chuan, remember this. This matter is far from over. Humph, my vengeance has only just begun. Out of respect for your master, I shall spare you today. However, do not forget that the grievances of the past will not simply be dismissed. The old man, or rather the former master of the Arctic Palace, Bailey Bei Chuan, responded. I will convey this to my master. Recognizing that remaining here served no further purpose, the Ice-Toad Demon King turned to leave. Casting a venomous glance at Yi Chun before departing, determined to remember his scent and await the opportunity to eliminate him. Once the Ice-Toad Demon King had vanished, Bailey Bei Chuan finally directed his attention to Yi Chun. Today, this young man had once again surprised him. He had always assumed Yi Chun was solely cultivating the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist, but to his astonishment, Yi Chun was also developing his mental prowess, achieving a level comparable to that of a Green Martial General. The Beast Sound technique was no trivial matter. It infused his attacks with a hint of authentic dragon might. Indeed, Yi Chun, my disciple, you are destined to be mine. Chapter 45. Refining the profound ice and ice-cold Bailey Bei Chuan nodded at Yi Chun before vanishing without a trace. Watching the former master of the Arctic Palace disappear in an instant, Yi Chun felt a twinge of envy. He had overheard enough to realize that Bailey Bei Chuan was a formidable silver martial emperor. Sighing, he pondered the heights of martial prowess that seemed unattainable in his lifetime. The exhilaration of recently advancing his mental prowess to the 5th level had dissipated, further compounded by the lingering fear instilled by the Ice-Toad Demon King. Tang Linger evidently noticed Yi Chun as well. Upon seeing his extremely fatigued appearance, she was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting glimmer of inexplicable sympathy crossing her eyes. However, she quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to see. Junior Sister Linger, who is that young man? In close proximity to Tang Linger stood a voluptuous and alluring senior sister, who caught sight of Tang Linger's expression and subsequently turned her attention to Yi Chun. She discerned that Yi Chun exuded an aura akin to someone who had weathered significant tribulations, and coupled with his handsome features, she could not resist the urge to inquire softly. The hushed exchange between Tang Linger and senior sister Zhang did not escape the notice of several gentlemen nearby. Among them, one who appeared to be a senior brother with a delicate demeanor boldly interjected, Junior sister Ling, junior sister Zihan. What are you discussing? His gaze was intensely focused on Tang Linger and Zhang Zihan, as if he wished to devour them whole. Wu senior brother, we are discussing nothing of importance. Tang Linger and Zhang Zihan transformed their demeanor in response to Wu senior brother's inquiry. Ah, if there is anything you wish to discuss, you may confide in me. Within the confines of the Little North Polar Palace, there is no matter I cannot assist you with. Just like this time. If both junior sisters intend to complete a task, it is quite simple, is it not? Thank you for your kind offer, Wu senior brother. We merely happened to encounter you, Zhang Zihan replied, promptly taking Tang Linger's hand and departing. Zhang Zihan appeared as mature and poised as a seasoned enchantress, her figure even more alluring. The man referred to as Wu's senior brother gazed at the two with an insatiable longing. Beside brother Wu, a subordinate shamelessly remarked, "This Zhang Zihan truly has no sense of propriety. Despite brother Wu showing her such courtesy, she remains oblivious to her good fortune. One must understand that she typically flaunts her charms with others. Does she believe our brother Wu is easy to bully, deliberately casting him a disdainful glance? Indeed, you are correct." Brother Wu gathered his composure and continued, "Zhang Zihan has consistently disrespected me. It is high time she receives a lesson. To understand that among the inner disciples, I, Wu Mingjie, am the true leader. Brother Wu is formidable. Brother Wu is authoritative. It is only fitting." Several men around him flattered him enthusiastically. Wu Mingjie then declared, "Enough of the flattery. Keep a close watch on Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger, and see what tasks they undertake." Following this, the group departed. At that moment, Yi Chun happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, casting a few glances at them, particularly at the leading figure, Wu Mingjie. He appeared as if drained of vitality, a pale face that suggested a life of indulgence, and it was evident that his strength was inferior to those beside him. It was a mystery how he had become the leader. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge your eyes out." One of the inner disciples beside Wu Mingjie noticed Yi Chen's gaze and threatened him. "Humph." Yi Chen scoffed, disregarding them and walking away. "This kid is quite arrogant." Wu Mingjie also took note of Yi Chen. However, dueling was prohibited in the Little North Pole Palace. He commanded, "Investigate who this brash outer disciple is. Should he remind Tang Lingo about those individuals with ill intentions?" After contemplating, Yi Chen ultimately decided against it. Firstly, his relationship with Tang Linger was merely average, and secondly, if he were to issue such a warning, how would she perceive it? Would it not imply that he too harbors ulterior motives, given that they harbor ill intentions towards him? Once Yi Chen dismissed these thoughts, he retrieved the Xianbing Bing Sha and resumed his process of refinement. Having previously initiated the refinement, he quickly found his rhythm and began harnessing the power of Xianbing Bing Sha. With no interruptions, Yi Chen was able to concentrate fully on the refinement. After a month and a half, Yi Chen successfully refined the power of Xianbing Bing Sha, elevating his prowess to the level of a Cyan Marshal General, firmly establishing himself as a Cyan 2-star Marshal General. Moreover, he gained control over the Xianbing Bing Sha, enabling him to summon it to combat at will. Unlike the Yuming Bing Sha, which had fused with Yi Chen's body and empowered his Yuan force, the Xianbing Bing Sha remained a distinct entity, a milky white sphere of ice that Yi Chen could wield against his foes. It was akin to the fragment of 9 Phoenix heavenly flame wielded by King Catter, which could be controlled for combat without merging into the body. Yi Chen briefly assessed the might of the Xianbing Bing Sha and discerned that it possessed at least the strength of a Cyan 5-star Marshal General, comparable to his previous Ice Toad. Of course, should Yi Chen deliberately unleash the Xianbing Bing Sha's power, it might even contend with a Cyan 9-star Marshal General. Nonetheless, this represented the zenith of the Xianbing Bing Sha's capabilities. It would prove ineffective against a blue Marshal Commander. Yi Chen still recalled the words of the old man. After refining the Xianbing Ice Sha, he was to seek out the duel arena to find him. However, just as Yi Chen emerged from his cave dwelling, he found himself under scrutiny, merely because he had cast a few lingering glances at Wu Mingjie and his companions on a previous occasion. Had Yi Chen been aware of this, he would have been at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, those who were watching him did not seek to impede his progress, but rather went in search of senior brother Wu Mingjie. As for Yi Chen, he remained blissfully ignorant of being targeted and was not overly cautious within the confines of the Little North Polar Palace. Chapter 46. The Authority of Core Disciples Before Long. Yi Chen arrived at the duel arena, whereby Li Beichuan lay languidly in a grand chair, puffing on a pipe, his eyes closed, exuding an air of utter relaxation. deliberately ignoring Yi Chen's presence beside him. Aware that Bai Li Beichuan was a formidable silver martial emperor, Yi Chen exhibited no disrespect, patiently awaiting his turn. The words of his esteemed uncle resonated profoundly. Although Yi Chen maintained a demeanor of respect, he could not help but express, however, I have also offended the Ice-Toad Demon King. While I am uncertain of the Ice-Toad Demon King's power, witnessing your prowess, esteemed uncle, I surmise that the Ice-Toad Demon King is at least a purple 9-star martial king. Huh, you possess quite the discerning eye, Bai Li Beichuan replied. Indeed, the Ice-Toad Demon King and I are both purple 9-star martial kings, yet I have since broken through while it remains stagnant. So what? Yi Chen retorted. You cannot be expected to protect me at all times. Much like the Ice-Toad I defeated, whose father is the Ice-Toad Demon King, it too fell by my hand. Now, with my current feeble strength, having offended the Ice-Toad Demon King, should I encounter it outside, my fate would be sealed. Yi Chen spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Ha! You rascal, are you seeking benefits from me? Well, I must express my gratitude to my esteemed master. Although I am unaware of the contents within, a spatial storage ring is worth its weight in gold. Before departing, Yi Chen inquired, Master, I have a question I wish to pose. Go ahead, Bai Li Beichuan nodded in acknowledgement. Why does the ice toad refrain from absorbing the Xianbing ice poison and instead remain stationed there? Yi Chen dared not broach the subject of the Yuming ice poison. He first sought clarity regarding the Xianbing ice poison. The reason is that the ice toad's absorption of the Xianbing ice poison would yield only a marginal enhancement to its strength. It bides its time, awaiting the Xianbing ice poison to amass greater power. Once the Xianbing ice poison reaches its utmost limit at the Azure 9 stars, the ice toad's strength will similarly ascend to the Azure 9 stars, thereby enabling it to transcend to the martial commander level by leveraging the Xianbing ice poison. Moreover, with the power of the Xianbing ice poison, its innate talent could even surpass that of its progenitor, significantly increasing its chances of breaking through to the Demon Emperor level. Ultimately, Bai Li Beichuan remarked, in truth, many within the Lesser Polar Palace are aware of this, though there are also those who remain oblivious. Yet, those in the know treat the matter with utmost caution, while the uninformed, despite their ignorance, recognize that the ice toad is not to be trifled with, resulting in no one daring to provoke it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Others are aware and thus refrain from engagement. Yet this old rascal Bai Li Beichuan sends him, a novice, to deliver himself to death. Although he obtained a spatial storage ring, Yi Chen remained discontent. Feeling displeased, he ignored Bai Li Beichuan and simply walked away. What a spirited lad. I admire that. Bai Li Beichuan was increasingly pleased with Yi Chen and contemplated finding an opportunity to accept him. After Yi Chen exited the duel arena, he made a beeline for the dining hall. Since Bai Li Beichuan had instructed him to seek out Wang Pengzi, it was evident that Wang Pengzi had something for him. Yi Chen harbored no belief in Wang Pengzi's earlier assertion that he could exchange a Demon King-level Ice Toad crystal for a mysterious item. He had encountered a Demon King-level Ice Toad, but that was a purple 9-star demon. He was uncertain when he would reach such a level himself. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the dining hall. Having been schemed against by both Bai Li Beichuan and Wang Pengzi, he wore a rather unfriendly expression as he faced Wang Pengzi. Bai Li Shibua instructed me to hand over this demon general-level ice toad crystal to you. Yi Chen produced the ice toad crystal from his storage belt and presented it to Wang Pengzi. Thank you, junior brother Yi. Wang Pengzi replied, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. Although it is not the ice toad king crystal I desired, it is still quite satisfactory. Allow me to offer you some valuable items. With that, Wang Pengzi retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Had you procured the Ice Toad King crystal, what I would have given you would have been worth 1,000 points. While it falls short of that, I shall still provide you with some fine items. These are all spirit pills I crafted myself. What are these spirit pills? Yi Chen's demeanor softened somewhat upon seeing the benefits Wang Pengzi was offering. These spirit pills are my exclusive creation, capable of replenishing stamina and enhancing spiritual energy. With just a single pill, you can expect to forego meals for approximately 6 months. And if your strength is below the blue martial general rank, your vitality will continue to surge. Wang Fatty's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance, yet he continued. I can secretly inform you that all of these have been painstakingly accumulated from premium ingredients rich in vitality, albeit with some shortcuts taken. Thank you, Brother Wang. If I find these to be beneficial, I shall certainly return to seek your assistance in the future, Yi Chen replied courteously. If what Wang Fatty claimed were true, the prospect of consuming one pill and not needing to eat for half a year would be immensely significant for Yi Chen. Why call me Brother Wang? Just refer to me as Wang Fatty. As for seeking assistance, this Wang Fatty is not one to shy away from such matters. Wang Fatty chuckled awkwardly, though inwardly he felt a reluctance to part with the pills. Very well, Wang Fatty. May I inquire how many vitality pills are contained within? Yi Chen had discerned Wang Fatty's sentiments, especially after noticing the momentary flicker of reluctance in his expression. He wished to ascertain how long the supply might last. There are 5 pills in this bottle, which should suffice for you for nearly 3 years, Wang Fatty replied, harboring a deep sense of resentment. If it weren't for that old coot pushing me, I would never have given you so many. I would have considered one pill a considerable gift. Each pill can fetch dozens of points. Thank you, Wang Fatty, Yi Chen acknowledged, understanding that these vitality pills were indeed a valuable asset, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on his cultivation. However, he was slightly astonished that Wang Fatty could concoct such essence pills. Could he possibly be an alchemist? An alchemist turning chef, Wang Fatty surely has a tale to tell. Well, I shall take my leave if there's nothing else, Yi Chen finally said. Safe travels, Brother Yi. Yet, no sooner had Yi Chen stepped out the door than he found 5 individuals blocking the entrance, their intentions clearly sinister as they fixed their predatory gazes upon him. At the forefront stood the pale-faced Wu Mingjie, who appeared to have been drained by indulgence in wine and women. Hey, you must be Yi Chen, right? You had the audacity to glance at me last time. Think you're pretty impressive, huh? Do you know who I am? Wu Mingjie pointed to his own nose and continued. But judging by your demeanor, you should just join me from now on. I assure you, you will enjoy a life of luxury within the little North Polar Palace, and no one will dare to provoke you. Forget it, I'm not interested, Yi Chen replied, taken aback that merely overhearing Wu Mingjie and his cohorts had led them to confront him. Was their arrogance truly that pervasive within the little North Polar Palace? Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Wu Mingjie had yet to utter a word, yet his 4 lackeys were already seething with rage. So what if it's Wu Mingjie? I'm aware of that. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Perhaps you are unaware of the weight that my name carries. I can overlook your ignorance for now. Wu Mingjie remained unfazed, recognizing that Yi Chen was a newcomer and thus oblivious to his reputation. You lot. Enlighten him about who I am. The exceptionally handsome Wu Shixiang, whose elder brother, Wu Yidao, ranks 3rd among the core disciples, possesses a 30% chance of breaking through to the Purple Martial King level. It seems he is fortunate to have such a capable brother. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly. The core disciples, a select group of 10, are the top fighters emerging from the elite disciples. Wu Mingjie's brother, Wu Yidao, being among the top 3, clearly indicates formidable strength and stature within the Xiaobei Polar Palace, far surpassing that of a mere newly admitted outer disciple like himself. Now that you are aware of my identity, I trust you understand your choice, Wu Mingjie declared with a sense of pride. Apologies, but I am accustomed to my freedom and will not be following you, Wu Shixiang, Yi Chen firmly declined. Young man, you are being quite ungrateful. Wu Mingjie's expression darkened, and his demeanor grew increasingly impolite. What if I am ungrateful? Do you dare to threaten me? Observing Wu Mingjie's facade of false kindness shatter, Yi Chen felt no need to hold back. You truly are oblivious. One of Wu Mingjie's sycophantic underlings chimed in. Perhaps you are unaware of the authority wielded by core disciples. Even if an inner disciple offends a core disciple, the latter can severely injure the former. As for you, an outer disciple, should you be killed, no one would intervene. Yi Chen was taken aback by the overwhelming authority of the core disciples within the Xiaobei Polar Palace. A sense of dread washed over him as he contemplated the possibility of Wu Mingjie calling upon his brother to deal with him. Observing Wu Mingjie's character, one can surmise that his brother, Wu Yidao, is equally lacking in virtue. It is conceivable that he might indeed resort to bullying the weaker and come to eliminate me. Boy, are you frightened? Upon witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, Wu Mingjie's arrogance surged once more. Afraid? Yi Chen chuckled softly, remarking that a person who relies on his brother's reputation to instill fear and commit wrongdoings would not intimidate him. In his heart, Yi Chen mused that he had already vanquished formidable opponents of the Purple Martial King rank. How could he fear a mere disciple of the inner sect at the Green Martial General level? What? Infuriating? You insolent brat, repeat that if you dare. Do you believe that I want to eliminate you on the spot? No one in the Northern Polar Palace can hold me accountable, Wu Mingjie threatened. However, as soon as his words fell, a corpulent figure emerged, shaking the ground like an earthquake. This rotund figure chuckled heartily, proclaiming that no one dares to commit murder in his dining hall, not even those yet to be born. This figure was none other than Brother Wang. Wu Mingjie and his associates immediately shed their prior arrogance and treated Brother Wang with utmost respect. Enough. You all may leave, otherwise. Do not blame me for sparing no consideration for Wu Yidao. Brother Wang waved his hand dismissively, dispersing Wu Mingjie and his entourage. Consider yourself fortunate. Wu Mingjie spat as he turned to depart, for Brother Wang had once bested Wu Yidao among the top 10 core disciples, holding the second position. Thank you, Brother Wang. Though Yi Chen was not afraid of Wu Mingjie, he found it tiresome to deal with younger adversaries and their older counterparts. Given his limited time for cultivation, he had no desire to squander it on such trivial matters. No need for thanks, Wang Pengzi remarked. It seems you have reached the level of a blue-armored martial general. You might consider advancing to an inner sect disciple. While core disciples possess a degree of authority, they cannot easily suppress inner sect disciples once you attain that status. Very well, I shall take my leave to explore this further. Chapter 47. Unlocking the purple gold ring due to the exceedingly low status of outer sect disciples. Yi Chen could not guarantee that Wu Mingjie's brother, Wu Yidao, would not recklessly target him. Thus, he resolved to first elevate his status to that of an inner sect disciple. However, Yi Chen was overthinking the situation. Wang Pengzi had already stepped forward to protect him. Wu Mingjie would certainly refrain from scheming against Yi Chen within the confines of the Little North Pole Palace. If Wu Mingjie wished to confront Yi Chen, he would have to wait until Yi Chen exited the palace. Moreover, the last competition among core disciples took place a decade ago, and a new round was approaching. With Wang Pengzi backing him, Wu Mingjie would not dare to provoke such a formidable figure. Yi Chen had merely cast a few glances their way. Without support, he would have been targeted, but with it, he would be left unscathed. Despite his arrogance within the inner sect, he was also perceptive. Without that insight, even with Wu Yidao's backing, he would surely become a target for the higher-ups of the Little North Pole Palace. As for the elders among the upper echelons of the palace, they turned a blind eye. Recognizing Wu Yidao's influence, and considering that Wu Mingjie was merely a spoiled fool who posed no significant threat to the palace. After all, if Wu Yidao were to secure the position of palace master, they would still need to rely on him in the future. However, Yi Chen remained oblivious to these intricacies and sought out the outer sect's senior disciple, Wang Fan. The matter of outer sect disciples' promotion necessitated consultation with the senior disciple. In contrast, the elevation of inner sect disciples to elite status garnered the attention of the upper echelons, as these individuals were regarded as the Cr-mi de la Sar-mi within the Lesser Polar Palace. The promotion of outer sect disciples to inner sect status was a trivial affair, largely overlooked by the higher-ups. Although he harbored a poor impression of Wang Fan, a seemingly affable individual with a duplicitous nature, Yi Chen recognized that this was not the opportune moment to confront him and feigned ignorance instead. Little did Yi Chen know that the information he possessed had been divulged to Wu Mingjie by Wang Fan. Had he been aware, a rift would likely have ensued immediately. Oh, junior brother Yi, you are here so soon? Wang Fan began with a flurry of flattering remarks before proceeding to alter Yi Chen's identity information. He concluded, once you become an inner sect disciple, you may change your cave dwelling. Are you interested in switching your residence? No, I prefer to remain in my current cave, Yi Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. He had intentionally chosen a secluded corner to ensure tranquility, wishing to avoid any disturbances. The cave dwellings of inner sect disciples were interconnected, and with Wu Mingjie, his adversary, among them, Yi Chen was disinclined to move. Very well, Wang Fan nodded, secretly delighted that he had not disclosed to Yi Chen that the cave dwellings of inner sect disciples were already equipped with gathering essence arrays. Though these arrays were modest in scale and could only absorb a limited amount of essence, they far surpassed the capabilities of those available to outer sect disciples. Over time, the accumulated essence would amount to a considerable sum. By the way, junior brother Yi, I must remind you of something. Wang Fan remarked that outer disciples could complete a task every 3 years, whereas inner disciples were required to accomplish one annually. Additionally, inner disciples received a monthly benefit of 10 points and 10 low-grade elemental stones, which should not be overlooked. Grateful for Wang Shixiang's guidance, Yi Chen proceeded to examine the contents within. He discovered 2 jade slips. One contained the latter half of the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist, specifically from the 6th to the 9th layer. Yi Chen was astonished to learn that the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist could indeed be cultivated to the 9th layer. which was equivalent to that of a golden martial emperor. Notably, during Yi Chen's talent assessment at the Yi family, he had demonstrated the very aptitude of a golden martial emperor. However, for millennia since the departure of the Phoenix Great Emperor, no golden martial emperor had emerged on the continent. Li Beichuan had entrusted Yi Chen with the 9th layer of the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist, indicating his expectations for him. In a land devoid of golden martial emperors, the silver martial sovereign stood as the pinnacle of strength. Should Yi Chen attain the level of silver martial sovereign while simultaneously mastering the 9th layer of the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist, he would likely become unrivaled among the silver martial sovereigns. Yi Chen did not delve into the specifics of the 6th to 9th layers, as he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Hell Prison Lion Elephant Fist. He resolved to explore and study the subsequent layers once he achieved that peak. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the second jade slip. Upon reviewing its contents, he was taken aback to discover that it contained a mental attack technique. In that instant, he realized that his use of mental attacks against the Ice Toad Demon General had been entirely within Li Beichuan's observation. Dismissing these thoughts, he focused on the name of the mental attack technique, which was titled Virtual Divine Art. After perusing the introduction to the virtual divine skills, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Simultaneously, he harbored a flicker of gratitude towards Li Beichuan, for it was evident that considerable effort had been invested in the selection of these virtual skills. The value of this set of divine techniques might very well rival that of the Devouring Heaven technique, which he had yet to explore. The essence of the virtual divine skills lies in their ability to utilize spiritual energy to replicate anything one has witnessed, be it a person, a creature, or a weapon. The potency of the virtual manifestation is directly correlated to the user's own strength. The more formidable the individual, the more powerful and lifelike the virtual creation becomes. However, for Yi Chen, the pivotal aspect of the virtual divine skills was singular: the ability to conjure virtual beasts. It is essential to remember that Yi Chen had cultivated the beast sound technique and had encountered the ice serpent, allowing him to accurately simulate it using his spiritual energy. The utilization of the serpent's roar would yield unimaginable power. Nevertheless, mastering these divine skills proved to be a formidable challenge. It was improbable that Yi Chen could initially replicate the ice serpent and would have to commence with simpler manifestations. At the conclusion of the jade slip, Yi Chen noticed a message from Li Beichuan. Human capacity is ultimately limited. You must choose between cultivating spiritual energy or elemental force. Pursuing both may leave you with insufficient time. Although Yi Chen recognized the urgency of time, he was reluctant to relinquish either path. The fusion of both could elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. As he continued to read, he discovered that the slip also contained details regarding some ice elemental stones and a set of soft armor. The ice elemental stones would suffice for your cultivation. While regarding the armor, I am unaware of your weapon preferences, so I can only bestow upon you this piece of soft armor. The ice jade armor, with its formidable texture, is capable of withstanding the mightiest strike from a powerful ice toad demon king. As for other purple martial kings, it may endure 3 or 4 blows, while against a blue martial commander, it is estimated to withstand several hundred attacks. Yi Chen gazed upon the ice jade armor. Its touch was akin to that of soft jade, exuding an exceedingly pleasant sensation. He attempted to strike it with his fist and found it utterly unyielding, affirming its exceptional defensive capabilities. However, it also felt somewhat superfluous. Should he offend a purple martial king, escape would be futile. Whether it could withstand 1 or several strikes made little difference in practicality. Regarding blue martial commanders, Yi Chen felt emboldened. With his 5th-level spiritual energy and the prowess of a 2-star green martial general, augmented by the Xianbing Ice Calamity, he believed he could contend even with a blue martial commander. Ultimately, Yi Chen chose not to don the ice jade armor, understanding that such formidable protection would merely cultivate a false sense of security, potentially leading to complacency in his training. What he truly required was rigorous cultivation and formidable strength. Only through immense power could he ensure his safety. Subsequently, Yi Chen retrieved some ice elemental stones. Discovering that they were of a higher grade than the mid-tier ice elemental stones he had previously acquired from Fengchang, he estimated there were around a dozen, along with a singular, exceptionally potent ice elemental stone, radiating pure elemental energy that left Yi Chen astounded. He sensed that even a mere whiff could significantly enhance his strength. This must be the pinnacle of ice elemental stones. Yi Chun felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude for this generous gift from Baili Beichuan. As mid-tier ice elemental stones were typically utilized by green Grand Martial Masters and 2-star green Martial Generals. The superior grade is utilized by the blue Martial General and the purple Martial King, while the exquisite grade is reserved for the silver Martial Emperor and the golden Martial Sovereign. Thus, these dozen or so ice elemental stones represent a staggering fortune. However, upon reflection, Yi Chun realized that he currently had no use for the exquisite elemental stones. Even when the time came, it would likely be a decade hence. He resolved that it was more prudent to offer them to the Chaos Magic Pearl, as perhaps one of these stones would awaken the small black entity within. Once the small black entity awakens, he would no longer need to fear the Ice-Toad Demon King when venturing outside. Contemplating this, Yi Chun cast the exquisite elemental stones into the Chaos Magic Pearl, allowing it to absorb them at its leisure. As for the several superior grade ice elemental stones, Yi Chun chose to retain them. They could serve as a means to restore his elemental energy in critical moments or enhance his strength. With these matters concluded, Yi Chun had 2 significant tasks ahead of him. The first was to advance his Ice Profound technique to the level of the Azure Martial General, for which he urgently required the latter half. The second task was that he had now reached the 5th level of mental strength, enabling him to attempt opening the purple-gold spatial ring of the Kader Martial King. Naturally, the first task was currently unattainable, as it was said that the latter half of the Ice Profound technique resided within the underwater palace. Thus, Yi Chun could only proceed with the second task. He first dripped a drop of blood and then directed his mental energy to refine the purple-gold spatial ring. He had attempted this during his 4th level of mental strength, but had met with failure. This time, however, despite encountering some obstacles, Yi Chun's intensified mental energy ultimately led to success. His expression brightened with joy. Indeed, he had managed to unlock the purple-gold spatial ring of the Kader Martial King, and without a doubt, it contained numerous treasures within. Chapter 48. Points reward. Yi Chun immediately probed his spiritual energy into Kader's purple-golden spatial ring. However, to his astonishment, what greeted him was not the treasures within the purple-golden spatial ring, but a fierce flame that engulfed his spiritual energy. Ah! Yi Chun cried out in agony, as the connection to his spiritual energy within the ring was severed, akin to having a piece of flesh instantly torn from his body. Yet, before the connection was lost, he glimpsed the interior of the purple-golden spatial ring. The space within the ring was not vast, merely around 10 square meters, comparable in size to an ordinary spatial ring. However, it was entirely filled with brilliant and searing flames, the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame. A massive 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame, occupying 10 square meters, was formidable enough to incinerate a warrior of King Kader's caliber with just a single strand of hair-sized flame. The sheer power of such an expansive 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame was beyond Yi Chun's imagination. What astonished him further was the material of the purple-golden ring itself. What kind of substance could contain such an abundance of 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame? He also pondered who possessed the strength to encase such a formidable flame. Surely, it must be a golden Martial Emperor. If such a powerful individual existed, how could this treasure have fallen into the hands of King Kader? Was this immense mass of 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame intentionally left for him? Yi Chun found this hard to believe. If King Kader had such backing, he could easily reign as the king of the western regions. Moreover, a formidable purple Martial King holds a prestigious position within the 3 great empires. How could he remain so comfortably ensconced as a prince in a small utopian nation? Ultimately, Yi Chun harbored suspicions that the purple gold ring belonging to the Martial King Kader had been pilfered from another. Nevertheless, Yi Chun prudently concealed the purple gold ring, placing it within the spatial ring bestowed upon him by Baili Beichuan. Should this artifact be revealed, the adversaries he would face would undoubtedly be exponentially more terrifying than the Ice-Toad Demon King. Yi Chun also pondered the eldest of the Wang brothers, Wang Li, who was aware of his possession of the purple gold ring. Should this knowledge be disseminated, his safety would be severely compromised. For the first time, Yi Chun felt a compelling urge to eliminate someone. In any case, Wang Li must not survive. After contemplating countless scenarios, Yi Chun resolved to seek out Wang Li. With Wang Li possessing only the strength of a green 3-star Martial General, Yi Chun believed that he could easily dispatch him given his current prowess. Once Wang Li was dealt with, he would have no further concerns. However, Yi Chun was apprehensive about the implications of leaving the Little Arctic Palace, particularly regarding the issue of the Nether Ice Fiend. If the existence of the Nether Ice Fiend were to be exposed, would the Baidao Guild come after him? Yi Chun held a profound respect for this influential merchant guild that spanned the entire continent. Unbeknownst to him, he need not worry. After the Demon Emperor of the Extreme West eliminated the Baibao Guild's Purple Martial King, the guild had already dispatched forces to confront the demon race in the Extreme West. While they valued harmonious relations for profit, they would undoubtedly retaliate after being humiliated. Otherwise, the reputation of the continent's foremost merchant guild would be at stake. Certainly, the Baibao Hang primarily mobilizes against the Demon Clan due to the presence of the Nether Ice Fiend in the Ice Serpent's domain. However, Yi Chun could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. The Nether Ice Fiend may exist in other locations, and alternative solutions might present themselves. Yet, the Zijin Ring is likely unique in the entire world. Its exposure would pose an immense threat. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Chun proceeded to the task issuance area within the Little Arctic Palace, where one could also exchange points for items. It was his first visit, and he chose not to examine the tasks initially. Instead, he surveyed the items available for exchange with points. The first thing that caught his eye was the category of cultivation methods. The Sect's foundational technique, the Polaris Stellar Art, required 2,000 points and was only available to core disciples of the Little Arctic Palace. However, Yi Chun possessed the Devouring Heaven technique, which, though unrefined, was undoubtedly superior to the Polaris Stellar Art. Thus, obtaining the latter for research would be ideal, but if it proved unattainable, it would not matter to him. Subsequently, Yi Chun explored all the cultivation techniques available in the Little Arctic Palace, but did not find the profound ice art. Instead, he discovered a tome titled the Abyssal Lion Power Technique, which complemented the Abyssal Lion Fist. The entire volume was valued at 500 points and required cultivation to the 9th level. However, should he wish to refine only the first half to the 5th level, a mere 100 points would suffice. After some contemplation, Yi Chun decided to cultivate the Abyssal Lion Power Technique, given his affinity for the Abyssal Lion Fist. A slight delay in time would be the only consequence. Moreover, if necessary, he could always switch to the Abyssal Lion Power Technique, for within the Little Arctic Palace, as long as one possessed points, one could exchange for the 9th level, thereby minimizing any potential bottlenecks in his cultivation journey. Within the realm of elixirs, weaponry, and rare treasures, Yi Chun was astounded to discover the presence of mystical companions. The foremost elixir was the Purple Potential Pill, valued at 2,000 points. A single dose could elevate one to the rank of Purple Martial Sovereign. However, the consequence of such an elevation was the irrevocable stagnation of future strength. For while the Purple Potential Pill enhances one's power, it depletes one's latent potential. Nonetheless, it was the finest potion available within the Little Arctic Palace. Crafted by the esteemed alchemist Master Ren, whom Yi Chun had encountered upon his arrival, a mere purple alchemist, various other elixirs were also present, including the Cleansing Marrow Pill, which his family had once procured for him at a cost of approximately 500,000 gold coins, yet within the confines of the Little Arctic Palace. It was merely worth 5 points. Subsequently, Yi Chun turned his attention to weaponry. The premier weapon, the Polaris Sword, also commanded a price of 2,000 points. Accessible only to core disciples, and was classified as a purple-grade weapon, the finest the palace had to offer. Yi Chun, however, was particularly drawn to a pair of purple-grade gauntlets, the explosive gauntlets, priced at 1,500 points, available solely to elite disciples. While becoming an elite disciple was relatively straightforward, accumulating 1,500 points proved a formidable challenge, especially as he currently possessed none, leaving him uncertain as to when he might be able to redeem them. Lastly, Yi Chun surveyed the rare treasures and mystical companions. He found himself perplexed by the rare treasures, as they were primarily of interest to alchemists and blacksmiths. Naturally, his gaze shifted towards the mystical companions. Yet, there was but one option, the Xianbing crane, the very ethereal bird once ridden by Master Ren. The Xianbing crane also required 2,000 points and could only be redeemed by those who had contributed to the Little Arctic Palace or by core disciples. All the creatures are artificially raised at the Little Arctic Palace, their strengths varying from demon generals to demon commanders. However, the majority of the Xianbing cranes serve primarily as mounts. After perusing the items available for exchange with points, Yi Chun turned his attention to the tasks at hand. His objective was to eliminate Wang Li, and he was determined to seek a mission that would lead him to the western regions. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that Wang Li had already ventured to the Arctic ice field in search of him. Yi Chun began to scrutinize the tasks one by one. He first examined the most basic green tasks, which typically involved tending to the medicinal herbs within the little Arctic palace or engaging in simple blacksmithing activities. However, the points awarded for these tasks were rather meager, often not exceeding 5. Chen felt somewhat disheartened, surprised by the simplicity of the outer disciples' tasks, especially since he had been entangled in a troublesome endeavor involving the Ice-Toad Demon General, which had incurred the wrath of the Ice-Toad Demon King. It was indeed a lamentable situation for him. Next, Chen shifted his gaze towards the blue tasks, which were all situated within the Arctic ice field. These included capturing demon beasts and locating medicinal herbs, primarily of that nature. The points rewarded for blue tasks were relatively higher, ranging from 20 to 30. At the upper tier, there were also blue and purple tasks, which allowed for missions beyond the sect. However, to undertake a blue task, one had to be an elite disciple. For a purple task, one needed to be a core disciple. The point rewards for blue tasks range from 50 to 100, whereas purple tasks offered between 100 and 2,000 points. Yet, there were only 2 tasks that rewarded 2,000 points. One involved slaying the Ice-Toad Demon King, whom Chen had encountered before, and the other entailed hunting down a traitor within the Little Arctic Palace, a former core disciple who had ranked first 30 years prior, known as Man Xingtian. Through this task, Chen gained insight into the secrets of that era. Man Xingtian, the son of the barbarian emperor from the northernmost realm, is a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber. The barbarian emperor, the true sovereign of this frigid expanse, had sought to annex the lesser Arctic palace decades prior. In a strategic move, he placed his extraordinary son within the palace, where Man Xingtian exhibited remarkable prowess, ascending to the rank of the foremost core disciple. His acclaim was resounding, with many advocating for him to inherit the position of the palace's leader. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when another genius emerged from the lesser Arctic palace, one who surpassed Man Xingtian in talent. In merely a few years, this newcomer threatened to eclipse Man Xingtian's standing. During a particular mission, in a desperate bid to preserve his position, Man Xingtian revealed his identity and summoned the Ice-Toad Demon King, who swiftly eliminated this rival. Despite the latter's prodigious gifts, he was merely a core disciple of the Blue Martial Commander level and stood no chance against the Ice-Toad Demon King, a pinnacle being of the Purple 9 Stars, who dispatched him in an instant. This talented individual was also a disciple of the palace's master, Bailey Beichuan. Upon the incident's revelation, Bailey Beichuan confronted the Ice-Toad Demon King, yet their strengths were nearly equal. Subsequently, a majority of the elders from the lesser Arctic palace mobilized to vanquish the Ice-Toad Demon King, but the barbarian emperor intervened, effortlessly suppressing the collective might of the palace, and departed with both the Ice-Toad Demon King and Man Xingtian. The entire lesser Arctic palace came to realize the barbarian clan's sinister intentions to consume their domain, igniting their fury and prompting the issuance of 2 consequential missions. In the aftermath, Bailey Beichuan, unable to protect his disciple and exact vengeance, chose to abdicate in favor of another, yet this sacrifice ultimately led to his own breakthrough. Throughout the years, he has not forgotten his quest for vengeance. However, upon breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, he increasingly comprehends the terror of the Martial Emperor. The barbarian emperor has resided at this level for many years. He doubts he is a match for him, prompting him to spare the Ice-Toad Demon King. As for dealing with the Ice-Toad, he cannot be blamed for deceiving Chen, surely. He would not stoop to extinguishing the progeny of the Ice-Toad Demon King through sheer force. The others in the lesser Arctic palace, aware of the Ice-Toad's powerful connections, dare not provoke him lightly, making Chen, a Na'vi newcomer with formidable strength yet lacking knowledge, an ideal target. Furthermore, Bailey Beichuan has long desired to take Chen as his disciple, thus scheming against him. Now, with a common enemy to confront, does he not fear that Chen will comply willingly? Upon grasping the context of these dual assignments, Chen feels a tinge of sympathy for Bailey Beichuan. Nevertheless, given that Bailey Beichuan has plotted against him, Chen remains quite irate, for it is often said that those who are pitiable possess their own faults. However, after perusing the tasks for an extended period, he has yet to find a suitable one. The primary obstacle lies in the fact that to accept the blue-level mission to leave the Arctic ice field, one must be an elite disciple of a blue-level martial commander. Chen harbors considerable resentment, deeming this requirement utterly inhumane. Must he truly cultivate to the level of a blue martial commander to venture outside? How long would that take? Alas, perhaps he should inquire with Bailey Beichuan to explore alternative possibilities. What compels you to leave the lesser Arctic palace for pursuits outside? Are you not afraid of the ice-toed demon king seeking retribution against you? Bai Li Beichuan furrowed his brow. He had bestowed upon Yi Chen a considerable number of high-grade ice elemental stones, intending for him to cultivate diligently. To his surprise, Yi Chen was planning to leave, and not just for a brief distance. He wondered if, once Yi Chen ventured beyond the vicinity of the Little North Pole Palace, he would be unable to protect him any longer. There were certain matters that were not suitable for discussion. Master Bai Li, Yi Chen stated, as long as you understand that I have important business to attend to, that suffices. Very well, Bai Li Beichuan replied. Since you have urgent matters to address, I would not ordinarily hinder you. However, given your current lack of strength, I cannot disregard the regulations of the Little North Pole Palace, can I? You speak truly, Master. May I inquire what your requirements are? Yi Chen asked, sensing an opportunity but aware that conditions were likely to be attached. Since you wish to undertake a mission in the western regions, I shall not make it difficult for you, Bai Li Beichuan declared. Provided you can complete a task of the blue 9-star level, I shall make an exception and permit you to pursue your own affairs in the western regions. Oh, you are quite the spirited youth, he continued. In that case, choose wisely. Bai Li Beichuan had indeed contemplated devising a scheme against Yi Chen, hoping for his failure in the task, thereby preventing him from leaving the Little North Pole Palace. After all, he had experienced a similar situation before and was concerned that Yi Chen might fall victim to the ice-toed demon king. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's proactive declaration, Bai Li Beichuan felt compelled to abandon his scheming. At worst, he could keep a discreet watch over him during his journey. Ah, is that not the charming young man? As Yi Chen was searching for tasks, two enchanting women entered, capturing the attention of many. However, the two ladies seemed oblivious to their surroundings. Upon spotting Yi Chen, one of them, a mature and alluring woman, brightened up with surprise. It was none other than Zhang Zihan. The other, of course, was Tang Linger. Senior Zihan, could you refrain from being so flirtatious? Tang Linger remarked, covering her face at Zhang Zihan's demeanor. Do you think I am usually flirtatious? If one is to be so, it should be directed at someone one genuinely fancies. Although martial artists may have lifespans extending hundreds of years, one must still seize the moment. Zhang Zihan imparted her wisdom with the air of one who has experienced much. Yet Tang Lingo was not swayed. Senior Zihan, you are only 2 or 3 years my senior. Don't act as if you possess all the knowledge. Besides, you've only met Yi Chen once. And you've already developed feelings for him? I can hardly believe it. Do you not comprehend the concept of love at first sight? Furthermore, while I may be just a couple of years older than you, what about my figure? Wow, Senior Zihan, you are simply insufferable. I refuse to engage with you any longer, Tang Lingo declared, annoyed. Humph, if you want to talk to me, I shall seek out that handsome lad. With that, Zhang Zihan turned her hips and approached Yi Chen. Tang Lingo, irritated, stomped her foot and followed Zhang Zihan, determined to prevent her senior from winning Yi Chen's affections. It was not that she had feelings for Yi Chen herself. Rather, she simply did not want Zhang Zihan to be led astray by him. Hey, handsome. What tasks are you in search of? Do you need your senior to accompany you? Zhang Zihan approached Yi Chen, playfully patting him on the shoulder. You should know that my strength is formidable. I can certainly protect you. When the two women arrived, Yi Chen had already taken note of them. However, preoccupied with his quest, he chose to ignore their presence. To his surprise, Zhang Zihan approached him to strike up a conversation, leaving him somewhat speechless. He declined her overture, saying, perhaps it would be best to leave it be, senior sister. The task I wish to undertake is rather challenging. Tang Linger, witnessing Zhang Zihan's embarrassment, remained silent. Secretly amused, seemingly forgetting her own previous experience of being overlooked by Yi Chen. I am curious to see what task you intend to undertake, Zhang Zihan declared, crossing her arms and fixing her gaze intently on Yi Chen. Her interest in him had initially stemmed from Tang Linger, but being disregarded after being cherished like a precious gem had truly tested her patience. Upon hearing Zhang Zihan's words, Tang Linger also turned her attention to Yi Chen, eager to discover what task he was about to accept, particularly since even the esteemed Zhang Zihan, a formidable 4-star martial artist, had offered her assistance. It was worth noting that Yi Chen had only recently begun his journey, just over 2 months ago. Achieving the status of a blue martial artist in such a short span was already a remarkable feat. Aspiring to reach the same level as Zhang Zihan, a 4-star, seemed utterly impossible. What gave Yi Chen the audacity to reject the assistance of senior sister Zihan? Those around them, engaged in their own quests, began to take notice of the unfolding situation, casting curious glances at Yi Chen. He was indeed the first disciple of the inner sect of the Little Arctic Palace to so boldly disregard Zhang Zihan's allure. Chapter 50. The most difficult blue task. Just then, Wu Mingjie, accompanied by his sycophants, entered the task hall. Upon his arrival, his eyes scanned the room, seemingly in search of something. Soon enough, he spotted Tang Ling'er and Zhang Zihan, and with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he sauntered over, inquiring, "Are you two junior sisters in search of a task?" Coincidentally, the senior brother was also seeking a task. Might we join forces to complete it, much like last time? With a harmonious pairing of genders, the labor would be less burdensome. The sycophants behind Wu Mingjie exchanged mischievous glances, agreeing with their senior brother's assertion. Indeed, a male-female collaboration eases the toil. Ha! Begone! Zhang Zihan's mood was already soured, and with Wu Mingjie intruding further, she retaliated vocally. Undeterred even by the formidable Wu Yidao, ranked third among the core disciples standing behind him. "Did you hear what she just said to me?" Wu Mingjie, taken aback, turned to his lackeys for confirmation. "It seems she told you to get lost, Senior Wu." His followers expressed disbelief. "Indeed, you heard correctly." Wu Mingjie's gaze swiftly shifted to Zhang Zihan, his internal fury igniting fiercely. How dare this wretched woman insult him? Though incensed, he chose silence, opting instead to observe as Zhang Zihan selected her task. Resolutely, he decided that regardless of her choice, he would shadow her. When the moment arrived, he would assert his presence before his lackeys, demonstrating dominance over Zhang Zihan. He envisioned a fate most dire for this audacious woman who dared to be so haughty without backing. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen finally identified a suitable task, eliminating a band of roaming bandits, led by a leader possessing the prowess of a 9-star martial general, notorious for plundering merchant guilds, and even daring to provoke the Baibao Guild at times. The Arctic tundra, akin to the western regions, is perceived as a minor power in the eyes of the Baibao Guild, much like the esteemed Zhao of the western regions, who wielded considerable influence yet possessed only the strength of a green-tier warrior. He later ascended to the rank of a blue-tier commander through the consumption of elixirs due to the bandit troubles. Similarly, in the Arctic tundra, blue-tier commanders are a rare breed, and it is improbable for a caravan to be consistently escorted by them. Furthermore, this bandit group has been elusive, perpetually evading capture. Consequently, the Baibao Guild has issued a task, assigning it to the Ming Shui Palace, the Little Arctic Palace, and the Qianju sect. Anyone may undertake it, and upon completion, the rewards from the Baibao Guild will be substantial. Originally, this task, bestowed by the Baibao Guild, promised generous rewards. However, the bandit group is remarkably well informed within the Arctic tundra. Should any green-tier or blue-tier warriors band together to hunt them down, they vanish without a trace. Likewise, when a group of skilled fighters mingles among the merchant caravans, the bandits refrain from making an appearance. Even the presence of a lone expert, such as a core disciple from the Little Arctic Palace, would deter the bandits. Once these formidable warriors withdraw, the bandits resurface to wreak havoc. As for individual commanders or 9-star warriors, they lack the prowess to contend with this bandit faction. Over time, it became evident to all that this group possessed reliable intelligence, leading to a reluctance to take on the task, which gradually diminished to a green-tier assignment. Nevertheless, it stands as the most challenging endeavor within the green-tier category, as even blue-tier commanders of the first to third ranks would find it insurmountable. Similarly, the rewards are quite substantial, nearly tenfold compared to other Azure tasks, amounting to 200 points. Chen undertook this mission after considerable contemplation. After all, his Dragon Roar is a sound wave mental attack capable of striking multiple foes simultaneously. Those low-level bandits pose no threat to him, as he could eliminate them all in an instant. The true danger lies in the Azure Martial General-level bandits. Should he unleash his Dragon Roar upon a single Azure Martial General, he could potentially dispatch them in one blow. However, against several Azure Martial Generals, its efficacy diminishes. As for the more formidable Azure 9-star Martial General bandit leaders, while he might be able to overpower them in a full-out assault, he may not prevail if they manage to restrain him. Were it not for the necessity of departing from the Lesser Arctic Palace, he would not have accepted such a formidable task. Nevertheless, could these bandits truly be more daunting than King Katter? With this thought, Chen resolutely accepted the mission. "Junior brother, are you certain you wish to undertake this task?" The inner sect disciple responsible for registration gazed at Chen in astonishment. This mission was one that even elite disciples would shy away from. Core disciples might dare to accept it, but the bandits are hardly naive. "Indeed, I shall accept this mission." After the inner sect disciple completed the registration, Chen departed. Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo promptly approached him, inquiring, "Junior brother, what task did you just accept?" "I apologize, senior sisters, but the palace has regulations prohibiting me from disclosing such information," the registering disciple replied, visibly troubled. "What kind of task did that young man just take on? Speak your mind without hesitation. Why waste words?" Although the reason behind Zhang Zihan's inquiry into Yi Chen's chosen task remains a mystery, it is undeniable that Yi Chen stands as an adversary to Wu Mingjie. Should Zhang Zihan decline the task, it would be fitting for her to vent her frustrations upon Yi Chen. Indeed, upon witnessing Wu Mingjie's approach, the disciple responsible for registration could only whisper, "Just now, senior brother Yi accepted the most formidable task among the blue missions." The most formidable one? Is it the mission to eradicate that elusive bandit group? Zhang Zihan pondered, astonished. The task Yi Chen aimed to undertake was not merely challenging. It was extraordinarily difficult, one that even dozens of others might struggle to complete. "Yes, that is the task. I have already informed the two senior sisters and senior brother Wu, so please do not press me further," the disciple at the registration desk replied. Understood, Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger exited. Yet Zhang Zihan's mind was occupied with thoughts of whether Yi Chen could truly accomplish this task. Would he have accepted it merely to flaunt his capabilities before her? If so, should she offer her assistance? However, if he were to endanger himself out of pride, what concern would it be of hers? Meanwhile, as Zhang Zihan wrestled with her thoughts, Tang Linger grew increasingly worried for Yi Chen. Could he genuinely handle this task? Should she lend him a hand? "Perhaps I shall secretly assist him," she resolved. On the other side, Wu Mingjie and his sycophants remarked, "Boss, that fool Yi Chen has taken on such a perilous task. He must be quite dim-witted. Even if he has wronged us in the past, we ought not to hold a grudge against a fool." You are indeed correct. Engaging in disputes with a fool only reflects our own foolishness. We are not fools. Wu Mingjie sighed theatrically, lamenting, "Alas, it is a pity we cannot exact our revenge on Yi Chen personally. Haha. Why don't we chase him down and give him a good thrashing to relieve our frustrations?" suggested a sycophant, with a sharp smack. Wu Mingjie struck the back of the man's head. "Are you truly willing to stoop to the level of a fool? Does that not make you a fool yourself? If that is the case, you should no longer follow me." "Brother Wu, my apologies, I was wrong," the man pleaded. "Humph." Wu Mingjie scoffed again. "Very well. Consider yourself punished. You shall continue to keep an eye on Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger. Report to me immediately should they make any moves. If you cannot manage such a simple task, you know the consequences. Rest assured, Brother Wu, I will handle it." The sycophant who had previously suggested thrashing Yi Chen now turned his attention to surveilling Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger. Wu Mingjie stroked his chin, pondering the truth in the young man's words. Yi Chen was on the brink of death, and if he did not seize the opportunity to confront him, would there be another chance? Finally, Wu Mingjie slapped his thigh and declared, "To leave a grudge unaddressed is unworthy of a gentleman. Since Yi Chen is courting death, we shall deliver a blow before his demise. It would be a missed opportunity otherwise." The remaining sycophants fell silent, realizing the contradiction in their leader's words. Moments ago, he had boasted about not engaging with Yi Chen, yet now he was eager to stir up trouble. With that thought, Wu Mingjie and his entourage boldly pursued their target. Chapter 51. Recruited as laborers having just departed, Yi Chen had not ventured far when Wu Mingjie and his entourage hastened towards him, intercepting him within the confines of the little North Pole Palace. The minions who had initially been tailing Tang Linger and Zhang Zihan also noticed Wu Mingjie and his group, and thus followed suit. Tang Linger and Zhang Zihan, too, became aware of the situation, their gazes fixed intently on Wu Mingjie and his companions. "What brings you here?" Yi Chen inquired, perplexed as he regarded the approaching figures. "Oh, nothing at all. We are merely passing through," Wu Mingjie replied with a casual demeanor. The palace forbade any altercations. Should they wish to confront Yi Chen, it would have to occur outside its walls. "Ah, how fortuitous that your route coincides with mine," Yi Chen retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone. Wu Mingjie, having already dismissed Yi Chen as a fool in his mind, merely chuckled, unfazed by the jibe. For he anticipated a moment of reprisal soon. "You may proceed ahead. I am in no hurry," Yi Chen asserted boldly. "We're not in a rush either." "Indeed, we are not." Wu Mingjie laughed heartily. Upon hearing Wu Mingjie's words, Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo instinctively understood his ill intentions. Zhang Zihan cautioned, "You shitty, do exercise caution. These individuals harbor no goodwill." "What do you mean by that, junior sister Zihan?" Wu Mingjie retorted in displeasure. We are all fellow disciples here. How could we be anything but good? Besides, we are human beings, not mere objects. Thank you for the warning, Senior Sister Zhang. I, however, am indifferent, Chen replied, maintaining his composure. Chen shrugged his shoulders. Since Wu Mingjie and his companions had sought him out, he had no qualms about providing them with a lesson. With that said, he disregarded the group and departed alone. This fellow truly embodies the arrogance that Junior Sister Linger spoke of, Zhang Zihan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration at Chen's demeanor. Meanwhile, Tang Linger observed Zhang Zihan's reaction, feeling a pang of jealousy. After all, Chen was her peer. Having entered the sect at the same time as her, if anyone should be vying for his attention, it ought to be her, Tang Linger. Why then? Did it appear that Senior Sister Zihan was falling for him? Initially, Tang Lingo had harbored a strong disdain for Chen. But witnessing Zhang Zihan's evident interest stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her, leading her to realize that perhaps she had developed feelings for him. So, it turns out that Junior Sister Zihan has a penchant for such pretty boys. Wu Mingjie, upon realizing this, quickly acknowledged his own resemblance to a pretty boy, which only deepened his discontent. Why did everyone admire Chen while overlooking him? There was no need for Wu Shixiang to concern himself with this. Zhang Zihan scoffed and hastened after Chen. Tang Linger followed suit, determined not to let Chen slip away into Zhang Zihan's clutches. As for Chen getting beaten, she would find that quite agreeable. At the very least, he deserved a lesson for his arrogance. Wu Mingjie and his associates had initially intended to confront Chen, so they naturally trailed behind. However, now that Wu Mingjie noticed both Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger in pursuit, he began to entertain unscrupulous thoughts. If he could manage to confront Chen and win the favor of both Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger, it would be nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, the moment Chen accepted the task, it caught the attention of Li Beichuan. He is, after all, the former master of the palace and a formidable silver martial emperor. Upon realizing this, Li Beichuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that Chen, in his eagerness to wager with me, is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Even if the elite disciples of the Blue Martial Commander were to undertake this task, they would need to band together in a group of at least 7 or 8. Although Chen possesses great strength and has cultivated his mental prowess, could he truly contend against 7 or 8 Blue Martial Commanders? I doubt even a single Chen could manage it. However, since Chen has accepted this mission, Li Beichuan felt it inappropriate to voice his objections. Yet he could not simply stand by and watch Chen walk into danger. Thus, he made his way to the cafeteria within the Little Arctic Palace. Seeking out Wang Pongzi. Please keep an eye on Chen for me, Li Beichuan advised. Wang Pongzi followed closely behind Chen and his companions, unnoticed by anyone, including Chen, whose mental acuity at the 5th level of blue was insufficient to detect him. After traveling several miles away from the Little Arctic Palace, Wu Mingjie and his companions finally stepped forward to intercept Chen. With malicious grins, they fixed their gazes upon him. Ah, Chen, junior brother, they taunted. Observing the expressions of Wu Mingjie and the others, Chen shook his head. So, you can no longer restrain yourselves, huh? Ha, junior brother Chen, you jest. Wu Mingjie replied, cracking his knuckles. We have come today solely to educate you on the importance of respecting your elders and the teachings of your masters. You must show deference when facing your seniors. Do you understand? Educate? How do you intend to educate me? Chen asked, bemused. Naturally. We shall give you a good beating, Wu Mingjie asserted nonchalantly. After all, junior brother Chen is nearing his end. Let us indulge in a little fun before you depart, and do not blame us for it. As Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger witnessed Wu Mingjie and Chen on the brink of confrontation, they swiftly made their way to the center, positioning themselves between the two parties. Chen, would you like us to assist you? Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo understood that the situation had escalated beyond the point where threats based on the trivial rules of the Little Arctic Palace would hold any weight against Wu Mingjie and his associates. A fierce battle was now inevitable. Ah, I haven't even sought retribution from the two of you yet, and you dare to step forward? Wu Mingjie remarked with displeasure upon seeing the two women come to Chen's defense. Once I've dealt with Chen, I'll take the liberty of educating you both. This statement ignited the fury of Wu Mingjie and his 4 sycophantic followers, as it blatantly disregarded their standing. Chen, you are truly courting death. Brothers, charge. Naturally, Wu Mingjie was the first to retreat to the back. Although he was an inner disciple, he was merely a green 3-star martial general, his prowess bolstered solely by the potency of medicinal pills. In terms of actual combat capability, he was comparable to a green one-star martial general, making him the weakest among them, and he dared not take risks. However, the 4 minions behind him were a different story. One, a green 4-star, was particularly eager to curry favor with him, while the other 3 were sent by his brother for protection. One was a green 6-star, another a green 7-star, and the last a green 8-star, all formidable forces. This was the reason he could assert himself among the inner disciples with such audacity. Infuriated by Chen, the 4 men wasted no time in unleashing their full strength, swinging their fists towards Chen, intent on delivering a severe beating, wielding their fists as their weapons. The 4 elemental forces of water, metal, wood, and earth erupted in a magnificent display, their synergy honed through countless encounters, elevating their power exponentially. It was likely that even the formidable Blue Martial Commander would find himself compelled to retreat at the first sign of their full assault. To Leaf Chen's astonishment, the 4 sycophants trailing the extravagant Wu Mingjie unleashed such ferocity, he had presumed them to be feeble allies of Wu Mingjie. Naturally, the Xianbing Ice Fiend could also unleash its full potential, particularly when Leaf Chen infused it with his own elemental energy. Faced with the relentless assault from the 4 lackeys, Leaf Chen recognized the necessity to maximize the efficacy of the Xianbing Ice Fiend, channeling a substantial amount of ice elemental energy into it. The Xianbing Ice Fiend surged forth, transforming from the size of a mere ice clump to that of a basketball, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline. Leaf Chen was taken aback by the sheer strength of the Xianbing Ice Fiend. It seemed he could contend with the blue 1-star martial commander, perhaps even vanquish him. However, Leaf Chen was acutely aware that while his elemental energy could be amplified, the inherent power of the Xianbing Ice Fiend would not see a significant increase. As dictated by its intrinsic nature, the most potent Ice Fiend equated to a martial commander, while the Xianbing Ice Fiend merely occupied an upper-middle tier, capable of performance akin to that of a blue 1-star but not exceeding it. With a smirk, Leaf Chen turned his gaze toward Wu Mingjie. Brother Wu, it appears your 4 subordinates are lacking. Relying on the Ice Fiend's power is hardly a testament to your prowess. Wu Mingjie, though internally shaken, maintained a defiant posture, refusing to concede defeat. You often rely on your brother's reputation to intimidate others, and when faced with challenges, you depend on your 4 subordinates to take the lead. What skill does that demonstrate? Chen retorted. Well said. Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo cheered from the sidelines, leaving Wu Mingjie at a loss for words in response to Chen's remarks. Now that you 5 have attempted to confront me and have met with failure, there shall be consequences, Chen chuckled. Your 4 abilities are commendable, but from this moment forth, you are conscripted under my command. The 4 exchanged glances, a flicker of dissent evident in their eyes, for while they regarded Chen as weaker, his prowess with the Ice Fiend was undeniable. Their defeat stung, especially since, had the Ice Fiend been theirs, they would have surpassed Chen in strength. As their thoughts coalesced, their expressions darkened, seemingly resigned to the whims of fate. Yet, deep within, a singular notion took root. Chen aimed to confront the band of robbers, and this was their opportune moment to seize his Ice Fiend. Chen, oblivious to their clandestine intentions, would not have concerned himself with them even if he had. With a clearer understanding of the Ice Fiend's formidable power, Wu Mingjie and his companions had already slipped from his regard. Should another confrontation arise, he would dispatch the 5 with even greater swiftness. Meanwhile, Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo regarded Chen with newfound admiration. It is in a woman's nature to revere the strong. Brother Yi, Zhang Zihan addressed him. I wonder if I might assist you? Being a 4-star adept myself, I believe I could be of help. Tang Lingo looked at Chen with eager anticipation. Very well. Sister Zihan, Sister Linger, you may accompany me. Let us deliberate on how to accomplish this task. Chen understood that in the little Arctic palace, strength was paramount. Among the disciples, the one with the greatest prowess was deemed the senior brother. At this moment, he found himself in the esteemed position of being the leader among them. To be candid, he was unaware of how many Azure martial generals were within the band of robbers. With the assistance of inner disciples such as Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger, his chances of success had significantly increased, from a mere 60% to a commendable 90%. Chapter 52. The appearance of Wu Yidao. What do you know about this band of robbers? Although Chen had accepted this task, the unpredictable nature of the robbers' actions rendered it impossible for him to ascertain where they would strike next. Moreover, this was his first encounter with such a mission. This task had lingered among the 3 major factions of the Arctic ice field for nearly 7 to 8 years, and it was likely that someone like Wu Mingjie, who possessed influential connections, would have amassed considerable knowledge regarding it. In any case, neither I nor Junior Sisterlinger were privy to such information. Zhang Zihan, merely a 4-star Azure disciple, had only glanced at this most challenging Azure task. Yi Chen nodded. His intention was to inquire about Wu Mingjie. Upon noticing Yi Chen's gaze upon him, Wu Mingjie, somewhat irked, remarked, "My understanding is rather limited. However, I can consult my elder brother, as this task rewards 200 points. He has attempted it before, albeit unsuccessfully. He should possess some insights." "Thank you, Junior Brother Wu," Yi Chen expressed gratefully. However, Wu Mingjie paid little heed to Yi Chen's words, instead retrieving the identity token of the Little Arctic Palace, which was inherently designed for the transmission of information. Within the confines of the Little Arctic Palace, the information pertaining to its disciples is predominantly contained within the tokens, allowing familiar individuals to communicate effortlessly. Wu Mingjie swiftly established contact with his elder brother, Wu Yidao. Upon learning of Wu Mingjie's intent to undertake this mission, Wu Yidao experienced a profound sense of his brother's maturation. However, a lingering concern for Wu Mingjie's safety overshadowed his pride. "Mingjie," he cautioned, "this task poses considerable danger for you at this juncture. I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from proceeding." Upon hearing this warning, Wu Mingjie contemplated withdrawing from the endeavor. Yet, the thought of Yi Chen's formidable prowess reassured him. "Fear not, brother," he replied. "I shall be accompanied by a senior brother for this mission. It should pose no issue." "Who is this individual? Am I acquainted with him?" Wu Yidao inquired. Among the elite disciples, aside from the core members, only a select few possess the capability to undertake this task, Wu Mingjie explained. "Brother, you do not know him. He is a newly admitted disciple, having just ascended to the inner sect 3 months ago," Wu Mingjie added. "Can his strength be relied upon?" Wu Yidao pressed. "You should reconsider your decision to go. It is exceedingly perilous," Wu Yidao insisted. "What of the 3 individuals I dispatched? Are you to disregard their presence? That one alone could effortlessly eliminate all 4 of us." Wu Mingjie countered. "Let us not dwell on that. You wait for me there. I shall meet this person. If he can withstand a single strike from me, I will consent to your accompanying him on this mission and share with you what I know." With resolve, Wu Yidao acquiesced. "Very well, brother." Thus, Wu Mingjie relinquished the token. "Did you manage to gather any information?" Yi Chen inquired after Wu Mingjie concluded his conversation. "My brother mentioned he would be arriving shortly," Wu Mingjie replied. Wu Mingjie remarked, "I just spoke with my elder brother. Upon hearing about you, he expressed his skepticism and concerns regarding my safety in your company. Therefore, he intends to come personally to test you. If you can withstand a single strike from him, he will consent to my accompanying you and will also provide information about those bandit groups." A sense of schadenfreude welled up within Wu Mingjie. He thought to himself, My brother is coming in person. You, my friend, are in for quite an ordeal." Yi Chen nodded in understanding. Previously, he had been apprehensive about Wu Mingjie seeking out Wu Yidao to trouble him. But he had not anticipated meeting Wu Yidao under such circumstances. This individual ranked as the 3rd core disciple of the Little Arctic Palace. The others began to express their unease upon hearing that Wu Yidao was on his way, for it was rumored that Wu Yidao's methods were exceedingly domineering, treating all matters with the same severity, and he was notoriously difficult to engage with. This especially terrified the 3 sycophants assigned to protect Wu Mingjie, who feared that Wu Yidao might reprimand them for failing in their duty to safeguard him. Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger were equally anxious. Wu Mingjie's personality had been shaped under Wu Yidao's indulgence. Should Wu Mingjie attempt to take advantage of them, Wu Yidao would undoubtedly support him. And within the confines of the Little Arctic Palace, Wu Yidao's authority was formidable, rendering them nearly powerless to resist. Amidst the myriad reactions from the group, Wu Yidao finally made his appearance. Unlike Wu Yidao, who is a brawny figure with a formidable presence, Wu Mingjie is a mere pretty boy. Wu Yidao carries a massive sword upon his back, and his entire being is enveloped in an aura of sharpness, as if he and his blade are one entity. Beyond this blade-like essence, there lingers another aura, a collection of negative feelings that precede death. This does not signify Wu Yidao's impending demise. Rather, it is the essence of despair, rage, resentment, and bitterness that clings to him from those who have fallen before him. This aura manifests around him, casting a shadow over his countenance, giving him the appearance of a vengeful spirit born from the depths of darkness. "Are you here to undertake that challenging Azure task?" Wu Yidao's gaze fell upon Yi Chen, his voice akin to the grinding of metal, instilling a sense of unease. "Yes, it is I," Yi Chen replied, nodding. The oppressive aura emanating from Wu Yidao reminded him of his previous encounter with the formidable Catter, the Martial King. Truly, as the third core disciple of the Northern Polar Palace, he exuded a presence that, despite being merely at the Blue Martial Commander level, felt akin to that of a Purple Martial King. It could be posited that, were it not for the 9 Phoenix Heavenly Flame, Catter might not stand a chance against Wu Yidao, whose aura was overwhelmingly suffocating. Senior Brother Wu, allow us to explain. The Azure 8-star Martial General began, but was abruptly silenced by Wu Yidao's piercing glare. A surge of golden spiritual power erupted from Wu Yidao, striking the general's mouth and causing his teeth to scatter across the ground. I shall not tolerate the explanations of a fool. The 8-star Martial General, now terrified, covered his mouth, rendered speechless. As for the other 2 individuals assigned to protect Wu Mingjie, they trembled like a sieve, fearing that if Wu Yidao were displeased, he might unleash his fury upon them. They berated Yi Chen mercilessly, exclaiming that had it not been for his Xianbing Ice kill, they would not have feared him at all. Nevertheless, they secretly wished for Yi Chen to withstand Wu Yidao's strike, for that would grant them the opportunity to join him in the mission to eradicate the bandits, thus allowing them a chance to seize Yi Chen's Xianbing Ice kill for themselves. Remember this. If you encounter any danger, even if it costs you your lives, my brother must not perish. After uttering this, Wu Yidao tossed a small vial to the man whose teeth he had just knocked out. Thank you, Brother Wu. The 8-star Martial General, whose speech had become somewhat slurred due to his lost teeth, nevertheless conveyed his gratitude. Upon opening the vial, he discovered a blue elixir. After consuming it, not only did his teeth regrow, but his aura also surged, elevating him directly to the level of a blue 9-star Martial General. The other 2 could only watch in envy. However, Wu Yidao paid them no heed and turned his attention to Yi Chen. Well, I have concluded my business here. Now prepare to receive my strike as a blue 2-star. Chapter 53. Each with their own thoughts draw your blade. Upon noticing Wu Yidao's serious gaze, Yi Chen's demeanor shifted, and he resolved not to employ his Xianbing Ice kill. You are quite an intriguing individual. Wu Yidao chuckled softly at Yi Chen's readiness, but he added, for you, I need not draw my blade. Upon hearing those words, Yi Chen felt an indescribable sensation within, akin to the discomfort of swallowing a fly. He finally grasped what it meant to be arrogant. Yet, Wu Yidao, ranked as the 3rd core disciple, had the right to behave in such a manner. Meanwhile, Wu Mingjie was taken aback to see his elder brother Wu Yidao actually smiling. Wu Yidao was his sibling, and he knew him best. He was a fervent practitioner consumed solely by the pursuit of cultivation, typically stern and unsmiling, particularly towards him. And now, unexpectedly, he was laughing? Others did not react as strongly as Wu Mingjie, believing that Wu Yidao might deviate from the rumors, appearing surprisingly humane, albeit seemingly mocking Yi Chen. Then let us see what you can do. Yi Chen summoned all his Azure 2-star elemental energy, eager to witness how Wu Yidao would contend with someone of equal standing without the use of a sword. He was confident in his own status as an extraordinary prodigy. Prepare yourself, Wu Yidao declared, unleashing a seemingly mundane golden fist imbued with metallic elemental energy towards Yi Chen. As the fist approached, the negative aura enveloping Wu Yidao began to stir, cloaked in a layer of darkness within the golden hue. Before the fist even reached him, the oppressive aura surged forth, disrupting Yi Chen's own energy and affecting his emotions, making him feel as though he could only unleash a fraction of his true power. Nevertheless, being a practitioner of the 5th level of Azure mental energy, Yi Chen swiftly steadied his mind. However, he refrained from revealing his mental prowess, opting instead to draw forth the Xianbing Ice Spirit, for his mental energy was his ultimate trump card. However, the enigmatic Ice Frost has already been revealed to others. It is no longer a hidden trump card and can be wielded against foes. Moreover, Wu Yidao's assault likely stems from the formidable negative aura in terms of offensive power. It should not surpass the defensive capabilities of the Ice Frost. Upon witnessing Yi Chen summon the Ice Frost, Wu Yidao was taken aback. Firstly, by the fact that a green 2-star Martial General could command the Ice Frost, which ranged from 5 to 6 stars. Secondly, Yi Chen's ability to maintain his composure and retaliate in the face of his onslaught was impressive, and most importantly, he audaciously eradicated the Ice-Toad Demon General, a true display of fearless youth. While Wu Yidao was still processing this surprise, Yi Chen did not hesitate, continuously channeling his ice elemental energy into the Ice Frost, significantly amplifying its might. Wu Yidao's fist finally made contact with the Ice Frost, and the golden elemental energy on his fist entwined with the frosty power. Although Wu Dao was a peak blue 9-star martial commander, he had only employed the strength of a green 2-star energy, ultimately resulting in his fist being frozen by the ice frost. The negative aura, however, was not encapsulated by his elemental energy. Instead, it swirled before Chen, affecting his psyche. Yet, the amount of negative aura was minimal. Merely a fraction, about 1%, of what was intended to confront Chen, approximating the strength of a green 2-star. Chen steadfastly fortified his mind, effectively warding off the negative influence. The ice frost once again ensnared Wu Dao's fist. Only then did Chen declare, "You have lost." "Haha, I truly underestimated you." Wu Dao replied nonchalantly, shaking off the ice frost with ease. Nevertheless, he did not exert excessive force. Defeat is defeat. Accepting his loss, he permitted Chen to escort his brother and the others to fulfill this task. "Feel free to ask me anything. I shall divulge all that I know." "Thank you, Brother Wu." Chen was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Wu Dao's character was entirely contrary to that of Wu Mingjie. "I wonder if Brother Wu could provide me with some clues to discern their behavioral patterns." "I am afraid I cannot assist you with that," Wu Dao replied, shaking his head. If anyone had been able to unravel their patterns, they would have long since been eradicated. The fact that they have remained at large all these years indicates that they possess no discernible patterns. Do we truly have to rely on luck? Chen furrowed his brow. Such a notion would be a tremendous waste of time. "Not necessarily," Wu Dao interjected. "I can teach you a method." "What method?" Chen inquired. "You could disguise yourselves as wealthy young rascals who have just embarked on an adventure." "Thank you, Brother Wu." Chen nodded. "This seems to be the only viable method. Where shall we go to capture the attention of those bandits?" "Ah, you should head to Yulan City. It is bustling and full of people, making it an excellent choice." In the end, Wu Dao remarked, "You are quite capable. I entrust my brother to your care. Please look after him well, and do not hesitate to be firm when necessary." Upon hearing this, Chen cast a lingering glance at Wu Dao, while Wu Mingjie wore an expression of despair, thinking, with Chen wielding the imperial sword, will he not torment me to death? Shortly after Chen and the others departed, Wu Dao turned his attention to the rear. "Wang Pengzi, you may come out now. I have known you were there all along." He chuckled. The corpulent figure of Wang Fatty sprang forth, and Wu Dao remarked, "Had I not deliberately exposed myself, do you truly believe you would have perceived me?" "Oh, Wang Fatty, do you fancy yourself vastly superior to me?" Wu Dao's aura coalesced, as if poised to strike at Wang Fatty in the next heartbeat. "Proficiency is not for you to dictate. During the core disciples competition years ago, I secured second place while you were third. Who, then, is truly formidable? You are courting death." Fury surged through Wu Dao as the massive blade at his back soared skyward, landing firmly in his grasp, dispersing the malevolent energies that had coalesced around him. Grasping the great sword, he became a tempest of power, his presence dominating the atmosphere. When he cast his gaze upon Wang Fatty, he emanated an aura of authority. For Wu Dao had continuously honed himself using these negative energies. The moment those energies dissipated, his true strength would emerge, and even in his encounter with Chen, he had only unleashed a mere fraction of his potential. Once Wang Fatty departed, Wu Dao sheathed his great sword behind him, and the previously dispersed negative energies began to envelop him once more, rendering him akin to a specter of darkness. A disdainful snort escaped his lips. "Humph. Had it not been for the need for you to safeguard my brother, you insufferable rotundity would find traversing this threshold contingent entirely upon your own strength. And as for Chen, a noteworthy individual indeed, I shall remember you. You were the first to dare slay the ice-toad demon within the little polar palace. I sincerely hope you do not meet an untimely demise along the way. I look forward to crossing paths with you during the upcoming core competition." Meanwhile, Bailey Beichuan had been observing the situation closely and, upon realizing that neither party had escalated the conflict significantly, breathed a sigh of relief. "Alas, as I grow older, I find myself increasingly timid, deeply concerned that Wu Dao may not be able to restrain himself. My current preoccupation with Chen may not bode well for his future. Even though Chen remains oblivious to my attention, yet I cannot help but worry. I have established the Ice-Toad Demon King as a formidable adversary for Chen. If I do not remain vigilant, what will happen if he falls victim to the Ice-Toad Demon King? I fervently hope that Chen can swiftly cultivate his strength. Unbeknownst to him, there are many who appear to be scheming in the shadows. At this moment, he has returned to Yulan City accompanied by 5 men and 2 women. Chapter 54. A temporary response in their desire to assist Chen. Although reluctant, the two individuals consented. Thus, their group took on a semblance of cohesion, with the debauched Wu Mingjie leading Yi Chen and his 5 guardians. Upon encountering Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger, Wu Mingjie was instantly captivated, launching into fervent pursuit of the 2 women as part of his small entourage. Moreover, the spatial storage ring gifted to Yi Chen by Bailey Beichuan was entrusted to Wu Mingjie. However, this ring belonged to Yi Chen, and until his demise, Wu Mingjie would be unable to access it. Nonetheless, it was noteworthy for a mere green 3-star martial general like Wu Mingjie to possess a spatial storage ring. Additionally, Yi Chen bore several high-grade ice elemental stones, which could only be utilized by martial commanders and kings. Yi Chen intentionally exposed this wealth, exchanging it for a considerable fortune to enable Wu Mingjie's extravagant spending. All in an effort to lure out a band of robbers, he had invested significantly in this endeavor. Wu Mingjie's lavish expenditures inevitably caught the attention of numerous factions within Yulan City. Sensing that the time was ripe, Yi Chen deemed it appropriate to make their grand exit from Yulan City after a week of conspicuous activity. After the crowd exited the city of Yulan, it became evident that someone was indeed trailing behind Yi Chen and his companions. Yi Chen had anticipated this occurrence, so he was not surprised. However, he was uncertain whether there were any bandits among those pursuing them. Nevertheless, he discerned that a formidable figure of the blue martial commander rank seemed to have set their sights on them. It is worth noting that only the most powerful martial commanders possess spatial storage rings, as many of their kind do not. Observing Wu Mingjie's extravagant spending and his possession of such a ring, it was only natural for them to take an interest in him. Well, one step at a time. Wu Yidao, who exhibited a genuine concern for Wu Mingjie, surely believed that Wu Mingjie had some means of self-preservation. Of course, Wu Mingjie and his companions were not Yi Chen's primary concern, as he held a grudge against them. When faced with formidable adversaries, instinct would lead him to prioritize his own safety. However, one must not forget about Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger, both of whom had accompanied him. Yi Chen could not allow them to come to harm. If they were overwhelmed by enemies, chaos could easily ensue. Thus, it was imperative to shake off their pursuers before anything else. Yi Chen expressed, an unexpected situation may arise. There seem to be a few too many following us. We should avoid secluded areas and instead move towards more populated places to elude them. Understood, Brother Yi, Wu Mingjie replied, having learned to be more compliant. As Wu Yidao had bestowed upon Yi Chen a sword of authority, a means to act decisively before seeking permission, Wu Mingjie would not oppose Yi Chen. Whatever he said would be followed without question. As for Wu Mingjie's 4 sycophants, although they harbored disdain for Yi Chen and were scheming against him, they still felt compelled to heed Wu Mingjie's commands, for he possessed a formidable backing that overshadowed Yi Chen's influence. Furthermore, the 4 sensed that those lurking behind them posed a significant threat, and it would be prudent to distance themselves from such dangers. Thus, they resolved to proceed to Ice Square City. Yulan City occupies a central position among the 3 major factions. To the north lies the Lesser Arctic Palace. To the east, the Thousand Absolute Sect, and to the west, the Underwater Palace. Heading north, the first grand city encountered is Ice Square City, an affiliate of the Lesser Arctic Palace. Although the Lesser Arctic Palace follows an elite path, this does not preclude them from having subordinate forces. Without such allies, their survival solely based on top-tier experts would be untenable. Senior Brother Yi, is this how you regard us? Zhang Zihan exclaimed, her irritation palpable. If even Wu Mingjie can associate with you, why should Sister Ling and I be compelled to depart alone? Tang Ling chimed in, asserting, indeed, Senior Brother Yi, do not underestimate us. Meanwhile, Wu Mingjie, feeling somewhat affronted, glared at Zhang Zihan and Tang Ling retorting, what do you two mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Don't assume that just because everyone follows Senior Brother Yi, you can speak to me in such a manner. I am extending my respect to Senior Brother Yi, not to the 2 of you. Having encountered Wu Yidao, both Zhang Zihan and Tang Ling felt a deep-seated trepidation towards him, as he exuded an aura akin to a malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows. Now, with Wu Mingjie leveraging his brother's name to intimidate them, the 2 women hesitated to voice their thoughts. Very well, Wu Mingjie, if you possess true capability, do not rely on your brother. Yi Chen frowned and said, if you manage to defeat them, I shall compel them to apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingjie fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. He believed he could potentially overcome Tang Linger, a novice disciple newly initiated into the inner sect of the Little North Polar Palace. Yet he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Zhang Zihan, an esteemed 4-star senior disciple. Simultaneously, Wu Mingjie felt a sense of frustration. If they were within the confines of the little North Polar Palace, who would dare to treat him in such a manner? Damn it! Must I truly dedicate myself to rigorous training? Unbeknownst to Chen, Wu Mingjie's thoughts were tumultuous. Since Zhang Zihan and Tang Linge were unwilling to depart, he could not forcibly expel them. Let us maintain a low profile, Chen suggested. We shall change into the attire of ordinary folk and leave Ice Square City in 2 separate groups. I, along with junior sister Zihan and junior sister Linger, will set out together, while the 5 of you will depart as a unit. We shall convene at the gorge located 10 miles north of Ice Square City. 1 week hence. He pointed to a gorge on the map. Agreed, Brother Yi, but if we find ourselves surrounded at that location, we may have no means of escape. Wu Mingjie, the strategist, expressed his concerns. The primary reason for our arrival here was to evade other powerful adversaries. Chen chuckled. In truth, I have long suspected that someone has been surveilling us. They are likely the very target of our journey. Therefore, we shall remain in Ice Square City for the next few days, awaiting the departure of those pursuing us, before luring out the bandit group. Since Brother Yi is already resolute in his plan, we have no objections, the strategist conceded. However, I propose that we divide into 3 groups and set out together after 1 week. Due to the potential for division into 2 groups to be easily discerned by others, I shall heed your counsel. The 4 of you may form your own pairings. Wu Mingjie will accompany me. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingjie's 4 sycophants were incensed, interpreting Chen's words as an implication that they were incapable of ensuring Wu Mingjie's safety, hence the necessity for him to stay by Chen's side. Yet, the 4 were clearly mistaken in their understanding of Chen. He merely considered Wu Mingjie's temperament, realizing that regardless of whom he accompanied, his true nature would be exposed. It was only by remaining with him that Wu Mingjie could maintain a semblance of decorum. Although the 4 harbored resentment, they ultimately refrained from voicing their grievances, for it was a fact that they had been bested by Chen. After their departure, Chen, along with Wu Mingjie, Tang Linge, and Zhang Zihan, altered their appearances and took refuge in a modest inn. The 4 were divided into 2 rooms, one for Chen and Wu Mingjie, and the other for Tang Linge and Zhang Zihan. Chapter 55. Luring the snake from its hole upon entering the room. Chen paid no heed to Wu Mingjie and prepared to meditate. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with travel, neglecting his cultivation and thus wasting considerable time. Naturally, he did not intend to practice the newly acquired virtual divine technique or the infernal lion strength art, as a week was insufficient for mastering both techniques. Even if he were to practice them, it would only amount to a rudimentary understanding, yielding little enhancement to his combat prowess. Therefore, his focus would be on elevating his elemental energy. With 7 days at his disposal, coupled with the 10 superior-grade ice elemental stones and the energy pills gifted by Wang Pengzi, he was confident he could advance his elemental energy to the mid-stage of a blue martial general, achieving at least a 4-star rating. With this determination in mind, Chen consumed an energy pill without hesitation. He first wanted to ascertain whether the Yuanli pill was indeed as miraculous as Wang Pengzi claimed. The moment he ingested the Yuanli pill, a surge of power enveloped Chen's entire being, and he felt a profound sense of fullness in his abdomen. Chen realized that Wang Pengzi's assertions were not unfounded. He could easily forego meals for several months, even half a year. Soon after, a stream of pure Yuanli emanated from his abdomen, and Chen seized the opportunity to cultivate the Xianbing technique. Observing Chen's practice, Wu Mingjie, feeling unoccupied, contemplated stepping outside. Although Chen was engaged in cultivation, he kept a vigilant eye on Wu Mingjie. Noticing his inclination to leave, Chen firmly stated, "You shall remain here for these 7 days. Do not entertain thoughts of venturing out. I am not entirely confident in your character. If you persist in your desire to go outside, I shall have no choice but to resort to physical persuasion." Ultimately, Wu Mingjie settled down, reassured, and began his own cultivation. His intention, however, was to one day exact retribution upon Chen. As Wu Mingjie quieted himself, Chen was able to immerse himself fully in his practice. After a day of cultivation, he sensed that the Yuanli within the pill was no longer sufficient to sustain his efforts. Consequently, he retrieved a high-grade ice elemental stone. This superior ice elemental stone was specifically designed for the cultivation of blue martial generals and purple martial kings, each piece containing an immense reservoir of Yuanli, characterized by its remarkable purity and rapid absorption rate, making it an ideal resource for cultivation. Yi Chun, akin to a sponge absorbing water, continuously drew in the Yuanli. During this time, Tang Linger and Zhang Zihan came searching for Yi Chun. However, he remained focused on his training, and Wu Mingjie effectively dismissed them. The two women, who had initially softened their attitude towards Yi Chun, were once again filled with indignation. How could you remain indifferent when two stunning beauties are being so proactive? Are you made of stone? They could not help but express their frustration. It was no wonder that the gifts from Bai Li Beichuan, particularly the exquisite ice elemental stone, were meant for the likes of the formidable blue martial master and the purple martial king. It indeed felt extravagant for him to utilize such treasures for his own cultivation. Yi Chun recognized the grand gesture bestowed upon him by Bai Li Beichuan. Reflecting on the Chaos Demon Pearl, he turned to examine it and discovered that it had completely absorbed the precious ice elemental stone. He wondered about the recovery of Little Black, feeling optimistic about its restoration. Can we truly lure out those bandits? It seems there is no one following us anymore. I fear we may not be able to draw them out. Tang Lingo voiced her concerns. People often say that women with ample bosoms lack intellect, but you, with your modest endowment, seem to embody that sentiment even more. Wu Mingjie interjected before Yi Chun could respond. Whatever the matter, just heed Yi Shixiang's words. Did you hear that? Yi Shixiang's reasoning is quite sound. Wu Mingjie flattered. Humph. Tang Linger, contemplating his words, fell silent in agreement. For the four of them, a distance of 10 miles was hardly significant. Nevertheless, they took a circuitous route, which delayed their arrival at the designated gorge. However, Wu Mingjie's four lackeys had yet to make their appearance. After several hours, Wu Mingjie could no longer contain his impatience. Yi Shixiang, could it be that they encountered some misfortune? Perhaps, came the uncertain reply. The four lackeys are quite incompetent, aren't they? The opponent has evidently been surveilling Wu Mingjie, yet these four are left unchecked, leading to this mishap. Yi Chen's mind is clouded with doubt. Although the four are trailing the debauched Wu Mingjie, they themselves are not of the same ilk. One of them, a clever strategist, possesses some cunning, while the other three are elite disciples sent by Wu Yidao to safeguard Wu Mingjie. Though their strength pales in comparison to his, they are still among the cream of the inner disciples. How could these four be eliminated within Ice Fong City? Moreover, during their wanderings, there had been no reports of any fatalities. Nonetheless, Yi Chun had little time to dwell on these uncertainties. He continued, regardless of their fate, it is likely that enemies have already laid in wait ahead. As for our current position, I suspect the adversary could ambush us at any moment. We must be prepared for battle. Without the four of them, our situation is undeniably perilous. Should we retreat, Senior Brother Yi? Wu Mingjie expressed his concerns. Without the four lackeys, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If a skirmish were to erupt, he feared he would be left to fend for himself. Although his brother is Wu Yidao, he has never provided him with any means of protection. His own strength could be deemed the weakest here, and should danger arise, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Thus, Wu Mingjie contemplated a hasty departure. Coward, Zhang Zihan scoffed. As for Yi Chun, he paid no heed to Wu Mingjie's lamentations. As Wu Mingjie observed Yi Chun's demeanor, he surmised that Yi Chun, capable of dispatching his four lackeys single-handedly, possessed sufficient strength to safeguard himself. Little did he know that, when faced with peril, Yi Chun would undoubtedly prioritize the rescue of Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger. Had Wu Mingjie been aware of this, he might have truly wept. Zhang Zihan, though prepared, felt a surge of fear upon encountering such a multitude. Instinctively glancing at Yi Chun, only to find him unflinching and resolute, her heart swelled with encouragement. If Brother Yi harbored no fear, what reason did she have to? Gradually, her courage blossomed. As for Tang Ling she exhibited remarkable composure in the face of the bandits, displaying an unshakable calm. Yi Chun cast several discerning glances at Tang Ling astonished to discover her fortitude, a spirit that rivaled that of men. He recalled her principled demeanor upon entering their sect, when she had intervened to mediate the conflict between him and Feng Chang. Zhang Zihan also noted Tang Linger's unwavering steadiness, feeling a twinge of shame. Despite entering the sect later and seemingly possessing lesser strength, she found herself outdone by her junior sister. The thoughts of the gathered individuals flitted briefly through their minds as the bandits approached on horseback, gradually encroaching upon the narrow gorge. When they had fully obstructed the entrance, the bandits' pace slowed. Ultimately, a bald man in his 30s surged to the forefront, wielding two massive hammers. His visage marked by a brutish countenance and a cruel grin as he scrutinized Yi Chun and his companions. Upon spotting Zhang Zihan and Tang Ling His gaze roamed up and down, his malice unabashedly evident. The bald giant remarked, "These two little girls are quite remarkable. Knowing that I would come for you. You deliberately waited here for me. After I am finished dealing with these two pretty boys, I shall indulge you properly." His subordinate interjected, "The boss misspoke. It should be to eliminate the two pretty boys. Otherwise, others might think you intend to engage with them first before attending to the two girls." The gang members laughed heartily at the reminder. What a splendid idea. Isn't there's someone in the group who enjoys such pursuits? The boss has brought the two pretty boys here for your amusement. Thank you, boss. The band of robbers fixated on Yi Chun and his companions, their gazes predatory, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. They held Yi Chun and his friends in utter contempt, viewing them merely as lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 56. The crucial factor of victory and defeat. Yi Chun found himself once again disregarded, a sense of exasperation washing over him. Observing the bandits mock them, he seized an opportunity to speak up. "Have you finished your little tirade? What is it, boy? Do you have some last words to impart?" The bald giant, surprised by Yi Chun's boldness, assumed he was about to deliver his final statements. "Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" Yi Chun rolled his eyes. "If anyone is to impart last words, it would be you." "Huh? Are you speaking to me? You think I'm foolish? I believe the real fool here is you." The bald giant paid no heed to Yi Chun's words. Given the current circumstances, Yi Chun's audacity to speak so boldly suggested a folly on his part. As the formidable leader of the notorious bandit group of the northern polar glaciers, he could hardly be considered a fool. The answer was unequivocally negative. He was cunning and ruthless, qualities essential for maintaining his position of power. "Indeed, I am quite foolish," Yi Chun conceded with a nod, then continued. "It is precisely because of my foolishness that I deliberately chose to wait for you here, at the most troublesome bandit group on the Arctic tundra." "You were intentionally waiting for us?" The once jovial bandits halted abruptly. The bald giant gazed at Yi Chun in astonishment. He firmly believed that Yi Chun was merely an early to mid-stage green martial general, and he was acutely aware that no formidable warriors lurked in the vicinity. He could not fathom where Yi Chun derived his confidence. "Indeed, I am waiting for you on purpose," Yi Chun replied with composure. "Very well, lad. You have successfully captured my attention. Brothers, although their outward strength appears lacking, let us not prolong this further. Strike swiftly. We cannot afford to let the little lady and the pretty boy escape. Seize what we can and depart." The bald giant, recognizing Yi Chun's calm demeanor, surmised that a trap might indeed be in place. Understanding the principle of seizing the moment before circumstances changed, he prepared for a swift resolution. "Boss, we understand," they shouted. "Charge." The bald giant, no longer hesitating, led dozens of bandits directly towards Yi Chun. They were already quite close to him, and as the bandits surged forward, their momentum grew even more formidable. Wu Mingjie trembled slightly and said, "Brother Yi, what shall we do now? I think we should consider fleeing. If it comes to a confrontation, who could possibly be a match for the adversary? Can you truly escape?" After initially succumbing to fear, Zhang Zihan has wholly shed her trepidation. "Here, how could our legs ever outrun galloping steeds? Moreover, it is said that in a narrow passage, the brave shall prevail. Only by confronting them head-on can we seize the opportunity for victory." Yi Chun regarded Zhang Zihan with admiration and concurred, "Indeed, in a narrow passage, the brave shall prevail. You three, step back a little. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall remain unharmed. They must tread over my corpse first. Brother Yi, we have faith in you." Tang Lingo gazed at the swiftly approaching band of robbers, her eyes devoid of fear, brimming with determination. As for Wu Mingjie, even if he wished to flee now, it would likely be too late. He could only comply with Yi Chun's directives and positioned himself behind him. Naturally, Wu Mingjie stood further back, even behind Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger. Yi Chun paid no heed to Wu Mingjie, for soon enough, even if he wished to act independently, it would be impossible. However, for the sake of this mission, Yi Chun had no choice but to reveal his trump card of spiritual power. Fortunately, he still possessed the Chaos Demon Pearl, which served as his final bastion, rendering the situation tolerable. Just as they were conversing, the burly man had already dashed to within 30 meters of Yi Chun, with the other robbers closely trailing behind. As he charged, the bald man shouted, "Boy, so what if you have a backup plan or an ambush? You still face death now." Simultaneously, the pair of massive hammers in his hands were raised high. In the face of the seemingly unstoppable horde of marauders, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, steadfast, and resolute. Confronted by the burly man wielding a pair of colossal hammers that seemed capable of shattering the very heavens, he exhibited remarkable composure. Taking a deep breath, at the moment the hammers were about to descend, Chen unleashed his beast sound technique, invoking the roar of the dragon, the formidable sound wave. Imbued with the might of a dragon and the nascent power of Chen's quintuple initial stage spiritual force, instantaneously penetrated through the ranks of robbers and their steeds. The lower-tier horses and brigands were left disoriented, their minds reeling from the impact. As if ensnared by invisible ropes, the horses stumbled and collapsed, while the already dazed robbers fell to the ground, colliding with one another like tumbling gourds, propelled forward by inertia. In the midst of this chaos, Zhang Yihan, Tang Linger, and Wu Mingjie effortlessly evaded the turmoil. With a single strike, Chen had effectively dispatched the marauders led by the green-clad warriors, rendering those who survived incapacitated for the foreseeable future. The 8 green-clad warriors, under the command of the burly man, were momentarily stunned by Chen's dragon's roar. However, their stupor was fleeting, as they quickly regained their senses. After all, Chen's dispersed spiritual attack proved effective against lower-tier warriors. But it would not yield the same results against a cadre of green-clad warriors. Upon regaining composure and witnessing the dire plight of his subordinates, the burly man seethed with fury. "You little brat, I didn't expect you to be a practitioner of spiritual force. You have injured so many of my brothers. I shall ensure your demise." With that, the colossal hammers in his grasp were finally hurled towards Chen. Come forth. Facing the attack of the bald giant, Chen remained undaunted. He relished such direct confrontations. He summoned the Xianbing Ice Saber, channeling ice elemental force into it. The saber expanded like a balloon, ceasing its growth only when it reached the size of a basketball. Chen maneuvered the basketball-sized Xianbing Ice Saber to confront the bald giant. However, in the presence of the giant's colossal hammers, the ice saber appeared no larger than an infant's fist. Foolhardy indeed. The bald giant, witnessing this, scoffed derisively. Under the weight of his immense strength, he seemed intent on obliterating Chen. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, producing a deafening roar. Both Chen and the bald giant were jolted back several paces from the violent impact. It became apparent that our previous information was erroneous. You are, in fact, a formidable martial commander. Chen fixed his gaze upon the bald giant, his expression grave. The earlier intelligence had indicated that the bandit leader was a green 9-star martial general, yet the bald giant was undeniably a true blue 1-star martial commander. At that moment, Chen felt the pain in his palm as it cracked open, blood oozing profusely. Having pilfered so many treasures, if I do not break through, have I truly lived like a dog all these years? The bald giant spat a mouthful of dark blood, realizing that he had been injured due to his overconfidence in the clash with Chen. Now this is interesting. If you cannot withstand a single blow, how can you assess my strength? Chen chuckled, and the injury to his palm gradually stabilized as he channeled his elemental force. Humph, arrogant boy. Although he spoke otherwise, the bald man's expression remained grave. He addressed the remaining 7 Azure warriors, stating, "Today we are up against formidable opponents. They are likely from one of the 3 major factions. You 7, first eliminate those 2 young ladies and that pretty boy. Then come assist me in taking down this fellow. Rest assured, boss." The 7 Azure warriors, having recovered from Chen's mental assault, directed their attacks towards Zhang Zihan, Tang Linger, and Wu Mingjie. Upon witnessing Chen and the blue-armored bald warrior engage in a fierce exchange without yielding, Zhang Zihan, Tang Linger, and Wu Mingjie felt their spirits soar. They joined the fray against the opposing 7. As the clash commenced, it quickly became a stalemate. The confrontation saw 2 opponents encircling Zhang Zihan, one targeting Tang Linger, and 4 surrounding Wu Mingjie. The prowess displayed by Zhang Zihan and Tang Linger was surprising, as they held their ground against 3 adversaries. However, the most astonishing revelation was Wu Mingjie, who managed to match the 4 opponents equally. Though Wu Mingjie had enhanced his abilities through elixirs, it was noteworthy that the 4 adversaries had similarly relied on substantial resources for their forced ascension, and they were merely at the Azure 1-star level. Consequently, they could only achieve parity with Wu Mingjie. In truth, the 4 warriors were not as formidable as Wu Mingjie, yet their reckless bravery bolstered their resolve. In contrast, Wu Mingjie fought with trepidation and under such overwhelming pressure, could merely hold his ground against 4 adversaries. The bald man, witnessing this unfolding scene, could only curse his subordinates for their ineptitude. Nevertheless, He understood that the crux of victory rested upon the confrontation between himself and Chen. Chapter 57, A Last-Ditch Reversal. However, the reason the bald giant has survived until now, apart from his reliable sources of information, lies primarily in his cautious nature. He never engages in battles where the outcome is uncertain. Since Chen is so confident, very well, he shall continue to summon reinforcements, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to triumph over you. With this thought, the bald giant retrieved a cylindrical device from his bosom, activated it with his elemental energy, and hurled it into the sky. With a resounding bang, the cylindrical device erupted midair, scattering brilliant, multicolored sparks akin to fireworks across the heavens. Young man, I must concede that you have earned my serious attention. I have now fired a signal flare. Soon, my subordinates will arrive in full force, the bald giant chuckled. While I acknowledge your formidable mental attacks, on the other side, there is a second-in-command who is no less powerful than I am. Ha, you truly are cautious. Upon realizing that the bald giant was a formidable blue martial general, Chen understood that defeating him would not be an easy feat. However, he did not expect the bald giant to call for reinforcements after just a single exchange. This was indeed excessive caution, especially considering the bald giant brandished a pair of massive axes. He appeared to be the epitome of a brutish warrior, yet he possessed such astuteness. Those who frequent the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. Have we not offended numerous factions in the Arctic wasteland and yet managed to survive? Is it wrong to be cautious? The bald giant remarked. Now, I need not confront you head-on. I shall simply delay you until the second-in-command arrives. And then your fate is sealed. Then I shall eliminate you before your second-in-command arrives. Infernal Lioness Fist. Chen no longer wished to engage in futile conversation with the bald giant. The Xianbing Bingsha split into two segments, merging seamlessly with his fists, resembling two pristine, milky white spheres enveloped within his grasp. This instinctive application of Xianbing Bingsha took him by surprise with its success, a serendipitous delight indeed. If you seek a swift resolution, I shall thwart your desires. The bald giant, wielding a massive hammer, attempted to evade in another direction, having previously clashed with Chen. He recognized the formidable power of the eye synergy in Chen's hands and understood that a direct confrontation would yield little advantage. Thus, he resolved to engage in a more elusive combat style. However, the bald giant, as a powerhouse in strength, wielded two hammers that weighed 7 to 8 times more than his own body, making agile maneuvers impossible. His movements were painfully slow, akin to a tortoise crawling aside in Chen's eyes. Although Chen himself was not known for his speed, he found himself considerably quicker in comparison to the sluggish bald giant. With fists like crashing elephants and pouncing lions, he struck towards the giant's head. It dawned on the giant that while Chen was indeed a force to be reckoned with, his speed was simply unmatched. Any thought of outmaneuvering Chen was but a fanciful illusion. He was compelled to raise his colossal axe in a desperate defense against the dual punches. But the passive nature of his defense caused him to stagger backward as Chen's fist collided with the axe. Although the division of Xianbing Bingsha weakened its potency, the amplification from the Mingyu Lion Elephant Fist rendered its strength comparable to before. Although the bald giant was a formidable blue martial artist, his passive defense was somewhat lacking, which allowed Chen to push him back. However, upon witnessing the giant's retreat, Chen seized the moment without hesitation. Time was of the essence, and he needed to eliminate the bald giant swiftly. With a roar akin to that of a dragon, Chen unleashed the majority of his mental energy directed at the bald giant. The giant, already unsteady from his backward movement, momentarily faltered under the impact of Chen's mental assault. Recognizing this opportunity, Chen concentrated all his ice elemental power into his fists, forming a chilling force that radiated a brilliant light. The infernal lion elephant fist transformed his fists into the embodiment of a lion and an elephant, accompanied by the resonant roars of both beasts as they soared past the giant's massive axes, aiming for his head. Though the bald giant was momentarily stunned by the beast sound technique's dragon roar, his strength far exceeded Chen's. The roar did not incapacitate him, but it did grant him a fleeting second of hesitation. In that brief moment, the giant perceived the lion and elephant charging towards him, a look of despair crossing his face as he realized he was about to be slain by this little monkey. Yet, amidst his despair, a fierce resolve ignited within him. Stemming from his nature as a ruthless bandit, "You wish for my demise? Then do not expect to survive," he bellowed, summoning an overwhelming force that surpassed his own. Swinging his axes toward Chen at the center, He believed that while Yi Chen's fists could shatter his skull, he was equally convinced that his gigantic axes could cleave Yi Chen in twain. The bald giant recovered swiftly, and in an instant, he swung his massive axe towards Yi Chen without hesitation. However, Yi Chen showed no intention of retreating. His fists continued to strike towards the bald giant, his expression cold and devoid of any fear. Soon, Yi Chen's fists collided with the giant's head, which burst open like a watermelon. Yet, the giant's arms continued their relentless swing of the axe towards Yi Chen's position. After Yi Chen shattered the bald giant's head, his body hung suspended in midair, lacking any support. As the axe threatened to cleave Yi Chen in two, the anxious Wang Fatty, lurking in the shadows, realized there was still time to intervene. Nevertheless, he observed Yi Chen's demeanor, remarkably composed and unwavering, indicative of someone with a well-thought-out plan. This led Wang Fatty to believe that Yi Chen must have a contingency in place. However, if he were mistaken, and Yi Chen had no backup, then the young man would surely be severed in two. Given that Yi Chen was a favored individual of Li Beichuan, Wang Fatty chose to place his trust in him this time. Just as he solidified his resolve, the two colossal axes suddenly struck Yi Chen's abdomen from either side. What the hell? Where's your backup? Why aren't you dodging? Wang Fatty exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the axes make contact, immediately shutting his eyes, unable to bear the sight of Yi Chen being cleaved in half. Meanwhile, the combatants Zhang Zihan, Tang Lingo, Wu Mingjie, and the 7 bandits displayed a range of expressions. The 7 bandits were utterly astonished. They never anticipated that their leader would be taken down in less than 10 seconds. As Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo beheld the colossal axe descending upon Yi Chen, their mouths agape in shock, they instinctively disregarded their own adversaries and rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Wu Mingjie found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Although he harbored resentment towards Yi Chen, witnessing his impending doom stirred an inexplicable sentiment within him. With a creaking sound, the anticipated sight of Yi Chen being cleaved in two did not materialize. Instead, Yi Chen delivered a powerful kick to the headless body of the burly man, causing it to topple backwards. The two massive axes, deprived of their force, clattered to the ground. With a thud, Yi Chen descended from the air, spitting out a copious amount of blood as he landed. Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo swiftly reached his side, each supporting him from either side, their expressions etched with concern. "Senior brother Yi, are you all right?" they inquired anxiously. I'm fine, Yi Chen responded, his mouth stained with blood yet maintaining a relatively good spirit. His hands grazed the area struck by the two axes, and he reflected on his fortune for having received the ice jade armor from Li Beichuan. Without it, he would have surely met his demise. Although he had been reluctant to don the armor initially, the presence of such formidable foes made it evident that refusing to wear it would have been sheer folly. Nevertheless, he still felt the internal injuries inflicted by the immense force of the axes. "Senior brother Yi, you truly terrified us," Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo exhaled in relief, though it dawned on them that their actions had grown somewhat intimate. Each had grasped one of Yi Chen's arms, drawing him into their embrace. However, Yi Chen discerned that the two young women appeared somewhat awkward. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for your concern. I am now quite well. Please release me." "All right," they replied. Having already recognized their impulsiveness, the two women seized the opportunity to let go of Yi Chen. Chapter 58. The bandit second in command. After departing from the warm embraces of the two women, Yi Chen felt a twinge of melancholy. Nevertheless, he swiftly dispelled such thoughts, for the burly man had already fired a signal flare, indicating that the second in command of the bandit group was soon to arrive. As for the 7 bandits from earlier, upon realizing that Yi Chen was unharmed, they hastily retreated towards the opposite side of the canyon. Most of the remaining bandits had perished, while a few fortunate souls managed to survive. In this brief interval, those lucky survivors also fled the scene. Yet, the ground remained strewn with the aftermath of chaos. Yi Chen declared, "We must prepare ourselves. The second in command of the bandit group will be here shortly. They are likely on high alert this time, so exercise caution." "Understood," Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo replied. Meanwhile, having experienced the recent skirmish, Wu Mingjie recognized his own capabilities and felt an eagerness to prove himself against the impending bandit group. Undeterred by the challenge, he now understood that had the 4 bandits approached earlier, he would have easily dispatched them. Observing that the 3 had entered a state of readiness, Yi Chen refrained from further reminders, retrieving a high-grade ice elemental stone to restore his elemental energy and heal his wounds. However, after just an hour, Yi Chen's injuries had completely healed, yet the second-in-command of the bandits had not made an appearance. Nevertheless, Yi Tian could sense that someone was observing them from the shadows. With the adversary remaining hidden, Yi Chen found himself at a loss and could only address the three individuals, inquiring if their task could be considered complete. Surely not. Tang Linga replied, after all, the bandit group still has many members and a second-in-command. As long as the second-in-command is alive, along with those who survived, they could easily form a new bandit faction. Ah, indeed. Does that mean we must pursue them further? Yu Tian nodded. The mission he had undertaken was to eradicate the bandit group, and with so many having escaped, along with 7 blue-clad warriors, it seemed the task could not truly be deemed accomplished. Then let us proceed, Wu Mingjie said, cracking his knuckles. Yes, your performance has been commendable thus far, but exercise caution and prioritize safety. Yi Chen sincerely commended, pondering whether he had successfully guided a wayward youth onto a righteous path. Rest assured, senior brother Yi. Wu Mingjie replied confidently. Yi Chen chose to remain silent thereafter as he led the trio into the depths of the canyon. As he surveyed his surroundings in search of any traces, he suddenly spotted numerous footprints beneath the canyon's rocky walls, all seemingly directed towards the cliffs. An epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed, "This is bad. Retreat quickly." Zhang Zihan, Tang Linga, and Wu Mingjie, still perplexed by the unfolding events, gazed at Yi Chen with confusion etched upon their faces. Just as Yi Chen intended to lead the three away, over 40 individuals suddenly appeared on both sides of the canyon's rocky walls, gazing down upon him. Among them were the 7 martial generals who had fled moments ago, along with a few scattered bandits. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. On the right rocky wall, a young man in his 20s, appearing somewhat feeble, gestured to the band of over 40 bandits, shouting, "Brothers, let us strike. Avenge our leader. Avenge our leader." The bandits echoed his call with fervor. In an instant, Yi Chen observed that colossal boulders had appeared beside the bandits, each so immense that it required the strength of 3 or 4 men to lift one. They hurled these massive stones toward Yi Chen and his companions. With over 40 people launching their assault simultaneously, the sheer weight of the boulders, coupled with the force of their descent, left no room for evasion. "Do not evade. Brace yourselves," Yi Chen decisively commanded. "Understood." The 4 huddled together. As the first boulder descended upon Yi Chen, he activated his Xianbing Ice Saber technique, shattering the stone with a single punch. However, the immense weight of the boulder and the tremendous impact caused Yi Chen to stagger back several steps. The fragments of the shattered stone scattered around him, some even striking Yi Chen himself. The other 3 individuals lacked the nonchalance displayed by Yi Chen, while Yi Chen could withstand the boulders. Being pushed back only a few steps, the trio, whose strength fell short compared to Yi Chen by several times, could not shatter the stones. Instead, the immense force of the impact severely injured them. "Brothers, they are all wounded. Let us descend and slay them." Time was of the essence, the seemingly feeble youth, the second-in-command of the bandits, could not prepare many stones and managed only 10. However, the sheer weight of such colossal boulders, when hurled downward, would render the 4 in disarray and grievously injured. With another 10, it was likely that at least 3 could be crushed to death. The second-in-command charged ahead, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Chen during the descent. Kill, kill, kill. A throng of bandits followed the second-in-command, hurtling down the cliff with reckless abandon. Yi Chen, observing their fervent assault, felt a pang of confusion. These individuals were acutely aware of his mental attacks, so why did they still rush towards him? However, only about a minute remained for Yi Chen, for the bandits descended with remarkable speed. Beast Sound Technique, Dragon's Roar. This marked Yi Chen's 3rd invocation of the Dragon's Roar today, and he finally sensed a hint of fatigue. "Kid, I have long anticipated this." The weakened youth chuckled upon witnessing Yi Chen unleash the Dragon's Roar. A 3rd vertical eye appeared on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Beast Sound Technique once more. The moment had arrived for him to measure his mental prowess against the 3-eyed youth. Only the victor would claim the ultimate triumph. As Yi Chen once again unleashed the Beast Sound Technique, the 3-eyed youth's 3rd vertical eye emitted an invisible beam, extinguishing Yi Chen's technique yet again. At this moment, Yi Chen could feel his mental energy beginning to wane. However, with others surrounding him, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, simultaneously engaging in the fervent practice of the tenfold mental meditation method to replenish his mental strength. He distinctly sensed that the mental energy he was generating was exceptionally pure. Had he not been in a state of continuous expenditure, he might even have seized the opportunity to break through. During the skirmish with the three-eyed youth, a sense of despair began to take root in the latter's heart. The instant Chen made his move, he recognized the latter's formidable prowess, initially at the 5th level of mental strength. In contrast, he himself was at the pinnacle of the 5th level, equivalent to a blue 9-star, far surpassing Chen. Yet, Chen was fiercely tenacious. Each time he seemed to reach his limit, he still managed to launch a potent mental assault. Meanwhile, the three-eyed youth relied on his innate abilities to contend with Chen, and within a matter of seconds, it felt as though he had endured for over a decade. Now, he was nearing the brink of exhaustion. Should Chen strike twice more, he would be unable to shield his companions any longer. As their mental clash intensified, he felt as though their roles had reversed. Chen's mental energy was now the pinnacle of the 5th level, while he himself had regressed to the initial stage. The battle of minds between them resembled a war devoid of smoke and fire. Those around remained oblivious to the true severity of their conflict. As the bandits continued their relentless charge towards Chen and his companions, Chen now found himself utterly exhausted, his mental energy, derived from the tenfold spiritual meditation technique, insufficient to replenish his depleting reserves. At this juncture, surrender equated to failure. He glanced at the approaching bandits, gritted his teeth, and summoned a flicker of mental power to unleash one final beast sound technique. The three-eyed youth had also reached his limit. His physique appeared increasingly frail, as if he might collapse at any moment. The vertical eye on his forehead, once vibrant, now dulled and threatened to close. Faced with Chen's resolute strike, his expression shifted slightly, yet he managed to sustain the third vertical eye, emitting a final beam of light. However, he could no longer control the eye on his forehead, which abruptly shut. The clash between the beast sound technique and the beam of light ensued once more. This time, the light did not entirely obliterate the beast sound technique, which still bellowed forth. The resounding roar, imbued with Chen's unwavering determination to triumph, was deafening. The bandits, charging forward, were staggered by Chen's assault, their footing faltering, causing them to tumble from the rocky precipice and crash heavily to the ground. The three-eyed youth too struggled to maintain his stance, ultimately collapsing. Chen, straining to uphold his focus, conjured the Xianbing ice fiend, his hands coalescing into a firm grasp upon the three-eyed youth. "I never anticipated falling into your grasp," exclaimed the three-eyed youth, disbelief evident in his gaze. How could a pinnacle master of the 5th tier be bested by Chen, who was merely at the initial stage of the 5th tier? "Chen, do you recognize me?" The latter furrowed his brow in confusion, certain he had not revealed his identity, questioning why the three-eyed youth seemed to know him. The three-eyed youth's gaze flickered with a peculiar light upon hearing those words. "Not only do I know you, but I am also aware that you slayed the ice-toed demon general. Your audacity is commendable, yet your foolishness is lamentable. Are you of the demon race?" Chen's expression shifted, a sudden wave of foreboding washing over him. Indeed, he was of the demon lineage. In the very next heartbeat after Chen spoke, a middle-aged man clad in white appeared behind him, his countenance devoid of emotion as he fixed his stare upon Chen. Upon turning to behold the man, Chen's countenance drastically altered, a deep sense of despair surging within him. Why had he drawn this foe out? Chapter 59. The Mighty King Fatty, why do you find yourself here? Chen could no longer contain his despondency and inquired, "Why should I not be here? You have slain my son. Do you not think I am entitled to seek vengeance?" The man retorted, "To confront you. I have expended considerable resources to invite a demon king of the same rank to reside in my abode, thus eluding Bailey Beichuan's scrutiny." As for why Chen recognized him, it was quite straightforward. The middle-aged man, transformed from the ice-toed demon king, possessed an exceedingly grotesque visage, his cheeks and eyes bulging grotesquely, and his hands resembling webbed appendages. Thus, Chen discerned his true identity at a glance. Moreover, Chen's misfortune persisted, as the three-eyed youth, who had been surveilling them, evidently had ties to the far north and had previously recognized him. His inaction along the way was not due to fear of Chen and his companion's potential influence. Rather, he had been waiting for the ice-toed demon king. Chen found himself at a loss for words. The ice-toed demon king had gone to great lengths to confront him, leaving him in an ambiguous state of emotion. To be treated with such gravity by a formidable purple 9-star demon king, he acknowledged his defeat. "However, I implore you to release the 3 of them. After all, they did not take your son's life." Upon hearing Chen's plea, Zhang Zihan, Tang Linger, and Wu Mingjia were struck with astonishment, realizing the true identity of the ice-toed demon king. "Aha! That old fool, Bailey Beichuan, orchestrated your hand in the death of my son." Do you truly believe I would spare anyone from the little Arctic palace? The ice-toed demon king declared with malevolence. Since fate has brought us together, let us all perish. Consider the three of you as interest I am offering to the little Arctic palace. One day, that old wretch, Bailey Beichuan, will meet his demise. A cruel smile adorned the ice-toed demon king's face. Ah, but you cannot afford not to release them, Chen asserted. Oh, why is that? At this juncture, what other tricks could you possibly play? The ice-toed demon king felt a sudden jolt of alarm. If you dare to take their lives, I will ensure his demise. Chen's grip on the three-eyed youth tightened, causing the latter's face to flush crimson, on the brink of suffocation. Chen's confidence stemmed from the knowledge that those of the demon race above the blue demon commander could assume human form, albeit with distinct demonic traits. Only those of silver demon emperor rank could transform flawlessly into human guise. The three-eyed youth, possessing a mental strength equivalent to that of a martial general, could achieve a perfect human form, leading Chen to harbor grave suspicions regarding the youth's true identity, doubting he was indeed a member of the demon race. However, the ice-toed demon king previously suggested that the three-eyed youth was of the demon race, likely to deliberately divert attention away from his true identity. In a situation where escape seemed almost impossible, the ice-toed demon king still sought to conceal the identity of the three-eyed youth, indicating that the latter possessed considerable significance. Chen's threat towards the ice-toed demon king, using the three-eyed youth as leverage, was indeed timely. Very well, if you release him, I shall spare your three companions. The ice-toed demon king noticed that Chen seemed to have deduced something and promptly nodded in agreement. Brother Yi, do not concern yourself with us. You must escape. Zhang Zihan and Tang Linga were taken aback by the three-eyed youth's potential influence and urged him anxiously. Humph, that is impossible. Even if I were to kill him, I would not release Chen. You should abandon that thought. You all should leave. Chen insisted to the three. No, we will stay with Brother Yi. They protested. Do not squander this opportunity that I have sought for you. Chen shook his head. Accompanying me would only lead to your demise. Should there be a chance in the future, you may seek vengeance for me. Brother Yi, we must go. Wu Mingjie, who had the least favorable relationship with Chen, was the first to depart. You all should leave. Chen commanded angrily. Hurry. Brother Yi, take care. We will await your return. Zhang Zihan and Tang Linga, under Chen's fierce gaze, reluctantly turned away. Once the three had distanced themselves, the ice-toed demon king spoke. All right, you may release him now. No. If you reconsider at your current speed, you could easily catch up to them. Chen firmly refused. Heh. As fate would have it, the ice-toed demon king turned to a certain spot behind him and exclaimed, Well, the little ant that has been lurking in the shadows. It is high time you revealed yourself. With a sigh, he added, I had anticipated this task to be a mere trifle, yet here we are, unexpectedly entangled. Seeing that he could no longer conceal himself, Wang Fatty stepped out from the darkness, his expression a portrait of bitterness. Damn it, Master Bailey truly is unreliable. The ice-toed demon king has already penetrated deep into the Arctic ice fields, and yet he remains oblivious. How on earth did you end up here? Chen asked, astonished at Wang Fatty's sudden appearance. Wang Fatty replied, Your reckless master, Master Sherbois, feared that you might encounter unforeseen dangers on this mission. So he sent me to watch over you. And lo and behold, unforeseen troubles have indeed arisen. The target is me, Chen said. You need not remain here. Although he felt a sense of gratitude towards Bailey Beichuan and Wang Fatty, he did not wish for Wang Fatty to jeopardize himself on his behalf. Haha, as if I had a choice. Wang Fatty retorted. The ice-toed demon king, looking down upon him, scoffed. I recall a time when a certain individual from your northern Arctic palace exhibited similar arrogance, only to be dispatched by me with a few effortless moves. How dare you? That person you speak of is my brother. Wang Fatty shouted in fury, his eyes reddening with rage. For years, I have dedicated myself to training, seeking vengeance for my brother. The time for retribution has finally arrived. And you think you can exact revenge with just your blue 9-star martial prowess? The ice-toed demon king mocked. Perhaps in your next life. Indeed, I am a blue 9-star martial commander, Wang Fatty affirmed resolutely. Wang Fatty nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, over the years, you have become my inner demon. Without eliminating you, I will never transcend to the rank of martial king. Yet, I have come to realize that sheer power is not solely determined by one's realm. Though my own strength has not ascended, I have devoted myself to researching methods of enhancement, and until now, I have lacked the opportunity to confront you. Perhaps this encounter represents my chance. a chance for vengeance for my brother. Oh, are you implying that you can disregard the disparity in our levels and engage in battle with me? I am indeed curious to witness that. The Ice-Toad Demon King, feeling belittled by Wang Fatzi's disdain, was incensed. Junior Brother Yi, you must leave. This matter has now escalated into a personal feud between the Ice-Toad Demon King and myself. Wang Fatzi insisted. He cannot escape before me. The Ice-Toad Demon King declared. But the possibility is no longer within your control. Wang Fatzi exhaled deeply and retrieved a purple pill from his bosom. This is the culmination of my years of research, the ultimate Yuan power pill. With that, he swallowed the purple pill. Instantly, his excess weight began to dissipate at a remarkable rate until he regained a physique akin to that of an ordinary person. During this transformation, his aura surged, breaking through to the rank of Purple Martial King. Though I may not achieve a true breakthrough, I can store Yuan power within my body. This ultimate Yuan power pill forcibly absorbs the Yuan power I have amassed, allowing me to transcend my current realm. Although it is a false breakthrough, it still elevates me to the rank of Purple Martial King. As for how formidable I truly am, you shall be the first to witness it. Huh? A Martial King who relies on drugs for a forced breakthrough? Do you truly believe I would regard you with any seriousness? The Ice-Toad Demon King, filled with disdain, instantly transformed into its true form, a towering 30-meter-high Ice-Toad. You shall perish, it declared, as its extraordinarily long tongue shot forth like a colossal sword, aimed directly at the corpulent Wang. Humph. Who shall meet their demise remains uncertain. Despite his modest stature, Wang possessed a formidable reservoir of energy. He brandished a violet sword. The Polaris sword, which he had previously witnessed, valued at 2,000 points. Wang had also cultivated the renowned technique of the Little Arctic Palace, the Polaris secret art. With a single stroke, he unleashed a cascade of starlight, intercepting the Ice-Toad Demon King's tongue. Seeking death, are we? The tongue of the Ice-Toad was as unyielding as the violet weapon, clashing with the Polaris sword in a fierce confrontation, while simultaneously executing agile attacks from various angles against Wang. The pressure on Wang escalated significantly. After fending off one of the Ice-Toad Demon King's assaults, he urged, Junior Brother Yi, I can no longer attend to you. You must flee. The overwhelming force shattered the surrounding rock walls, and had it not been for their consideration of Yi Chen, that very power might have obliterated him. Yi Chen, observing Wang's valiant struggle, felt as though his feet were burdened by a 1,000-pound anvil, rendering him immobile. He understood that if he took a step back today, if he chose to flee, a mental demon would take root within him. No, I shall not waver. My fate is mine to command. What of a peak demon king? Just then, a voice resonated within Yi Chen's mind. His expression brightened with joy, for it was the voice of Little Black. With Little Black awakened, what marvels might it bring forth? Chapter 60. The Wail of the Weak indeed. Master, I have awakened, Xiaohe remarked. It is thanks to your exquisite primordial stone that my recovery this time surpasses the last. Are you aware of the situation here? Yi Chen inquired. I have offended a purple 9-star peak demon king. Can we contend with such a foe? What? A purple 9-star peak demon king? Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. What is it, Xiaohe? Is there something amiss? Yi Chen questioned, sensing Xiaohe's sudden apprehension. Weren't you in agreement with me just moments ago? Xiaohe, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, explained, I had just regained consciousness. While I can perceive your thoughts, I only grasped your resolve to face whatever comes. Unaware of the specifics, I simply echoed your sentiments, only to realize now that we are indeed up against a purple 9-star peak demon king. Shaking its head, Xiaohe continued, in truth, there is nothing fundamentally wrong. However, should I intervene again, it would require at least 10 primordial stones worth of energy for me to awaken fully. Moreover, this strike would yield power somewhere between a purple martial king and a silver martial emperor. Whether we can vanquish our adversary remains uncertain, and if we fail to defeat them, our demise is inevitable. Yi Chen frowned upon hearing this. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot stand idly by and watch Wang Pengzi perish here. Are there any alternative methods? There is indeed a way, Xiaohe replied. I can manipulate a strand of the 9 Phoenix celestial flame to assist you in battle. However, the effectiveness remains uncertain, as it is merely a trace of the 9 Phoenix heavenly flame. While it may suffice against a martial king like Katter, it might be somewhat lacking when confronted with a purple 9-star pinnacle demon king. If only there were more, it could potentially vanquish the opponent. Finally, Xiaohe remarked that the master has yet to fully refine the chaotic demon pearl, and much of its power remains untapped. The master should endeavor to refine it. In doing so, even in my absence, The master could wield the chaotic demon pearl against foes, akin to the strike I executed last time. Provided the master can completely refine the chaotic demon pearl, they too could unleash that formidable blow. And what happens after that? Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, immense power invariably exacts a tremendous toll. Xiaohei chuckled, asserting that if the master were to release it with their previous strength, it would lead to their immediate demise. Presently, it would merely deplete all of their yuan and spiritual energy. Naturally, as a weapon spirit, my purpose is to facilitate the master. During the previous encounter, I had painstakingly channeled the energy I had absorbed from the chaotic demon pearl. Once the accumulated power was exhausted, I fell into slumber. Chen nodded, comprehending Xiaohei's implication. Last time, Xiaohei had drawn upon the inherent power of the chaotic demon pearl, which resulted in his slumber and rendered the pearl nearly ineffective in combat. However, if he were to fully refine the chaotic demon pearl, he could harness both his own strength and that of the pearl. Yet, the power of the chaotic demon pearl currently far exceeds Chen's own capabilities. To wield such overwhelming force, he would need to bear a considerable cost. Certainly, the unleashed power is indeed formidable, akin to his current state as a 4-star martial general, possessing a quintuple initial level of spiritual energy. When combined with the might of the chaos magic pearl, he can unleash an attack comparable to the one executed by Little Black during the confrontation with King Catter. Is that not impressive? It transcends 2 significant tiers. However, it is not yet the opportune moment to fully refine the chaos magic pearl. For now, it is prudent to have Little Black assist in confronting the Ice-Toad Demon King. As for the chaos magic pearl, which serves as a trump card, Wang Fatty has already risked his life to save Chen. Chen trusts Wang Fatty's character. Thus revealing the existence of the chaos magic pearl before him is of little consequence. Nonetheless, Little Black has sensed Chen's mindset and cautions, Master. It would be wise to refrain from exposing the chaos magic pearl in front of outsiders. Why? Chen inquires. Wang Fatty is quite dependable. Had it not been for him, you might have had to sacrifice me once again upon your awakening, Little Black responds, rolling its eyes. The individual who annihilated my former master, the demon god, still exists. The more individuals who are aware of the chaos magic pearl, the greater the risk of exposure. Should it be revealed on the Phoenix continent, that person could, with a mere thought, obliterate the entire realm. At present, I estimate that just a glance could spell doom for the Phoenix continent. Chen may not fully grasp the extent of his power. Yet he nods in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall heed your counsel. However, I place my faith in Wang Fatty." Understood, Master. Now, let us proceed. Under Little Black's guidance, the chaos magic pearl emerged from Chen's consciousness, cloaked in secrecy as it gradually approached the Ice-Toad Demon King. Certainly, before the emergence of the chaos demon pearl, Chen had already rendered the three-eyed youth unconscious and cast him aside. It was only after a brief exchange with the chaos demon pearl that Chen realized the extent of Wang Fatty's predicament. He had been thoroughly subdued. His body riddled with numerous wounds, with one arm hanging limply, having been ensnared and broken by the tongue of the Ice-Toad Demon King. After another exhausting clash with the Ice-Toad Demon King, Wang Fatty retreated, panting heavily. "What's the matter, kid? Are you already out of steam? Just a moment ago, you were boasting about being able to contend with me," the Ice-Toad Demon King remarked mockingly, choosing not to pursue Wang Fatty further. Even if I were to perish here today, I firmly believe that my junior brother Chen will avenge me in due time. Moreover, the outcome is still uncertain. It is rather premature for you to draw conclusions, Wang Fatty mused, harboring a tinge of regret. He simply wished for more time. If only he had several more decades. If his physique could double in size, and he could accumulate twice as much primordial energy. Consuming the ultimate primordial pill would likely propel him to the pinnacle of the purple 9-star Martial King realm, enabling him to stand a chance against the Ice-Toad Demon King. Of course, this was contingent upon the Ice-Toad Demon King making no further advancements. You still dare to hope for Chen to exact revenge for you? The Ice-Toad Demon King's bulging eyes revealed a peculiar glimmer as he continued. Yet your esteemed junior brother Chen has remained stationary all this while. What? What did you say? Wang Fatty exclaimed in astonishment, turning his head only to discover that Chen truly stood still in place. In the heat of his fierce battle with the Ice-Toad Demon King, he had been so engrossed that he had not noticed Chen's lack of movement, and now, witnessing Chen's stillness, his eyes widened in disbelief. Do you truly believe that I have refrained from pursuing Chen all this time? Do you think I would let this murderer of my son escape? He remains here of his own volition, and thus, I have chosen to entertain you. However, I have now had my fill of this charade. It is time for you to meet your demise, to join your brother from years past. This time, Wang Fatty did not react with anger, but turned his gaze to Yi Chen. Yi, why do you hesitate to depart? If you were to leave, you could seek vengeance on my behalf or summon Uncle Bailey to exact retribution for me. However, it seems that the opportunity for escape has slipped away. Yi Chen, rather than calling upon Wang Fatty, replied earnestly, Brother Wang, since you have risked your life to save me, how could I possibly abandon you? To do so would transform into an eternal nightmare for me. Thus, we must either live or die together. Yet, I fervently hope for the former. Good lad. With such words, I would gladly lay down my life for you today. Rest assured, even if I perish, I will not allow you to fall. Upon hearing Yi Chen's declaration, Wang Fatty felt a profound sense of camaraderie, a willingness to sacrifice oneself for a true friend. Young man, as a mere green martial artist, what can you truly accomplish here? Can you possibly save this overweight fool? The ice-toed demon king scoffed. To me, you are but frail beings offering each other hollow consolation as you face your end. Chapter 61. The primary gravity domain. Yi Chen, upon hearing these words, shook his head. Though I am uncertain of the role I may play, or whether we are merely lamenting as the weak, I am resolute in my refusal to accept death passively. Ha, you were not like this before. The ice-toed demon king remarked, weren't you just resigned a moment ago? Heh, now things are different. Brother Wang is fighting valiantly for me, and Yi Chen resolutely declared, thus I cannot remain idle. There is, of course, another significant reason that Yi Chen refrained from mentioning, the awakening of the Chaos Demon Pearl. Previously, Yi Chen faced the ice-toed demon king with no means of resistance, leading him to essentially abandon any hope of fighting back. However, the circumstances have changed. With the Chaos Demon Pearl awakened, their chances of victory have greatly increased. Humph. Even if I let you act, what can you truly accomplish? The ice-toed demon king continued, well, I shall no longer indulge you in this game. Rest assured. I shall not kill you. I will simply slay this fat man before your very eyes. I shall allow you to witness your friends and family being tormented by me, only to perish before you, rendering you utterly powerless. Ha ha. After his laughter subsided, the ice-toed demon king stated, do you know why 10 peak azure level cultivators might slay a single blue level master, and 10 peak blue level masters could possibly defeat a novice purple level king? Yet 10 peak kings are destined to be instantaneously annihilated by a novice silver level emperor? Why? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Because the purple level kings and silver level emperors represent a true monumental divide in cultivation. It is only upon reaching the purple level king that one truly begins their journey in cultivation. Meanwhile, the silver martial emperor is merely the threshold of entry. Though merely the beginning, it suffices to obliterate a king-level cultivator. The ice-toed demon king spoke, reflecting upon this, and I am on the brink of entering this realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen fell into deep contemplation. Little Black had once mentioned that the purple martial king marks the true beginning of cultivation. It remains a mystery what profound secrets the silver martial emperor holds. How could the ice-toed demon king, a peak purple martial king, come to grasp the profundities of the silver martial emperor? Of course, not every purple king possesses access to such mysteries. After all, not everyone is endowed with that talent. Yet, I happen to possess that very gift. Given time, I too shall ascend to the realm of the silver demon emperor. The ice-toed demon king remarked, you, fat one, will have the chance to witness the profundities of the silver emperor before you meet your end. Consider it a fitting conclusion. I truly wish to behold it. In a brief moment, Wang Fatty had nearly recovered. His previously fractured arm had mended. Moreover, after engaging in combat with the ice-toed demon king, he felt capable of withstanding 70 to 80% of the demon king's strength, doubting that the ice-toed demon king could vanquish him in an instant. Boy, observe how I torment this fatso. The ice-toed demon king declared, you fat one, lie down. Lie down. Are you out of your mind? Wang Fatty initially wore a mocking expression. You expect me to lie down merely because you said so? Who do you think you are? However, before Wang Fatty could finish his retort, his body suddenly collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a sizable crater in his wake. This is merely my initial foray, the most rudimentary level. Otherwise, I could effortlessly crush all your bones to dust. The ice-toed demon king chuckled. Now, do you still believe you can resist? What on earth is happening? Wang Fatty exclaimed. Since you are destined to perish, I shall reveal this to you," declared the Ice-Toad Demon King. "This is a domain, a unique realm within the Silver Royal level, and I, the Ice-Toad Demon King, know. The future Ice-Toad Demon Emperor have awakened the gravitational domain. I can manipulate the gravity within 100 meters. Once I ascend to the Silver Demon Emperor status, I will effortlessly crush your bones, leaving you in a state of living death." The domain, murmured King Fatty. "It is a pity I am not the true purple martial sovereign. Otherwise, I would seize the opportunity to test its limits." "Enough, Fatty, you may embrace your demise," he added, "and I am eager to witness how that brat Yi Chen will face his fate." Haha. As he laughed maniacally, the Ice-Toad Demon King's extraordinarily long tongue shot forth once more. Yet, this time, King Fatty found himself utterly immobilized. As the sword-like tongue approached, ready to pierce him, he resignedly closed his eyes. Under the Ice-Toad Demon King's elementary gravitational domain, he was utterly powerless to resist. The Ice-Toad Demon King then turned its gaze toward Yi Chen, eager to witness the expressions of helplessness, pain, and despair on his face. However, to its surprise, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed, gazing back calmly. This perplexed the Ice-Toad Demon King. Even in such dire circumstances, how could Yi Chen maintain such poise? What hidden power could he possibly possess? Just as these thoughts crossed its mind, the super long tongue was mere centimeters away from King Fatty. The Ice-Toad Demon King mused, "Even if you have some hidden cards, you cannot save this fool now." Watching his friend face impending doom, it relished the thought, "This suffering would mark the first step in my torment of you." However, just as the Ice-Toad Demon King contemplated this, a sense of unease crept into its heart, as if something was amiss. Suddenly, alarm surged through it, for a pitch-black orb had materialized beneath its abdomen. A flicker of vivid red flame erupted from within the dark sphere. Though the amount of fire was minuscule, the Ice-Toad Demon King sensed an impending crisis. If it had emerged from another location, it might have been manageable, but its abdomen was its most vulnerable point. Should this flame penetrate its body, it would surely be in peril. Without a moment's hesitation for the corpulent king, the Ice-Toad Demon King leaped into the air. Yet, Little Black, who had been lying in ambush for so long, would not allow the Ice-Toad Demon King to escape. The instant the Ice-Toad Demon King sprang upward, a vast darkness enveloped it. The gravitational domain. The Ice-Toad Demon King was bewildered by this strange phenomenon, seeking refuge within its domain. Little Black, feeling somewhat helpless, had initially believed the Ice-Toad Demon King to be an ordinary Apex Demon King, but never anticipated it had already touched upon the realm of the Silver Sovereign. With no alternatives, Little Black ignited its essence, unleashing the full power of the chaotic demon pearl, focusing it upon the Ice-Toad Demon King's abdomen. Despite the protective domain, Little Black had been lying in wait, and with intent and opportunity aligned, this strike instantaneously breached the Ice-Toad Demon King's abdomen. Let us not forget that outside lingered a fragment of the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, capable of extinguishing the Kardar Martial King. Under the control of the chaotic demon pearl, that fragment of the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame smoothly entered the wound on the Ice-Toad Demon King's abdomen. Sizzle. The flesh of the Ice-Toad Demon King's abdomen ignited at a visible pace. This was a fragment of supreme heavenly fire. The Ice-Toad Demon King was first ambushed and wounded by the Chaos Magic Pearl, and then scorched by a powerful strand of the Nine Phoenix heavenly flame, resulting in an instantaneous and severe exacerbation of its injuries. Chapter 62. Departure just now, the Ice-Toad Demon King fled. Since Fatty Wong did not witness it, Yi Chen pretended to be oblivious. Why did it flee? Upon hearing this, Fatty Wong immediately understood Yi Chen's thoughts, realizing that Yi Chen did not wish to elaborate. With a roll of his eyes, he shifted the topic, saying, "I thought I was doomed, yet here I am, alive. Indeed, it is fortunate to be alive." Yi Chen replied with a smile. "I must also express my gratitude to you, Senior Brother Wong. Had it not been for your relentless pursuit of the Ice-Toad Demon King, we might have perished." "Very well," Fatty Wong remarked, casting a few more glances at Yi Chen, comprehending his meaning. If it were not for his entanglement with the Ice-Toad Demon King, Yi Chen might not have unleashed his formidable powers to drive it away. However, Fatty Wong now held Yi Chen in high esteem. Initially, he intended to rescue Yi Chen. Yet in the end, it was Yi Chen who saved him. As Fatty Wong spoke, his strength began to wane, his essence transforming into a layer of flesh. Previously weighing 400 pounds, he was now reduced to approximately 300. The Chaos Magic Pearl might be unfamiliar to the people of Phoenix Continent, But the nether ice frost and the purple gold storage ring were indeed artifacts of their own. All right. Fatty Wong acknowledged that Yi Chun had come to undertake this task for a purpose. Now that Yi Chun had fulfilled his mission, it was entirely acceptable for him to attend to his own affairs. Fatty Wong continued, "Given your current strength, I doubt I can be of any assistance, because you bear a striking resemblance to him in his youth. He sent me here with the hope that you would remain safe. You must be aware of that incident from years past, as it involved the two highest tasks within the Little Arctic Palace. So that's how it is." Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. He only wishes to take me as his disciple, but I sincerely hope he refrains from any nonsensical antics. For I am a person of integrity. Without uttering another word, the rotund Wong departed first. As for Yi Chun, he prepared to confront the three-eyed youth once more. However, when he turned around, there was no sign of the three-eyed youth anywhere. Yi Chun wore a puzzled expression, unable to fathom when the three-eyed youth had vanished. This defied logic. Could it be that he took advantage of the chaos during the ambush on the Ice-Toad Demon King? At that moment, Yi Chun was entirely focused. Had there been any unusual movements from the three-eyed youth at other times, he would have surely noticed. Oh well, if the three-eyed youth has fled, then so be it. I wonder what his true identity is and whether he witnessed my possession of the Chaos Demon Pearl. I hope he did not. It seems that troubles never come alone. Yi Chun shook his head, choosing to dismiss these troubling thoughts. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he set off towards the southwest, the very location of the western regions. Yet, instead of the expected arrival, he encountered Wong. "Brother Wong, what brings you here? You must hurry to rescue Brother Yi Chun." The two women had departed first, thus unaware of Wong's presence. Although Wong appeared exceedingly disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, the two women still implored him to save Yi Chun. "What about Wu Mingjie?" "Huh?" Wang Pengzi chuckled softly, observing that it seemed both ladies had developed a fondness for Yi Chun. He promptly declared, "Yi Chun is currently unoccupied. Why don't you accompany me to find Wu Mingjie? Once we locate him, I shall elaborate further." "Brother Yi, is everything truly fine?" the two ladies inquired, their skepticism evident. "If Brother Yi is unhindered, why has he not joined you, Brother Wang?" "Of course, there's no issue. I just came from there. Would I deceive you?" Wang Pengzi, sensing their doubts, realized he must clarify matters. "Do you know why Junior Brother Yi accepted this task?" "Essentially, it was due to certain responsibilities he needed to fulfill. One of our elders in the palace disapproved and thus assigned Yi Chun a particularly arduous mission. Now that the task is complete, he is free to attend to his own matters and has departed on his own. As his senior, how could I compel him otherwise? But that is the Ice-Toad Demon King. How could you possibly be unharmed?" The two ladies remained intensely skeptical. "You too." Wang Pengzi rolled his eyes. "Do you wish for me and Junior Brother Yu to meet an untimely end?" "Not at all, certainly not." The ladies hastily waved their hands. Yet the suspicion in their eyes lingered. "Had we known, we would have let Yi Chun come on his own." Wang Pengzi sighed in exasperation and continued. "Let me put it this way. I was secretly dispatched by that elder in the palace to protect Junior Brother Yi. Just moments ago, I was engaged in battle with the Ice-Toad Demon King." Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as Wang Pengzi's arm was seized, instantly breaking under the pressure. Bailey Beichuan continued, "And what of Yi Chun? How is he faring?" Wang Pengzi furrowed his brow, but replied, "Master, Yi Chun is fine. How can he possibly be fine?" Bailey Beichuan questioned in confusion. Wang Pengzi did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Wu Mingjie. Understanding the implication, Bailey Beichuan realized that Wang Pengzi had isolated Wu Mingjie using the Emperor's domain of the Silver Martial Emperor. Wang Pengzi then recounted the events, stating at that moment, "I had already closed my eyes and was unaware of what transpired in the end. However, I know that it was likely Yushidi who unleashed a formidable technique and drove the Ice-Toad Demon King away. Is everything you say true?" Bailey Beichuan inquired skeptically. "Where is Yi Chun now?" "He has gone to attend to his own matters. Yi Chun had a prior agreement with you but chose to leave on his own." Wang Pengzi replied, "Master, do you still doubt my word? Moreover, I have overcome my inner demons after all these years. If it were not for the battle with the Ice-Toad Demon King, do you believe anyone else could have inflicted such injuries upon me?" "Indeed, you handled this matter well." Bailey Beichuan nodded. "I find it difficult to speak for myself. As one ages, one becomes increasingly muddled. By the way, how many are aware of this incident?" "Only Zhang Zihan, Tang Lingo, and Wu Mingjie know of it. Both Zhang Zihan and Tang Lingo harbor some feelings for Yi Chun. I have advised them accordingly, and they should not divulge anything." "I understand. The Ice-Toad dares to target Yi Chun. It shall prepare to face my wrath." Bailey Beichuan resolved within himself, determined to take action for Yi Chen. Master, please do not act impulsively. After all, that is the stronghold of the barbarians. In an instant, Wang Pengzi comprehended Bailey Beichuan's intentions. He realized that Bailey Beichuan intended to eliminate the Ice-Toad Demon King. However, that territory belongs to the barbarians. It's not a trivial matter. Bailey Beichuan replied, nonetheless, I need someone to erase his memories from this outing. Why? Wu Yidao inquired, glancing at Wu Mingjie, who was ensnared within the confines of the realm. He has learned things he should not know, Bailey Beichuan explained. Wu Yidao responded, if he is aware that such knowledge could threaten his life, I concur with your assessment, Master. Very well. Bailey Beichuan then took Wu Mingjie to seek the first alchemist. Master Run, to have all of Wu Mingjie's memories of the day obliterated. Wu Yidao, however, did not press Wang Pengzi for details about the recent events. Instead, he simply stated, I await your performance in the upcoming core disciple competition. Haha. Wu Yidao, if this were before, I might have had an equal chance with you. But now, I have discovered the opportunity to break through. This time, I shall likely surpass you. I will leave the core competition to you. Wang Pengzi laughed heartily. It turned out that upon entering the ranks of the top 10 core disciples and achieving the Purple Martial King status, one automatically became a candidate for the sect leader. As such, there was no need to participate in the core disciples competition. You insufferable fatso, do you think I have refrained from breaking through all these years merely to wait for you? Wu Yidao said expressionlessly. Since you have decided to break through, I shall do the same. When we meet next, I shall challenge you. I shall await that day. After their exchange, both departed in their respective directions. After Bailey Beichuan erased Wu Mingjie's memory in a single day, he quietly departed from the little Arctic palace, making his way towards the far north. He was acutely aware that entering the far north openly would likely lead to his demise at the hands of the Ice-Toad Demon King. Thus, a covert approach was imperative to eliminate the formidable foe. Bailey Beichuan mused, Yi Chen, this shall be the first deed I undertake on your behalf. However, upon entering the far north, he was swiftly detected by the barbarian emperor. Following a cataclysmic battle, Bailey Beichuan narrowly escaped, gravely wounded, from the icy expanse. As for Yi Chen, after a week's journey, he finally arrived at the small oasis where the Wang brothers once resided. Beneath him lay the same level 4 sand scorpion he had encountered previously. Whether it was fate or mere chance, he found himself in its presence once more. Chapter 64, Return to Wulan City, the Treasure Pavilion? Yi Chen's mind instantly grasped the situation. It seemed that the Wang brothers had mentioned their intention to sell information regarding the Ice Flood Dragon and the Nether Ice Fiend to the Treasure Pavilion, making its occupation here entirely plausible. Nevertheless, Yi Chen replied, I am merely a passerby who happened upon this oasis, seeking a source of water. Moreover, I share a certain connection with your pavilion. May I pass through? What connection is that? This territory is under the control of our treasure pavilion, and ordinarily, outsiders are not permitted entry. Upon hearing of Yi Chen's association with the pavilion, the young man's tone softened. Is this not a special circumstance? Yi Chen understood that, as he approached, he retrieved several medium-grade elemental stones from his storage belt. You're quite resourceful, young man. The young man, exhibiting an air of familiarity with Yi Chen, continued, what is your relationship with our Baibaohang? Speak up. If the connection is valid, you may rest here. If not, well, I cannot assist you. Yi Chen, understanding the situation, retrieved the Baibaohang token given to him by old Zhao. He remarked, does this suffice? I share a cordial relationship with old Zhao from Wulan City in the Utopian Kingdom, and this is the token he bestowed upon me. What a revelation. So, you are a friend of old Zhao. That naturally makes you a friend of mine, Ma Fei. Upon realizing Yi Chen's connection to old Zhao and confirming the authenticity of the token, the young man, Ma Fei, draped an arm around Yi Chen's shoulder, embracing him as a brother. Indeed, brother Ma, you are also a dear friend of mine. Yi Chen thought to himself, rolling his eyes, yet outwardly engaged in the pretentious pleasantries with Ma Fei. After exchanging niceties for a while, Yi Chen inquired, Brother Ma, may I ask what brings you all here? Aside from Ma Fei, there were several others present, though they appeared relatively weak. Nevertheless, they exuded an air of arrogance, casting disdainful glances at Ma Fei. Feigning an intention to leave, Yi Chen began to withdraw. Wait, Brother Yi, Ma Fei interjected, a spark of cunning in his eyes. This matter can indeed be discussed. All I ask is that the next time you encounter old Zhao, you speak a few flattering words on my behalf. Rest assured, Brother Ma, since you are my friend, I shall certainly convey complimentary words about you to old Zhao, Yi Chen replied, maintaining his facade. Yi Chen patted his chest and assured, despite feeling nauseated by his own hypocrisy, that he had no choice but to navigate the current circumstances. Very well, I shall share this with you, my brother, he said. Ma Fei nodded and leaned closer to Yi Chen, whispering, you see, we are all here to gain experience. I happen to be affiliated with the Shiyu Baidao Hang, serving under the esteemed Zhao Lao, and fortuitously found myself in this opportunity. The others here, for the most part, hail from the three great empires, and thus look down upon me, relegating me to this position of surveillance. Gain experience? What exactly is transpiring here? Yi Chen inquired, perplexed. Surely, you are aware of the demon race in the far west? Ma Fei responded. Of course I am. What of it? Yi Chen replied. Well, it is quite baffling. They have audaciously slain a powerful purple martial king from our Baibao Hang. This is a blatant provocation against us, Ma Fei exclaimed. We are preparing to confront the demon race, ensuring they comprehend the might of our Baibao Hang. Though we have all joined the fray, as I mentioned earlier, my role here is primarily to gain experience. Yi Chen was astonished at the prospect of a grand conflict between the Baibao Hang and the demon race. Indeed, it is also a means to showcase our martial prowess, allowing the people of the Fenghuang continent to recognize the strength of our Baibao Hang. We have intentionally publicized this incident, Ma Fei lamented. Although I possess some connections, they are limited to this region of the Shiyu. The ultimate authority here rests with Zhao Lao. It is a privilege merely to be present in this capacity, and I have little access to further information. I see. And where is Zhao Lao now, Brother Ma? Is it in the Yudo Kingdom? Yu Chen inquired. Indeed, Elder Zhao remains in the Yudo Kingdom, came the response. After all, Elder Zhao's strength is limited, and he must unify command from the rear. Thank you, Brother Ma. I shall take my leave to the Yudo Kingdom now, Yi Chen declared. Once I meet Elder Zhao, I will certainly convey to him the valorous deeds of Brother Ma in battle. Haha, Ma Fei chuckled. There is no need to inform Elder Zhao, he is already aware. It suffices that those under Elder Zhao know of your exploits. For there are still many here who remain unconvinced. Rest assured, Brother Ma, Yi Chen assured him. After bidding farewell to Ma Fei, he proceeded to fetch water, as he had previously mentioned doing so. After drawing some water from the well, Yi Chen parted ways with Ma Fei. He needed to process the significant news regarding the conflict between the Treasure Guild and the demon race. He had not anticipated such a momentous event occurring during his few months of cultivation at the Little Arctic Palace. As he rode, his thoughts wandered to the Ice Serpent. He wondered how it was faring. Although he and the Ice Serpent belonged to different realms, their interactions had been quite pleasant. Setting aside these thoughts, Yi Chen continued to ride the Sand Scorpion towards the capital of the Yudo Kingdom, Ulan City. He had taught the Sand Scorpion to read the map, allowing it to navigate independently. While seated atop the Sand Scorpion, Yi Chen did not rest. He diligently practiced the Virtual Divine Technique and the Hellish Lion Elephant Strength Technique. The latter technique involved refining his arms with elemental energy and was relatively straightforward for Yi Chen, as he had already attained the rank of a 4-star martial general. He swiftly completed the initial 4 levels of the Hellish Lion Elephant Strength Technique, feeling an invigorating surge of power in his arms. With the application of the Hellish Lion Elephant Fist, he estimated that he could enhance his strength by at least 7 or 8 times. However, these enhancements are merely a small fraction of his true power. For Yi Chen's greatest strength lies beyond this. He has also begun to cultivate the ethereal divine techniques. Yet, despite his initiation, he remains far from formidable, only able to emulate the weakest of demonic beasts. Beneath him lies a sand scorpion, and he persistently attempts to project this creature. Yet his current mental prowess falls short of manifesting the scorpion, leaving him with an elusive sense of incompleteness. Yi Chen senses that his control over mental energy requires slight refinement. The most effective methods to enhance this control involve alchemy or artifact forging, which significantly bolster mental acuity. Nevertheless, time is of the essence for Yi Chen, as he must also refine the Chaos Demon Pearl, rendering his schedule exceedingly tight. Fortunately, he is still youthful, with boundless possibilities ahead. Chapter 65. Farewell to Elder Zhao. Upon entering Ulan City, the scene remained reminiscent of his previous visit, brimming with exotic charm. Particularly, the young maidens gracing the streets with their slender waists and snow-white thighs still caused Yi Chen's cheeks to flush and heart to race. However, this time Yi Chen is not the same as before. Previously, he was merely a yellow-ranked martial master, yet now he has ascended to a blue 4-star martial general. achieving a remarkable elevation of 2 significant ranks. At that time, his mental energy was already at the 4-fold green level, whereas now it has reached the 5-fold blue level, marking a substantial advancement. Yet, the passage of time has been nearly 10 months. 6 of those were spent in a coma refining the nether ice calamity. 1 month was dedicated to travel, and he has devoted roughly 3 months to cultivating within the minor Arctic palace. Given such a lengthy duration for only this modest progression, Chen cannot help but feel dissatisfied, persistently lamenting the sluggish pace of his cultivation. Within a mere few minutes, Chen arrived at the treasure pavilion. "Mr. Chen, you have arrived," greeted a staff member who recognized him, exuding warmth upon his entrance. "Is Elder Zhao available?" "I have matters to discuss with him," Chen stated directly. "Elder Zhao is inside. Allow me to escort you to him," the staff member replied, and with a nod from Chen, they proceeded to meet Elder Zhao. Upon seeing Chen, Elder Zhao was taken aback but quickly gestured for the staff to leave. "Young lad, what brings you to me?" Elder Zhao inquired. Previously, he had assumed Chen was responsible for the demise of Katter and the purple Martial King of the Treasure Pavilion. However, he was astonished to learn that the Martial King had actually fallen at the hands of the Demon Emperor from the extreme west. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, he was relieved he had not betrayed Chen, for otherwise, he too would have faced dire consequences. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Elder Zhao. I do indeed have matters to discuss," Chen replied. "Very well, but before you inquire about my affairs, I too have a question for you," Elder Zhao responded. "Please, ask away." "I am listening," Chen nodded. "What has become of the Martial King Katter? Has he not pursued you?" This was a lingering curiosity for Elder Zhao. Katter had been missing for quite some time, and he speculated that he might have met his end at Chen's hands. Yet, it was evident that Chen did not possess such formidable strength. As for the Martial King Katter, I am not privy to his whereabouts," Chen replied, deliberately withholding the truth. "Following your guidance, I departed from the merchant caravan early and ventured forth alone. I have never even laid eyes on the Martial King Katter. If I had, do you think I would still be standing here now, Elder Zhao?" "Young Yi, you are indeed correct. It is a favorable outcome, most of all because you are unharmed." Elder Zhao, refraining from further inquiry, heartily chuckled while patting Chen's shoulder. "Now, is there something you wish to ask me?" "Elder Zhao, are you acquainted with a man named Wang Li?" Chen inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Elder Zhao. "I am aware that he came to the Treasure Emporium to trade information on 2 occasions," he added. "Indeed, I am acquainted with him," Elder Zhao replied. "I was the one who received him when Wang Li came to sell his intelligence. Based on his description, I surmised that you were the target of their machinations." "Precisely. I was indeed their target at that time. It is truly a stroke of fortune that I survived," Chen remarked. "Do you, by any chance, possess any information regarding the Netherworld Ice Fiend?" Elder Zhao inquired, his tone laced with profound meaning. "The Netherworld Ice Fiend would be of immense value to our Treasure Emporium. Provided you heed our counsel, I assure you, young Yi, that even if you sought to ascend to the Martial King realm, our Treasure Emporium would fulfill your aspirations." "I must express my sincere apologies, Elder Zhao, but I am not privy to any information regarding the Netherworld Ice Fiend. As you are aware of my strength at the time, it would have been impossible for me to refine it." Elder Zhao, albeit with a tinge of disappointment, nodded in acknowledgement. "In truth, we had already surmised as much. The Netherworld Ice Fiend is likely to be found on the Ice Serpent." Chen suddenly realized why the Baibao Guild had launched an assault against the Demon Clan. It was likely an attempt to seize the Yumming Ice Shale. As for the reason behind the cessation of hostilities, could it be that they discovered the Yumming Ice Shale was not in the possession of the Ice Flood Dragon? A sense of impending crisis washed over Chen. Should a truce truly be established between the 2 parties, and they subsequently find that the Yumming Ice Shale is absent from the Ice Flood Dragon, he would undoubtedly face the full force of the Baibao Guild. Chen felt no fear regarding the guild's potential animosity directed at him. He could simply retreat to a secluded corner to cultivate, as he could forego sustenance for years. Yet, he could not dismiss the fact that he bore the weight of the entire Yi family, along with his grandfather, parents, and younger brother. What if the Baibao Guild resorted to threatening his family? This thought unsettled Chen, prompting a desire to depart swiftly. Though he did not wish for Elder Zhao to perceive his anxiety, so he feigned composure. Thus, he inquired of Elder Zhao whether there was any news regarding Wang Li. Previously, he had visited that small oasis, only to find it occupied. "So that is the case," Elder Zhao replied. "As for news about Wang Li, I will have someone investigate for you. Please wait here." After directly assigning tasks before Chen, Elder Zhao continued, "Since you have been to that small oasis, did you happen to encounter Ma Fei?" "I did meet him. He even asked me to speak a few good words on your behalf," Chen replied, puzzled. "If Ma Fei knew how much concern you had for him, he surely wouldn't have asked me to intercede on his behalf." Sighing, Elder Zhao reflected, Ma Fei is the descendant of a dear friend of mine from many years past. For all these years, I have been quietly assisting him, though he remains unaware of my support. I, too, defied considerable opposition to secure him a position at the front, intending it as a stepping stone. Once this matter concludes, he should be able to transfer to the Three Empires Treasure Pavilion, perhaps even its headquarters, thus fulfilling my commitment to my friend. After a brief interval, Wang Li's information finally arrived. Elder Zhao, having reviewed it, remarked to Chen, "Young Yi, have a look for yourself. I fear you won't find him in the western regions." Chen examined the documents and discovered that Wang Li had journeyed to the Arctic ice plains several months prior, coinciding with his own expedition there. As for Wang Li's present whereabouts, the treasure pavilion was unable to ascertain them. Given Wang Li's relative insignificance, the treasure pavilion could not constantly monitor his movements. Nevertheless, Wang Li possessed knowledge of Chen's purple gold ring, and Chen sensed that the netherworld ice demon was on the verge of exposure. The purple gold ring, however, could not be compromised. Chen inquired, "Elder Zhao, is it possible to obtain information regarding Wang Li's preparations? I believe the treasure pavilion's capabilities would allow for it." "Indeed," Elder Zhao replied, "but it will require a day or two. We do not typically monitor individuals of Wang Li's stature, so there is limited existing information. A dedicated investigation will necessitate a brief waiting period." "No problem. I shall return in 2 days," Chen agreed, before departing from the treasure pavilion. Chen sighed, lamenting the inadequacy of his own strength. He yearned to compress time, recognizing the escalating sense of peril that surrounded him. Chapter 66. The Secret of Kater. As Chen pondered, a shadow stealthily passed by him, capturing his attention. Although this individual had donned various disguises, their face was unmistakably revealed before Chen. To his surprise, it was General Wu Meng, the very one who had previously guided him to meet the Martial King Kater. Wu Meng, deliberately revealing himself in such a furtive manner, clearly intended to lure Chen away. Yet, emboldened by his own prowess, Chen felt no fear and chose to follow. After all, aside from Martial King Kater, the entire nation of Yudo could scarcely produce any formidable opponents. As Wu Ming traversed the terrain, he discreetly cast a glance back at Chen, visibly relieved to find him in pursuit. Chen observed Wu Ming's behavior keenly, curious about the intentions behind his actions, yet he remained resolute in his chase. Realizing he was being followed, Wu Ming quickened his pace, swiftly exiting the city of Ulan. Several hours later, he halted at a desolate site approximately 30 kilometers from Ulan, a forsaken desert ruin that bore the remnants of past habitation, now appearing in a state of decay. "Young man," Wu Ming remarked with a smirk, "I cannot discern whether you are naive or simply ignorant for daring to follow me." Chen replied with a grin, "I am rather curious as to why you have deliberately drawn me here." Meanwhile, he noted that Wu Ming seemed to have ascended to the rank of Blue Martial Commander. The first time he encountered Wu Ming, the latter was merely a green-hued martial general. It seems that in the span of these 10 months, with the absence of the Cadal Martial King, Wu Ming has been able to command any resource within the royal palace, thus elevating himself to the status of a blue-hued martial commander. No wonder he possesses the audacity to summon me here. "Let us speak candidly, has Cadal perished?" Wu Ming inquired, his tone devoid of the former flattery and deference he displayed towards Cadal. "Why do you assert that?" Chen replied with a smile. "In the past, Cadal was required to visit this place every month," Wu Ming stated, "yet now, he has not appeared for 10 months. And what concern is that of mine?" Chen retorted with a dismissive glance. "You may not have comprehended my earlier statement. Cadal was obligated to come here monthly. Obligated, do you understand?" Wu Ming insisted. "This was Cadal's custom. Since he has not arrived in 10 months, it stands to reason that his fate must be death. Cadal followed you when you departed. A martial king of his caliber would not lose track of you. Thus you must know the entirety of the truth." Haha. Upon witnessing Wu Ming's deductions, Chen ceased to feign ignorance. "Since you have surmised Cadal's fate, what emboldens you to summon me here? Are you not afraid I might take your life?" As Chen spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave, and his aura intensified. Having previously faced even the pinnacle of demon kings like the Ice-Toad Demon King, his imposing presence was formidable indeed. "You need not attempt to intimidate me." Wu Ming experienced a momentary trepidation, which he swiftly overcame, proclaiming without fear when Katter was pursuing you. You were merely a yellow martial master. It's improbable that you were the one who eliminated Katter. Perhaps you stumbled upon some stroke of serendipity. In any event, I cannot envision it. However, having lured you here today, I harbor no apprehension towards you. Chen responded. Given your awareness of the secrets harbored within this location by Katter, why have you not ventured inside after such a protracted period? Why instead did you entice me here and divulge this information? It is not that I am unwilling to enter, but rather that I am incapable, Chen replied, shaking his head. For entry requires a key. What key? Katter's amethyst and gold ring is indeed in your possession, which confirms that he met his demise at your hands. Chen scrutinized Chen intently before continuing. Aside from myself, you will be unable to locate the entrance. If you are capable of finding it, why should I not be? Chen retorted, commencing a search of the dilapidated ruins. However, after an hour, Chen had made no progress. At this juncture, Chen remarked, I am able to locate it because I devoted a month to the task. Even if you surpass me in prowess and intellect, it would still require you at least half a month. He chuckled, adding, I observed you exiting the 100 Treasures Emporium earlier, suggesting some pressing matter. Can you afford to wait half a month? You are astute. Chen had not anticipated that Chen would discern this. He was currently under potential duress from the 100 Treasures Emporium, making time a critical factor. Speak. What are your terms? I shall furnish the location, and you shall provide the amethyst and gold ring. Elated, Ming exclaimed, once we unlock this place, whatever secrets or treasures Kardar holds, we shall divide them equally. Agreed. Chen promptly responded. Unbeknownst to Ming, the greatest secret and wealth of Kardar, the 9 Phoenix Skyflame occupying approximately 10 square meters within the violet gold ring, had already been completely acquired by Chen. Chen nodded, acknowledging Ming's words. Ming, being the most familiar with Kardar, had spent a month locating this place. Had Chen come alone, it would have likely taken him at least that long. Ming continued to lead the way, with Chen closely following behind. Upon entering, they found themselves in darkness. But Ming's fire elemental force served as an excellent source of illumination. He conjured 2 intensely bright fireballs to light up the staircase. The staircase consisted of about 180 steps, and Chen estimated that they were approximately 40 to 50 meters below ground. Finally, the two reached a stone door. Ming halted, deliberately illuminating a small hole in the stone door with a fireball. Chen observed that the hole was precisely the size of the violet gold ring. Very well, this is Kardar's ultimate secret. By placing the violet gold ring into this hole, the stone door shall be opened. Ming exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. The relics left behind in Kardar's palace alone had allowed him to advance to the Blue Martial General realm. Obtaining Kardar's final secret would undoubtedly enable him to reach the Purple Martial King realm. As for Chen, Ming thought to himself with sinister glee. Having learned such a significant secret, does he truly believe he will leave here alive? Although Chen had appeared formidable earlier, perhaps his strength was merely superficial. For 10 months, he amassed a plethora of resources, ascending from a green martial general to a blue martial commander. In contrast, Chen was merely a yellow martial master at that time, devoid of any resources. How could he possibly surpass himself? Therefore, passively awaiting his demise was the only fate that awaited Chen. Although Chen was unaware of Ming's precise intentions, he discerned that Ming harbored ill will. Nevertheless, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities and retrieved the purple gold storage ring. Upon seeing the ring, Ming's eyes betrayed a fervent greed. Though he quickly concealed it, he remained oblivious to the true nature of what lay beyond the stone door and still required Chen's assistance. Once everything within was thoroughly investigated, it would mark Chen's end. Chen, perceptive and unperturbed, placed the purple gold storage ring into the small opening. The moment the ring was positioned, the entire stone door rumbled ominously before gradually swinging open. Both Chen and Ming fixed their gaze intently on the scene beyond the door. Chapter 67. The Trapped Ones as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Their expression shifted to one of astonishment. In that very instant, Ming suddenly launched an attack against Chen. Fierce flames coalesced into 2 fiery fists, hurtling towards Chen's head. In such close proximity, Ming was convinced he could eliminate Chen in an instant. However, Chen had long been wary of Ming. How could he allow such a sneak attack to succeed? Had Ming refrained from his aggressive maneuver, Chen might have spared his life. Yet now, as Ming courted his own demise, he could not blame Chen for being ruthless. Ming wielded fiery fists, while Chen conjured ice fists imbued with the essence of profound frost. as the conflagratory and glacial fists collided. Instead of a crackling sound, Wu Ming's fiery fist was instantly frozen by Yi Chen. Wu Ming was taken aback, wondering what kind of ice possessed such potency. Subsequently, Wu Ming augmented the output of his fire elemental power, but to no avail. Conversely, his arms were gradually being frozen, then covered throughout his entire body. And Wu Ming became an ice sculpture. His shocked expression was lifelike and clearly visible. As for why Yi Chen could instantly eliminate Wu Ming, how could a novice Azure martial commander like Wu Ming, whose strength was forcibly elevated by consuming resources, compare to Yi Chen, a combatant who had experienced various life and death situations? He was certainly destined to be instantly defeated. Since Wu Ming possessed a wealth of knowledge, Yi Chen shattered Wu Ming's ice sculpture completely. After confirming that there was no possibility of resurrection, Yi Chen retrieved the violet gold ring and then stepped into the stone gate. In fact, he had already perceived the situation inside the stone gate earlier, but now he entered simply to indulge his curiosity. Both he and Wu Ming had witnessed that inside the stone gate was a square cave artificially carved out of the mountain. The cave was illuminated by more than a dozen embedded luminous pearls. Inside, there was only a solitary figure, bound by thick chains that emanated a mysterious luster, indicating their extraordinary material. At this moment, the person was emaciated. Having heard the sounds from outside, the person had already seen Yi Chen and Wu Ming. His eyes were hazy, as if he were on the verge of death. However, before Yi Chen entered, when he retrieved the violet gold ring, a glimmer of brightness flashed in his hazy eyes. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yi Chen did not approach the figure, but inquired from a distance, puzzled. Uncertain of this person's background, he dared not draw closer, particularly since this individual was ensnared by Cadle, which undoubtedly harbored secrets unknown to others. "Who am I?" The figure spoke, his voice raspy, as if he had endured severe torment. "Haha, even if I tell you, you would not comprehend who I am. If you do not speak, I shall know even less." Yi Chen exclaimed, raising his hands in exasperation. "You may call me Emperor Puming," the figure replied. "Emperor Puming?" Yi Chen's heart raced with astonishment. Could he be a sovereign-level powerhouse? Yet, how could such a formidable being be trapped by Cadle, the purple martial king, and meet such a tragic fate? Was it due to the 9 Phoenix celestial flame within the purple gold ring? It seemed that Cadle's greatest secret lay here. "Now that you are able to come here, I presume Cadle must be dead." Emperor Puming's inquiry bore a tone of certainty regarding Cadle's demise, and Yi Chen could discern his palpable delight. Cadle is indeed dead. To ascertain this person's identity, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on Emperor Puming and stated, "Cadle perished under the backlash of the 9 Phoenix celestial flame." "Haha, splendid, splendid, splendid," Emperor Puming exclaimed, his joy unmistakable upon hearing of Cadle's demise. After expressing his exuberance, he took a breath and continued, "Young man, do you have any food? Please share some with me. Cadle used to bring me food once a month, and now it has been 10 months since I last ate. I am on the brink of starvation." "Oh, why should I provide you with food?" Just moments ago, Yi Chen had been intently observing the Emperor Puming. Aside from his spoken words, it was impossible to discern any shift in his expressions. Yi Chen pondered whether the 9 Phoenix heavenly flame was indeed concealed within the purple gold storage ring of Emperor Puming. "Do you understand why Cadle has imprisoned me here?" inquired Emperor Puming. "Why?" Yi Chen responded with curiosity. "Because he covets my unparalleled martial art, the Phoenix spreading wings," replied Puming. "If you provide me with sustenance and release me, I shall impart the Phoenix spreading wings to you. What say you?" "Ha, if I release you, what guarantee do I have that you won't harm me?" Yi Chen chuckled. "I cannot place my trust in you, unless you first share the Phoenix spreading wings with me. Only then can I consider your proposal." The heavy chain appeared to bear no weight upon Emperor Puming, as he effortlessly accepted food and water, devouring them ravenously. Yi Chen then realized that there was not a trace of elemental energy emanating from Puming. He was perplexed. How could Puming endure 10 months without nourishment, akin to an ordinary person surviving a year without food? After his gluttonous feast, Emperor Puming, now thoroughly satisfied, declared, "Since this is a transaction, young man, you must also provide me with sustenance. I can recite the Phoenix spreading wings for you, but only half, and I shall speak it only once. As for the other half, we shall discuss that once I am freed." With that, Emperor Puming commenced the recitation of the incantation for the Phoenix spreading wings. Yi Chen listened intently, growing increasingly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that the Phoenix spreading wings was an extraordinary technique of movement. At present, his only weakness lies in his agility. Should he master the art of the Phoenix wings, he would be devoid of any vulnerabilities. However, Emperor Puming paused mid-recitation. The technique consisted of merely 6 levels, sufficient to elevate Yi Chen to the rank of Blue Martial Commander. Thus, our transaction is deemed complete. The latter half of the technique will be bestowed upon you when you successfully extricate me from this predicament. After dining, Emperor Puming had regained a measure of his vitality. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, filled with enthusiasm, immediately commenced his training. Yet, the initiation into the Phoenix Wings was exceedingly challenging, akin to a virtual divine skill. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could this also be a divine technique? Aware that he could not decipher the Phoenix Wings immediately, he inquired of Emperor Puming. How shall I rescue you? Simply sever the iron chains of meteorite that bind me, replied Emperor Puming. However, severing these chains is no trivial task. The meteorite iron, originating from celestial bodies, inherently suppresses primal energy. If you attempt to sever it with your own energy, it will absorb all of your power. Surely it must have its limits? Yi Chen queried. For instance, how much energy is required to break it? Indeed, the demon clans residing in the Dark Empire have submitted to humanity. It is said that the demon race journeyed across the Eastern Sea, ultimately establishing their roots in the Dark Empire. This time, Emperor Puming did not withhold information. He imparted the entirety of the 9 layers of the Mighty Bull Demon technique to Yi Chen. It is said that reaching the 7th layer would allow one to transform into the Mighty Bull Demon King, possessing unparalleled strength. However, to attain the 7th layer, one must acquire the blood essence of the Bull Demon clan. However, Yi Chen felt somewhat awkward. Acquiring the essence of the Bull Demon clan to transform into a Bull Demon seemed utterly grotesque, and thus he was disinclined to pursue this path of cultivation. He directly inquired, is it possible to exchange for a different set of techniques? After all, I am a rather handsome human, and I have no desire to become so unattractive. Ah, you young rascal, isn't it sufficient to enhance your strength? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. The Great Power Bull Demon technique, at best, could be mastered to the 6th layer. Beyond that, it would transform him into the Great Power Bull Demon King, a fate he would adamantly refuse to embrace. As for the Phoenix Wing display, it was indeed a divine skill. Until he learned of it, he remained blissfully unaware. But upon its revelation, the thought of not mastering it would undoubtedly cause him discomfort, especially considering it was an artifact that King Katter had clung to for so many years. It must be something extraordinary. Chapter 68. Returning home upon emerging from the cave, Yi Chen experienced a sensation akin to stepping into another world. He had not anticipated that just a few hours could grant him 2 new techniques. The Phoenix Wing display was self-evident. Once mastered, it would render him nearly untouchable. As for the Great Power Bull Demon technique, although it transformed into the Great Power Bull Demon King beyond the 7th layer, he could still cultivate the layers below that, which would at the very least bestow him with a physique equivalent to that of a Blue Martial Commander. Strong indeed. Yi Chen pondered. So, it's the one who serves the Sword of the Underworld, isn't it? Typically, the Sword of the Underworld rests in Wang Li's possession, and he merely draws it during battle. Ah, then what is the current strength of the Underworld? Yi Chen was surprised that Wang Li had such an opportunity to align himself with the Underworld. Approximately at the pinnacle of the Blue 9-star Martial Commander, Zhao Laodao replied. Given your current strength, it would be impossible for you to eliminate Wang Li. Well, I shall act according to the circumstances when the time comes. Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, he was not yet a match for the pinnacle of the Blue 9-star Martial Sovereign. By the way, it is quite surprising that after such a long time apart, you, my dear brother Yi, have joined the Little North Polar Palace. And you have even become an inner disciple, truly a cause for celebration, exclaimed Zhao Lao. Aha, Zhao Lao, you flatter me. I merely had the good fortune to join. Yi Chen replied modestly. Good fortune, you say? Well, I too wish to be fortunate. Zhao Lao rolled his eyes, fully aware that the Little North Polar Palace is one of the 3 most selective sects in the Arctic ice fields, with a history that stretches far back. To be accepted into the Little North Polar Palace is indeed a testament to your own merits. I have nothing of great value to offer you, so I shall give you some attribute-less elemental stones for your everyday use. At Yi Chen's level, gold coins are no longer necessary. Transactions are conducted using elemental stones. Of course, elemental stones can possess attributes, but the ones Zhao Lao provided to Yi Chen were attribute-less, meaning any martial artist could cultivate with them. Zhao Lao continued. Yi Chen, feeling the urgency, expressed his apologies. Never mind, Zhao Lao. I must set off immediately and not delay any further. Very well. Do you require someone to escort you? Zhao Lao inquired. No need. I am familiar with the way, Yi Chen replied, having visited once before. Without further pleasantries, he hurriedly exited the treasure pavilion. Once outside, Chen made his way directly to the previous location to search for the sand scorpion. After stabilizing his mindset, he began his cultivation. This time, he did not practice virtual divine techniques or martial skills. Instead, he focused on enhancing his elemental power. Although he had composed himself, a sense of unease lingered, precluding him from focusing on cultivating divine skills, leaving him with no alternative but to augment his yuan power. As for his mental fortitude, the encounters with the three-eyed youth and the ice-toed demon king, albeit somewhat contrived, had exerted immense pressure on him, enabling his mental strength to seamlessly ascend to the intermediate stage of Azure. However, his yuan power remained stagnant at the 4th star of Azure, showing no signs of progression. In the western regions, the scarcity of human presence in the vast deserts was palpable, but as they approached the Holy Empire, the population density gradually increased. Observers were immediately impressed by Chen's entourage, while the possession of demonic pets was not unheard of. The sheer flamboyance of a sand scorpion as a pet was a rare sight. Upon beholding Qingshi City, Chen was overcome by a poignant sense of homecoming. Unaware of his sentiments, the sand scorpion proceeded into Qingshi City as instructed. The city guards and passers-by at the entrance were visibly apprehensive at the sight of the massive rank 4 demonic beast, the sand scorpion. However, discerning a human figure on its back, they surmised that it was a demonic pet, preventing them from fleeing in terror. Once the sand scorpion had entered Qingshi City, the onlookers at the city gate began to murmur amongst themselves, marveling at the individual who possessed such a formidable rank 4 demonic pet, speculating as to which influential figure from another city had arrived in their midst. One individual remarked that the young man seemed vaguely familiar. Another chimed in, suggesting that it might be Yi Chen, the young master of the Yi family who had been jilted by the He family. Chapter 69. Offending Snow Mountain City. As for the sand scorpion, Yi Chen instructed the servants to provide it with meticulous care. The household servants were initially filled with trepidation. However, upon witnessing that the scorpion did not pose a threat to humans, they found the courage to tend to it. Yi Chen followed his family into the family hall. "Chenner, where have you been for the past year? Why did you leave without a word?" The family was rife with speculation, suggesting that he had stealthily departed due to the emotional turmoil from the He family's annulment of the engagement. Yi Chen understood that the more severe the elders appeared, the deeper their concern for him. He replied, "That is not the case. I merely observed that Shi Ku had already become a green martial master at the age of 12, and I felt there was little reason for me to remain at home. It seemed more beneficial to venture out and hone my skills. As for the past year, I have been training in the little Arctic palace on the Arctic ice fields." Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, the mention of his brother Yi Chi Ku caused a fleeting change in the expressions of his family. Yi Chen regarded Chi Ku's absence as quite normal, considering Chi Ku was often away training in Snow Mountain City. However, the family refrained from discussing Chi Ku's situation. Yi Qingfeng continued, "Chenner, you ventured to the Arctic ice fields? Are you aware of the status of the latter part of our family's Xianbing formula? Have you managed to acquire it?" "I have not yet obtained the latter part of the Xianbing formula," Yi Chen admitted, "but I assure you that I will acquire it. You need not feel undue pressure." Yi Qifeng nodded. "As long as you achieve success, that is sufficient. We are growing old and can only rely on you now." "Grandfather is mistaken. You are still as vigorous as ever," Yi Chen remarked. "Look at how lean you have become. You must have faced numerous hardships outside. For the sons of the Yi family, such trials are but trifles." Yi Qifeng remarked, "Old man, I too wish to witness Chenner's prowess. You wouldn't deny me that, would you?" Lin Shuayer, feeling helpless, replied, "Since father has spoken, I have no choice." At that moment, Yi Chen interjected, "He, grandfather, father. I believe it is better to refrain. Engaging in a duel with Yi Qiu would merely be akin to bullying the weak." Although Yi Qiu had achieved the rank of a green 1-star martial general upon Yi Chen's departure, he still fell significantly short in comparison to Yi Chen's formidable strength. "Youngster, are you underestimating your father?" Yi Qiu retorted, his eyes narrowing. "It has only been a year since you left, and you've already grown wings." "Shuayer, accompany Chenner," Yi Qiu instructed. "Of course," Lin Shuayer responded, taking Yi Chen's hand as they departed. "Father, should we inform Chenner?" Yi Qiu inquired. His current strength might prove beneficial to Chica, especially since he mentioned joining a force called the Little North Polar Palace. "I suspect that with a level 4 demon pet, he could hold a certain status within the Little North Polar Palace." Yi Qingfeng considered, "That is a possibility. However, let us wait a few days before revealing this to Chenner. He deserves a few days of rest. After all, His journey to the Arctic ice field is the aspiration of our lineage for generations, and it has unexpectedly come to fruition through him. As for the nature of the little North Polar Palace, Yi Qingfeng and the others in Qingshi City were oblivious. Even Yi Chen, had he not ventured out, would remain unaware that the little North Polar Palace, boasting a silver martial emperor, was on par with one of the 9 super cities of the 3 great empires, far beyond the imagination of those affiliated with a mere third-tier city like Qingshi. Indeed, Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu could only speculate that the little Arctic palace must be a formidable force. Meanwhile, Yi Chen recounted his experiences from the past year to his mother, Lin Shuier, sharing all that he could. Lin Shuier listened with great concern, urging, "Chen, you must prioritize your safety while you are out there." Chapter 70. Intercepted on the road, so you were already aware, Yi Qingfeng remarked. Originally, he and your father had planned to inform you in a few days, but since you are already in the know, Qiu, please share the details with Chen. Yi Qiu nodded, stating, "It is not that we have offended Snow Mountain City. Rather, it is Snow Mountain City that owes our Yi family." "What has happened to your brother, Chica?" Yi Chen exclaimed, suddenly seized by a foreboding sense. "Is it not as you suspect?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a momentary relief, only for Yi Qiu to continue. "However, it is not far from it. Your brother Chica has had his meridian severed. He can no longer cultivate." "What?" Yi Chen erupted in fury. "Who did this?" "Grandfather, father, do you know? And where is Chica now?" "Half a year ago, Chica was taken by his master," Yi Qingfeng sighed. "His master is a good person. He has taken Chica to the 3 major super cities of the empire in search of a healing solution. However, it has been over 6 months without any word." Sighing, he added, "I hope they can find a remedy." Who could have done this? Though Yi Chen wished for Chica to discover a healing solution with his master, he was resolute that the perpetrator must face severe retribution. Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu exchanged glances and remarked, "In truth, we possess little evidence. However, based on our extensive investigation, it appears to be Chen Yiping, the vice commander of the Snow Mountain Knights." "Are we certain it is he?" Yi Chen recalled Chen Yiping vividly. The last time, the heavenly harp sorceress had left him the beast sound technique, and Chen Yiping had come to demand it from him. When he refused, Chen Yiping even sent assassins after him. To his astonishment, he had now targeted his younger brother, Chica. This was intolerable for Yi Chen. If it was indeed him, Yi Chen had resolved that he would ascend Snow Mountain City, even if it meant confronting Chen Yiping. "Yes, I am 90% certain." Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu nodded in agreement. "Very well, since we have confirmed it is he, I shall go and slay him." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Now that certainty had been established, both old grievances and new enmities demanded Chen Yiping's demise. Moreover, Yi Chen suspected that the reason Chen Yiping had incapacitated Chica was likely tied to himself. After eliminating Chen Yiping's subordinates and journeying to the Arctic ice field, Chen Yiping had found himself powerless against Yi Chen, resorting instead to retaliating against Chica. This thought only heightened Yi Chen's fury. "Chener, do not act impulsively," Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu urgently advised upon witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor. "Chen Yiping is not only the vice commander of the Snow Mountain Knights, but also a formidable blue 1-star martial general. Currently, you are not his match. You are still young. Wait until you surpass him in strength before seeking revenge. Do not act rashly now." "Understood, grandfather, father. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively." A mere blue-star martial artist, Yi Chen is certain to eliminate Chen Yiping. However, he wishes to spare his grandfather and father from worry, even from surveillance. Thus, he can only express himself in this manner for now. "That is good. That is good. You are the hope of our Yi family," Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu affirmed. "Even if Chica's master cannot find a way to heal him, as long as your strength reaches an unparalleled level, perhaps you will be able to assist Chica." "Understood." Yi Chen nodded, yet upon recalling how Chen Yiping had incapacitated Yi Chica, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him, rendering him restless. He addressed Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu. "I need to step out for a while to clear my mind. Yes, a little time to reflect is beneficial. Chener, please do not act impulsively. Your future holds infinite possibilities. Rest assured, I am aware. For Chica's sake, I must strive to cultivate diligently," Yi Chen replied. "Very well, you may go." Observing Yi Chen's resolute demeanor, Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu chose not to restrain him any further. After leaving the Yi residence, Yi Chen initially pretended to take a leisurely stroll, yet his direction pointed resolutely towards the city gates. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yiping must perish. He refrained from taking Sha Xie along, for doing so would undoubtedly alert his family to his intentions of heading to Shueshan City. However, As Chen walked, a group of 7 or 8 individuals obstructed his path. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, exuding an air of dominance. Behind him was an individual Chen recognized, Yi Qihong's grandson, Yi Qifeng. Chen, where do you think you're going? Yi Qifeng had never anticipated encountering Chen outside. It certainly made things more convenient. Where I go is none of your concern, Chen retorted, his tone laced with irritation. He was on the verge of seeking vengeance for Yi Qika, but Yi Qifeng obstructed his path, his impatience palpable. Oh, Chen, it's been less than a year since you stepped outside. I cannot gauge your strength, but your temper seems to have intensified. Yi Qifeng glared at Chen, emboldened by the presence of allies behind him. He had long harbored resentment over his previous defeat to Chen, attributing it merely to luck, and now sought an opportunity for retribution. However, Chen had already departed from Qishir City due to the He family's annulment of their engagement. Get lost, you cur. Don't block my path. Chen was agitated by Yi Qifeng's remarks. Huh? Do you have any idea who stands before you? How dare you speak so boldly? I fear you might be frightened to death if I revealed it. Yi Qifeng laughed, finding amusement in Chen's audacity. Who is it? Speak it aloud and let me hear. I wonder if I will indeed be terrified. In Chen's mind, a thought flickered. Perhaps he could unleash some of his frustration on this group, which would reassure Yi Qifeng and Yi Qiu, proving he wouldn't act recklessly in seeking vengeance. By the time they realized his absence, he would have already reached Shueshan City to avenge Yi Qika. This is my master, General Lan Feng. Yi Qifeng introduced slowly, anticipating the fear that would wash over Chen. Oh, General Lan Feng. So he has been your steadfast support all along. Chen acknowledged with a nod, seemingly unfazed. You are quite the arrogant lad. Upon hearing the words, those behind Yi Qifeng instantly cast furious glances at Chen. Even the middle-aged man, who had been merely observing, darkened his expression upon hearing Chen's remarks and witnessing his demeanor. How dare a young master from a trifling third-tier family speak to him in such a manner? Had he not exhibited his prowess in a while, allowing such a minor family to challenge him so audaciously? Just as Lan Feng, the martial general, was about to speak, Yi Qifeng preemptively questioned Chen. Chen, who do you think you are to address my master in such a manner? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own reflection? Fool. In response to Yi Qifeng's blustering behavior, Chen chose to disregard him, retorting, Why don't you tell me what business you have in obstructing me? Yi Qifeng, upon hearing this, glanced at Lan Feng, seeking confirmation as to whether Chen's audacious actions warranted further pursuit. Lan Feng nodded slightly, then shook his head. Yi Qifeng quickly grasped the situation, stating, In light of your earlier insolence, my master is willing to forgive you. However, the condition for such forgiveness is that you present your 4th-tier demonic pet. Oh, so you have your eyes on my sand scorpion, Chen realized suddenly. Since you are aware that my master is the martial general Lan Feng, only he is worthy of a 4th-tier demonic pet. You do not qualify, so hand it over obediently, and my master will overlook your earlier arrogance. Yi Qifeng declared, Indeed, surrender the 4th-tier demonic pet, and your arrogance shall be forgiven. The surrounding onlookers nodded in agreement, as if this were the only reasonable course of action. Chen chuckled in disbelief, realizing the truth behind the saying that people tend to associate with those of similar disposition. Surely, this group must be composed of fools. Chapter 71. Just a move, what are you laughing at? What is amusing? Upon witnessing Chen's laughter, Yi Qifeng, bewildered, questioned him. He believed his words were entirely reasonable and expected. What could possibly be humorous about them? I find it laughable that you all seem unwell. Chen retorted with a roll of his eyes. You are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Yi Qifeng shot back angrily. Isn't your family inclusive of me? Chen replied, By insulting yourself, you reveal not only your own folly but also the extent of your madness. I have no desire to engage in a debate with you. Will you hand it over or not? Yi Qifeng, realizing he could not best Chen an argument, shifted the topic. Look at you. Are you not the epitome of madness? Why should I entrust my demon pet to you? Chen feigned astonishment, responding with a question of his own. Because you are unworthy. Only my master, the martial general Lan Feng, is deserving. Yi Qifeng declared. Then why doesn't he your master catch and raise one himself? Why seek me out? Chen countered. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen, you are courting death. Since reasoning has failed, let me resolve this with force. Yi Qifeng seethed. Reasoning? How absurd. You come here with a band of followers and your master, the martial general Lan Feng, to seize my demon pet, yet you dare to speak of reason? Yi Chen challenged, "Enough with your sophistry. Let me see what progress you've made over this past year." As Yi Qifeng witnessed Yi Chen's inability to comprehend, he could no longer contain himself. With a surge of energy, he prepared to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt somewhat exasperated, perceiving that Yi Qifeng and his companions had been severely brainwashed. How absurd it was for them to attempt to seize his demonic pet and consider it a perfectly reasonable act. The audacity to accuse him of sophistry when he refused to comply left Yi Chen feeling psychologically defeated by this group. Now, with Yi Chen daring to resist, how could Yi Qifeng possibly show him mercy? Regrettably, despite Yi Qifeng's formidable appearance, he was utterly incapable of withstanding a single move from Yi Chen. Yi Chen merely extended a foot and struck Yi Qifeng in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Being members of the Yi family, Yi Chen did not exert excessive force, ensuring that Yi Qifeng would not suffer too much humiliation. You have made considerable progress in your strength this past year. Yet, Yi Qifeng remained oblivious to Yi Chen's intentions. After being kicked away, he mistakenly believed that Yi Chen's speed was merely a facade, lacking true power, and charged at him once more. Observing Yi Qifeng's relentless pursuit, Yi Chen decided to apply a bit more force, once again sending Yi Qifeng sprawling to the ground. This time, Yi Qifeng clutched his stomach, unable to rise. His face contorted in pain. "You truly are a formidable opponent. I underestimated you. No wonder you exude such arrogance. It appears you possess some skill." The martial general, Lan Feng, observed Yi Qifeng's failure to rise after a single strike and took a moment to scrutinize Yi Chen. Just as Lan Feng was about to speak again, Yi Chen interjected, "What is this? Now that you see my capabilities, are you feeling intimidated?" He did not wish to strike Yi Qifeng, however. It does not imply that he refrained from wanting to confront General Lan Feng. Upon hearing the news about Yi Qifeng, a surge of anger welled up within him. If his adversary were to collide with his weapon, it would truly be unfortunate for them. Arrogant. Before Lan Feng could finish his sentence, Yi Chen interjected, causing his face to flush with rage. He hastily completed his thought, stating, "I have encountered young individuals like you before, brimming with arrogance merely due to a modicum of ability, disregarding the world around you. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." "Oh, how bold your words are. On behalf of my parents? I intend to teach you a lesson on behalf of yours." Yi Chen retorted sharply. "Ah, you are courting death. Even if the King of Heaven were to descend, he could not save you now." The fury within General Lan Feng was palpable, as he vowed to severely punish Yi Chen, at the very least breaking his limbs. I would argue that even the King of Heaven cannot shield you from my wrath." Just as General Lan Feng could no longer contain himself and was about to strike, members of the Yi family, Yu Qifeng, Yu Qiu, and the esteemed elder Yu Qihong arrived promptly. In fact, by the time the two factions were embroiled in their dispute, a considerable crowd of residents from Qingshi City had already gathered around them. "Senior Lan Feng, I beseech you not to bully the young and refrain from laying hands on the younger generation of the Yi family," Yi Qingfeng implored. Your offspring are far too arrogant. I have no choice but to intervene." General Lan Feng retorted furiously. "Today, regardless of who arrives, I shall not let him go unpunished. If you wish to lay a hand on my son, you must first pass through me." Although Yi Qiu was aware that Yi Chen had already advanced to a blue 5-star martial general, as a father, he felt compelled to stand before his son at this moment. "Yi Qiu, your opponent is me." At that moment, He Hongwei, the lord of Qingshi City and also the father of He Jiaqing, stepped forth from the crowd to stand before Yi Qiu. The He family had long sought to unify Qingshi City, but Yi Qiu's ascension to the rank of blue martial general, matching their strength, had thwarted their ambitions. As for the Tianqin, which you had taken He Jiaqing away over a year ago, apart from an initial flurry of treasures sent to enhance their power, there had been no further communication. He Hongwei understood that the Holy Empire and the Dark Empire had been adversaries for generations. It was a stroke of fortune that the Holy Empire had not sought to annihilate the He family. If the Tianqin, which were to send further gifts, it might very well lead to their destruction. Nonetheless, a small family like the He clan was hardly of interest to the upper echelons of the Holy Empire. Upon seeing He Hongwei emerge, Yi Qiu fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "This is a private matter for the Yi family. It would be inappropriate for City Lord He to intervene." I am indeed a close friend of Lan Feng," He Hongwei responded with a hearty laugh. "In this matter, I shall certainly side with brother Lan Feng." Indeed, Lan Feng, the martial general, nodded in agreement. Although he privately held disdain for Yi Qiu, Believing that even with Yi Chen, they were no match for him, he could not openly disrespect He Hongwei. Especially considering that He Hongwei's daughter had a Master of Purple Martial King status. There was a possibility that she might become a formidable powerhouse in the future. However, Yi Chen stepped forward and said, "Grandfather, father, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. I do not regard him as a threat. And as for the head of the He family, if he insists on meddling, I believe it is imperative to teach him a lesson." Did you hear that? Did you hear? Lan Feng, the martial general, whose fury had been momentarily suppressed, flared up once more. "Who dares to obstruct me? That person is my mortal enemy. Chener, you are truly too young." Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qiu were taken aback by Yi Chen's unrestrained words, realizing he had offended a formidable adversary in Lan Feng. Nevertheless, since the offense had already occurred, they were unperturbed. The Yi family had no fear of confrontation. "Grandfather, father, he is merely a pawn in my grasp. Had you not arrived, I would have dealt with him myself." Yi Chen had initially intended to unleash his frustrations on Lan Feng, but with so many witnesses present, he could no longer proceed with that course of action. Lan Feng had shouted for quite some time to no avail. But upon hearing Yi Chen refer to him as merely a pawn, he nearly spat blood in rage, unable to contain himself, and lunged at Yi Chen. "Chener, be careful." Yi Qiu instinctively sought to assist Yi Chen as he witnessed Lan Feng's attack. However, Yi Hongwei obstructed Yi Qiu's path, denying him the opportunity to intervene. As Lan Feng charged at Yi Chen, he bellowed, "I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me with just one move." At this moment, Lan Feng's true prowess was evident. He was a 7th-tier martial general, a distinguished warrior of considerable strength. Confronted with an adversary of Lan Feng's caliber, Yi Chen could have prevailed even without resorting to the glacial nether energy. However, having declared his intention to conclude the battle with a single move, he was bound to honor his word. This decisive action also served as an acknowledgement of Lan Feng's martial prowess. Netherworld Lion Elephant Fist. The glacial nether energy coalesced upon Yi Chen's fist, resembling a lion's pounce and an elephant's stomp. His fist collided head-on with Lan Feng's. The latter felt as though he had struck an unyielding block of ice, from which a tremendous force emanated. Lan Feng's body was instantly sent hurtling backward, his fist and arm encased in ice. He Hongwei and Yi Qiu, who were poised to engage, stared in astonishment. Could this truly be Lan Feng, the Azure 7-star general, vanquished by Yi Chen's single strike? He Hongwei, in particular, wore an expression of profound displeasure, akin to swallowing a fly. The onlookers from Qingshi City were rendered speechless. Was this truly the same young master of the Yi family who had once been unable to withstand ridicule and had fled Qingshi City? Could it be that the young master of the Yi family had truly returned as a king? Yi Qifeng, who had just managed to rise from the ground, wore the same expression as the crowd upon witnessing Yi Chen's single-fisted defeat of Lan Feng. For the first time, he regarded this brother of the Yi family with genuine respect. He had always looked down upon Yi Chen, believing that if he had been a fool since childhood, he should remain a fool for life. Why, then, had he become so formidable? Yi Qifeng clenched his teeth resolutely, declaring to Yi Chen, "I shall not be defeated by you. You may remain the fool you are. Lan Feng, the martial general, you are utterly pathetic. I shall seek a more formidable master to guide me. Yi Chen, remember this. I am the foremost genius of the Yi family." Chapter 72. The journey to Snow Mountain City. As he journeyed towards Snow Mountain City, Yi Chen grew impatient with the slow pace. In the midst of his run, he could not help but recall the technique of the phoenix spread wings, and instinctively began to execute it. The first layer of the phoenix spread wings allowed for swift movement, albeit in small, agile maneuvers. As he navigated through the primordial forest, Yi Chen envisioned himself as a phoenix soaring towards the treetops. This visualization enhanced his proficiency in the technique, rendering his movements even more fluid. Originally, it would have taken Yi Chen a day and a half to traverse the primordial forest given his current strength. However, he managed to accomplish the feat in merely half a day. Departing in the evening, he emerged from the forest by dawn. Upon exiting the primordial forest, he found a path that led directly to Snow Mountain City. The city earned its name due to its placement on the mountainside of the Great Snow Mountain, which, owing to its towering elevation, is perpetually blanketed in snow, resembling the icy expanses of the Arctic. As a first-tier main city, Snow Mountain City bustled with life. Comparable in size to the capital of the Utopia Kingdom, Ulan City. Yi Chen's purpose for visiting Snow Mountain City was singular: to confront his nemesis, Chen Yiping, paying no heed to other matters. Upon his arrival, Chen naturally sought to gather information regarding the Snow Mountain Knights, the military force of Snow Mountain City. With little effort, he soon acquired valuable insights about the Knights. The Snow Mountain Knight Order, reporting directly to the Snow Mountain City Lord, comprises merely 200 individuals. They dwell perennially near the summit of Snow Mountain City, dedicating themselves to cultivation and rigorous training on the formidable slopes. The abundance of mystical beasts, though of modest strength, provides ample opportunity for the knights to hone their skills. A contingent of members remains within the city proper, maintaining order and security. Upon learning of the Knight Order's proximity to the mountain's apex, Chen ascended towards the summit. The higher he climbed, the more severe the cold became, rendering the environment inhospitable to ordinary folk and sparsely populated. However, Chen had long acclimated to the frigid climate, concealing his presence. He approached the summit and located the Snow Mountain Knight Order. Eliminating Chen Yiping would likely provoke an immediate assault from dozens, if not hundreds, of the Knight Order. These were not mere bandits, but elite warriors, and even with his confidence, Chen doubted his ability to escape such a force. Furthermore, his family would have likely discovered his clandestine departure and might already be en route to Snow Mountain City. Their arrival would further diminish his chances of avenging his brother. Time was of the essence. Chen resolved to confront Chen Yiping directly. If Chen Yiping dared to harm Yichika, then Chen would seek retribution from the Snow Mountain Knight Order. He would hold the guilty accountable. Having made his decision, Chen abandoned all pretense of stealth and emerged from the shadows. Where is Chen Yiping, the vice-captain of the Snow Mountain Knight Order? He called out from afar. Who are you? And what is your business with our vice-captain? Chen's sudden appearance and challenge immediately attracted the attention of the assembled knights. Soon, a group of young individuals emerged. Apart from those who had ventured out for training, there were still several dozen present. Bring forth Deputy Commander Chen Yiping to speak. Upon seeing me, he instantly comprehended the situation. Chen remarked, I sincerely apologize, but our Deputy Commander Chen Yiping is currently in Snow Mountain City. Upon hearing that Chen Yiping was not present, Chen immediately contemplated departing, saying, I shall trouble you no further. Wait a moment, young man. Do you think the Snow Mountain Knights encampment is a place one can enter and exit at will? A boy, around 13 or 14 years of age, glared at Chen with indignation. However, Chen failed to notice the strange glint in the boy's eyes when their gazes first met. Oh, and what do you propose? Chen inquired. Engage in combat with me. If you manage to defeat me, we shall consider this matter closed, the 13 or 14-year-old declared. Indeed. Do you think our Snow Mountain Knights base is a mere playground? It is not so simple. You shall spar with Juan, and should you emerge victorious, you may leave without further ado. But if you lose, you must truthfully disclose your purpose for seeking Deputy Commander Chen Yiping. Others echoed Juan's sentiments. Very well. Chen responded, let us see what you are made of. Excellent. Juan replied, I am 13 years old and already a green 5-star grand martial artist. I am aware that my strength may not match yours. However, I hope you can restrain your power to that of a green 5-star grand martial artist. Agreed. Let us proceed. Chen, naturally, would not exploit his advantage and willingly limited his strength to that of a green 5-star grand martial artist. Blazing Fire True Technique. Suffused with a rich, fiery elemental force, Juan's entire being resonated with the very essence of fire. His cultivation was rooted in this element. And though the environment of the Great Snow Mountain had suppressed its potency, it had simultaneously served as a crucible for his strength. Once beyond the confines of the mountain, his power would burgeon exponentially in more favorable climes. Observing this, Chen, eschewing any undue advantage, tempered his own strength to the level of a verdant first-tier Grand Martial Master, and invoked the profound arts of the Mystic Ice Incantation and the Netherworld Lion Elephant Fist. Incensed by Chen's perceived arrogance in mirroring his cultivation level, Juan, a prodigy in his own right, felt a surge of ire. How dare he flaunt his abilities upon witnessing Juan's mastery of the fire element? Thus, Juan channeled not merely his full strength, but amplified it to an extraordinary degree, determined to humiliate Chen for his ostentation. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, the impact reverberating through the air. Chen's elemental force, imbued with the chilling essence of netherworld ice force, possessed a potency akin to that of an azure martial general. As their fists met, this formidable force infiltrated Juan's very core. A wave of intense cold washed over Juan, threatening to extinguish his fiery elemental power. His limbs grew numb. and a sense of astonishment gripped his heart. What manner of ice elemental force was this, possessing such formidable strength? Before Yan Juanhuan could dispel the invasive force, Yi Chen seized his wrist in an unyielding grip. Any further movement would result in the immediate fracture of his wrist. Well, have you conceded defeat? Yi Chen inquired. I yield, Yan Juanhuan declared, forthright in his acknowledgement of Yi Chen's superiority. Excellent. Yi Chen nodded, a smile playing upon his lips. May I take my leave now? He turned to depart. As for the others, they were utterly astonished. They could all be considered prodigies within the second-tier main city. Yi Chen suppressed his strength to a green 1-star level and effortlessly defeated Yan Juanhuan, who possessed a green 5-star rating. Such exceptional talent is truly remarkable. Wait, I have something to discuss with you. Yan Juanhuan caught up with Yi Chen and said, What is it? Yi Chen inquired with confusion. Come with me, Yan Juanhuan said as he grasped Yi Chen's arm and swiftly departed from the scene. Observing this, the members of the Snow Mountain Knights felt disinterested and gradually dispersed to continue their training. Once they reached a secluded area, Yan Juanhuan finally spoke. You must be Yi Chen, the elder brother of Yi Chika, am I correct? Who are you? Yi Chen asked in surprise. I am Yi Chika's best friend in the Snow Mountain Knights. Yan Juanhuan replied. He has always told me about his extraordinary brother, and until today, I never believed it. Now that I see you, I truly believe it. Is that so? It appears I hold such a significant place in his heart, Yi Chen thought, feeling a sense of happiness. However, the thought of Yi Chika's downfall filled him with rage. Speaking of revenge, Yan Juanhuan's youthful face was also marked by anger. Yet he advised, I suggest you refrain from seeking vengeance, though you may be stronger than I am. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. What do you mean? I heard it was Chen Yiping who was responsible for this. What do you mean by those people? Yi Chen fixed his gaze intensely on Yan Juanhuan, wondering if there were details he was unaware of. It is indeed Chen Yiping, and he is involved, though he did not act directly. He orchestrated everything from the shadows. Yan Juanhuan explained. What does that imply? Yi Chen's heart was filled with greater confusion. Chapter 73, The Sacred Martial King. The reason you cannot offend him is that the one who took action is also a member of our knightly order, and furthermore, he is the son of the Lord of Snow Mountain City. His name is Yang Zhongtian, Yan Juanhuan explained. Why? Why would Yang Zhongtian want to incapacitate my brother? Because both of them have developed feelings for a young lady within our knightly order. Although the majority of our members are male, there are indeed some females. Yi Chen did not interject but signaled for Yan Juanhuan to continue. In essence, a fair competition between the two would not have been an issue, however. Chen Yiping schemed behind the scenes, urging Yang Zhongtian to exploit his status as the Lord's son to forcefully pursue the young woman. Yang Zhongtian, already somewhat impatient in his pursuit of Yi Chika, readily acquiesced upon hearing Chen Yiping's suggestion, arranging to meet the young lady with the intent of coercing her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Chen Yiping covertly relayed Yang Zhongtian's intentions to force the girl upon their knightly order's members, which reached Yi Chika. Yi Chika, who harbored feelings for the same young woman, was incensed upon witnessing her resistance. In a fit of rage, he directly confronted Yang Zhongtian. Naturally, Yang Zhongtian would not simply stand by and accept the assault. He immediately retaliated. Being the son of the Lord of Snow Mountain City, Yang Zhongtian possessed talents and resources that far surpassed those of Yi Chika. Ultimately, Yi Chika was defeated, just as Yang Zhongtian was about to claim the young woman. His actions were interrupted by Yi Chika, whose anger flared even more, leading him to incapacitate Yi Chika entirely. At last, Yan Juanhuan expressed his resentment, stating, in truth, Brother Yi, you remain unaware of an even more despicable matter. The girl in question was, in fact, deliberately brought forth by Chen Yiping to entice Yang Zhongtian and Yi Chika. Curiously, Yi Chen inquired, How did you come to know about this? It struck him as odd that Yan Juanhuan, being a member of the Snow Mountain Knights, was privy to such information, and he was further perplexed by the fact that Yan's family was also aware of it. This news circulated discreetly from the city lord, Yan Juanhuan explained. The incident involving Yang Zhongtian's incapacitation of the young prodigy Yi Chika is indeed significant. It has stirred considerable unrest within the Snow Mountain Knights, particularly as Yang Zhongtian, relying on his status as the city lord's son, has acted with impunity. This has led to widespread dissatisfaction among the populace regarding the city lord's governance. Upon learning of the situation, the city lord launched an immediate and thorough investigation, swiftly uncovering the entire sequence of events. Following his inquiries, He discreetly disseminated the information that Chen Yiping was the instigator behind these events, revealing that the girl was also associated with him. Understanding dawned upon Yi Chen. No wonder his family was aware of these developments. Yet, he harbored lingering questions. Since the city lord had unraveled the truth, would he not take action against Chen Yiping? It seemed rather plausible that the city lord would shield his own son. Yin Juanhuan remarked, "It is only human nature." Nonetheless, the city lord has acted reasonably, allowing Chica's master to seek assistance on his behalf. He is entirely willing to offer his full support should there be an opportunity to restore Yi Chica. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's demeanor softened somewhat, yet a sense of discomfort lingered within him. After all, it was akin to incapacitating Yang Zhongtian only to later devote oneself to his restoration. Indeed, you previously mentioned that I could not afford to offend someone, referring to the prominent figure that Chen Yiping has allied himself with. Who is that esteemed individual? Yi Chen, recalling Yin Juanhuan's earlier words, inquired. Chen Yiping has sought refuge with the Divine Empire's holy martial king, Situ Feng, who was stationed at the northwestern frontier. Yin Juanhuan explained that during Chen Yiping's visit to Qingshi City, he fortuitously became acquainted with Situ Feng. Yi Chen was unfamiliar with who Situ Feng was, but given the title of Holy Martial King and his role in guarding the northwestern border, it was evident that he must be a formidable warrior, particularly since the northwestern region of the Divine Empire borders the western regions and the Phoenix Empire. Furthermore, Situ Feng had previously been mentioned as the elder who had severely injured the celestial harp witch, Dongfang Tianqin. Initially, Situ Feng had pursued Dongfang Tianqin to the very spot where Yi Chen and she had encountered one another, where Chen Yiping had sent assassins after Yi Chen, only to be slain by Yi Chen in return. Following this, Situ Feng had investigated the identity of that individual, arriving in Qingshi City, at which point Chen Yiping, having made 1 or 2 visits, chose to ally himself with Situ Feng. And where is Situ Feng now? Yi Chen asked. He is located in the northeastern region of the Divine Empire, at the juncture with the Dark Empire, reportedly engaged in battle with them. Oh, Yi Chen nodded. Since Situ Feng is not present here, then Chen Yiping is destined to meet his demise. Upon observing Yi Chen's seemingly unwavering determination, Yin Juanhuan remarked, "Brother Yi, you must consider the implications carefully. Firstly, Chen Yiping is inherently a formidable blue martial commander. Secondly, he is under the aegis of the Holy Martial King. And even the Lord of Snow Mountain City would think twice before offending him. Thirdly, you have the Yi family to consider. If you brazenly reveal yourself, even if you were to slay Chen Yiping, outsiders would inevitably deduce your involvement. Such an affront to the Holy Martial King would not go unpunished. Even if he is not present, he could dispatch others on his behalf." Yi Chen chuckled. Having already ventured into the realm of the Silver Demon Emperor and the Ice-Toad Demon King, he felt no fear of a mere Holy Martial King. However, Yin Juanhuan's words were indeed valid. He had the Yi family as a consideration. As long as the Yi family existed in Qingshi City, he would need to exercise caution. Regrettably, Yi Chen's current strength was insufficient. Had he possessed greater power, he could have relocated the Yi family, even to the frigid expanses of the Arctic. This meant that previously, a mere handful of outer disciples from the small Arctic palace could have effortlessly annihilated the entire Yi family. Thus, once he secured a position within the small Arctic palace, it would be feasible to bring the Yi family under its auspices. With newfound resolve, Yi Chen no longer hesitated. He turned to Yin Juanhuan and expressed, "Thank you for sharing so much with me. I am delighted that Chica has a friend like you. However, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Yiping must perish. From the moment he orchestrated a plot against Chica, his death became inevitable. As for Yang Zhongtian, although his involvement was not entirely voluntary, he was nevertheless the one who acted directly. I must teach him a lesson and provide Chica with a sense of closure. Even if his father is the Lord of Snow Mountain City, there is also the Holy Martial King. I cannot believe that he would lend support to someone like Chen Yiping." "Very well. Brother Yi is right. I shall accompany Brother Yi on this occasion," Yin Juanhuan declared. "Chica is also my dear friend. I am willing to stand up for him, even if it means offending the city lord or the Holy Martial King. So be it. This is a matter for the Yi family." Yi Chen shook his head. "You still need to cultivate with the Knights of Snow Mountain City, so it would be best if you refrain from getting involved. Moreover, I can handle matters more effectively alone. If I eliminate Chen Yiping discreetly, bringing you into it would complicate things considerably. Even if others suspect me, without evidence, they cannot take action against me." Upon hearing this, Yin Juanhuan nodded. "Very well. I shall heed Brother Ye's advice and refrain from causing any trouble. However, do remain vigilant. for Chen Yiping is a formidable blue martial general. Haha, rest assured. I seek revenge for Chica, not to seek torment for myself. Yin Juanhuan responded, since Brother Yi has spoken thus, I shall consider my words unspoken. Do you have a map of Snow Mountain City, particularly the location of Chen Yiping's residence? Yu Chen inquired. Indeed, I possess it. But I can only disclose Chen Yiping's address to you. I cannot part with a map of Snow Mountain City. Chapter 74. Eliminate Chen Yiping. Chen Yiping's residence in Snow Mountain City is near the city lord's mansion. Although it is nighttime, his home is ablaze with lights, exuding an air of opulence. Particularly after having secured the favor of the holy martial king, Situ Feng, every night is filled with revelry. And the entire atmosphere of Chen Yiping's abode is steeped in decadence. After all, Chen Yiping has reached middle age, and his capabilities have essentially peaked in life. Absent any other opportunities, he would remain a mere blue one-star martial general for the rest of his days. However, having now secured the favor of Situ Feng, he has begun to relish life. The servants he has summoned share a similar fate. The entire Chen Yiping estate is rife with arrogance. Yet, this circumstance has facilitated Yi Chen, for the guards at Chen Yiping's residence are little more than mere decorations. Yi Chen effortlessly infiltrates the estate, evading the numerous sentinels, and arrives at Chen Yiping's chamber door. As Yi Chen prepares to enter through the window, he hesitates, only to hear a conversation between a man and a woman within the room. The woman, with a voice both alluring and plaintive, inquires, My lord, are you soon to depart from Snow Mountain City? If so, please take me along. Otherwise, I might be devoured by the knights. But they only wish to consume you. Haha. The man's lascivious laughter follows. The woman, seemingly a mix of sorrow and grievance, responds. But my lord has yet to say whether he will take me with him. Of course, I shall take you, my little enchantress, the man replies. After all, you have done so much for me. How could I allow you to remain here alone? Especially with that fool Yang Zhongtian and Yi Chica, haha, vying for your attention. Yet here you are, obediently beneath me. My lord, you are truly wicked. However, Yang Zhongtian's willpower is indeed formidable. Despite my attempts to seduce him, he remained impervious. Had it not been for the efficacy of the substances provided by my superior, Yang Zhongtian would likely have remained unyielding. And it was fortuitously discovered by Yi Chica. The potency of that drug was astonishing. It rendered Yang Zhongtian devoid of reason, nearly leading him to eliminate Yi Chica instinctively. The young woman remarked, how delightful it would have been had he succeeded in dispatching Yi Chica. After all, it was his brother who failed to recognize the gravity of the situation and offended me. Chen Yiping chuckled, had his brother dutifully surrendered the treasures to me, his sibling would not have faced such an undeserved calamity. Outside, Yi Chen's fury escalated as he recognized the voice belonging to Chen Yiping, whose words corroborated those of Yin Juanhuan. However, the matter of Yang Zhongtian being drugged was unknown to Yin Juanhuan. Yi Chen also discerned the identity of the young woman within, likely the very girl whom Yin Juanhuan mentioned as the object of affection for both Yi Chica and Yang Zhongtian. Yet she had already fallen into the possession of Chen Yiping. You shameless pair. Yi Chen seethed with rage, unable to contain himself any longer, and burst into the room. Yi Chen's sudden entrance startled the two. The young woman instinctively pulled the covers over her, screaming, Who are you? Chen Yiping was taken aback as well. But being the vice captain of the Snow Mountain Knights, he composed himself quickly, improvising a makeshift garment from a bedsheet. Hearing the young woman's cry, Yi Chen realized the commotion had alerted the guards outside, and without wasting a moment, he declared, I have come to end your life. As he was masked, Chen Yiping could not recognize him, yet upon hearing Yi Chen's intent to kill him, he was instantly consumed by rage. How audacious! No one has been born who can take my life. Prepare to meet your end. Yi Chen, however, did not afford Chen Yiping the opportunity to respond. He unleashed his full power. The icy energy of Xianbing condensed around his fists as he executed the Mingyu Lion Elephant Fist, simultaneously employing the Phoenix Wings technique to move with ethereal grace, his figure a blur. Alongside this, the Beast Sound technique erupted from him, a manifestation of the fury that burned within. Just as Chen Yiping attempted to mount a defense, he was met with this thunderous assault. He was first severely wounded by the shockwave of the Beast Sound technique, and then encased in ice by the Xuanbing's chilling grasp. In the end, Yi Chen delivered a devastating blow that shattered Chen Yiping. The young girl, wrapped in her blanket, succumbed to the residual force of the Beast Sound technique. Yi Chen cast a fleeting glance at the two before making his swift exit. However, the girl's earlier screams had already roused Chen Yiping's guards. Yet, They were lethargic and, being weaker than Chen Yiping himself, arrived belatedly. Upon discovering Chen Yiping's demise, panic ensued. Given that Chen Yiping's residence was in close proximity to the city lord's manor, the commotion swiftly alerted the Lord of Snow Mountain City, who hurried to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Chen did not flee. Instead, he seized the opportunity to infiltrate the city lord's manor. Although the lord intended to fully compensate for Yi Chika's injury, and despite Yang Zhongtian being affected by the same poison, it was still Yang Zhongtian who took action. Therefore, Yi Chen was determined to teach Yang Zhongtian a lesson, at the very least to deliver a sound thrashing. However, he was still unaware of the strength of the Lord of Snow Mountain City and did not wish to confront him directly. Therefore, the matter of dealing with his son had to be conducted in secrecy. Following the murder of Chen Yiping, the Lord's residence fell into chaos. Yi Chen seized a seemingly frantic servant and inquired, "Where is your young master Yang Zhongtian? Who are you, and what do you seek from him?" The servant, caught off guard by Yi Chen's question, paused momentarily before a look of realization dawned upon him. "Could it be that you are the assassin who just killed Deputy Commander Chen Yiping?" "Indeed, that is I. Now that you are aware of my identity, should you fail to reveal your young master's whereabouts, you may await your demise." Yi Chen was taken aback by the servant's astuteness, as he had quickly deduced his identity. However, he harbored no intent to kill. He merely sought to intimidate the individual. "You may as well kill me. If I divulge my master's location, I shall surely be slain by the Lord." The servant's eyes darted, as if he had resolved to face death. "If you do not speak, and I do not speak, no one will know it was you who revealed it." Yi Chen, oblivious to the shifting expressions in the servant's eyes, observed that the young man was not only youthful but also dressed in attire more opulent than that of an ordinary servant, exuding a unique aura that suggested a certain status. No wonder he was so clever. The servant feigned indecision. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen pressed on, "Moreover, I do not intend to kill your young master. I merely wish to give him a good thrashing." "Is that truly the case?" "Of course it is," Yi Chen proclaimed with unwavering certainty. "Very well, allow me to convey this. I trust you will keep your word and merely punish our young master." The servant agreed, yet harbored ulterior motives, intending to mislead Yi Chen with a false location. Once he freed himself from Yi Chen's grasp, he would promptly seek assistance to eliminate him. The most troubling aspect was the audacity of this individual to declare his intent to strike before my very eyes. It was indeed an invitation to his own demise. "Wait a moment. If you personally guide me there, I shall release you upon our meeting." The servant appeared quite astute, and Yi Chen, concerned that he might lead him astray, deemed it prudent to allow him to lead the way. However, he was unaware of Yang Zhongtian's appearance, which rendered the situation rather awkward. Although the servant initially harbored such intentions, once his duplicity was discerned by Yi Chen, he was compelled to guide him. Fervently hoping not to be discovered by others, his eyes darting around, perhaps contemplating this as an opportunity, the servant led Yi Chen through a labyrinth of alleys, deliberately avoiding populated areas, indicating a deep-seated wariness of the Lord's estate. After traversing a considerable distance, the servant remarked to Yi Chen, "Esteemed hero, while I am uncertain of your reasons for wishing to punish our young master, your act of vanquishing Chen Yiping has truly been a source of great satisfaction." "Oh, pray, elaborate," Yi Chen replied. "I have long held a disdain for Chen Yiping. What a wretched creature he is, daring to conspire against our young master," the servant lamented. "Even the Lord himself indulges Chen Yiping. Had I been in his position, I would have eliminated that scoundrel long ago." Yi Chen had long since discerned the truth of the matter through various sources of information and fully understood the grievances of this individual. However, upon witnessing this person standing up for Yang Zhongtian, he felt a flicker of curiosity. "What is your relationship with Yang Zhongtian? You seem quite close. Moreover, where exactly are you taking me? Although I have never visited the city lord's mansion, this appears to be the direction leading out. You truly have no fear of death?" "For the sake of my young master, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life," the servant declared unflinchingly. "Stop pretending. Are you not Yang Zhongtian? So young, though not particularly powerful, you could still be considered a small genius, and to possess such knowledge of the city lord's mansion's location, you must indeed be he." Yi Chen mused, feeling increasingly convinced. "Indeed, it is I. What do you intend to do with me?" Yang Zhongtian, recognizing that he had been uncovered, defiantly replied, "Do you still wish to strike me? Are you not afraid that I might call for help to teach you a lesson? Go ahead and call for someone." "I dare you," Yi Chen retorted. "A cornered dog will leap over walls. Who knows, if I feel provoked, I might just eliminate you. If you are not afraid." then by all means, try it. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhongtian recoiled, rendered speechless. Since he had already encountered Yang Zhongtian, Yi Chen seized the opportunity to lead him out of the city lord's mansion. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm this young master? Yi Chen inquired. First, tell me, why do you want to escape from the city lord's mansion? I made a mistake and wish to make amends. Oh, is this about the rumor concerning injuring someone? Yi Chen questioned. Indeed, I was under the influence of a narcotic, which led me to inadvertently harm a rival in love. Yang Zhongtian remarked, though we are rivals in love, we share a mutual respect. Ah, how do you intend to make amends? Yi Chen inquired. I have pilfered the ancient snow of my family, a treasure born from the core of this caverns. If I present it to him, I am certain he will recover. He replied, yet, my father is rather miserly. While he wishes to assist him wholeheartedly, he is reluctant to part with the most valuable possessions of our clan, wishing to retain them. However, I differ. Material possessions are merely external to oneself. When one errs, one must seek to make reparations. Very well, I shall remember you. I hope your words hold true. Should you deceive me, my desire to confront you will escalate beyond mere annoyance, Yi Chen stated, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yang Zhongtian, imprinting the youth's image in his memory. Why not accompany me to seek out my rival? It would provide you with some protection along the way, Yang Zhongtian suggested opportunistically. Besides, you could observe me to ascertain whether I speak the truth. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, it is settled then. Chapter 75. The City of Freedom. Dear brother, it is rather inconvenient for you to remain veiled. We have journeyed for quite some time, and it is only fair that I learn your identity, Yang Zhongtian remarked. After a night of travel, Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian had distanced themselves from the Snow Mountain City. Being merely a boy of 14 or 15, Yang Zhongtian's lively disposition began to emerge. Feeling assured that Yi Chen would not harm him. Do you truly wish to know who I am? Yi Chen asked. Of course, came the eager reply. Very well. Yi Chen deemed it inconsequential and revealed his face. Wow, Yichika? No, you appear somewhat older. Are you perhaps the brother of Yichika? Yang Zhongtian inquired. Indeed, I am Yichika's elder brother. Yi Chen lightly tapped Yang Zhongtian's head, exclaiming, but I am only 19. How can I be considered old? Very well. Brother Yi is indeed in the prime of his youth. Yang Zhongtian rubbed his head, both flattering and enviously remarking. I never expected Yichika to have such a remarkable brother, one who can defeat Chen Yiping and move freely within our Lord's mansion. If only I had a brother like you, my father would think twice before imprisoning me. Perhaps you should urge your parents to have another son. Who knows? Your younger brother might be equally impressive. After jesting, Yi Chen shifted the conversation. Do you know where Yichika is currently located? How could I possibly know? Yang Zhongtian rolled his eyes. I have been confined at home, so I have no way of knowing Yichika's whereabouts. Surely, you, as his brother, must have some idea? Of course I know, but I am not precisely aware of his location. At present, unless someone familiar stood before them, it would be challenging to recognize the two. Others might not identify them at all. Throughout the journey, Yang Zhongtian continued to inquire about various matters, especially after learning that Yi Chen had been cultivating in the North Pole's little Arctic palace. His curiosity and longing intensified, even prompting thoughts of following Yi Chen to the little Arctic palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yi residence, they were halted, as Yi Chen had disguised himself, and therefore the Yi family did not recognize him. We are merely passing by and wish to visit a friend within the Yi family. Might we be permitted to enter? I am afraid not. The Yi family has currently declined all visitors. However, you may leave your name and your friend's name. If we are acquainted, we will inform you. Well, never mind, we have intruded. Yi Chen departed with Yang Zhongtian. Yang Zhongtian, puzzled, inquired, Brother Yi, why did you not reveal your identity to them? Moreover, is there not a reason to enter your own family's gate? Do not ask so many questions. Let us find a hotel to settle down. Yi Chen could not provide an explanation, for he understood that the news of Chen Yiping's demise had likely reached Qingshi City, possibly implicating the Yi family as well. After securing a room, Yi Chen instructed, wait for me here. I must visit the Yi family. Understood, Yang Zhongtian nodded in agreement. The most formidable member of the Yi family was merely Yi Chen's father, Yi Qiu, a one-star martial general. Yi Chen effortlessly infiltrated the Yi family, finding it even simpler than in Shueshan City, and with his profound familiarity with the family, he quickly located Yi Qiu. Father, do not make a sound, Yi Chen declared as he appeared, gazing directly at Yi Qiu. What has transpired? Yi Chen asked. Did you kill Chen Yiping? Yi Qiu fixed a penetrating stare upon Yi Chen. It was I who did, Yi Chen thought to himself, confirming his suspicion. Although he had just arrived from Shueshan City, the news from there had already reached Qingshi City. Yi Qiu sighed upon hearing this. After your discreet departure a few days ago, we sensed trouble. I needed to stabilize the situation at home. Your grandfather and the elder both set off to Shueshan City in search of you, intending to prevent you from proceeding. However, upon their arrival, they were already met with the news of Chen Yiping's death. This matter is my fault. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instantly comprehended that the Lord of Snow Mountain City believed he was avenging his brother by capturing Yang Zhongtian, which consequently led to the apprehension of the two elders. Yi Chen was not surprised that the Lord had deduced he was responsible for the demise of Chen Yiping. After all, he had previously been seen at the Snow Mountain Knights encampment by many. However, Yi Qiu remained unaware of Yi Chen's contemplations, as her thoughts were directed elsewhere, specifically the whereabouts of Yang Zhongtian. Could they not compel him to reveal himself, to inform everyone of their alliance? Or even let Yang Zhongtian assert that he had no ties to them? Such actions would at the very least ensure the safety of her grandfather and the grandelder. Understood, father. I extend my gratitude to you in advance. Yi Chen reiterated Yi Qiu's previous words. Then, brother Yi, what must I do? Inquired Yang Zhongtian. You and I shall make our appearance within Qingstone City. You may leave behind a letter for your father, stating that you left of your own accord, thereby persuading him to release the former patriarch of the Yi family and the grand elder. You can rest assured that this matter shall be entrusted to me. Yang Zhongtian responded, it is quite simple. He first penned a letter to carry with him, and then he and Yi Chen boldly manifested in Qingstone City. However, their conspicuous arrival was swiftly noted, particularly by the He and Li families, who had already intended to seize control of the Yi family. Yi Chen's presence was thus seen as a significant threat to their plans. Yet, fearing Yi Chen's formidable prowess, having effortlessly vanquished the formidable Lan Feng, a martial general of the Azure Seven Stars, and with the news of his defeat of Chen Yiping from the Snow Mountain City still fresh, their caution prevailed against rash actions. Only Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian could be monitored. Yi Chen remained unfazed, as it was his intention to reveal himself. However, Yang Zhongtian retorted defiantly, you lot, blind as bats, dare to surveil me and brother Yi? Do you know who I am? I am Yang Zhongtian, the young lord of Snow Mountain City. Now be gone. What? This is young Lord Yang Zhongtian? Wasn't it said that he might have been taken captive by Yi Chen? Yet it seems otherwise now. Could he be an impostor? The watchers, who were monitoring Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian, began to feel trepidation. Who would dare impersonate the young lord of Yang? Surely, no one possessed such audacity. One remarked, you are right. It matters not whether he is genuine or not. Let us note his appearance and leave the higher-ups to ponder. Ultimately, after observing Yang Zhongtian's features, the watchers dispersed. Upon their arrival at the Yi residence, the gates were firmly shut. I must seek him out, Yi Chen expressed. I know that just a few days ago, your brother wrote to me, stating that there was no remedy for him in the 3 major cities of the Holy Empire. Even if there were, no one was willing to assist him. In the end, they ventured to the Free City at the heart of the 3 empires. Hoping to gain the aid of the Medicine Emperor Hall, they went to the Free City. Yi Chen realized, perhaps only the Medicine Emperor Hall in the Free City could save Yichika, for the Free City was a conglomerate of the Merchant Guild, the Medicine Emperor Hall, and the Refining Pavilion, collectively forming a bastion of freedom. In the past, the Phoenix Empire fragmented into 3 major empires, prompting several alchemists and blacksmiths who wished to remain uninvolved to establish the Free City. The Baibao Guild later joined this endeavor, serving as the military assurance, source of information, and resource supplement for the entire Free City. Over time, the Free City evolved into a super metropolis, independent of the 3 empires, emerging as the preeminent force and the largest city on the entire Phoenix continent. By the way, what is your purpose in seeking out Chica? Yi Qiu inquired with curiosity. Yi Chen refrained from discussing the matter of the 10,000-year snow milk and simply stated, I intend to visit Chica and see if I can assist him. Very well, father. Let us not delay any further. We shall proceed to the Free City at once. Indeed, Chener, exercise caution on your journey, Yi Qiu advised. The border remains embroiled in conflict, reportedly due to the recent incident involving the Celestial Harp Sorceress. Our Holy Empire's Divine Martial King dealt a severe blow to her, exacerbating the tensions between our Holy Empire and the Dark Empire. However, thanks to the intervention of the Phoenix Empire, the large-scale battles between the 2 nations have diminished, though minor skirmishes persist. I have heard that at the border, assassins from the Dark Empire are continually targeting individuals from the Holy Empire. Rest assured, father, I am not a significant figure, Who would take the trouble to assassinate me? Yi Chen replied, but before he could finish, Yang Zhongtian interjected with a roll of his eyes. Brother Yi, while you may not be a notable personage, I, on the other hand, am quite important. What if I were to be assassinated? It would be wise to exercise caution. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute. Although Yi Chen was fully aware that Yang Zhongtian was merely attempting to lighten the mood, he could not suppress his irritation and thumped his head with some force. Yi Qiu gazed at Yang Zhongtian, the source of the injury inflicted upon Yi Qi, uncertain of what to say. You all may leave now. I hope you can locate Qi Ku and convey to him that his family misses him dearly. Understood, father. After Yang Zhongtian left a letter behind, Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian set forth on their journey. Chapter 76. The Tianqian mountain range, just as Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian had departed. The inhabitants of Shueshan City finally arrived in Qingshi City. Upon discovering the letter left by his son, the lord of Shueshan City, Yang Fan, could only sigh in resignation. Previously, he had harbored doubts about whether Yang Zhongtian had been captured or coerced by Yi Chen. However, after reading the letter and reflecting on his understanding of his son, he realized that Yang Zhongtian had indeed left of his own volition. Consequently, he released Yi Qingfeng and Yi Qinghong. As for the coveted Wanyan Xiuru, despite his deep reluctance, it had already been taken by Yang Zhongtian, leaving him with no recourse. Furthermore, the source of the Wanyan Xiuru lay within the caverns of the Great Snow Mountain, accessible only to the Yang family. Given time, the Wanyan Xiuru that Yang Zhongtian had pilfered could still be replenished. Ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, Yang Fan sighed and conceded the matter. After all, Yang Zhongtian was already 14 or 15 years old, considered an adult in the Phoenix continent, and had his own aspirations and opportunities. It was time for him to venture into the world. Although Yang Fan harbored concerns for his safety, he understood that his son could not remain sheltered under his wing indefinitely. Every fledgling must eventually soar into the sky. With that, Yang Fan departed from Qingshi City. Within Qingshi City, the ambitions of the He and Li families to confront the Yi clan dissipated entirely following the departure of Yang Fan and his companions. Both families understood that as long as Yi Chun was alive, they would be powerless to act against the Yi family. However, it must not be forgotten that He Hongwei's daughter, He Jiaqin, was still honing her skills outside. He Hongwei retrieved the long-range communication stone left by the enchanting Tianqin, which from years past. Unlike Yi Chen's small North Polar token, this stone could not facilitate direct communication but allowed for brief messages, limited to 3 attempts, with restrictions on content, after which the messages would vanish. Be cautious on your journey. The recent atmosphere has been rather unsettled, with individuals attempting to undermine our dark empire through covert assassinations. The Holy Empire has also suffered similar attacks. And I suspect there may be a conspiracy afoot, cautioned the Tianqin witch. Rest assured, teacher, I will remain vigilant, He Jiaqin replied before taking her leave. Once she departed, the Tianqin witch murmured to herself with a playful tone, Qingshi City, Yi Chun, heh, I wonder how that rascal is faring? Soon, through the Baibao trading house, she acquired information about the events and movements surrounding Yi Chun over the past year. Upon learning that he had slain the esteemed Blue Marshal General, Chen Yiping, and had previously escaped from the Ice-Toed Demon King's clutches, her eyes sparkled with admiration. As expected of the man I have chosen, within just a year, he has grown so formidable, impressive, truly impressive. She also discovered that Yi Chen had ventured to the City of Freedom alongside Yang Zhongtian. If Yi Chen were to realize that his whereabouts and experiences were as transparent as glass in the eyes of the Baibao trading house, how would he react? Fortunately, the treasure pavilion has yet to uncover the presence of the spectral ice frost upon him. Otherwise, Yi Chen would have found himself apprehended in the blink of an eye. Upon learning of Yi Chen's intention to journey to the City of Freedom, the enchanting celestial harp sorceress discreetly departed from the border outpost of the Holy Empire and the Dark Empire, embarking on a quest to locate Yi Chen. Unbeknownst to her, she had just acquired information regarding Yi Chen from the treasure pavilion, and the very fact of her clandestine departure did not escape the notice of the third prince of the Phoenix Empire, Huangfu Xiaofeng. Though Huangfu Xiaofeng presented himself as an effeminate young man, he was, in fact, over 30 years of age. Yi Chen, Dongfang Tianqin. What conceivable connection could exist between the two of you? No, Dongfang Tianqin is mine. I must personally investigate this matter thoroughly. With this thought, Huangfu Xiaofeng promptly set out for the City of Freedom, simultaneously issuing a covert command. Wow, Brother Yi, you are simply magnificent and so dashing. When will I, too, have such a remarkable beast companion? Yang Zhongtian exclaimed, trailing closely behind Yi Chun. Particularly when Yi Chun departed with the sand scorpion in tow, they relied on the creature for their journey, as human strength is inherently limited. The ferocious appearance of the sand scorpion thrilled Yang Zhongtian, who could not contain his excitement throughout the journey. Wow, Brother Yi, what wicked thoughts occupy your mind? You're nearly drooling. Yang Zhongtian remarked. Mind your own business. Yi Chun retorted, delivering a playful thump to Yang Zhongtian's forehead. Yang Zhongtian could only cover his head, lamenting, Brother Yi, please refrain from hitting my head so often. Too much of it might render me foolish. Yi Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling utterly speechless. It was astonishing how foolish some individuals could be. Only someone of such limited intellect would fall prey to the schemes of others. In this regard, Chica also appeared rather dim-witted, and one could only hope he would learn to be more astute in the future. As Yi Chun ventured forth, he was equipped with a map, ensuring he would not stray off course. Furthermore, his prowess now rivaled that of a formidable blue martial commander, a rank within the three great empires akin to that of a marshal. Such a level of strength commanded respect, and Yi Chun was untroubled by the thought of anyone daring to provoke them recklessly. As for Yang Zhongtian, he was the son of Yang Fan, the former lord of Snow Mountain City, a figure akin to a local tyrant. Snow Mountain City was a first-tier stronghold, second only to the three super cities. With significant influence, Yang Zhongtian, imbued with youthful bravado, feared nothing. Additionally, the duo traveled upon a sand scorpion, which imparted an air of intimidation that dissuaded any potential challengers. After approximately 2 weeks of arduous travel, they finally approached a seemingly endless range of mountains. Upon sighting the mountain range and the throngs gathered before it, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. The journey had been exhausting. This mountain range, known as the Tianqian Mountain Range, served as a gateway to vast plains, with the heart of those plains leading to the City of Freedom. However, the proximity of the Tianqian Mountain Range to the City of Freedom had also made it a gathering place for certain bandits. The outlaws congregated here were among the most formidable, for only those with considerable strength would dare to act against the City of Freedom, a place of great power. Certainly, the City of Freedom has made efforts to eliminate the bandits, yet their endeavors have yielded minimal results. The formidable Tianqian Mountain Range serves as a relentless barrier, concealing the robbers deep within its recesses, eluding even the most formidable warriors of the City of Freedom. Over time, these bandits have established their existence within the mountains. Naturally, upon spotting the emblem of the Baibao Guild, the bandits typically refrain from initiating any robbery. The inhabitants of the City of Freedom, witnessing the bandits' discretion, have chosen to turn a blind eye, occasionally embarking on forays to subdue them. This has fostered an unspoken understanding between the two parties. However, this situation has rendered individuals and small merchant guilds from the City of Freedom quite unfortunate, as they can only hope to evade the bandits' attention. Yet, what use is prayer in such matters? Numerous individuals and small guilds have still fallen victim to theft. Ultimately, they banded together, and each time they traverse the Tianqian Mountain Range, many guilds unite for the journey. The individuals ahead of Yi Chun are those preparing for this collective endeavor. Numbering around 100, an impressive assembly, as most bandits would typically avoid confrontation. Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian rode their sand scorpions forward. 2 more individuals approached, accompanied by a formidable 4th-level demon pet, suggesting they possess considerable strength. However, the youth of these 2 raises doubts about their capability. Even with their inclusion, it might still pose a risk. Regardless, we have waited for 2 days without any significant guilds arriving. They may have abandoned us. Continuing to wait would leave only us. So let us venture forth. Very well. Our group is nearly ready. Let us inquire about the origins of those 2 individuals. After exchanging pleasantries, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s, approached and halted Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian. Young brothers, from whence do you hail? Are you also traversing the Tianqian Mountain Range? Indeed. We have come from Qishir City, Yi Chun affirmed. Qishir City? The tertiary town located to the west of the Holy Empire? The old man furrowed his brow, taking a moment to recall such a place. It is noteworthy that there are over 1,000 tertiary towns within the 3 major empires. So for the old man to recognize Qishir City is quite commendable. However, the true reason for his frown lay in the realization that a young master emerging from such a town would likely possess limited strength. It was plausible that their journey to this point hinged entirely on the support of their 4th-tier beast companion. Indeed, it is that very Qishir City. Yi Chun nodded. Very well, Let us traverse the Tianqian mountain range together. Although the old man perceived the two as potentially weak, he had little choice. Having 2 additional companions and a beast could prove advantageous. Might I inquire about your respective strengths? I am at the green 5-star level, Yang Zhongtian replied. I am at the green 7-star level, Yi Chen added. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. Despite their youth, the pair exhibited commendable talent. And with the aid of a 4th-tier beast, their ability to reach this point seemed reasonable. After Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian joined the group, they finally set forth towards the Tianqian mountain range. Chapter 77. Unforeseen calamity. Brother Yi, observe these individuals. They are nothing more than a disorganized rabble. If a band of robbers were to appear, I wager this crowd would scatter faster than anyone else. In such a scenario, our central position may leave us with no escape. After Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian joined the ranks, they were positioned at the center by the elder. Yang Zhongtian observed for a while and murmured softly, "Isn't the elder who led us here also in the very center? If they were truly bandits, he surely wouldn't flee." Yi Chen dismissed his concern, stating, "I believe that old man harbors ulterior motives." Yang Zhongtian retorted, "His reluctance to run is likely due to his affiliation with the merchant guild. He may have goods at stake. We, however, are not part of their guild, and if we encounter bandits, our priority must be self-preservation." No need to fret excessively. With so many of us gathered here, even if bandits were to appear, they might hesitate to show themselves. Yi Chen chuckled, having experienced such situations before, and he felt no trepidation regarding the prospect of bandits. One can never be too certain. Would the bandits fear a disorganized mob such as us? Yang Zhongtian scoffed. Yi Chen rolled his eyes in response. You and your ominous predictions. If bandits do arrive, and you perish, do not blame me. Alas, Brother Yi, I am with you on this journey, and I still need your protection to rescue Chica. You must look after me. Yang Zhongtian quickly adopted a sycophantic smile. You are the formidable warrior who can defeat the blue martial arts champion, Chen Yiping. I refuse to believe that the bandits here could possibly overpower you. Spare me the flattery, it is of no use. The bandits here have proven too formidable even for the continent's foremost merchant guild, by Baohang, which indicates their strength. My own abilities are nothing but trivial in comparison to Bai Baohang, let alone against the fierce robbers here, Yi Chen replied with a cold snort. However, I am certain that if bandits were to appear, Brother Yi would not stand idly by as I meet my demise. Yang Zhongtan continued to flatter. That remains to be seen. It depends on your performance, Yi Chen replied. I shall undoubtedly perform exceptionally well, Yang Zhongtian asserted. While Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian conversed outside, the elderly man, who had previously halted their passage for inquiries, entered an opulent carriage. Within this lavish vehicle sat a masked young woman, seemingly in her 20s, with bright eyes that exuded wisdom. Especially considering that the bandits have existed for so many years, they may have already formed an alliance with the Free City, the young woman remarked. Upon hearing this, old Chen fell silent, although an unspoken understanding had been reached between the Free City and the bandits. The latter's continued existence was likely sustained by certain shared interests with the Free City. This equilibrium had been the root cause of the long-standing relationship. As someone formerly associated with the Free City, he understood these dynamics well. Given that both sides numbered around 100, what gave the opposing party the confidence to believe they had the upper hand? It must be due to their specific objectives. No, old Chen, we must leave together, the young woman concluded, realizing that these bandits were likely targeting them. Despite her cautious demeanor, she had unwittingly fallen into their trap. Puzzled as to how they had discerned her whereabouts, she had remained masked, and old Chen had also altered his appearance. Their movements should have been shrouded in secrecy. Miss, I shall inquire further. You should conceal yourself. Old Chen stepped forward and called out from a distance, friends across the way, I am uncertain of your intentions. Do you wish to trouble us? We have a multitude here as well. Do you truly believe you can overpower us? And remember, inflicting harm upon 1,000 foes may also cost you 800 of your own. Please consider your actions carefully. The previously restless crowd began to calm, reassured by the presence of so many on their side. At that moment, Yi Chen turned his gaze toward Yang Zhongtian and remarked, You truly have the gift of foresight, haven't you? Who would have thought your jest would come to fruition? Brother Yi, I had no way of knowing they would actually arrive. I was merely joking. Yang Zhongtian replied. Just follow my lead and adapt to the situation, Yi Chen instructed. If a confrontation ensues, I may not be able to protect you. You will need to fend for yourself. Brother Yi, please don't say that. My abilities are so lacking. If you abandon me, I am surely doomed. Yang Zhongtian implored. Humph. Perhaps your demise would be for the best. Yi Chen jested. It would serve as a means of vengeance for my brother. Ah, brother Yi, you cannot mean that. Yang Zhongtian responded, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Very well, should a fight truly break out, stay close to me. Yi Chen commanded. I knew you would have my back. Brother Yi, Yang Zhongtian exclaimed. After speaking, Yang Zhongtian produced a spatial ring from his pocket and stated, in the unfortunate event of my demise, the 1,000-year snow milk within this ring shall serve as compensation for you and Chica. You are indeed thoughtful, Yi Chen acknowledged. But fret not, should you fall. It will surely be over my lifeless body first. Yi Chen accepted the spatial ring, affirming his words. As the two engaged in conversation, one of the masked bandits, seemingly the leader, spoke up. Very well, you old fool, your arrogance is amusing. The mere fact that the bandits of the Tianqian mountain range have shown themselves is a clear indication that your end is nigh. Are you implying that you have us at your mercy? That you seek to confront us all? Elder Chen replied in a grave tone. Indeed. That is precisely what I mean. You are utterly at my mercy. The bandit leader laughed heartily. The expressions of the others around him darkened. They had not anticipated that the bandits would truly attempt to take them all on, although they were nearly equal in numbers to the bandits. It was evident that the latter had come prepared, united as a cohesive group, while the former were merely a motley crew. What could they possibly wield against such an organized force? Regardless of the others' apprehensions, Elder Chen remained resolute. Then let us see what strength you possess to contend with us. You old wretch, how audacious. Very well, I shall deal with you first. The bandit leader, having grown weary of Elder Chen's repeated defiance, was eager to make a move. Kill me? I shall be the one to slay you first. What talk of escape is this? This time, we shall eradicate the bandits. We shall succeed in this endeavor. Indeed, how dare these scoundrel bandits direct their attention towards them? Once Elder Chen vanquished their leader, they would swiftly follow suit and eliminate the remaining bandits. Such folly. I was already aware of your capabilities before arriving here. Why do you still dare to charge forth? The bandit leader chuckled inexplicably as he observed Elder Chen advance toward him. Upon witnessing the sinister smile of the bandit leader, Chen felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Indeed, if the adversary had come specifically for him and his young lady, then his capabilities had long since been discerned by the foe. As Chen pondered this unsettling reality, the bandit leader's formidable power erupted, manifesting as a colossal hand of condensed elemental force that lunged toward Chen. The onlookers gasped in horror, for the bandit leader was revealed to be a purple one-star martial king. They had evidently expended a considerable fortune to confront the young lady. Chen's heart raced with dread. A purple martial king could easily ascend to become a sovereign within one of the three great empires. Yet, this individual willingly chose the path of a bandit, having been summoned to deal with their young lady, a choice that must have come at an exorbitant cost. Just as Chen's shock deepened, the elemental hand had already seized his throat, while a cruel grin crept across the bandit leader's face, culminating in the brutal shattering of Chen's neck. The young woman, witnessing this gruesome scene, stifled a gasp, struggling to suppress her anguish and fury. She sought refuge among the crowd. Yet she shone like a radiant gem amidst the throng, her elegance akin to a crane among chickens, instantly drawing the bandit leader's attention. Now it is your turn. He bellowed with laughter, soaring towards the young woman. In the wake of the revelation of the bandit leader's purple martial king status, the others, gripped by fear, scattered like frightened birds. Kill. Leave no one alive, commanded the bandit leader as he soared through the air. Understood, responded his subordinates. Upon receiving orders, hundreds of bandits brandished crossbows, the kind typically wielded by the armies of the three great empires. Yet, here they were, in the hands of mere brigands. The crossbows possessed formidable penetrating power, requiring individuals of at least green martial master rank to withstand their assaults with elemental energy. The bandits unleashed a barrage upon the crowd, and those of weaker stature were instantly transformed into pincushions. The air was filled with the cacophony of screams, as the scene morphed into a veritable hell on earth. A contingent of over 100 was swiftly reduced to half its number. Brothers, we must fight. Killing just 2 will suffice. Upon witnessing their comrades fall tragically, many were seized by rage and turned to confront the bandits, while others chose the path of retreat. Such folly. The bandit leader effortlessly dispatched a few approaching warriors mid-flight, relentlessly advancing towards a young woman. What shall we do now, brother Yi? Yang Zhongtian, having easily fended off the crossbow fire alongside Yi Chen, felt a sense of trepidation in the face of such ferocious marauders. It was well known that his father was akin to the previous elder Chen, a formidable purple martial king, an undeniably fearsome presence. Wei Chen assessed their combat capabilities and felt the urge to flee. It was evident that their adversaries were targeting Elder Chen and the young woman specifically. They were merely victims of an unforeseen calamity. With the involvement of a purple martial king, Yi Chen resolved that his priority must be to escape. Chapter 78. Offending those who should not be offended thus. As Yi Chen made his move, he unleashed his full power, channeling all his energy as the chilling essence of Xianbing ice gathered upon his fists. The five-layered hellish lion elephant fist struck with ferocity. A resounding thud echoed, and Yi Chen felt an overwhelming force emanate from his fists, reverberating throughout his body. Pain surged through him, and he was sent flying from the back of the sand scorpion like a kite caught in the wind. The sand scorpion hastily carried Yang Zhongtian away, who then helped Yi Chen onto its back, only to discover that Yi Chen's complexion had turned ashen, having been gravely injured by the formidable leader of the Purple Robber clan. Initially, Yi Chen had employed the Xianbing ice, which at most could be classified as a blue one-star martial commander. Even though Yi Chen had improved a few stars in strength, he could only reach the level of a blue two-star martial commander at best, due to the inherent quality of the Xianbing ice. In contrast, the robber leader's casual strike exhibited the power of a blue 8 or 9-star martial commander, surpassing Yi Chen by 6 or 7 tiers. Furthermore, Yi Chen had not exerted his full strength, making it entirely reasonable for him to suffer such a severe injury. "Brother Yi, what should we do?" Yang Zhongtian inquired anxiously. "Needless to say, we must flee swiftly. If we do not run, we shall meet our demise." Yi Chen gasped, rolling his eyes as he kicked the sand scorpion, urging, "Run." The sand scorpion had already sensed the impending danger from the robber leader and had been eager to escape. With Yi Chen's command, it bolted in the direction they had come from. Fortunately, their journey had not been extensive, allowing for an easy escape. However, as the sand scorpion fled, 5 robbers merely observed them, opting not to chase immediately, but waiting until the sand scorpion had distanced itself before pursuing. The leader of the bandits was somewhat taken aback. His casual strike was intended to eliminate Yi Chen, Yang Zhongtian, and the demon Xia, yet it only severely injured Yi Chen. However, he paid it no further mind, for his objective lay with the young woman. Indeed, misfortune often begets unexpected fortune, and who would have thought that the illustrious daughter of the Medicine Emperor Hall, Zimu Yan, would find herself in such dire straits? The bandit leader gazed intently at the masked woman, seemingly reveling in her misfortune. Once, she was akin to a treasured jewel, but in the blink of an eye, she had been reduced to this state. The young woman, Zimu Yan, daughter of the Medicine Emperor, faced the formidable bandit leader, her expression tinged with sorrow. "That was merely a thing of the past," she remarked. "When my father perished, the warmth of companionship vanished, and even my right to reside in the city of freedom was stripped away, leaving me with only the remnants of Chen Lao, whom you have slain. It would be best for you to remain foolish. So, now you shall meet your demise. My father was once the Medicine Emperor. Do you truly believe you can easily extinguish my life?" Seeing that no information could be extracted, her countenance regained its composure, dispelling any trace of the fear she had previously exhibited. The bandit leader, observing Zimu Yan's demeanor, felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that she held some opportunity for a comeback? Indeed, her father had been the previous Medicine Emperor, and although he had succumbed to the treacherous tides of power, she still possessed a legacy that might afford her some means of survival. "Are you afraid?" The bandit leader's expression shifted as Zimu Yan mocked him. Seeking death, the bandit leader could hardly contain his rage at Zimu Yan's taunts and boldly struck back. "Let us see who truly courts death." As her words fell, a fierce flame emanated from within her, enveloping her entirely, transforming her into a goddess of fire. Celestial fire. The bandit leader's face turned pale with horror. Indeed, it was celestial fire. "You shall perish." Zimu Yan engaged in fierce combat with the bandit leader. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, gravely injured, was hastily fleeing with Xia. However, Xia was merely a 4th-level beast, akin to a green martial master, and thus, his speed was still quite sluggish. The 5 pursuing bandits were all above the rank of blue martial commander. Even if Xia managed to gain some distance, they eventually closed in on him. Surrounded, Xia roared fiercely, the barbed poisonous stinger on his back slowly moving as if preparing to strike. Yang Zhongtian no longer wore his previous jovial expression. No one could have anticipated that bandits would specifically target them, and they appeared to be remarkably formidable. Yi Chen maintained a facade of weakness, deliberately feigning vulnerability. Should combat ensue, his beast sound technique might yet prove invaluable, though he never anticipated being the target of such hostility. "You are Yi Chen?" one of the bandits inquired. Yi Chen's heart raced. This question indicated they recognized him, having followed him here. When had he offended the bandits of the Tianqian mountain range? Yi Chen quickly denied it, asserting, "Who is Yi Chen? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I know nothing of Yi Chen." "Boy, do you still wish to deceive us? You are undoubtedly Yi Chen." Upon hearing Yi Chen's denial, one of the bandits produced an image for comparison, instantly erupting in rage. Yi Chen, unable to deny the truth, admitted, "Yes, I am Yi Chen, but I have done nothing to offend you. Why do you seek to take my life? You are indeed Yi Chen, and while you may not have wronged us, you have angered those whom you should not have. Someone has paid for your demise, and thus you must perish," the bandit replied. "May I assert that you have wronged me, and therefore you too must meet your end," Yi Chen retorted, bewildered by the audacity of those who had bribed the bandits of the Tianqian mountain range to hunt him down. Who could possibly orchestrate such a plot? He had not made enemies recently, save for the unfortunate incident involving Chen Yiping. If the sacred martial king, who stood behind Chen Yiping, sought vengeance, it seemed unlikely he would resort to hiring mountain bandits. Moreover, someone like Chen Yiping would hardly garner the sacred martial king's respect. The act of killing him had been surmised by outsiders with no substantive evidence, making retaliation from the sacred martial king for such a person improbable. Could it be family members of Chen Yiping? Yet, that too felt implausible, for Snowy Mountain City lay a vast distance away, rendering it nearly impossible for its inhabitants to track down these bandits for retribution. Just as Yi Chen finished his thoughts, the 5 bandits erupted in fury. "You are gravely injured, yet you still boast? Truly, you seek your own demise. Attack. Eliminate him, and our task shall be complete. Yi, my brother, it appears you have enemies here. Are you still capable of fighting? If not, allow me to flee with the sand scorpion," shouted Yang Zhongtian, witnessing the bandits charge forward. "They are your adversaries. Surely they would spare me." Although Yi Chen understood that Yang Zhongtian might be jesting, he nearly spat blood in exasperation, rolling his eyes. "If I were to perish in an instant, do you think you could escape? You have witnessed the speed of the sand scorpion. There is no chance for flight, and you would meet the same fate." "You are absolutely right, brother Yi," Yang Zhongtian nodded. "Since you risked your life to rescue me from the hands of the purple martial king, I cannot stand idly by and watch you be slain. To jest when death is imminent?" The 5 bandits, feeling disregarded by the 2, grew increasingly enraged. As for Yi Chen, he urged, "If you possess any trump cards, now is the time to reveal them." "All right, brother Yi, just watch closely, do not be frightened." As the 5 bandits charged forward, Yang Zhongtian no longer dared to be reckless. He swiftly retrieved a spherical ice orb from his bosom and hurled it towards the bandits. As he threw it, he shouted, "You ruffians, dare to cast your greedy eyes upon me? Prepare to meet your demise." The bandits, having already noticed the projectile, quickly dispersed, exclaiming, "Are you a fool? Even the dimmest among us knows to evade it. Evading is futile. Explode." Yang Zhongtian smirked triumphantly as the orb detonated, unleashing a massive surge of ice elemental force. Those who were closest to the orb were instantly encased in ice, only to shatter moments later, as the orb possessed both icy and explosive powers. Just as an ominous premonition began to swell within Yi Chen, he was violently propelled away by the force of the explosion. "This is bad. This is truly bad." Yang Zhongtian watched in horror as Yi Chen was hurled through the air, his cries echoing. Yet he too was caught in the explosive force, propelled away. In his heart, he could only pray for Yi Chen's safety. Despite being thrown, he remained unharmed, thanks to the protective family armor he wore. The sand scorpion, instinctively, burrowed into the earth, evading the devastating blast. As for Yi Chen, though he was launched into the air, he sustained little injury. Since their last encounter, he had been clad in the ice jade armor. While this armor could withstand 3 assaults from a martial king, previously, Yi Chen had faced the bandit leader head-on without utilizing its protection, resulting in his injuries. In this instance, the explosion's force had overwhelmed him. The ice jade armor could mitigate the blast's impact, but it could not shield him from the sheer force of the shockwave. Chapter 79. A reunion with Zimu Yin. The explosive power was unexpectedly formidable, lingering for nearly a dozen seconds before gradually subsiding. Once the force dissipated, Yi Chen pushed himself off the ground, resolving that he must prevent Yang Zhongtian from intervening again. He was utterly unreliable. He then turned his gaze towards Yang Zhongtian, discovering that he had emerged relatively unscathed, though it remained a mystery how many life-preserving artifacts he possessed. Meanwhile, upon sensing Yi Chen's aura, the sand scorpion resurfaced from the depths of the earth. Next time you launch such a device, could you perhaps give a warning in advance? That was at least equivalent to the self-detonation of a blue 9-star martial general. It was almost akin to an assault from a purple martial king. Yi Chen remarked, exasperated. Yang Zhongtian, feeling awkward, scratched his head and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I had no idea the power was so formidable. When my mother gave it to me, she didn't mention its strength, only that I should throw it and run when encountering foes. However, she cautioned me against using it in Snow Mountain City. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. Such was the advantage of having connections. For someone like him, without such backing, facing enemies meant fighting desperately, while those with support could reveal a trump card at critical moments. Yi Chen inquired, do you have any more of these? If so, could you spare me a few? Brother Yi, you jest. How could I possibly have more? This is the only one I possess, Yang Zhongtian replied, rolling his eyes. If I had several, I would have certainly unleashed them all, and who knows, you might have ended up blown to bits. Get lost. Even if you perish, I would surely survive. Yi Chen understood Yang Zhongtian's character. Had he indeed possessed multiple explosives, he would have likely thrown them all, not that it would kill him. But it would certainly leave him in a precarious situation. Brother Yi, what shall we do now? Yang Zhongtian pondered. I suspect those bandits are still lurking. Can we still proceed? Alas, if it weren't for that purple-clad martial king among the bandits, we might have managed to move forward. But with that fellow blocking our path, we should consider taking a different route, Yi Chen suggested. Moreover, since there are those seeking to take my life, we must also disguise ourselves. Otherwise, if they fail this time, there may well be a next attempt. Brother Yi, just what kind of enemies have you made? Should you dare to challenge me again, I shall not be able to safeguard you, Yang Zhongtian declared. Yi Chen, acutely aware of Yang Zhongtian's disdain, retorted, have you forgotten? I am capable of vanquishing someone as formidable as Chen Yiping. What significance does that hold? Just moments ago, I dispatched 5 bandits who were exponentially more powerful than Chen Yiping. Yi Chen continued, I even withstood a blow from the bandit leader. Very well, I concede your prowess. Yang Zhongtian acknowledged Yi Chen standing. With a swift motion, Yi Chen could no longer contain himself and playfully tapped Yang Zhongtian on the forehead. Brother Yi, why do you always strike me? Yang Zhongtian lamented, rubbing his head. And when you do, could you refrain from striking my forehead? I was once quite clever, you know. Yi Chen shot Yang Zhongtian a glare. Let us find a place to disguise ourselves. I believe disguising ourselves is unnecessary, Yang Zhongtian replied innocently. If they are indeed pursuing you, Brother Yi, they have surely already received word of your presence. A disguise would be futile. Why is that? Yi Chen inquired. Because of this, Yang Zhongtian pointed at the sand scorpion. As long as it exists, no matter how we alter our appearances, it will be of no avail. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, fell silent, realizing his oversight in underestimating the sand scorpion's significance. Just as a frown began to mar his expression, a small merchant group, bearing the insignia of the Baibao Guild, slowly approached from the distance. This was a subsidiary merchant group associated with Baibao Guild. Upon observing the apparent aftermath of a fierce battle, the members of the merchant group halted at a distance. However, given that the entrance to the Tianqin mountain range often witnessed the presence of individuals or merchant groups waiting, it was not unusual to encounter others here, though they still felt the need to inquire about the identities of the 2 men. A rugged man in his 40s emerged from a small merchant guild, addressing the 2 younger brothers. Who might you be and what brings you here? The elder among them, Yang Zhongtian, replied, we are attempting to traverse the Tianshan mountains. However, we encountered bandits along the way and barely managed to escape. As you witnessed, we recently fought them, and their corpses remain scattered nearby. The rugged man paused, momentarily taken aback by the gruesome sight of the slain bandits, whose remains lay in disarray. He soon shifted the conversation, exclaiming, so you faced bandits ahead. You possess considerable strength. It appears we are mutually beneficial to one another. With a hearty laugh, he introduced himself. I am Wang Hu, the president of the Merchant Guild. The younger man replied, oh, I am Yang Zhongtian, and this is my elder brother, Yi Chen. We appreciate your welcome to join your caravan. As the group set off, Wang Hu inquired, how many bandits did you encounter earlier, and what was their strength? Yang Zhongtian responded, over 100. including a formidable bandit leader of the purple martial king rank. However, his intent was not directed at us. Otherwise, our escape would have been far more challenging. Wang Hu's expression shifted, and he suggested, perhaps we should pause for a moment. Despite our merchant guild operating under the auspices of the Baibao Hang, if they truly have intentions towards us, passage may prove difficult. After a brief contemplation, he added, nonetheless, it seems there are no bandits in sight now. Very well. Let us continue on our journey. With that, Wang Hu nodded in agreement, and the merchant caravan resumed its advance. Upon reaching the site of the recent battle, several members of the guild could not suppress their revulsion and retched at the scene. They belonged to a merchant guild under the auspices of the Baibao Hang, and typically, they were not troubled by bandits. Even if confronted, the notorious name they bore would cause the bandits to relent, thus they were unaccustomed to such scenes. As the crowd busied themselves with the remains, a frail young woman approached, capturing their attention. It was none other than Zimayan, the daughter of the medicine emperor. Still veiled. Although Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian were unaware of her true identity, it was evident that the leader of the violet-clad bandits sought her demise. Yet, the fact that he had not succeeded in eliminating her suggested that she was not as vulnerable as she appeared. Meanwhile, Zimayan communicated telepathically with Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian, imploring them to keep the recent events to themselves, promising her gratitude in due course. Wang Hu, upon hearing this, inquired, do you two young brothers know her? Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian nodded affirmatively, confirming her association with them. However, Yi Chun hesitated. Although Zimayan promised him a reward, he pondered whether he truly valued such compensation, for he was already endowed with boundless wealth. His concern lay in the potential danger of leaving her behind, should more bandits come in pursuit. He cared little for his own safety. But what of Wang Hu and his companions? While they were affiliated with the Baibao Hang, their connection was merely one of paying a fee, and they were not under its complete control. If the bandits were determined to eliminate Zimayan, Wang Hu and his associates would inevitably face dire consequences. Chapter 80. Departure from the caravan. What is it? Is something amiss? Yi Chun queried. Thank you for not exposing me just now. Zimayan lamented pitifully. Otherwise, I fear I would have to remain here all alone in this desolate wilderness. Do not feign helplessness, Yi Chun replied. The leader of the purple martial king's bandits could not do you any harm. What difference does it make if you were to be alone in the wild? The reason I have held my tongue is due to President Wang Hu's promise. But I do not wish for them to be embroiled in trouble because of you. If you cannot present a compelling reason to persuade me, I shall inform President Wang Hu, lest their fate mirrors that of those before them. Rest assured, there should be no immediate concerns, Zimayan asserted. As you can see, I have survived. By the time our adversaries realize what has transpired, I believe we shall have arrived at the city of freedom. Yi Chun nodded, suddenly comprehending Zimayan's implication. She had endured, indicating the inevitable demise of the bandit leader. Although Zimayan appeared quite frail, she had indeed vanquished the purple martial king. Still, Yi Chun remarked, yet all of this remains merely your conjecture. What if they send someone again? The next envoy will undoubtedly be stronger. Zimayan scoffed. Do you presume the purple martial king is as common as a cabbage? It is already remarkable that they could summon one. Do you think they can muster an even mightier foe? If they possess such vast resources, would they need to resort to such measures against me? You have a point. So go and confess to President Wang Hu. Yang Zhongtian, overhearing Zimayan's words, retorted indignantly, when adults are speaking, what place do you, a mere child, have to interrupt? Zimayan shot Yang Zhongtian a glare and continued, while my words reflect my personal thoughts, they are fundamentally grounded in reality. Although I possess the capability to vanquish the bandit leader, I am, at present, merely a fragile maiden in need of your aid and protection. Otherwise, if I were truly capable of defeating the formidable bandit leader of the purple martial king, I could traverse the perilous Tianxian mountain range with caution, rendering your assistance unnecessary. Regardless, I believe it unwise to conceal this matter from President Wang Hu. Finally, Yi Chun spoke up, proposing that we candidly inform President Wang Hu of our situation. If he consents, we shall have no objections. If he declines, my younger brother and I will depart alongside you. Zimayan rolled her eyes, stating that her intention to remain was due to the abundance of people here, which makes it easier to conceal oneself. If the situation were otherwise, would you two follow me away? It is not that I look down upon you, but the truth is, your capabilities are quite lacking. Nevertheless, if you choose to remain silent, I previously mentioned I could offer you sufficient benefits, and my word still stands. You insufferable woman! Yang Zhongtian exclaimed in anger. Do you think I would care for your paltry offerings? Do you dare to threaten me? I fear you may lack the ability. As for your identity, I am indifferent to it, nor do I wish to know. Zimu Yin scoffed, concluding that since there was nothing further to discuss with you, she would seek out Wang Hu personally. I wonder if he will cast me aside. With that, Zimu Yin departed, truly seeking out Wang Hu. Meanwhile, Yang Zhongtian turned to Yi, exclaiming, Brother Yi, this woman is utterly detestable for looking down upon us. I may be younger, but had I been her age, my strength would surpass hers by leaps and bounds. Although I am not pleased either, she speaks the truth. Yi Chen remarked, referring to that purple-clad martial king bandit leader, who among us could defeat him? Yet, she managed to vanquish him. Humph. I remain skeptical of how she accomplished such a feat. I cannot believe she possesses that level of strength. While Yang Zhongtian internally acknowledged Yi Chen's assertion, he remained outwardly defiant. Very well, since she has decided to speak with President Wang Hu herself, whether she stays or goes is no longer our concern. Yi Chen stated. With this time, it would be more beneficial to engage in further cultivation. With that, he commenced his training. Ever since he began his cultivation journey, he had consistently drawn the attention of formidable adversaries, leaving him feeling rather aggrieved. There was nothing to be done but to strive harder. Moreover, he had an abundance of aspects to cultivate, and if he could find a stable environment to focus on each one meticulously, perhaps his strength could experience a significant enhancement. Regrettably, there were too many matters to attend to, so he could only seize the opportunity to train during their travels. Observing Yi Chen's unwavering dedication to his practice, Yang Zhongtian felt a deep admiration. No wonder Brother Yi is so powerful, it is all due to his diligence. Thus, Yang Zhongtian began his own cultivation as well. Meanwhile, although Zimu Yin believed Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian were ungrateful, she felt a pang of guilt for the lives lost due to her involvement. Ultimately, she sought out President Wang Hu. President Wang Hu, there are matters I must disclose to you candidly, Zimu Yin declared. What is it? Wang Hu remained unaware of the origins of Zimu Yin's name. However, given her previous association with Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian, he did not inquire further. Now, witnessing Zimu Yin approach, he felt a sense of curiosity. I deceived you earlier. While I am acquainted with those two, we are not well acquainted. And I do not even know their names, Zimu Yin admitted. I understand that. I too am unaware of their names, Wang Hu replied. In the Tianqin Mountains, anyone could encounter misfortune. Since we are in trouble, it is only natural that we assist one another. Wang Hu, you are a good man. However, I do not wish to deceive you any longer, Zimu Yin stated earnestly. The unfortunate fate of those individuals was all due to me. What? Could you please elaborate on that, miss? Wang Hu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, the bandits obstructed us because of my presence, Zimu Yin recounted the events, omitting the fact that she was the daughter of the former medicine emperor. This revelation left Wang Hu in hesitation, but after a few moments, he resolved. I am truly sorry, miss, but I cannot continue to accompany you. I must consider the safety of my entire caravan. That is quite all right. I had anticipated this outcome. Zimu Yin acknowledged, having foreseen the result during her candid conversation with Wang Hu. Thank you for your understanding, Wang Hu said. Rest assured. I do not know your name, nor have I seen you before. Even if someone were to inquire about you, I would be unaware of anything. Zimu Yin nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further, and proceeded directly towards Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian. Youngster, you should cease your training. President Wang Hu has instructed me to leave, and were you not just saying that you would accompany me? I now require your presence. Upon witnessing Yi Chen immersed in his practice, Zimu Yin presumed that he had been disheartened by her words, which only served to heighten her disdain for him. His lack of diligence in the past rendered this fleeting moment of effort utterly futile. Yang Zhongtian, however, retorted sarcastically, did you not express your disdain for our weakness? If that is the case, what purpose do we serve? In response, Zimu Yin nodded and declared, indeed, I find your strength lacking. Yet having two companions is certainly preferable to facing adversaries alone. Particularly when the time comes to flee, having two to shield my retreat is invaluable. Do you not see my need for you? You insufferable woman. I am engaged in conversation with your elder brother. What gives you the right to interject? Zimu Yin snapped. Do not presume that your gender intimidates me. I warn you, should you dare provoke me, I will not hesitate to retaliate against someone of your stature. Yang Zhongtian exclaimed, filled with indignation. What did you just call me? Did you dare to refer to me as auntie? In an instant, Zimu Yin transformed into a furious lioness, declaring, this is no longer about whether you can strike me. The question now is whether I shall allow you to escape my wrath. Enough of this bickering, Yi Chen interjected. As I have already stated, Since President Wang Hu has expressed disapproval, we shall not accompany you. But, Brother Yi, this Annie is infuriating. Yang Zhongtian protested. You little brat, dare you call me Annie again? Zimu Yin clenched her fists, teetering on the edge of a furious outburst. Yi Chen's hair stood on end in an instant. As if he had encountered a grave danger, he fixed his gaze on Zimu, saying, My younger brother is rather naive. I hope you will not hold it against him. Humph. This time, I shall spare you out of consideration for your face. Otherwise, you would soon learn how that bandit leader met his demise. Zimu threatened fiercely. Do you truly believe I fear you? I am merely showing respect for my elder brother, Yang Zhongtian muttered defiantly. However, upon noticing Yi Chen's evident irritation, he dared not speak louder. Considering that Zimu had indeed defeated the Purple Martial King, he chose to swallow his pride for the moment. Very well, if that is the case. Let us be on our way. With that, Yi Chen urged the Sand Scorpion to hasten, and the three swiftly distanced themselves from the merchant caravan. Under Wang Hu's deliberate control, the caravan gradually increased the space between themselves and Yi Chen's group. Although the people within the caravan might have harbored questions, they wisely refrained from inquiring. Wang Hu also did not ask for the names of the trio, and everyone regarded this encounter as an unexpected occurrence that should not have transpired. Chapter 81. Deep-water blue flower. Due to the relatively small size of the sand scorpion's back, the three of them found themselves somewhat cramped atop it. Yi Chen could even catch a whiff of the subtle fragrance emanating from Zimu. Nonetheless, his impression of her was far from favorable. Despite her possessing bright and intelligent eyes, she exuded pride, arrogance, and a complete lack of compassion. As for Yang Zhongtian, his disdain for Zimu was even greater, particularly since he, a proud young master from the primary city of Shueshan, had been looked down upon by her, leading him to effectively blacklist her in his mind. The trio proceeded in silence, their journey arduous for the Sand Scorpion. Initially burdened by Yi Chen alone, it now bore the additional weight of Yang Zhongtian and Zimayan. Despite their light physiques, the Sand Scorpion lamented its fate, a once proud desert beast of the western regions reduced to a mere mode of conveyance, a truly pitiable existence. As the path from the Tianqian Mountains to the City of Freedom was well established, a map proved unnecessary. They advanced along the route, their pace swift despite the seemingly endless mountain range. After several days, they reached the central part of the Tianqian Mountains. I must bathe, Zimayan declared. I have endured this for days, and I can bear it no longer. Where shall we find water here? Yi Chen inquired. Perhaps you should persevere for a few more days. The preceding days had been uneventful, diminishing the likelihood of an attack on Zimayan. I know of a place with water, Zimayan retorted. I ventured out here once in my youth and am familiar with this area. It will also serve as an opportunity for you two to replenish your water supplies. Without granting Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian a chance to object, she promptly dismounted the Sand Scorpion and departed. Brother Yi, perhaps we should abandon this matron and let her fend for herself, Yi Chen suggested. You are wise, young man, Zimayan responded, casting a knowing glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, speechless, ignored Zimayan. Trailing behind her, they soon arrived at a mountain stream after 10 minutes. You two shall stand guard here while I bathe upstream. And remember, no peeking. Should anyone dare to peek, I shall pluck out their eyes. Zimayan threatened menacingly. I harbor no fondness for the sight of the ant, rest assured, Yang Zhongtian remarked with irritation, and those who wish to pluck out my eyes. Do they not fear the repercussions of their grandiose words? Enough of your quarrels, Yi Chen interjected. You need not worry. We shan't pry into your affairs. That is pleasing to hear, Zimu Yin replied succinctly, before making her way upstream along the brook. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian resumed their training. Over the course of several days, Yang Zhongtian found himself thoroughly inspired by Yi Chen's diligence. It was no wonder that Brother Yi could vanquish formidable foes of higher ranks. Such relentless dedication to cultivation merited such prowess. Yet, upon recalling that Zimu Yin had ventured to bathe, Yang Zhongtian felt a pang of discomfort and hastened downstream to cleanse himself, reassured by Brother Ye's presence. Upon reaching the upper stream, Zimu Yin did not immerse herself in the water immediately. Instead, she retrieved a map, meticulously comparing it to her surroundings until she pinpointed her location. With determination, she leapt into the water, diving directly towards the depths below. As she drew closer to the bottom, an ethereal blue light flickered in the distance, revealing a small flower that ignited her excitement. This was the deep-water blue flower, of immense significance to her, especially now that she had recently harnessed the heavenly fire, making the acquisition of such a rare treasure even more vital. Moreover, should she successfully eliminate the poison of the fire. Her command over the heavenly fire would become far more adept. Although utilizing the heavenly fire at a level beyond her current capacity had left her injured, the silver lining was that recovery would enhance her control, enabling her to wield the heavenly fire without sustaining harm, akin to Yi Chen's mastery over the profound ice. The ability to engage in battles beyond her level without detriment underscores the critical importance of the deep water blue flower to Zimu Yan. As Zimu Yan approached the deep blue flower, a colossal fish, the size of a person, surged toward her with its mouth agape. Initially, Zimu Yan was oblivious to the presence of aquatic beasts, primarily because her father had never mentioned them, and the fish moved with remarkable agility and speed, leaving her no time to react. It was only when the creature was nearly upon her that she became aware of the impending danger. However, by then, it was too late to evade. In a desperate bid for survival, Zimu Yan raised her arm, channeling her inner energy to brace against the impending collision. Yet, the fish, having the advantage of its aquatic domain, struck with tremendous force, causing her already injured body to endure another jolt. Blood spewed from her mouth as a result of the impact. The creature, undeterred, opened its maw, revealing a set of menacing fangs, and lunged toward her neck. Zimu Yan yearned for assistance, knowing that Yi Chen and Yang Zhongtian were not far away. However, recalling her previous disdain for them, she found herself unable to utter a plea for help. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the celestial fire from within her, which surged forth and engulfed the fish in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding water evaporated immediately, resulting in a thick cloud of steam rising into the air. Yi Chen, witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, assumed it was a manifestation of Zimu Yan's own power, believing she was attempting to prevent him and Yang Zhongtian from spying on her, and shook his head in disbelief. As for Zimu Yan, she found herself in a state of unbearable suffering within the water, having been scorched by the heavenly flames. Weakened to the point of immobility, her garments were completely incinerated at the moment the flames erupted, leaving her utterly vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. In her heart, she both yearned for Yi Chen to discover her plight and come to her rescue, yet simultaneously wished for him to refrain from intervening. The reason for her thoughts of Yi Chen stemmed from the fact that the young Yang Zhongtian failed to appreciate her allure, referring to her as aunt without recognizing her charm and grace. If she were to seek assistance, it would be preferable to solicit Yi Chen's help. However, she lamented his lack of strength. Had he been more formidable, she might have considered inviting him into her inner circle. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, who remained oblivious to Zimu Yan's fanciful musings, the passage of time weighed heavily upon them. 2 hours elapsed without any sign of Zimu Yan's emergence, and Yi Chen, losing interest in his own cultivation, pondered whether one could truly bathe for 2 hours. Lacking knowledge of Zimu Yan's name, he called out, "Hey, are you done yet?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Zimu Yan clenched her teeth, remaining motionless. "Fine, if you choose not to respond, we shall indeed take our leave," Yi Chen remarked. But as he spoke, he stealthily approached, surveying his surroundings. Believing that Yi Chen intended to depart, Zimu Yan called out urgently, "Don't go. Come and help me." Her voice echoed from the depths of the water. Yi Chen mused, puzzled. Could it be that Zimu Yan was intentionally trying to entice him? That seemed unlikely. She had always looked down upon him. Why would she suddenly begin to allure him? "Come down, and you'll find out." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zimu Yan felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into, as her embarrassment was simply unbearable. "Very well, I shall descend," she said. Yi Chen immediately plunged into the water. The deeper he sank, the clearer the ethereal figure became. However, Zimu Yan was positioned in a way that only allowed Yi Chen to see her flowing dark hair, her fair back, her elegantly curved posterior, and her slender legs. Yi Chen felt a dampness at the tip of his nose, as if traces of blood were mingling with the water's current, forcefully wiping his nose. He averted his gaze and inquired, "What is it that you require of me?" Chapter 82. Separation. Zimu Yan struggled to suppress her inner shame, for she was acutely aware that Yi Chen had likely seen her entirely. Without hesitation, she asked, "Do you see that blue flower? Just pluck it and bring it to me." "Oh, certainly," Yi Chen replied, scanning his surroundings until he spotted the luminous, deep-water blue flower not far away. Previously distracted by Zimu Yan's enchanting figure, he now turned to discover the flower. He swam over and retrieved the deep-water blue blossom. "What should I do now?" he asked. "Simply toss the deep-water blue flower onto me," Zimu Yan instructed. "Oh," Yi Chen responded, enveloping the flower in his elemental energy before bringing it closer to her. Should I place it directly on your back? That would suffice. Although placing it on her back might slightly diminish its absorption effect, it was certainly preferable to laying it face up. After Chen set the deep water blue flower down, a surge of elemental energy emanated from Zimu Yin, drawing the flower into her being. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation enveloped Zimu Yin, causing even Chen, who was beside her, to forget his previously immobile state and sit cross-legged to refine the deep water blue flower. When Zimu Yin abruptly rose, she found herself fully exposed before Chen, who felt a twinge of embarrassment and, after a brief moment, swam away. It was only when Zimu Yin sensed the disturbance in the water that she remembered Chen's presence. However, the lingering sensation of exhilaration caused her to dismiss him from her mind. Once Chen emerged, his mood gradually stabilized as he chose to set aside thoughts of Zimu Yin, instead contemplating the deep water blue flower. Previously preoccupied with Zimu Yin's predicament, he had not considered the flower, but upon reflection, he observed that her surroundings bore the marks of having been scorched by flames. This led him to ponder whether Zimu Yin possessed formidable celestial fire, and whether the deep water blue flower served to suppress such power. What level of rarity did this flower possess? If he were to acquire a deep water blue flower, could it potentially subdue the 9 Phoenix celestial flame, thus allowing him to harness a trace of it for his own use? It was known that even a mere hint of the 9 Phoenix celestial flame was capable of vanquishing a purple-level initial martial king. If he could extract a fragment of the 9 Phoenix celestial flame from the purple-gold spatial ring and manage to control it, he would possess a modicum of self-defense. Yang Zhongtian remarked, "Could it be that she is deliberately leading us astray? If not, let us depart and not wait for her." Chen playfully tapped Yang Zhongtian's forehead, retorting, "You, my friend, spent over 2 hours frolicking downstream, and yet you dare to criticize others?" Yang Zhongtian rubbed his forehead, bewildered. "Brother Yi, have you taken leave of your senses? Why do I feel as though you are defending that lady? Is it possible that during the 2 hours I spent swimming, something occurred unbeknownst to me? Could it be that Brother Yi has a penchant for voyeurism?" The more Yang Zhongtian pondered this, the more his expression took on a lascivious demeanor. "Chen, what are you thinking about?" Chen scrutinized Yang Zhongtian's countenance with a hint of displeasure. Could it be that this fellow was entertaining some nefarious thoughts? "Nothing at all, nothing at all." Yang Zhongtian hastily concealed his expression, adopting an air of understanding. Chen was not a mind reader. Although he could sense that Yang Zhongtian's thoughts were far from innocent, he remained oblivious to the specifics. Were he to know, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to teach Yang Zhongtian a lesson. After all, it was she who had implored him to come over. Meanwhile, Yang Zhongtian believed he had grasped the entire truth and patiently awaited the outcome. He refrained from speaking, and Chen followed suit. However, this period of waiting stretched longer than anticipated, lasting nearly a day before Zimu Yin finally emerged. Upon her appearance, she donned a veil and was impeccably attired. What was particularly striking was the profound transformation in her aura, an inexplicable change that left onlookers in awe. The deep azure flower had bestowed upon Zimu Yin an unparalleled metamorphosis, and most crucially, it had enhanced her ability to wield heavenly fire with greater finesse. Despite the shift in her demeanor, her character remained unchanged. As she approached the two men, she conveyed to Chen telepathically, "You saved me once and beheld my form. Thus, we are even. As for now, you must have realized that my strength has been restored. It is time for us to part ways." "Very well." Chen nodded slightly, and the remnants of his feelings of guilt and affection towards Zimu Yin evaporated instantaneously. "Very well," she stated directly, "let us part ways here." Yang Zhongtian, wearing a perplexed expression, could not shake the feeling that something significant transpired between Chen and Zimu Yin. Since she intended to leave, he refrained from detaining her, planning to inquire further about the mysterious events involving Chen during their journey. "Wait a moment, I have a question for you." Chen called out telepathically upon noticing Zimu Yin's intention to depart. "Is there still any deep water blue flower here, or perhaps a similar treasure?" Zimu Yin appeared somewhat puzzled. She had utilized it to suppress heavenly fire, but it seemed unlikely that Chen had the same purpose. Observing her confusion, Chen clarified, "You are unaware of my elemental affinity. I possess a mutated ice attribute within the water element." As he revealed his elemental energy, he continued, "Previously, I overlooked the deep water blue flower, but upon further contemplation, I realized it holds significant benefits for me." Zimu Yin's understanding dawned, yet she replied, "I am unaware of any other locations where it can be found. The deep water blue flower was merely a fortuitous encounter for my father in the past. If there is nothing else, let us part ways. Henceforth, we shall remain strangers. Agreed, but before you go, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen. Remember this name, for the one who will eventually surpass you is named Chen. However, she was a person of stark realism, with ambitions to reclaim the imperial pharmacy hall, and Chen, in any regard, could offer her no assistance. Moreover, Chen was the first to behold her form, and within her heart lingered a thought. She wished to avert any misfortune befalling him. Once Zimu Yin departed, Chen exhaled a sigh and shook his head, reflecting that strength was indeed the essence of existence in the Phoenix continent. Brother Yi, was there something I missed when I left just now? Your relationship seems to have progressed remarkably quickly, Yang Zhongtian remarked with a mischievous grin. Do you, a mere child, wish to pry into the affairs of adults? Are you prepared to face the consequences? Chen, already in a foul mood, found Yang Zhongtian's unsolicited conversation to be an opportunity for retaliation. Wow, Brother Yi, you can't be serious. Before Yang Zhongtian could finish his sentence, a scream pierced the air. Chen's palm had once again connected with Yang Zhongtian's forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground in agony. Come on, I barely exerted any force. Why the theatrics? Chen observed Yang Zhongtian's antics and lost any inclination to continue his assault. Hee, I was merely concerned that you might bully me, Brother Yi. Yang Zhongtian chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his head as he rose. All right, let us resume our journey and strive to reach the city of freedom as soon as possible. Chen replied, exasperated, as he directed the sand scorpion to continue onward. Chapter 83. Unfortunate news. It was not that the Tianqian mountain range offered only a solitary path for Chen and his companions. Rather, they fortuitously chose the same entrance, as each junction typically presented but a single route. Fellow brothers, what a coincidence, Wang Hu observed, glancing about in search of Zimu Yan. President Wang Hu. She is not here, rest assured, came the reply, providing him with some comfort. Chen was aware that Wang Hu was observing whether Zimu Yan was present. He promptly responded, oh, that is reassuring. Wang Hu exhaled a sigh of relief, but, fearing the potential awkwardness that followed, directly suggested, since you two young gentlemen have parted ways with that lady, why not accompany our merchant caravan? As long as you do not mind our slower pace. How could that be? Thank you, President Wang, but we wouldn't want to impose, Chen replied. Ah, just call me uncle, as he did before. It feels more amiable that way, Wang Hu chuckled. A few days later, the group finally emerged from the Tianqian mountain range. Upon their exit, they were greeted by an expansive grassland stretching endlessly before them. Scattered figures and merchant caravans occasionally appeared across the prairie, alongside herders tending to their cattle and horses. These individuals were the indigenous inhabitants of the grassland, currently raising livestock to provide sustenance for the free city. Upon gazing at the grassland, Wang Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Reaching the prairie signified a 99% assurance of safety. The grassland served as a buffer zone between the Tianqian mountain range and the free city, rendering it relatively peaceful. Wang Hu's caravan quickened its pace, and after several more days, they finally caught sight of the free city on the distant horizon. The free city rightfully earned its reputation as the largest city on the entire Fenghuang continent. Even from afar, Chen could sense the city's grandeur and magnificence. As they neared the free city, the entrance was bustling with throngs of people, with a continuous flow of individuals entering and exiting. Every newcomer to the free city was required to register. Wang Hu's convoy halted behind the crowd, which consisted of several thousand people ahead of them, as they patiently awaited their turn to enter the city. By the way, Chen, I have yet to inquire what brings you two young gentlemen from the free city. After several days of interaction, Wang Hu became acquainted with their names, and the rapport between them had deepened significantly since their initial meeting. While waiting, Wang Hu inquired, what brings you here? We are in search of someone, Chen replied. Oh, who are you looking for? Although I am merely a small fish in free city, I might still be able to assist you if it concerns an ordinary person, Wang Hu boasted, patting his chest. I am looking for my younger brother, Chen stated. In truth, Chen had already contemplated that in free city, one could easily locate someone by directly approaching the Baibao Hang. His brother, Yichika, was not a prominent figure, and finding him would be a matter of mere moments. What is your brother's name? Wang Hu asked. My brother is named Yichika. He has likely been here for a few months now. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Uncle Wang Hu, Chen sincerely expressed. Not at all. Once we arrive in free city, we are all family. Soon, Wang Hu's caravan reached the grand gates of Free City, towering at approximately 10 meters high. Since all members of Wang Hu's caravan were residents of Free City, possessing identification proof, they were permitted entry after presenting their documents. However, as it was the first visit for Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian, they obtained their identification at the city gate before entering alongside Wang Hu. The process of acquiring the identification required merely 100 gold coins, a trivial sum for Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian. Upon entering the city, Wang Hu explained as he walked that the Free City is divided into 3 distinct zones: the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region is inhabited by various minor factions, external forces, and the ordinary populace residing within the Free City. The inner region, on the other hand, comprises factions that have allied themselves with the Baibao Guild, the Medicine Emperor Palace, and the Refining Pavilion. Those who pledge allegiance to these entities are granted residence in the inner region, to which our trading association belongs, thriving within its confines. As for the core region, it encompasses the Baibao Guild, the Medicine Emperor Palace, and the Refining Pavilion themselves. Within this central area, there exists an abundance of goods, with nothing being beyond reach. Yi Chen nodded, having witnessed the splendor of the outer region along the way. Though it is home to minor factions, he felt that the outer region was even more vibrant than the primary city of Xueshan. He also encountered the ordinary citizens Wang Hu spoke of, adorned in resplendent attire. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of a yellow martial artist. Wang Hu seemed to notice this as well and remarked that there are no weak individuals in the Free City. The availability of medicinal pills is plentiful here, far cheaper than in other locales, allowing one with a modest sum to acquire them for enhancing their strength. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. What he lacked was time, which could certainly be compensated for with these pills. However, he was aware that such pills often come with lingering side effects, leaving one significantly weaker than their peers of the same or even lower rank. This was not what Yi Chen desired, unless such miraculous elixirs existed that bore no after effects. However, since one has already arrived in the City of Freedom, it is best to wait patiently, trusting that a miraculous remedy will surely present itself. Moreover, having the opportunity to explore the arts of alchemy and artifact forging, one might as well give it a try. The outer region is indeed the largest area of the City of Freedom. After a day of travel, Wang Hu's caravan finally reached the inner region, allowing Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian to fully appreciate the vastness of this city. As for the reason behind not utilizing spatial storage rings, it is because even the strongest warriors possess rings with a mere 10 square meters of space. For these small and medium-sized merchant associations, the limited capacity of the rings is insufficient to accommodate all their goods. Once Wang Hu had delegated all tasks, he set out to inquire about Yi Chi-ku's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took up residence within Wang Hu's trading company. 2 days later, Wang Hu approached Yi Chun with a furrowed brow. "Uncle Wang Hu, what troubles you? Have you not found my brother?" Seeing Wang Hu's expression, Yi Chen felt a sense of foreboding. "We have indeed located your brother, but—" Wang Hu hesitated, struggling to continue. "But what?" Yi Chen asked, his excitement palpable as he grasped Wang Hu's arm. "It is that your brother's current situation is rather precarious," Wang Hu replied. "At present, he is in the slums." "Where is the slum?" Yi Chun inquired, bewildered. What we previously observed was merely the commoner's district. However, the City of Freedom also harbors a slum. The inhabitants of this impoverished area are devoid of talent, and their meager earnings barely sustain their families, leaving them with no means to procure elixirs. Consequently, their strength is the weakest, rendering this area a shadowy part of the City of Freedom, where nefarious forces exploit the impoverished. Nonetheless, due to the slum's inherent weakness, the 3 major factions choose to overlook its existence. "How does this relate to my brother?" Yi Chen inquired. "I have heard that your brother and his master have seemingly offended someone, and they are constantly troubled by them. Were it not for your brother's master's moderate strength, they would have likely been expelled from the City of Freedom by now. Yet, even so, their situation remains dire. It is rumored that a powerful individual has recently been dispatched to target them." Wang Hu remarked. "What? Then what are we waiting for? Uncle Wang Hu, where's my brother? Please take me to him." Yi Chun exclaimed in anger, distressed by the plight of his brother and the looming threat against him. "Very well. Let us depart." Wang Hu, along with Yi Chun and Yang Zhongtian, journeyed to the slum, leaving Xia to roam freely within the confines of the Merchant Association. Chapter 84. The long-awaited encounter with Yi Chi-ku. The slum is located in the outermost region, close to the perimeter. Previously, It took them an entire day to travel with a merchant convoy, but without the burden of the caravan, the three arrived at the slum in merely a few hours. Although the slum is indeed a place of poverty, it lacks the chaos and filth found in other cities. On the contrary, it is remarkably clean and orderly. The residents are impoverished not due to any moral failing, but rather because of unfortunate circumstances and a lack of opportunities. Despite their plight, the vibrancy of the slum surpasses that of a third-tier metropolis like Qingstone City. Upon entering the slum with Wang Hu, Chen experienced a whirlwind of emotions. He was finally able to see his brother Yichika, yet he felt uncertain about how to confront him. Unaware of the hardships his brother had endured over the past 6 months, Yang Zhongtian, too, remained unusually silent, haunted by a sense of guilt. If he could turn back time, he would never have allowed that vile woman to cause harm to Yichika. Though he had lived a life of indulgence, his nature was not inherently malevolent. Soon, Wang Hu led Yichun and Yang Zhongtian deeper into the slum, guiding them to the location they had previously identified. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the area was already surrounded by a multitude of people. Yichen's expression darkened, and he hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd. Once inside, he spotted Yichika and a middle-aged man, his master, Zhou Ming, encircled by 7 or 8 hostile individuals. "Chica, what should we do?" Zhou Ming inquired, his voice filled with concern. "As long as you do not wish it, I will protect you. Even if my strength is lacking, I will not allow anyone to harm you." "Thank you, master. I am willing to leave the city of freedom." After Yichika uttered those words, he appeared to have lost all strength. It is important to note that he was merely a boy of 13 or 14. Even though he had been severely injured by Yang Zhongtian, he now seemed like a frail 16 or 17-year-old. However, upon finishing his statement, Yichika seemed to age significantly, resembling a once indomitable youth who had surrendered to fate. Zhou Ming, upon hearing Yichika's words, let out a profound sigh, acknowledging that they had ultimately been defeated by reality. "Very well, the wise know how to adapt. You are unworthy of the Gu family's young lady. It is already fortunate to have obtained a life-saving elixir. In due course, you shall inform the young lady of the Gu family that you chose to withdraw voluntarily," the leader remarked. "Understood," Yichika replied, his expression remaining stoic as he clenched his fists. He believed that as long as he could restore his meridians, his strength would eventually shine. He hoped Linner would comprehend his sentiments. "Wait, we shall not accept your life-saving elixir, for we possess our own." Yichun, though unaware of the specifics, could not bear to see Yichika suffer indignities. The look of discontent on Yichika's face was evident to him. He felt compelled to defend him. Yichika recognized the familiar voice with surprise and astonishment. When he saw the figure step forward, his eyes grew moist. "Brother, Chika, it is all my fault for allowing you to endure these hardships." Yichun approached and embraced Yichika, gently patting his shoulder. At that moment, Yang Zhongtian and Wang Hu also arrived. Zhou Ming, witnessing Yang Zhongtian's furious expression, glared with anger and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, you dare to show your face here?" Yichun was reluctant to speak further, for he understood that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. Yichika, too, harbored little animosity. He acknowledged his inferiority in skill, accepting his defeat with grace. With Yichun by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance and stability. "Have you finished reminiscing?" the leader inquired. "Are you Yichika's elder brother? Can you speak on his behalf? Are you certain you do not require our assistance?" "I am indeed his brother, and I am certain," Yichun replied firmly. "We do not need your help. With the eternal snow milk, we require nothing else." "Oh, splendid. Do you comprehend the consequences of rejecting us?" The leader finally revealed his menacing demeanor. "I am unaware of what those consequences may be," Yichun retorted. "But I fear not everyone." "Excellent, excellent." The leader laughed heartily. "Truly, the unseasoned bull does not fear the tiger. Have you, a mere figure from a third-tier main city family, become this audacious?" It appeared that Yichika's background had been thoroughly investigated. "And who might you be?" Wang Hu inquired in a low tone. "I am Long Batian, the leader of the dragon gang in the slums." "Uft, quite an impressive name. Yet I have never heard of you," Wang Hu scoffed, spitting out water. "And who are you? Are you from the slums? How could you not know of me?" "Long Batian," the leader boasted with arrogance. Wang Hu replied, "It is remarkable that you have survived with such a brazen name. I am from the inner district. How dare a force from the outer slums challenge me?" Upon hearing this, Long Batian immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. "Esteemed sir, it appears we are in a rather unfortunate predicament, akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple. I am merely here to attend to the affairs of those in the inner regions. Humph, I care not for whom you serve. Since my younger brother has declared that he requires no elixirs from you, I would appreciate your immediate departure, Wang Hu retorted. Yes, yes, Long Batian nodded submissively, making a mental note of Wang Hu's appearance before hastily retreating. Wang Hu remained unfazed. The individuals from the inner regions who deigned to regard the impoverished areas likely wielded similar influence, and more importantly, he had the backing of the Baibao Guild. Once Long Batian had left, Zhou Ming addressed the group. Everyone, please follow me. With that, he guided them to a modest inn. Though it was dubbed a lodging for the impoverished, its opulence rivaled that of the Yi family in Qishir City. Upon entering the room rented by Yi Chika and Zhou Ming, everyone took their seats. Brother, please enlighten us. How did you arrive here? And what brings you alongside Yang Zhongtian? Yi Chika inquired, gripping Yi Chen's hand tightly. His disbelief was palpable. Indeed, if he dared to target Chika, he must face dire consequences. Yi Chen asserted confidently. Yes, Deputy Captain Zhou, you must believe us. Brother Yi truly eliminated Chen Yiping. Yang Zhongtian affirmed from the side, adding, it caused quite a stir in our Snow Mountain city. Very well, Zhou Ming conceded, though he remained skeptical at heart. However, with both of them attesting to the claim, it seemed there was some truth to it. Chapter 85. Understanding the situation, Yi Chen continued. As for Yang Zhongtian's matter, I have also inquired thoroughly. It was due to Chen Yiping having previously administered forbidden substances to him, which caused him to lose some of his rationality. Initially, I had intended to give him a good thrashing. However, upon his willingness to offer a treasure from his family to assist you, I chose to forgive him. What treasure? Zhou Ming inquired, somewhat astonished. It is something I pilfered, Yang Zhongtian replied. Regardless of how I acquired it, since it was my error, I shall be the one to make amends. I will handle matters with my parents. Furthermore, once Chika consumes it, my parents' objections will be rendered futile. Indeed. Zhou Ming nodded, his demeanor towards Yang Zhongtian softening considerably. Given the circumstances, Yang Zhongtian's willingness to take responsibility would not dishearten Zhou Ming or Yi Chika. I have suffered a complete severance of my meridians. Healing can be achieved within the first main city or the super main city, yet it demands exorbitant medical expenses, which neither my master, the Yi family, nor I can afford. Thus, we contemplated the free city, as my injuries are more easily treated there at a fraction of the cost. Hence, we have traversed various cities to arrive at the free city. Regarding those who sought me earlier, it was during our passage through the Tianqian mountain range that my master and I fortuitously encountered a merchant caravan. We joined them in their journey through the mountains, and among the caravan was an enchanting girl of my age named Gu Liner. She exhibited no disdain towards me and took care of me throughout the journey. Originally, she had promised to assist me upon reaching the City of Freedom, even claiming she could heal my injuries. However, to my dismay, as Yi Chika clenched his fists in a surge of fury, it became evident that Miss Gu Liner's family held us in utter disdain. Even the elixir that could potentially save Chika was deemed insignificant in their eyes, and they were unwilling to squander it. They even contemplated expelling us from the City of Freedom upon our arrival, reminiscent of the earlier confrontations with Long Batian's group. Fortunately, my own strength proved sufficient to thwart their intentions. Ultimately, upon learning of this predicament, Miss Gu Liner caused quite an uproar within the Gu family, which led to the earlier scene we witnessed. Had it not been for her intervention, we might have encountered even more formidable adversaries. Zhou Ming remarked, the Gu family? You have offended the Gu family within the inner region? Wang Hu, who had been listening intently, appeared taken aback at the mention of the Gu family. Indeed. It is the Gu family. What of it? The others were left in confusion. Panic not, for this is grave news, Wang Hu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I advise you to vacate the City of Freedom post-haste. The Gu family is one of the 3 prominent families of the inner region, affiliated with the Medicine Emperor's Hall, contributing numerous talents to it. Even within the Medicine Emperor's Hall, many members of the Gu family reside, wielding significant influence. While their power may be the least among the 3 families within the hall, they are undeniably a major force in the inner region. It is rumored that the Gu family is home to a peak powerhouse of the purple 9-star Martial King level. Indeed, the more prominent a family is, the more they value their reputation. The Gu family has consistently refrained from taking matters into their own hands, instead enlisting the formidable dragon gang led by Long Batian. When Miss Gu Liner discovered this, she caused quite a commotion. The Gu family, being particularly concerned with their image, will likely hesitate to confront us directly. Zhou Ming stated, yes, Master Zhou is correct, and at this moment, We find ourselves unable to leave. Yi Chen remarked, Uncle Wang has stood up for us, which may have already provoked the Gu family. What will happen to you when we depart? The Gu family will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Do not fret. Wang Hu reassured. I have the backing of the Baibao Guild. Although my influence may be limited, I represent the guild's dignity. The Gu family, being affiliated with the Medicine Emperor's Hall, would not jeopardize the harmony between our two factions over such trivial matters. Yi Chen responded, Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Once you have concluded your affairs, simply come to the internal area to find me. After all, you are well aware of my guild's location. With that, Wang Hu departed. Yi Chen then suggested, Zhong Tian, you and Master Zhou should leave first. I will assist Chica from here. Understood. Yang Zhongtian and Zhou Ming nodded, preparing to exit the room. Oh, wait, Zhongtian, Yi Chen interjected. How should you administer the ancient snow milk to Chica? In what quantity? Ah, I would have forgotten had you not reminded me, Yang Zhongtian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. It is crucial not to allow Yi Chica to take it directly, as he is far too weak at present. It must be diluted with water. The greater the dilution, the better it is, for the ancient snow milk takes millennia to form. In truth, I have only extracted 2 drops. Yet these 2 drops represent the culmination of our family's efforts over 1,000 years. Understood, Leaf Chen nodded. Following Yang Zhongtian's instructions, Leaf Chen procured a large barrel of water and retrieved the jade vial containing the ancient snow milk. Upon uncapping the vial, a chilling and ethereal fragrance wafted forth, enveloping Leaf Chen's senses and uplifting his spirit to the point of elation. Nevertheless, he remained focused on the task at hand, extracting a small portion of the ancient snow milk and pouring it into the water, which was instantaneously transformed into a milky white hue. Chick, drink up, Leaf Chen urged. Wow, are you serious, brother? Such a vast quantity, Leaf Chica exclaimed, clutching his stomach with a pallid countenance. Take your time, Leaf Chen reassured him. After a moment's hesitation, Leaf Chica nodded and began to sip the ancient snow milk gradually. Almost immediately after consuming the ancient snow milk, Leaf Chica's vitality began to rejuvenate. Quickly, sketch his likeness. I wish to see who dares meddle. Soon, Long Batian had rendered a complete portrait of Wang Hu. The masked youth, upon seeing the image, did not recognize the figure and instructed the nearby middle-aged martial expert, investigate who this person is and inform me immediately of your findings. Yes, young master. The middle-aged martial expert, after receiving Wang Hu's likeness, completed the investigation within an hour. Goodness, such a minor character dares to oppose me? Upon recognizing the identity of Wang Hu, the masked youth expressed profound disdain. It appeared that after a prolonged absence from the world, even such a minor character from a small merchant association dared to oppose them. However, the middle-aged martial artist interjected, Young master. He is indeed under the auspices of the Baibao Guild. We must take into account their reputation. You are correct. Despite the fact that there are dozens of such small merchant associations under the Baibao Guild, we ought to show them some respect. Therefore, summon young Master Lu Er for me, the young master commanded. Understood, young master, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, the individual known as Lu Er emerged to meet the masked youth. Lu Er appeared exceedingly debauched, and upon seeing the masked youth, he was taken aback. Isn't this the esteemed young Master Gu Wuchen? What is the purpose of your disguise? Surely, it is to conceal my identity, Gu Wuchen replied, bemused by Lu Er's feigned ignorance. Ah, is that so? Yet, it seems young Master Gu has taken a liking to me. A mere wastrel, Lu Er laughed heartily. Indeed. Young Master Lu jested, Gu Wuchen responded, seemingly unfazed by Lu Er's demeanor. With a deeper implication, he continued. Who does not know that young Master Lu has always presented himself as a frivolous character, while secretly harboring considerable ambition? At these words, Lu Er's jovial expression vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Gu Wuchen. It was well known that even his elder brother's intelligence network could not ascertain his true strength. How could the Gu family manage to do so? Gu Wuchen remained nonchalant, utterly indifferent to Lu Er's menacing gaze. I wonder what Brother Gu intends to discuss with me this time. Before long, Lu Ershao burst into laughter, even altering his form of address. Lu Laudi, splendid. Gu Wuchen continued, recently, a member of a small merchant guild beneath by Baohang has offended me, and I hope Brother Lu can lend me a hand. As you know, our Gu family is affiliated with the power of the Medicine Emperor Hall. Matters concerning Bai Baohang should be entrusted to Lu Ershao to handle. Oh, who is so unwise as to offend Brother Gu? Speak the name, and allow me to teach him a severe lesson, Lu Ershio declared, thumping his chest as if ready to brave any danger for Gu Wuchen. Then I am most grateful, Lu Laodi. Rest assured, there are certain matters I shall not disclose. Gu Wuchen replied, acknowledging Lu Ershio's reputation as the debauched heir of the Lu family. That is well, Lu Ershio nodded. In that case, who is the person in question? It is a fellow named Wang Hu, the president of a small merchant guild, Gu Wuchen disclosed. Oh, I remember him, Lu Ershio said, well aware of the internal dynamics of Baibaohang. But it is merely the smallest of guilds, quite straightforward. However, we must create a FAAD. Devise a few justifications to avoid revealing any flaws. Haha, indeed. We must consider a sound plan that aligns with Lu Ershio's frivolous persona. Gu Wuchen laughed heartily. A few days later, Lu Ershio set his sights on Wang Hu's daughter, Wang Luoting. However, Wang Luoting possessed an exceptionally fiery temperament and gave the concealed debauchee Lu Ershio a thorough beating. Lu Ershio has issued a stern ultimatum. If Wang Hu does not deliver his daughter to his bed, the existence of Wang Hu's guild will be rendered unnecessary. Instantly, the atmosphere within Wang Hu's guild has turned somber and filled with despair. However, Wang Hu cannot possibly push his daughter into the flames of peril. The members of Wang Hu's guild are embroiled in heated discussions, contending that they are members of Baibaohang, not of the Lu family. Moreover, it is clear that Lu Ershio was in the wrong initially. Why should the Lu family be allowed to act with such impunity? After much deliberation, Wang Hu seeks to leverage his connections and reach out to Baibaohang. Unfortunately, the Lu family's standing within Baibaohang is akin to that of the Gu family within the Medicine Emperor Hall. The Lu family is one of the three prominent families within the internal region, and matters of such internal nature are of no concern to Baibaohang. Ultimately, Wang Hu finds himself in a state of utter despair, yet he understands that there is no other course of action available to them, as they are the disadvantaged party. Thus, he resolves to disband the guild and prepare to leave the free city with his family. Fortunately, over the years, he has managed to accumulate some savings, which will suffice to support his family outside. Once Wang Hu has gathered his belongings, he prepares to depart from the free city. However, due to Sha Xie still being within the guild, he plans to first take Sha Xie to find Yi Chun and return him. Unbeknownst to Wang Hu, all of his actions are under the watchful eyes of certain individuals. Since Yi Chun administered the everlasting snow milk to Yi Chika, several days have passed, and Yi Chika's health has been completely restored. The eternal snow milk is inherently a tranquil treasure of nature, and when diluted with water, it proves to be wholly beneficial for Yi Chika. His body, akin to a parched desert receiving a sudden downpour, voraciously absorbs the nourishing essence of the eternal snow milk. Yi Chun, attuned to Yi Chika's absorption rate, meticulously regulates the amount of this precious elixir used. Ultimately, after several days and the consumption of a single drop, Yi Chika's injuries are fully healed. Although he is yet to regain his former strength, his physical wounds have mended, and the eternal snow milk has even enhanced his constitution. If Yi Chika previously possessed the potential of a green martial general, he now at least possesses the aptitude to become a purple-level junior martial king. Gazing at the remaining drop of eternal snow milk, Yi Chun skillfully extracted half a drop and administered it to Yi Chika. The previous drop merely facilitated the healing of his injuries and the improvement of his physique. This half drop was intended to restore his strength. Upon consuming the half drop, Yi Chika's power surged instantaneously, reaching the equivalent of a 4-star green Grand Martial Master within a mere hour or so, but he did not halt there. He continued to ascend until he reached the pinnacle of a 9-star green Grand Martial Master before finally stopping. Brother, I have recovered, Yi Chika exclaimed with exhilaration, grasping Yi Chen's arm. Indeed, Chika, you have completely recovered, and your strength has even increased. Your innate talent has transformed as well. The future prosperity of our Yi family will rely on you, Yi Chen replied, his heart brimming with joy. The prosperity of the Yi family hinges on you, brother. Without your assistance, I would not have regained my strength, Yi Chika expressed gratefully. Rely not solely on me, but on our collective efforts, declared Yi Chen. Indeed, let us strive together. Yi Chika's eyes sparkled with boundless determination. Honestly, brother, do you harbor feelings for the young lady named Gulino? Yi Chen inquired, recalling the previous remarks made by Yi Chika and Zhou Ming. Well, brother, Yi Chika responded, somewhat bashfully. Observing Yi Chika's demeanor, Yi Chen discerned his sentiments. Excellent. Since you have taken a liking to her, let us pursue her. What is so formidable about the Gu family? Rest assured, I shall support you from behind. What do we have to fear? The mightiest among them is merely the purple 9-star martial king, is it not? Soon enough, both of us shall ascend to the rank of purple 9-star martial kings. What does a single Gu family matter then? Brother, you speak wisely. If we both become purple 9-star martial kings, what significance does the Gu family hold? With Yi Chika thus invigorated, Yi Chen summoned Zhou Ming and Yang Zhongtian, who had been waiting outside. You may take it yourself. Hee. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yang Zhongtian replied, unreservedly swallowing half a drop of the eternal snow milk. Thereafter, he settled down to cultivate. 2 hours later, the half drop of eternal snow milk had been completely absorbed, and astonishingly, Yang Zhongtian experienced a breakthrough to the rank of Cyan Marshal General. He felt rejuvenated, and even when he gazed at Yi Chen, a fierce resolve emanated from him. Chapter 87. Caught up as the four of them traversed the landscape, Yi Chika and Zhou Ming finally had the opportunity to meticulously observe the City of Freedom, experiencing its prosperity for the very first time. Approximately half a day later, Yi Chen and his companions encountered Wang, Hu's family in the outer region. Upon seeing Wang Hu accompanied by his family, Yi Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and it appeared that Wang Hu had come in search of him. He immediately inquired, Uncle Wang, what troubles you? With a sigh, Wang Hu glanced at his daughter, Wang Luoting, and replied, it's a long story. Never mind. This is a matter of our own making. I have brought your demon pet, and we shall be departing from Freedom City shortly. Uncle Wang, if you are facing any difficulties, please do not hesitate to speak up. After all, you have lent us your assistance before. If there is any way we can help, we shall certainly do so, Yi Chen responded, sensing that Wang Hu was indeed burdened with a pressing issue. Perhaps it is good to confide in you, Wang Hu said, releasing a breath of relief. The recent events had placed immense pressure upon him, and with no one else to confide in. Sharing his thoughts with Yi Chen and his companions offered a momentary respite from his mental strain. However, deep down, Wang Hu did not harbor any illusions about Yi Chen's ability to assist, as the latter's power was far beyond what he and his companions could contend with. What is the matter? Yang Zhongtian inquired. Wang Hu nodded and began to explain. As I mentioned before, there are 3 prominent families in the internal region. The Gu family is one, supported by the Medicine Emperor Hall. The Baobao Hang also hosts a family, the Lu family, which is likewise one of the 3 great families of the internal region. Their extravagant young master, Lu Fei, has taken a fancy to my daughter, Wang Luoting. Initially, I considered using force against my daughter, who, naturally, resisted. In my frustration, I dealt a blow to the spoiled Lu Fei. However, this act incited his wrath, prompting him to retaliate against our entire trading association. He even audaciously proclaimed that if we did not voluntarily surrender my daughter, he would annihilate us all. Uncle Wang Hu, are you not a